Hey guys, how are you? Like this video for more interesting daily updates.
Chapter 1 Earth. The Awakening Hall of the 3rd High School of Linzhou Base. Students aged 18 and above in the whole school are participating in the awakening ceremony once a month. After awakening, people can enter the eternal world. And eternal world has a portal that connects the heavens and the world. Players can go to other worlds to kill monsters and upgrade through the portal to improve their own strength. Awakening talent again. Qin Luo was both looking forward to and excited. Why do you say again? Because he is a reborn. 10 days ago. Qin Luo is fighting fiercely with players from all heavens and myriad realms. The purpose is to compete for control of the supreme world. The strategy rewards to the high-level world are enough for Qin Luo to be promoted to the highest position. However, just at the critical moment, the 10 ancient supreme gods at the top of the eternal world joined forces to activate the eternal sacred objects, releasing the ultimate magic, and the brilliant power swept across the space of hundreds of millions of light years, annihilating all living beings. All the supreme artifacts on his body were destroyed. Qin Luo thought he had fallen. Unexpectedly, I went back to 5 years ago. The moment when I have not yet awakened. In my previous life, relying on my original talent, it only took me 5 years to achieve the position of the main god, which is only one step away from the supreme god. But, because of this one step difference, I failed. Qin Luo was very unwilling. If the awakening time is advanced by 1 to 2 years, perhaps he has already become the supreme god. In the final analysis, Qin Luo was not defeated by the ancient supreme, but lost by time. Those 10 ancient supreme beings were the first batch of players in Eternal World, who had awakened 100,000 years earlier than him. Of course, this also shows how powerful Qin Luo's talent is. Having precious memories from previous lives, in this life, my growth rate will be even faster. Old highs, prepare for my vengeance. The corners of Qin Luo's mouth curled up slightly. At this time, the awakening ceremony for the students in Class 3 started. Buzz. After the magic circle was activated, the student's body glowed with white light. Wang Long, Summoner, Ordinary Occupation. Sun Yang, Warrior, Ordinary Occupation. Wang Hai, Berserker, Bronze Class. Between the flashes of light, the student named Wang Hai had a bronze radiance all over his body, and then, a phantom of a giant man holding a heavy axe was born from the radiance. Good. The head teacher smiled from ear to ear. A bronze class appears. His own annual assessment can improve his score by at least 30%. It turned out to be a bronze profession. Even if the original talent is not good enough, Wang Hai is 90% sure to be admitted to the university. Everyone exclaimed. In Eternal World, the quality of anything is divided into common, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, epic, legendary, god level, main god level, and supreme level. Generally speaking, the vast majority of people's initial occupation is of ordinary quality. The probability of awakening a bronze career is 1 in a million. Looking at Wang Hai, the students were envious. And the students in Class 3 have also completed their awakening. The teacher in charge came out and said, "Next, it's the Class 2's turn to wake up. Here we go." Qin Luo raised his feet and stepped onto the magic circle. "All ready?" The teacher said something casually. He directly opened the magic circle. A warm energy surged into the student's body. Ding! Your body is digitized. You have awakened your original occupation, Blazing Mage Gold level. You awaken your original talent, Chaos Sacrifice Unknown level. Wait! Isn't my initial profession an ordinary mage? Qin Luo was dumbfounded. If I remember correctly, Blazing Mage was my job change 2 months after awakening. He frowned. At this time, looking at Qin Luo bathed in golden light, the awakening hall became silent. Qin Luo, Blazing Mage, Gold Class. The teacher in charge shouted excitedly. Next moment, hundreds of students in the hall erupted. Damn it, I actually saw a gold job in number 3 middle school. Since he is a student in class 2, he must not be a member of the golden family. Doesn't it mean that he is the first civilian in Linzhou City to awaken the gold profession? Hey! I am also a commoner, why did I awaken to a whiteboard profession? The sound of gasping for air continued one after another. The students looked at Qin Luo's back with envious eyes. Looking at the century-old history of Linzhou base, those who awaken the initial occupation of gold quality all come from the 4 major golden families. These families have given birth to gods, making the bloodlines contain the power of law. Clansmen 100% awakened rare occupation. The higher the blood concentration, the higher the quality of the awakened profession. Facing the amazing words of the students, Qin Luo didn't care, but was full of doubts. He couldn't help but open the career panel. Blazing Mage, when upgrading, 4-dimensional attribute plus 10 points, free attribute plus 10 points. Skill, Dragon Flame Impact. Bonus, fire damage plus 30%. Dragon Flame Impact LV1, summon the Dragon's Breath to cause 300 plus magic attack x 300% fire damage to the front range. Cooldown for 10 seconds. Costs 70 mana. The upgrade attribute is 10 times that of ordinary occupations. There is only one gold level initial skill. But as the level increases, more professional skills will be unlocked. The Blazing Mage's information is exactly the same. I don't know if the talent has changed. Qin Luo looked at the talent panel again. Chaos Sacrifice, unique. Quality, unknown. Effect, offer a sacrifice and get 1-2 rewards, the value of which is 100 times the total value of the sacrifice. Gain 1 sacrifice per week. Current times, 3. Unused weekly sacrifices can be kept, and sacrifice rewards cannot be used as sacrifices. Hey? Why did the number of sacrifices increase by 2? Qin Luo's eyes widened. Reserve. And many more. Qin Luo suddenly realized something. After being transferred to Blazing Mage, he didn't use sacrifices, but accumulated the items he got within a month. Finally, he sacrificed everything. As a result, a mysterious crystal was obtained, and after using it, there was no gain. This matter made Qin Luo depressed for a long time. Could it be that crystal that caused my rebirth? Qin Luo became suspicious. At this time, see him standing still. The teacher in charge reminded very politely, "Student Qin Luo, your awakening is over, please leave the hall as soon as possible." Qin Luo's initial career is gold level, and his future achievements are limitless. Therefore, the attitude of the responsible teacher unconsciously became respectful. Sorry. Qin Luo came back to his senses, smiled apologetically at him, and then left the awakening hall. At the same time, the news of his awakening to the gold profession spread at the speed of light. The teachers and students of number 3 middle school had heated discussions. In the past, only number 1 middle school would have a golden career. Because the members of the golden family are all in one middle school. Chapter 2. After a few minutes, Qin Luo came to the 3rd grade, 2, classroom. Swish swish swish. 45 pairs of fiery eyes instantly focused on Qin Luo. Student Qin Luo is back. Brother Luo is awesome. He awakened the golden talent without making a sound. Hey! Can classmate Qin Luo take me with you? Listen to the words of the sand sculpture students. Qin Luo has black lines all over his head. At this time, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door again. Tat tat tat. An extremely beautiful woman walked into the classroom, showing a coquettish temperament in her gestures. She was the class teacher Liang Shuet. In terms of charm and appearance alone, Qin Luo has never seen a woman who surpassed her, at most she was at the same level. Therefore, Liang Shui is very popular in number 3 middle school. There are suitors all over the school and even people from the Golden family, but no one dares to force her. It is said that she has a strong background. Qin Luo didn't know much about it. In the previous life, I took the college entrance examination after March and entered the university, and never returned to the Linzhou base. Now, Liang Shui's face was full of joy. 6 rare professionals have been awakened this month. And the only golden career awakener is his own student. Her annual assessment will increase a lot of points. As long as I get the first place in the assessment, I will win the bet with my father this time. Liang Shui secretly smiled. Think here. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Qin Luo quietly. This guy is not as calm as a high school student. After expressing emotion, Liang Shui started to talk about the business. There are 31 students in Class 2 who have completed their awakening. Starting today, these students don't need to take theory classes. You can go to the eternal world to participate in actual combat. The remaining 14 unawakened students are going to class as usual. As soon as the voice fell, cheers erupted in the classroom. Liang Shui waved her hand to signal for everyone to be quiet. She continued, at the end of the month, the Linzhou base will hold a novice professional league. I hope you can participate. As long as you get a better ranking, you can not only get official rewards, but also get bonus points for the college entrance examination. A week later, the school will hold an intramural competition to select 10 outstanding students for training. I hope you can seize this good opportunity. Her tone gradually became serious. Teacher Liang, can you tell us some precautions? Someone asked. No problem. Liang Shui nodded. Next, she talked about the precautions about eternal world. Everyone listened carefully. This is a matter of your own life. Although players can be resurrected after dying in eternal world, a certain lifespan will be deducted. The higher the level, the higher the life expectancy. No one wants to waste their life in vain. Qin Luo has personally experienced the novice trial, so he did not attend the class. Instead, thinking about something. In the previous life, he has been staying in eternal world to collect sacrifices and has not participated in any competitions. Later, only then did Qin Luo know that the league had changed. The Linzhou base officials took out extremely precious items as rewards. He is very hot-eyed. This time, I must participate in the novice professional league. Qin Luo secretly decided. Subsequently, he opened the system panel to check the character information. Name, Qin Luo. Rating, Ordinary Professionals. Occupation, Blazing Mage. Level, 1, 0/200 Experience. Life, 220. Mana, 350. Strength, 10. Constitution, 11. Dexterity, 10. Spirit, 15. Magic Attack, 30. Talent, Chaos Sacrifice. Skills, Dragon Flame Impact LV1, Appraisal, Collection. Gold Coins, 25,460. Perhaps because of the rebirth. The spiritual value is 4 points higher than the previous life. The data is pretty good. After all, before awakening, no one can use eternal world items. Unless you have a special bloodline. Otherwise, the innate physical fitness is similar. But, after awakening to the mage profession, the combat skills such as saber and sword skills that Qin Luo had learned in the past have been deleted by the system, leaving only life skills. It didn't affect him much. Qin Luo continued to browse. When he glanced over the backpack, he was dumbfounded. Godhead of Light. Quality, Lord God. Effect, after using it, you will directly upgrade to level 150, and awaken the position of the main god in a 1000 level light rule, and you will not be able to upgrade independently in the future. Requirements, level 81. Hiss. Qin Luo gasped. Even this thing is kept. In the last battle, he beheaded the mortal enemy of the Earth's civilization, the Lord God of Light of the Ul civilization, and deprived the opponent of his godhood by virtue of his ability. Before offering sacrifices, the ancient supreme god made a move. It's just that there is a shortage of sacrifice materials, so I will send a main god level item. Qin Luo's eyes were fiery. After the sacrifice, the value will be doubled 100 times, and you will definitely get the most advanced rewards. He opened the talent page and dragged the main godhead to the sacrifice column. Decisively click the sacrifice button. Ding! Congratulations on getting the sacrificial reward, blessing of the ancient god highest level. Ding! Congratulations on getting the sacrifice reward, ultimate annihilation scroll highest level. Qin Luo thought. The prop effect is displayed. Ultimate Oblivion Scroll, 3/3. Quality, highest. Effect, activate the rules of destruction to form an arrow of annihilation, locking a unit and causing 30 trillion points of real damage, and the killed cannot be revived. A big killer. Qin Luo said happily. This can be used as one's own trump card. The strongest on earth is the main god level. No one can withstand an arrow of oblivion. And can be used 3 times. Qin Luo quickly put away the scroll. Subsequently, he looked at the new talent on the panel. Old God Blessing. Quality, Supreme God level. Effect, you can evolve skills and equipment quality to level 2. Anything can only evolve once, and the upper limit is raised to the main god level. It turned out to be the most precious evolutionary talent. Just by looking at the explanation, you can know its power. Even Blessing of the Ancient Gods and Chaos Sacrifice can be used together. This start is simply outrageous. Qin Luo smiled. He is very ambitious. Possessing 2 major talents, as well as precious memories of previous lives, Qin Luo can guarantee that in this life, he can be promoted to the highest god position, or even surpass the highest, within 5 years. Chapter 3. Obtained Ancient God's Blessing Talent. Qin Luo couldn't wait to try it out. He chooses to evolve a class skill. Ding! Dragon Flame Impact has evolved into an epic skill, Dragon Fury. Dragon's Fury, Epic. Level, 1, 0/6400 Experience. Effect, summons the blazing dragon's breath to attack enemies in the specified range, causing 800 plus magic attack x 500% fire damage and stuns for 2 seconds. 12-second cooldown. Costs 200 mana. AoE attack additional control effect. This skill is indeed very strong. With his own 30-point spell attack, the damage of a dragon's fury fire can reach 950 points, and he can easily achieve the achievement of leapfrog killing monsters. But for Qin Luo, skills have obvious shortcomings. Long cooldown and high cost. There was also a long vacuum following the attack. It seems that I need to learn skills with short cooldowns, or master more skills. Qin Luo secretly said. At this time. Jingle. When the bell rang at noon, Liang Shui said, "That's all I want to say. If you want to complete the novice trial, you'd better go to the forum to collect information." "Thank you, Teacher Liang." The students cheered. The next moment, many people surrounded Qin Luo. "Hey, is Brother Qin forming a team? Can you bring me one? I can milk you." The students asked eagerly. Even female students boldly hinted. "Ahem, sorry, I already have a team." Qin Luo tactfully made up reasons to reject everyone. Teaming up with an ordinary professional will lower his upgrade efficiency. He will only consider it if it is a rare professional. Qin Luo. Liang Shui by the door suddenly said, "Come to the office, the teacher has something to ask for you. I'll come right away. Qin Luo hurried out of the crowd and headed to the office. Through the roll of the Space Law Circle. Each teacher has an independent office. Liang Shui turned around and asked him, Qin Luo, are you planning to participate in the Novice League at the Linzhou base this month? Join. Qin Luo nodded slightly. That's good. Liang Shui breathed a sigh of relief, and continued, there are 11 gold professionals in this competition. Except for you, everyone else is from the 4 major gold families. You. The voice suddenly stopped. Liang Shui asked hesitantly, are you confident to enter the top 10 in the league? Qin Luo glanced at her, thinking about her purpose. After thinking about it, he decided to play a wave. Teacher Liang. Qin Luo pretended to laugh at himself and said, just as a commoner, do you think it is possible to enter the top 10? The members of the Golden family don't have rich resources to help. Liang Shui said softly, what if I can help you with resources? Hearing this, Qin Luo instantly understood what the other party wanted to do. This teacher Liang is a super rich woman. It is said that none of the equipment on her body is lower than diamond quality. Now, the other party plans to send something. Then don't do it for nothing. As for her real purpose, it doesn't matter anymore. The corner of Qin Luo's mouth curled up slightly, that depends on how much you help Mr. Liang. Liang Shui was thinking intently. Soon, she looked up and said, 2 diamond level attribute enhancements. As long as you enter the top 10, I will give you an epic job transfer task and 10 million gold coins. Of course, you can also make additional requests. Good guy. It is a diamond prop at hand, and it also promises an epic job transfer task. Even the 4 major golden families may not be able to show it. You know, every time a diamond prop appears in the Linzhou base, it will cause many people to scramble for it. It seems that Liang Shui is from the advanced base. Qin Luo had a guess in his heart. Liang Shui's beautiful eyes stared at him closely, and asked, what's your response? I agreed. Qin Luo replied, in addition, I need some level 1 mage skill books, preferably with recovery type passive skills. No problem, sign the system contract. Liang Shui agreed decisively. Subsequently, both parties sign a system contract. As long as Qin Luo enters the top 10 in the competition, he can get epic missions and gold coins. As for the diamond props, it was given to him. These are 2 bottles of sublimation elixir. Other items, I need to go to Zushan City to buy them, and then send them to you through the system email. It is good. Qin Luo took the diamond prop from Liang Shui. The 2 friended each other. He left the office directly. Liang Shui looked at his back and thought to herself, as long as the bet is completed, I will be free. Qin Luo, I hope you can surprise me. In order to control the clansmen, the major families will set restrictions in the bloodline. However, Liang Shui was unwilling to submit to the family arrangement, which made her unable to complete the normal blood baptism, and her level was always stuck at level 40. This year is the betting deadline. Liang Shui is very glad that she met Qin Luo. She must seize this opportunity. The other side. Qin Luo returned home smoothly. He took out 2 bottles of medicine. Sublimation elixir, 2 bottles. Quality, diamond. Effect, after taking it, the 4-dimensional attribute plus 25 points, only valid for 3 times. Gain 24-hour buffs, increase monster killing experience by 50%, and can be superimposed. As expected of a diamond prop, the effect is very strong. After eating at noon, Qin Luo will go to the City of the Heavens in the Eternal World. So he didn't use medicine for the time being. Half an hour later, Liang Shui sent the item over with a message. Something has been passed on to you. In addition, the aristocratic families in Linzhou City sent people to the school to invite you, and I sent you away for you. With me around, they dare not do anything to you. However, you have to be careful in Eternal World. Qin Luo smiled knowingly. Thank you, Teacher Liang. He replied. Qin Luo is not afraid of the four great families. After all, he also has cards. And this whole card is not usually fierce. Certainly. Even if he has no whole cards, Qin Luo can stay in the Eternal World to develop until he becomes stronger and then come out. Chapter 4. Close the conversation. Qin Luo received the email from Liang Shui, and there were only 2 skill books, namely Fountain of Mana and Ray of Frost. All are level 1 mage skill books of silver quality. For equipment and skill books of the same quality, the latter is 2 to 3 times more expensive. Generally speaking, low-level high-quality skills are even rarer. Therefore the price is more expensive. The unit price of the 2 skill books in Qin Luo's hand is as high as 4 million gold coins, which is more expensive than ordinary gold skills. Liang Shui really paid for it. However, why does she want me to be in the top 10 of the league? Could it be that the reason for the change in the league has something to do with Liang Shui? Qin Luo couldn't help guessing. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that the probability was very high. As a low-level base city, it is impossible for Linzhou to come up with an epic item as a prize for the novice competition. Forget it, I don't want to think so much. Improving your strength as soon as possible is the kingly way. Qin Luo restrained his thoughts. He focused his gaze back on the skill book. Blessings of the Ancient Gods. Use your talent at will. Ding, the source of mana has evolved into a diamond-level skill, Blessing of Light. Ding, Frost Ray has evolved into a diamond-level skill, Extreme Cold Ice Spear. Qin Luo looked at the skill panel. 2 diamonds and an epic skill. He himself admires himself. Who would have thought that Qin Luo was a gold-level professional, and none of his skills were lower than diamond level? This is outrageous. Blessing of Light, Diamond. Level, Passive. Effect, recover magic attack x 50% points of life and mana every second, and absorb magic attack x 50% points of damage every second. Arctic Ice Spear, Diamond. Level, 1, 0/3200 experience. Effect, summon an ice spear to deal 500 plus magic attack x 350% frost damage to an enemy, and reduce attack speed and movement speed by 20%. Cooldown 7 seconds. Costs 120 mana. After the skill evolved, Qin Luo directly took 2 bottles of sublimation elixir. All attributes plus 50 points. Monster killing experience plus 100%, lasts for 48 hours. Qin Luo's attributes and damage now far exceed level 1 players. Very unreasonable. Next, I should also enter Eternal World. Qin Luo called up the system interface and decisively clicked transfer. Ding! It is detected that the player is from the civilization of the Milky Way in the universe number 150, and will be sent to the primary city of the heavens, Galaxy City. As the system prompts sound, his eyes went dark. Current coordinates, Eternal World Galaxy City Teleportation Plaza number 3. Qin Luo arrived at the destination and regained his vision. The square has a vast area, and there are many portals standing inside, connecting to the corresponding primary world. However, players over level 20 cannot enter the primary world. This is a protective measure for low-level players. Just then, the system beeped. Ding! Congratulations to player Qin Luo for getting the novice trial task. Please choose the difficulty, easy, hard, nightmare, hell and abyss. The trial mission lasts for 7 days. The better the player performs, the higher the reward. Abyss. Qin Luo directly chooses the highest difficulty. Ding! You have obtained the Abyss difficulty trial task. Go to the number 5 novice world and kill 1000 random orcs. The time limit is 1 day. World number 5. Qin Luo looked around, many people crowded around the portal. Some elementary worlds have been occupied by forces, and the rest cannot enter. Certainly. The 5 novice worlds are refreshed every 7 days. The time is too short, and the novice's strength is not strong, resulting in no one occupying these worlds. I don't know if I have a chance. Qin Luo looked forward to it. Ding! Congratulations on getting the novice equipment, novice staff, new gimmick robe. The system prompted. Novice equipment has no attribute bonus. A complete whiteboard. Qin Luo smoothly cast Ancient God's Blessing. Immediately obtained 2 pieces of bronze equipment. Aura Staff, Bronze Magic Attack +4, Spirit +3. Equipment requirements, Level 1 Mage. Aura Robe, Bronze Defense +2, HP +30, Spirit +2. Equipment requirements, Level 1 Mage. In Eternal World, novice equipment value is equal to 0. After passing through his hands, their value soared to 100,000. Very good. Qin Luo used 2 pieces of equipment with satisfaction. Attributes are slightly improved. Health, 1250. Mana, 1750. Magic Attack, 144. This is his current main attribute. Subsequently, Qin Luo found the number 5 portal, surrounded by thousands of newcomers, and the atmosphere was very lively. Lingshan Adventure Team is recruiting people, and you can get equipment if you join, as long as there are 5 people. Form a team to open up the wolf tribe, and there is a shortage of mages and priests. Is this mage student going to join the team? Someone asked. Qin Luo ignored the invitation and stepped into the portal instead. Costs 1000 gold coins. Qin Luo arrives at world number 5. He turned on the map to check his location. I'm in the southern part of the Rog Mountains right now, and I remember treasure chests spawning nearby, and there's a small tribe of gnolls. Qin Luo secretly said. Today is refresh day, monsters and treasure chests in the wild will be refreshed. So, he has to hurry over there. Ah! There was the howling of wild animals in the woods. Qin Luo's eyes lit up, the monster is over here. Passing through the woods, they came to a clearing full of gravel, where a large number of wolfmen were eating the flesh and blood of wild beasts. There is a human ahead. GG, I haven't tasted human flesh and blood for several months. Quick! Stop him! Bloody and cruel gazes appeared in the wolfman's eyes, and they attacked from all around. Dragon Fury Fire. Qin Luo cast spells methodically. Mobilizing the mana in the body, a 20-meter-long flame dragon gradually formed in the air, and the heat and high temperature distorted the surrounding space. Attack! He attacked nonchalantly. Roaring, the giant flame dragon descended from the sky and landed among the crowd of wolves. Boom! Explosions sounded one after another, and the rising sea of flames quickly spread in all directions, sweeping a distance of 70 meters, and devouring dozens of gnoll figures. -2112. -2104. -2112. The damage directly exceeded 1,000. His current damage is nearly 100 times higher than in his previous life. As the flame wave dissipated, many charred bodies were left on the ground, and the monsters in the central area were even burned to ashes. Ding! Kill a level 1 gnoll and get 4 experience points, plus 100%. Ding! A large number of kill prompts appear on the system bar. After the experience bonus, level 1 monsters provide 4 points of experience, level 2 monsters provide 6 points of experience. Ordinary monsters can't resist the damage of the dragon's fury. The experience bar reaches the upper limit in an instant. He can upgrade now. At the same time, the sound of the attack attracted distant players. Chapter 5. The Edge of the Mountains. A team of 15 is fighting dozens of monsters. In the Eternal World, there are very few monsters alone, and most players will kill monsters in teams, which can not only increase the efficiency of upgrading, but also improve safety. A lone ranger like Qin Luo is rare. Certainly. Qin Luo is definitely willing to form a team. After all, there is a 5% increase in experience when forming a team. However, he couldn't meet the right team. In the face of powerful monsters, Taike's teammates will only slow down Qin Luo's footsteps, and he is not the nanny of his teammates. The team in front of me is very reasonable. Output, tank, and nurse occupations are all available. Captain Wang Heng calmly issued an order: clean up these little wild monsters as soon as possible. Our mission target is the boss in the mountains, don't waste time here. Brother Wang Heng, don't worry. The team member smiled and said, as the players of the second echelon of the family, we are all bronze and silver professionals. Those ordinary players will definitely not be able to compete with us. Another person also said, in world number 5, the other 4 families are not in the Rog Mountains area. We have all the bosses here. As a child of the family, the blood of the gods flows in the body, and it is a rare profession by nature. This also causes them to look down on any civilians. Be careful. Wang Heng frowned, there is something wrong with my talent feedback. His original talent is the effect of the perception system. Can vaguely perceive the good and bad of things related to oneself. It can also perceive the degree of crisis of others to oneself. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of an explosion pierced the sky. A scarlet flame appeared in the distant sky, and the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard faintly. FK, what is that? Could it be the boss? The team members were surprised. Brother Wang Heng, what a great opportunity! Let's hurry up and kill the boss. Maybe we can increase a lot of mission points. If we can show up on the novice trial list, the family will definitely reward us. The team members asked one after another. Go and see. Wang Heng realized that talent feedback was not a bad result. So, he agreed to everyone's request. A group of people quickened their pace and ran towards the woods. Ding, player Qin Luo, your level has been upgraded to level 2, 4-dimensional attributes plus 10, free attribute points plus 10. The dragon's fury just now killed 49 gnolls. The progress of trial task increases simultaneously. At the same time, Qin Luo gained 224 experience points. Made him a level up. Qin Luo looked up and looked forward. Attracted by the sound of the explosion, a large number of jackals slowly walked out of the dark woods. They stared at Qin Luo intently and salivated. The horror spell did not shock them, but inspired the ferocity of the orcs. Damn human, I will tear you apart. Revenge for the dead clansmen. The jackals stretched out their sharp claws and rushed towards them quickly. Qin Luo is happy to see this scene. This is all a walking experience. However, the state of this group of orcs is somewhat abnormal. Qin Luo smoothly released the probing technique. Their status is displayed. Bloodthirsty Rage buff, lasts for 5 minutes, damage plus 40%, defense minus 10%, spirit minus 50%. Reduce pain perception. Does the magic effect? Qin Luo looked around, and soon he found the caster. A high-ranking gnoll in a grey robe. Gnoll Mage Mora. Level, 4. Quality, Black Iron Elite. Life, 6200/6200. Skills, Bloodlust, Poison Fireball. The identification technique that comes with the player cannot detect all the attributes of the monster. But there have been predecessors who have tried and tested the accurate values of most monsters. It turned out to be an elite monster. Qin Luo's eyes reflected the light. Noticing his sight, the Wolfman mage immediately summoned the Wolfmen to stand in front of him. At this time, a large number of monsters have rushed over. Swish swish swish. The sharp claws tore hard on Qin Luo's body, but his blood volume remained unchanged. -0. -0. -0. This group of gnolls couldn't break through Qin Luo's defense. His physical defense reaches 73 points. Level 2-3 monsters only have about 30 attack points. Subsequently, Qin Luo allocated 10 attribute points to the spirit, and the spell attack rose to 184 points. Do it all. He resisted the wolf man's attack and walked out of the siege easily. Extremely cold ice spear. Qin Luo waved his hand to cast a spell, and an ice spear floated in the air, exuding a cold air. Go. Mobilize mental power to control the ice spear to fly rapidly. A white shadow streaked across the air, and the ice spear hit the monster's head. -1620. Weakness. After fighting in the previous life, Qin Luo's spell-casting skills have already reached the level of perfection. Channel your spells with ease. Ah! The gnoll mage roared angrily. It raised its staff, condensed a dark green fireball, flew over a distance of tens of meters, and exploded beside Qin Luo. -141. -10. -10. Qin Luo entered a poisoned state, deducting 10 blood points every second. However, Blessing of Light not only absorbed 92 points of damage, but also began to recover blood. +92. +92. The attack of level 4 elite monsters has no effect on Qin Luo. Less than half a minute. Qin Luo carried the attack head-on and blew up the monster with spells. By the way, kill a bunch of mobs. Ding! Kill a level 4 gnoll mage, get 96 experience points, plus 100%, and attack value +1. The experience bar rose to 96.7%. And get 1 strategy point. This attribute is related to the world strategy task. For world number 5. As long as the strategy value reaches 100 points, the world strategy task will be triggered. At this time, 6 gold coins and a grey ring with a black iron halo dropped from the body of the gnoll mage. This is the hallmark of rare equipment. The ancient gods blessed. Qin Luo decisively activated his talent. Ding! The Ring of Grey Mist has evolved into silver-level equipment, the Ring of Greed. Ring of Greed, silver magic attack +10, spirit +5, gold coins +2 when killed. Equipment requirements, level 2 mage. Not bad equipment. Many attributes have been added. Qin Luo put on a new ring. Chapter 6. Ding! Kill a level 3 gnoll and get 12 experience points, plus 100%, dot. Ding! Ding! Player Qin Luo, your level has been raised to level 3, 4-dimensional attributes +10, free attribute points +10. Relying on his strong defense, Qin Luo directly attracted the monsters himself. The last hand of the dragon's fury ended the battle. Instantly killed more than 50 wolf men. The massive amount of experience allowed Qin Luo to rise to another level. Free attribute points are still added to spirit. The attack range of Dragon's Fury is affected by spirit and level, which is further improved. This upgrade speed crushes my previous self. Qin Luo smiled with satisfaction. In the novice world, his leveling up speed couldn't even be compared to those players from the Golden family. But after entering the primary world, the family's guardians will be dispatched to help the younger generation kill monsters, and the upgrade speed will be increased several times or even dozens of times. These protectors are the dead soldiers raised by the family. Aristocratic family forced guardians to be stuck at level 20 cap. In this way, they can follow the new generation of people into the primary world. Of course, Qin Luo has absolute confidence to surpass the family players. Thinking of this, he withdrew his thoughts. It's time to clean up the battlefield. Qin Luo looked around. Under the spell bombardment, the environment of the open space became unrecognizable. There was a burning smell everywhere, and black smoke billowed in the air. He waved and collected all the corpses and drops of the gnolls. As long as it has a physical state and has value, it can be used as a sacrifice for chaos sacrifice. It also includes dead bodies. Qin Luo checked the spoils. 127 relatively complete corpses, 286 gold coins and 5 pieces of whiteboard equipment. He activated the blessing of the ancient gods to evolve the equipment to bronze rank. The value skyrocketed 100-fold. Earned hundreds of thousands of gold coins in a few minutes. It's a pity that Qin Luo can't use the equipment that is biased towards warriors. But he is still very satisfied. The first harvest is too rich. Qin Luo sighed with emotion, and then thought about the solution to the equipment. Rare equipment, he does not intend to sell, but to store it and use it as a sacrifice for the next sacrifice. Anyway, there is no limit to the number of sacrifices. The Knoll Mage's loot contains a map. Show the coordinates of your own tribe in detail, as well as the distribution of monsters along the way. Just to provide Qin Luo with direction. After all, after refreshing, the world situation is not static. Some special monsters die and cannot be revived. Keep going. Qin Luo went to the depths of the Rog Mountains as planned. Minutes passed. Wang Heng led the team to the scene. The surrounding area was empty, and the branches scattered on the ground were burning with red flames. Damn it, this spot for spawning monsters has already been taken first. The team member said depressingly. Uncertain. Assassin Wang Feng retorted excitedly, my talent has identified that these flames belong to Dragon's Breath, maybe it is a dragon boss. How is that possible? There are only orcs, humans, and elves in World 5, and there are no traces of giant dragons. Most people disagree with the assassin point of view. Wang Heng said suddenly, no, what Wang Feng said is possible. From the point of view of destructive power, this is a fire spell with an attack range of about 100 meters and damage of at least 2000 points. Which rookie do you think has such a perverted injury? So, I speculate that it is a level 5 silver boss with dragon blood. After thinking clearly, Wang Heng told his teammates about his guess. It's possible. I remember on the forum, someone said that they encountered a high-level orc boss with ice dragon blood in the extreme north. At this time one person said. Hearing that, they already believed in Wang Heng's conjecture. Hey, I didn't expect us to meet the boss so early. If you can get strategy points by killing the boss, the test mission performance score can be increased a lot. Everyone left immediately. With the props bestowed by the family, they have the confidence to kill the boss. Qin Luo, who was a few kilometers away, never expected that he would be turned into a silver boss by a group of people. No way. The main reason is that Qin Luo's performance is too outrageous. Gold career, epic, and diamond skills, 2 bottles of diamond power UPS. This treatment. Even the new chief of the Golden family can't enjoy it. Roar. Ho ho. Many level 3-5 monsters jumped out from the forest, staring greedily at Qin Luo. If you want to eat me, you are not qualified. Qin Luo looked indifferent, and waved a huge flame dragon, which fell into the forest and killed all the monsters in sight. Minus 2796. Minus 2796. Minus 2788. No doubt a spike. In half an hour, Qin Luo killed hundreds of monsters, leaving 4000 experience points, which was already enough to upgrade. But if the level is too high, experience will be greatly reduced if you kill monsters lower than yourself. Anyway, Qin Luo was hurt enough. So, he took a card level approach. What's more, the upgrade will restore full HP and mana. Is it not a means of life saving? After all, the novice world is also full of dangers. Qin Luo continued to move forward and stopped to kill monsters when he encountered them. Boom! At this moment, the ground under his feet shook violently. There are powerful monsters. A smile appeared on Qin Luo's face. It's harvest time again. Boom! Suddenly, a hole exploded on the ground, and a black orc broke through the ground, piercing with a sharp spear. Qin Luo couldn't dodge the sudden attack at all. -592. +122. After resisting the damage, he checked the data of the attackers in front. Tunnel Ratman Munger, Boss. Level, 5. Quality, Bronze. Life, 42,000/42,000. Skills, Burrowing, Thrusting, Dirt Wall Blocking. The monster has a blue suffix on its head. It was a boss-level monster, and was called a mini-boss by the players. Second only to Lord Monsters. It turned out to be this rat man. A gleam appeared in Qin Luo's eyes. Munger the Ratman is very famous in the number 5 novice world. It will drop a piece of bronze quality lucky equipment, which is extremely precious, and its market price is dozens of times more expensive than bronze. Looks like I'm lucky. Qin Luo smiled. At this time, Wang Heng led the team and finally caught up with him. It's Munger the Rat Man. A team member yelled in surprise. Wang Heng looked at Qin Luo's back, and subconsciously used his talent to detect the danger of the other party. Chapter 7. Qin Luo noticed the player team. He glanced quickly, and everyone was between level 1 and level 2. As a result, he felt cautious in his heart. Qin Luo said indifferently, "Are you planning to grab the boss?" "Hey hey." Assassin Wang Feng smiled and said, "Bosses in the eternal world have a share. Isn't this a truth recognized by players? Of course we have to participate. Besides..." He didn't finish his sentence. "Wang Feng, shut up!" Wang Heng suddenly roared, interrupting Wang Feng's speech. The teammates, including Wang Feng, were stunned. "Captain, why are you yelling at me?" Wang Feng was very dissatisfied. But Wang Heng ignored him. Instead, he politely assured Qin Luo, "Brother, the boss is yours, we will never snatch it." It was said that the teammates just wanted to express their dissatisfaction when they received a private message from Wang Heng. There is a picture, the content is the system prompt. Ding! The danger level of the detected object. Hiss! Everyone's pupils shrank involuntarily. Captain Wang Heng's talent is of gold quality. It has a certain predictive effect, and can give a danger rating of 0-20 by detecting the attributes, equipment, and skills of the object. He can detect people up to 20 times stronger than himself. The 3 question marks represent that Qin Luo's strength is far more than 20 times that of Wang Heng. During the novice period, the stronger the strength, the stronger the background behind it. This is also an accepted truth. Everyone shut their mouths and laughed a few times, watching each other's expression change. Although he was disdainful in his heart, Qin Luo did not relax his vigilance. At this time, Ratman Munger fell steadily to the ground. The prophecy of the wizard has indeed come true. Weak humans, who are the rations of the orcs, dare to enter the Rog Mountains. Haha, stupid human! Let my lord enjoy your flesh and blood. Ratman Munger's small eyes were full of greed. However, it backed up suddenly and waved its hands behind it. Roar! Roar! Weird screams echoed all around. Boom! Boom! At the same time, the ground shook more violently. No, it's a wave of beasts. There are at least hundreds of monsters rushing over. Assassin Wang Feng exclaimed. Didn't it be said on the forum that Rat Man Meng is a lone monster? Everyone's face turned pale. Quick! Withdraw quickly! Wang Heng is ready to withdraw from world number 5. Dense black shadows appeared behind Menger. Good job! Kill them, and the mission progress will increase a lot. A smile appeared on Qin Luo's face. Just a group of ordinary monsters, they can be killed easily. Dragon Fury Fire. Qin Luo cast the spell brazenly, and a large amount of mana condensed into a fire dragon that descended from the sky. Boom! The sound of the explosion resounded through the sky. The monstrous sea of flames instantly engulfed a space with a radius of 125 meters, and hundreds of Ratmen and Mongols were within the attack range. -2588. -2796. -2796. Hundreds of injuries surfaced. Ordinary monsters were blasted into charred corpses, and Menger fell into a stunned state for 2 seconds. Hearing the sound, Wang Heng and others suddenly turned around. FK. They were stunned. This spell forcibly blasted out a 100-meter open space. This familiar scene. It turns out that the mysterious boss I mistook was a player. Wang Heng's eyes were complicated. Everyone else was dumbfounded. Damage close to 3000? This is too scary. The quality of this skill is absolutely epic. Everyone has never heard of a level 1 epic skill book. Only career skills exist that are higher than silver. That is to say, Qin Luo has an epic career. I see. The boss must be a member of an epic family from an advanced base. One said excitedly. As members of the Golden Family, they are proud of their noble blood. But meet someone from a family with a more noble bloodline. Their attitude is even more doggy than ordinary people. Big brother, do you need our help? Wang Heng couldn't help asking. Need not. Qin Luo didn't turn his head, his eyes were fixed on the center of the flame. Human, you actually hurt me. My lord is going to kill you. A shrill cry came from the sea of fire. The ground arches. Munger burrowed into the ground and launched a surprise attack from below. -592. +122. No movement skills. Qin Luo couldn't escape the attack of the bronze leader. The blood volume was reduced again. 1198/1650. This is his state. Fortunately, there is blessing of light to absorb damage and restore blood. Otherwise, Qin Luo would not be able to withstand the damage at all. Extremely cold ice spear. He controlled the Senran ice spear to stab Menger in the face. -1791. Weakness. A layer of frost envelopes Munger, reducing its movement speed and attack speed by 20%. Qin Luo took the opportunity to step back to create distance. Try to be less attacked during the skill cooling stage. The two sides entered the fight. The soldiers in Wang Heng's team discovered that Qin Luo, as a mage, was even more resistant than the soldiers. This is outrageous. As time flows, Ratman Munger's health continued to decrease. All the little monsters were buried in the sea of fire. Qin Luo has accumulated 83-89 experience points, which is enough to advance several levels. Whenever the blood volume drops to the dangerous boundary, he immediately leveled up to restore his health. Ding, player Qin Luo, your level has been upgraded to level 4, 4-dimensional attributes plus 10, free attribute points plus 10. Chapter 8. Ding, player Qin Luo, your level has been raised to level 5, 4-dimensional attributes plus 10, free attribute points plus 10. Ding, player Qin Luo, you have awakened your second professional skill, Flame Wave. Once again through the upgrade back to blood. And after reaching level 5, the second professional skill is awakened. A control skill that does no damage. Therefore, Qin Luo ignored it. He casually added attribute points to the spirit value. Qin Luo looked up at the rat man Meng, who was in a mess. His blood volume fell below 3000 points. The battle is coming to an end. I accept your life. He raised his hand to release fire of dragon fury. With the sound of boom, Menger's blood volume was emptied. I can't be reconciled, the great wizard will avenge me. Menger's eyes lost their luster, and he lay powerlessly on the ground. Several items and gold coins burst out from under the corpse. Ding! Kill Tunnel Ratman Munger, get 800 experience points, plus 100%, world reputation plus 100, strategy value plus 1. This rat man actually has a strategy value. Qin Luo was a little surprised. Generally speaking, only by killing non-common units related to the fate of the world can you get attack points. Munger said before that the wizard predicted the arrival of human beings, and now it has something to do with the fate of the world. It seems. I need to go to Menger's tribe, maybe there are surprises waiting for me. Qin Luo's eyes light up slightly. In addition, world reputation rewards also play a huge role. In Galaxy City, using certain buildings or entering special worlds will consume world reputation. Subsequently, Qin Luo waved away Menga's body and spoils. A few more sacrifices arrived. He looked back at Wang Heng and the others, and then walked into the woods. Looking at Qin Luo's back, everyone in the Wang family discussed. I didn't expect that I could meet someone from the epic family in the novice world. Didn't it mean that they only developed in the world controlled by the family at the beginning? Who knows? However, the boss is really strong. Their eyes were full of fiery colors. At this time, Wang Feng asked, "Brother, have you notified the family?" Wang Heng nodded, "Yes, the elder said to let Sister Menjiao come to the Rog Mountains." "Yes. Sister Menjiao will come too." The elder probably wanted her to get acquainted with that big man. Everyone discussed. Wang Menjiao is the head of the new generation of the Wang family. Not only has he awakened to a gold career, but he also has a diamond talent. He is also the favorite to win this league. In the woods. This time the harvest is good. Qin Luo was all smiles. He decisively activated the effect of Ancient God's blessing. Ding! The lucky necklace has evolved into a gold-level equipment, Moon Blessing Necklace. Ding! Flame Wave has evolved into an epic skill, Flame Barrier. This fight down. Through evolution, get many rare equipment. 17 bronze, 1 silver, and 1 gold. Sacrifice materials have been replenished. Among them, the silver equipment is evolved from Menger's spear weapon, and its attributes are very good. Silver weapons can be sold for 7 to 800,000 on the market. Gold equipment is the lucky item Qin Luo needs. Moon Blessing Necklace, Gold Life plus 300, Mana plus 400, Dexterity plus 20, Spirit plus 15, Luck plus 5. Equipment requirements, common to level 5. It actually added a full 5 points of luck. The original bronze outfit adds 2 points of luck and is worth 5 million gold coins. Given the rarity and quality value of lucky gear, the value of the Moon Blessing Necklace is at least 50 million. Qin Luo equips directly. After reaching the 5th level, all attributes are twice as high as those at the 1st level. He checked the character information panel. Name, Qin Luo. Health, 2350. Mana, 4650. Strength, 100. Constitution, 101. Agility, 120. Spirit, 170. Magic attack, 354. After killing all the way, he rose to level 5, with 3604 experience points remaining on him. But the upgrade rate has started to slow down. Immediately afterwards, Qin Luo opened the skill panel. The information of the new skill is displayed in front of you. Fire Ward, Epic. Level, 1, 0/6400 experience. Effect, focusing on oneself as the center, spread out the flame enchantment and push away nearby enemies. In the area, allies receive -20% damage and +30% fire damage. Lasts 60 seconds. Costs 300 mana. Cooldown 40 seconds. Calculated after the skill ends. After evolution, it becomes an auxiliary skill. Push away enemies, reduce damage, and increase your own fire damage. The effect is very comprehensive. Subsequently, Qin Luo closed the panel. He secretly said, according to the Wolf Man's map, the Rat Man tribe is more than 70 kilometers away. With my speed, it is impossible to arrive before dusk. Nights in World 5 are pretty scary. A hunting feast for the orcs. Although he is strong, he cannot deal with tens of thousands or even tens of thousands of orcs at the same time. I'll try my best to complete the first phase of the trial task within today, and take the treasure chest by the way. Qin Luo made a decision. He glanced at the task progress. 524/1000. It's half done. Next, Qin Luo shuttled through the woods. Continuously release the fire of dragon fury to kill the monsters and orcs who attacked him. The experience bar rose rapidly. In order to complete the task, Qin Luo went to various areas where the orcs were densely distributed. However, he found that the number of orcs was not as many as stated in the data. Even a little less. Qin Luo frowned slightly. It's a bit strange. In the previous life, the self-trial mission was carried out in the number 2 novice world. The understanding of world number 5 basically comes from the information collected in the forum. Think about it. Qin Luo could only speed up to the treasure chest location. Chapter 9. After hours of fighting, Qin Luo's experience value rose to 11,992 points. Because of the lucky value plus 5 points, the follow-up monster drop rate increased significantly, and he harvested 48 pieces of bronze equipment. At the same time, in the cave, he found a treasure chest emitting golden light. Qin Luo broke the box. Ding! Congratulations on getting the golden item, Blood Demon Crystal. He used the identification technique to obtain information at will. Blood Demon Crystal, 1 piece. Quality, Gold. Effect, absorb overflow recovery blood volume. When you are injured, consume stored blood volume to recover self-damage. The upper limit is 20,000 points. The effect of this item is good, it just matches my Blessing of Light passive. Qin Luo took a look. The blood magic crystal absorbs at a rate of 177 points of blood per second. He put the item back into his backpack and it still took effect. Until now, the first phase of the task is still a little bit behind. The number of orcs in the Knoll tribe ahead should meet the needs of the mission. Thinking of this, Qin Luo came to the nearby woods. Boom! Kill! A chaotic sound came from the direction of the tribe. What happened? Qin Luo's expression changed, and he couldn't help but quicken his pace. Soon, he made his way through the woods to the edge of the clearing, and the view of the tribe came into view. This black crowds of wolves spread all around. The number is estimated to be in the thousands. Could it be that all the wolf men in the wild gathered in the tribe? Qin Luo took a closer look and found that several adventure teams were surrounded by jackals. Think about it. He decided to observe the situation first. Within the Knoll tribe, a 5-meter-tall jackal stood at the door, his muscles exploding like a giant. It was the leader of the tribe Moro. At this moment, its eyes were full of murderous intent. A group of human beings who don't know how to live or die. Since you dare to hit the treasure's attention, then go to hell. Kill them. Let humans see the power of jackals. The Knoll Lord roared angrily. There seems to be a mysterious force in its voice. Instantly intensifying the killing intent of the wolf man, they rushed towards more than 50 players frantically. If there are compatriots in front of you blocking the way, they will kill each other without hesitation. Gore, rage, chaos. Blood was spilled all over the ground, and the red light in the depths of the soil was fleeting. Looking at the scene in front of him, the Knoll Lord stood there indifferently. It suddenly said, Wizard Mosa increases the power of the magic circle. I must see the blood god bead condense successfully before the sun goes down. Yes. A hoarse voice came from the shadows behind him. Lord Knoll looked away and looked at the players' battle, heretics outside the sky, one day, I will make you pay a heavy price. Obviously. It knows the player is not native life. After all, the world is ruled by orcs. Humans cannot master power. As for why it can recognize the abnormality of the player, let's talk about its adventures. Thank you, Your Highness Beast God, for letting me escape from endless reincarnation. I will spread your glory all over the continent. There was some fanaticism in Lord Noel's eyes. Below, the players are fighting hard. Wang Heng's team was impressively lined up. But there was an extra girl with a petite figure and a calm expression in the team. At first glance, she would only be regarded as a minor. Of course, if she can become a player, she must be an adult. Snowstorm. Wang Menjiao waved her magic staff, and an ice and snowstorm was born out of thin air, raging among the monsters. -782. -782. -796. As the head of the new generation of the royal family, the family has given her great training. The damage of professional spells is not low at all. 3 seconds later, the ground was full of corpses. There are too many monsters, we can't resist. Wang Menjiao's face was very ugly. Wang Heng next to him suggested, Sister Menjiao, let me use the props given by the family. You must not die here. No. Wang Menjiao refused coldly, once the taboo item is used, the upgrade growth will be permanently reduced. But we can't rush out at all. Wang Heng said anxiously. In combat state, they cannot exit Eternal World. Assassin Wang Feng spotted Qin Luo sharply. He shouted in surprise, look over there. It's that big guy. Sister Menjiao, the boss can save us. How about asking him for help? Wang Feng asked. This. Seeing Qin Luo, Wang Menjiao couldn't help thinking of the elder's explanation. Do everything possible to get close to Qin Luo. She suddenly looked a little dazed. However, Wang Menjiao quickly recovered. She gritted her silver teeth and said, Wang Feng, come and ask him for help. By the way, tell him, we can give you 10 million rewards. She added. It is good. Wang Feng nodded and began to call for help. Qin Luo heard the shouts. 10 million. I am willing to pay for it. Hehe, don't want this money for nothing. He set off immediately. Even if Wang Feng didn't ask him for help, Qin Luo will still act. Because the gnolls are killing each other, it's a waste of a lot of experience. It is more related to the progress of Qin Luo's trial task. Roar. Kill. Some jackals attacked Qin Luo's location. Flame barrier. The blazing fire spread out around Qin Luo, and any monster that touched the border of the flame would be pushed away by a distance of 100 meters. A force immediately poured into Qin Luo's body. Dragon Fury Fire. Release spells with a wave of your hand. The size of the condensed flame dragon grew to more than 30 meters, and the temperature became hotter and hotter. Boom! A wave of flames swept across the group of monsters. The damage numbers that pop up all reach 4,000 plus. Ding! Kill a level 3 jackal and get 7 experience points, plus 100%, dot. Ding! Ding! A large number of kill prompts are suddenly refreshed. Because the monsters are densely distributed, Qin Luo killed more than 400 jackals in one blow. This grass-like feeling is so cool. Although the level of monsters is low, resulting in a reduction in experience, but there are too many of them. It rose by more than 5,000 points in one breath. This. The players who saw this scene stared blankly. You are also a newcomer, why are you so perverted? Too horrible. Is this the power of the epic family? The gap is too big. Wang Menjiao opened her mouth in surprise. Feeling overwhelmed. Chapter 10. Just when everyone was amazed. The progress of Qin Luo's first stage trial task has reached 100%. Ding! Player Qin Luo, you have completed the novice trial mission, and you have obtained 1000 experience points plus 500 world reputation, and flame staff bronze. The duration of this mission, 4 hours and 15 minutes. You have obtained 2533 trial points. The novice trial scoreboard has been updated, and you have entered the first place. The system gives the second stage task. Qin Luo was busy fighting, so he didn't have time to check the task panel for now. Massive gnolls surrounded him. So much so that the players lost sight of him. -0. -0. -0. -0. Reduced by defense and fire ward. Ordinary monsters from levels 2 to 5 couldn't do any damage to Qin Luo. He can output with confidence. Qin Luo immediately took out the task reward staff. Blessings of the Ancient Gods. Ding! The fire staff has evolved into a gold level equipment, explosive staff. Got the second piece of gold. Explosive staff, gold magic attack plus 50, constitution plus 15, spirit plus 23. Additional skills, explosive flames. Equipment requirements, level 5 mage. The staff comes with a single target spell. Just to supplement the means of attack. Qin Luo equips it immediately, and the spell attack increases to 440 points. Another heretic here. Hehe, it's just an ant. The more you kill, the faster you will die. Lord Noel noticed Qin Luo. A mocking look appeared on the corner of its mouth. Just manipulate thousands of jackals to attack him first. However, Qin Luo resisted the attack and faced the monster head-on, so he wouldn't lose blood anyway. Extremely cold ice spear. Burst the flames. One spell after another was cast. Flame and frost intertwine, killing a bloody path among the monsters, leading to the gate of the Wolfman tribe. Boom! Boom! -3016. Weakness. -3444. The killing continues. Because Qin Luo attracted a huge amount of firepower, the trapped players were able to escape. They hurriedly retreated to the edge of the forest, looking at the dark crowd of monsters with lingering fear. Among them, several teams left one after another, but everyone in the Wang family stayed where they were. As the head of the Wang family, Wang Menjiu is also the first person of the new generation in Linzhou City. But Qin Luo's powerful strength subverted her imagination. Recalling the hints from the elder and his father, Wang Menjiu felt a different emotion in his heart. Hope the battle ends as soon as possible. She prayed silently. Soon, Qin Luo broke through the obstacles of the monster and rushed to the gate of the tribe. Human, I didn't expect you to have the strength to come before me. Unfortunately, you can only stop here. Next, I will tear you apart with my own hands. Lord Noel grinned. It finally made a move. Qin Luo gives probing technique to obtain preliminary attributes. Noel Lord Moro, Lord. Level, 5. Quality, Silver. Life, 15W/23W. Skills, Bloody Battle, Charge, Heavy Attack, Defensive Posture. This is the first boss he encountered. Hey? Is it bloody? Qin Luo found something unusual. However, Lord Noel had no events left for him to think about. Kill. Moro charged with a broadsword in his hand. The 5-meter body is like an iron tower, full of powerful pressure. In the blink of an eye, the other party rushed in front of Qin Luo, slashed down with a knife, and the strong wind blew in front of him. Bash! Qin Luo quickly cast the flame enchantment. The Knoll Lord hit the blazing fire. Its attack was abruptly planned, and the whole person fell back more than 60 meters. Obviously, it had resistance to the control effect. Dragon Fury Fire. Extremely Cold Ice Spear. Qin Luo casts spells at the speed of light to attack. -4500. minus 2460. Weakness. Minus 2868. While dealing damage, the boss is stunned and negative effects are applied. Mo Luo said angrily, "Damn it. It thought it could kill Qin Luo with one blow. It didn't work out that I was controlled by all kinds of things. It's disgusting." Lord Noel was even more angry. When the control disappeared, it rushed over decisively and slashed Qin Luo. Minus 782. Plus 782. Because the flame enchantment has damage reduction, the general damage caused by the boss is not high. Next moment, the blood demon crystal instantly fills up the blood volume. Little change is visible. It's simply not human. How can a mage be attacked by a boss without losing one drop of blood? Is this still a human? Everyone in the Wang family opened their mouths wide in shock. They were too far away to see the damage numbers clearly, but could only observe the changes in Qin Luo's health bar. Boss damage is acceptable. However, its attack range is too large. Unless I have skills, I can't dodge it. It seems that we can only be tough on the front and pursue a quick solution. Think for a moment. Qin Luo formed a battle plan in his mind. Very simple. That's one word: stand up and FK. Under the stunned eyes of everyone, Qin Luo started to attack. Whenever the cooldown is over, throw the ability at Lord Noel. The opponent's blood volume has been cut off. 14W, 10W, 6W, 2W. After a few minutes, the boss blood volume is reduced to the edge of danger. The mentality of the Noel Lord has changed. Fear filled the heart. It turned around abruptly, and shouted hoarsely, "Wizard, save me! Quick! Give me the blood god orb!" When it ran to the door, suddenly, a dark spear shot out from the shadows, piercing the chest of the Noel Lord Moro. "Mosa, what are you going to do?" it said angrily. "I'm sorry, my lord, the power of this blood god bead is too charming." "GG." A hoarse voice came out. A black figure gradually emerges from the shadow. "Is this trying to steal my head? Qin Luo may not allow it." He raised his brows, and waved his hand to summon the flame dragon to hit the gate of the tribe. Boom! Ding! Kill the Noel Lord Moro, get 4800 experience points, plus 100%, free attribute points plus 8, world reputation plus 500, strategy value plus 5. Killing bosses whose level is not lower than their own will also be rewarded with attribute points. Great rewards. Chapter 11. Damn, human, rat man. The Noel Lord hadn't finished speaking, and his mouth had already died. Thump. Its body crashed to the ground. "Rat man?" Hear the information revealed by the other party. Qin Luo was slightly surprised. No wonder they get strategy points. It turns out that it has something to do with the ratman. Immediately, he moved his eyes to the door. Focus on the blood-red magic bead in the hand of the wolf wizard. As soon as the opponent appears, the smell of blood filled the air, and the source was the magic bead. Noel Wizard Mother, Lord. Level, 5. Quality, Silver. Life, 19W/19W. Abilities, Poison Fireball, Blood Spike, Coagulation, Soul of the Jackal. Another silver boss. The next battle will be a bit difficult. Qin Luo pondered countermeasures silently. The previous battle had completely consumed the blood demon crystal's blood storage. He glanced at the eye panel. There are 32304 experience points left, which is enough to upgrade a few levels. I still have the strength to fight. Qin Luo looked calm. At this time, the wolf wizard slowly walked over Mo Luo's body and faced Qin Luo. It's a pity that the other blood god orb is in the hands of the dirty ratman. But to kill you, one blood god bead is enough. Ha 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 ha. The wizard Mosa let out a wanton laugh. You talk too much nonsense. Qin Luo made a move without hesitation, controlled an extremely cold ice spear, struck a distance of tens of meters, and stabbed the wolf wizard's head. Boom! Suddenly, the blood around the wizard bloomed, melting the ice spear. It smiled even more arrogantly, it's useless. Once the evolution of the blood god orb is activated, this wizard will be blessed by His Majesty Domar, the ancient beast god. It is impossible for mortal power to break through the barrier of divine power. Qin Luo frowned slightly, blood beast god Domar. If I remember correctly, he should be one of the orc gods in the advanced world Blood Moon, and the head of the Blood Moon god line, a main god who masters the divine power of rules. Unexpectedly, world number 5 was connected with Dormar. Of course, this is also considered normal. In the eternal world, there are many low-level and middle-level worlds, all created by the gods of the high-level world. However, after being taken over by the eternal world, they will lose control of the world. Thinking of this, Qin Luo waited for the change to end. After all, I can't interrupt the process. Buzz! The endless blood mist covered the sky with a radius of 100 miles. The astonishing coercion came to the world. What the hell happened here? Would there be such a terrifying existence in the novice world? Everyone in the Wang family was a little confused. Boom! In a short time, the blood mist gathered and formed, a 100-meter phantom stood in the clouds, and the phantom of the beast god opened his eyes. Qin Luo noticed something was wrong. Your Majesty the beast god, please grant me great strength. The Knoll wizard said, lying on the ground. Damn bug! How dare you disrupt my plan? I will drive your soul into the bloody abyss, and you will never be reborn. The blood-colored giant palm fell to the ground carrying the wrath of the sky. The Knoll wizard looked up in confusion. Boom! The monster's body was smashed into ashes. The beast god Domar spent a lot of money to transform the wolf man Moro, but the wizard Mosa picked the peaches. Almost pd him off. Looking at the blood on the ground. Qin Luo. That's it. He thought carefully about the battle plan. As a result, the enemy was slapped by his own god until there was not even a scum left. Qin Luo was speechless. At this time, the ghost of the beast god looked at Qin Luo, and said indifferently, the apostle from the sky. A word for you. Qin Luo interrupted the other party without hesitation. Roll. The voice is sonorous and powerful. The beast god's face changed slightly, and he said coldly, Small mortal, as long as you stay in this world for a day, my believers will definitely tear you apart. He he. Qin Luo sneered. He is not afraid of the Lord God. As long as the other party dares to show up, I will definitely use the ultimate annihilation scroll to teach him to be a man, no, to be a god. Qin Luo was looking forward to the expression of the beast god at that time. You. The beast god phantom was furious. He never thought that a mere mortal would dare to be so arrogant in front of him. The beast god said coldly, Mortal, this god will find you soon. The voice just fell. The phantom of the beast god turned into a ray of blood-red light, descended from the sky, and merged into Qin Luo's body. Hint, you get a buff, Blood Moon Mark. A new icon suddenly appeared on the status bar. Blood Moon Mark. Type, Buff. Effect, in the same world, units with Blood Moon Orc blood will hate you plus 1000, and will perceive your coordinates. Lasts for 3 months. Looking at the effect of the imprint, Qin Luo had a strange expression on his face. This is simply a strange weapon. He thought it was a waste of time looking for monsters. Now that there is a Blood Moon Mark, just wait for the monsters to come to your door. The other side. This boss is too fierce. Isn't he afraid of the god's revenge? Everyone in the Wang family looked at each other in blank dismay. It once happened that a certain player entered the middle-level world, but a god who had provoked him killed him forcibly at a huge cost. You must know that when entering the middle-level world, players do not have the privilege of deducting lifespan and resurrection. But Qin Luo didn't care at all. Seeing this, they felt that Qin Luo had a strong background. It is finally over. Qin Luo looked at the Knoll wizard. A dull blood bead and a skill book lay on the ground. He started collecting loot. Boss, we are here to help you. Wang Heng and others couldn't wait to come over to help. Very enthusiastic. Chapter 12. On Earth, people worship the strong. And Qin Luo is the first person of the same age that Wang Menjiu has seen, whose strength is far superior to her own. The scene of fighting the boss shocked her even more. It is too strong. She couldn't help feeling a little admiration in her heart. Think about it. Wang Menjiu stepped forward and said softly. Hello, I'm Wang Menjiu from the Wang family of the Linzhou base. Her delicate little face was full of seriousness. Qin Luo turned to look at her. He nodded slightly. Hello. This is the first time Qin Luo met this girl from the famous Linzhou base. To be frank. After all, people are creatures that look at faces. So what? Qin Luo noticed the other person's face and figure at first sight. This scale is exaggerated. The two advantages add up. Isn't it the legendary Tong Yan? Cough cough. Qin Luo quickly looked away. Student, can I add a friend so that I can transfer the 10 million reward to you? Wang Menjiu looked at him expectantly. No problem. He accepted the other party's invitation. Ding, you got a transfer from your friend Wang Menjiu, 10 million gold coins. The balance on the body skyrocketed. After completing the transaction, Qin Luo did not continue to talk to her. Wait until the loot in the hoard is collected. Qin Luo directly exited the number 5 world. Sister Menjiu, what's the boss's name? Assassin Wang Feng asked impatiently. The rest are looking forward to it. They have been convinced by Qin Luo's strength. Qin Luo. Wang Menjiu answered truthfully. However, there was a trace of confusion in her eyes. Why does this name sound familiar to me? Wang Heng said suddenly, the student who awakened to the gold career in number 3 middle school is Qin Luo. FK, what a coincidence. Is there any connection between them? Someone joked. I suddenly became a little curious about Qin Luo in number 3 middle school. Go back and look up the information, don't you know? Now, let's leave this world first. We are not the opponents of night monsters. Everyone in the Wang family withdrew one after another. Square 3 in Galaxy City. After Qin Luo came back, he went directly to the private space. Subsequently, evolve all loot. Qin Luo just started counting the harvest. 159 bronze sets and 2 silver sets. Excluding the royal family's reward, a total of 9,681 gold coins were dropped, and 70% of the contribution came from Greedy Ring. All gold coins can be used to buy equipment. At last, the value of gathering equipment, materials, and thousands of corpses is enough to start the second sacrifice. Qin Luo made a plan. Finish these. He retrieved an item dropped by the Knoll wizard. 1 prop and 1 skill book. Blood God Orb, 98% broken. Quality, Legend. Effect, a small amount of pure blood power remains. After use, the life value will be permanently increased by 2000 points, and the 4-dimensional attribute will be plus 10 points. Note, mana will fade over time. After browsing the effects, Qin Luo decisively used the props. HP 26504850. Then, he activated Ancient God's Blessing. Ding! Blood coagulation has evolved into an epic skill, Blood Coagulation Halo. The effect of the skill is to restore the lost HP. During the battle, the blood coagulation halo has a huge effect. Qin Luo spent 25600 experience points to upgrade it to level 3. Coagulation Aura, Epic. Level, 3, 0/51200 experience. Effect, in the nearby range, whenever a friendly unit takes damage, restore damage x 25% life. Aura has no cooldown. Its blood recovery effect is not even inferior to priest skills. Greatly enhance the continuous combat capability. Next, I'm going to find a store to buy a batch of gold quality equipment. Qin Luo secretly said. Leave the teleport square. He came to the business district with ease. Inside the shop, Qin Luo asked, Boss, where are the gold level items you sell? It's best to be equipment. Gold commodity. The fat boss had a look of surprise on his face. Hey, I'll take you there right now. The fat boss's expression was even a little funny. But Qin Luo will not underestimate him. You know, players must have 10,000 world reputation points to buy the most common shops in Galaxy City, and then they have to pay 1 million gold coins. This is enough to prove the strength of the fat boss. The other party took Qin Luo to the 8th row of shelves, pointed to the items on it and said, all the gold equipment you want are inside. Qin Luo took a look. There are 12 gold packs in total. The price is within 100W 400W. He bought 5 pieces of the cheapest gold equipment, leaving 2.25 million gold coins. No way. Novice players' purchase permission level is too low. Buy up to 5 items per week. A large number of transactions between players are only carried out in the commercial areas of their respective bases. At last, Qin Luo returned home and used Ancient God's blessing to evolve into epic equipment. With this talent, if I buy and sell, I will definitely make a lot of money. It's a pity that offline transactions are easy to be targeted by people, and personal safety cannot be guaranteed. Qin Luo sighed. Withdraw your thoughts. He was about to start the sacrifice. Qin Luo opened the talent panel and focused his attention on the original talent. Chapter 13. Inside the room, Qin Luo dragged all the equipment, thousands of monster corpses and materials to the offering column. Then click the sacrifice button. Ding! Congratulations on getting the sacrifice reward, deified blood, god level, ... Ding! Congratulations on getting the sacrifice reward, red dragon gauntlet, legendary level, ... Qin Luo uses identification. The effects of both items are displayed. Apotheosis of blood, 1 drop. Quality, god level. Effect, refining the origin of one's own blood, increasing the quality by 1-3 levels. If it is a legendary blood, it needs to consume 10 drops of divine blood. It turned out to be a blood refining item. Qin Luo's eyes light up slightly. One of the necessary conditions for becoming a god is to have the blood of a god. However, god-level purification props are even rarer than divine weapons, and their value is more than 10 times higher. In his previous life, it took him several months to collect 10 drops of deified blood. The corners of Qin Luo's mouth curled up slightly, just getting this drop of divine blood has paid off. As for the second sacrificial reward, the name looks like equipment. In fact, it's a legendary item. Red Dragon Gauntlets, Special. Quality, Legendary. Effect, using its power, you will become the Red Dragon Apostle for 1 minute. Gain 40% damage reduction, plus 100% health, plus 50% damage. Note, chill for 24 hours. After the transformation is over, the power will be permanently increased by level x 1000% points. Hiss! Qin Luo gasped. Isn't this equivalent to a strength potion? And it exists forever. It's just a 24-hour cooldown. Its value is comparable to low-level artifacts. The quality of this sacrificial reward is not bad. A smile appeared in Qin Luo's eyes. Put away 2 items. He opened the mission panel to check the content of the trial mission. Abyss difficulty trial task, in Novice World number 5, Kill 10,000 random orcs and destroy a large Ratman tribe. Limited to 2 days. Qin Luo was surprised. The trial task also destroys the Ratman tribe. His goal tomorrow is also the Ratman tribe. According to the Knowles map, the tribe of the Ratman Menger is the largest tribe in the Rog Mountains, which obviously meets the needs of the mission. Just doing the task by the way. Qin Luo smiled. At this time, he felt a little hungry. After all, people are not made of iron. Combat consumption is high, and hunger is a normal phenomenon. Think here. Qin Luo ran out to eat a sumptuous dinner, which took more than 20 minutes. Subsequently, he went home to rest. Ding dong. The doorbell rang suddenly. At this time, who will come to me? Qin Luo wondered. He hardly knew anyone in the community. After thinking for a while, Qin Luo went to open the door. A woman stood at the door. She was Liang Shui. Qin Luo was full of question marks. Mr. Liang, what are you doing at my house? I have something to do with you. Liang Shui rolled her eyes. She walked into the house and asked, what level are you now? Level 5. Qin Luo replied. Even if he doesn't say anything, the other party can also obtain basic information such as level with probing techniques, so there is no need to hide it. Hearing this, Liang Shui said with a smile, I really didn't see the wrong person. You came here at night just to ask me about my level. Qin Luo was speechless. Of course not. Liang Shui said seriously, come on, take off your shirt. Qin Luo. He almost thought he was hallucinating. Good guy. It's also too straightforward. Mr. Liang, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Qin Luo had a strange expression on his face. What does this beautiful teacher want to do? Hearing this, a blush appeared on Liang Shui's face, and she said angrily, don't think about it. I made you take off your shirt to draw a spirit pattern on your body. Spirit pattern. Qin Luo reacted instantly. In Eternal World, there are various civilizations, including technological civilization, mechanical civilization, immortal civilization, etc. Spirit patterns are a unique product of the civilization of divine pattern masters. Through special lines and magic materials, patterns are drawn on the body surface of the living body, and then the tattooer is given special abilities. The higher the spirit pattern, the more obvious the improvement in strength. Liang Shui explained again, the spirit pattern I tattooed for you is called Sacred Fire Lotus, which is very suitable for your profession. Holy Fire Lotus is an epic quality spirit pattern. The materials needed for drawing are very precious. This made Qin Luo's understanding of Liang Shui's identity to a higher level. Certainly. He also agreed to Liang Shui's request. Only good things, no bad things. Why didn't Qin Luo agree? What's more, the spirit pattern has no effect on the appearance, it will be hidden under the skin. Subsequently, Liang Shui began to operate. During the whole process, the atmosphere was a bit ambiguous, and she was almost blushing. After all, Liang Shui had never had such close contact with a man since she was a child. This reaction is inevitable. But, in order to ensure that Qin Luo can achieve the top 10 in the league, Liang Shui decided to fight. Chapter 14. The process of drawing spirit patterns. For Qin Luo, it was extremely torturous. Thankfully it only took an hour. As Liang Shui drew the last stroke, the spirit pattern began to work, and a warm feeling came from behind, and immediately, the spirit pattern faded away. Phew, it's finally over. Qin Luo breathed a sigh of relief. With a thought. The information of the spirit pattern is displayed on the panel. Holy Fire Lotus Spirit Pattern, back. Level, 5. Quality, Epic. Attributes, 4-dimensional attribute plus 30 points, life plus 3000 points, fire damage plus 500 points. Ability, Holy Fire Shield, refreshes shield every 5 seconds, absorbing damage of x 5% of life. While the shield is in place, taking fire damage is converted to healing. The ability granted by the spirit pattern will change according to the part. The back position is more defensive. Qin Luo currently has 8,450 health. Holy Fire Shield is enough to absorb 422 points of damage. And the shield value will also increase with the attribute. Overall, it's a pretty good spell. Subsequently, Qin Luo put on his clothes and said solemnly, "Mr. Liang, thank you for your help." "No need to thank me." Liang Shui shook her head lightly, "This is a matter of mutual benefit. As long as you finish in the top 10 in the league, you will live up to my expectations." "Of course it's no problem." Qin Luo laughed. "The top 10 in the league? Excuse me." His goal is always number 1. The first in the novice league in the previous life was Wang Menjiu, who met today. Judging by today's performance, the opponent's strength is obviously not as good as his own. Just have faith. "It's too late now, so I'll go back first." Liang Shui finished speaking, immediately turned and left, not wanting to stay in Qin Luo's line of sight for a moment. Outside the door, "Liang Shui, you must be crazy. You actually helped a boy who is 5 or 6 years younger than me to draw a spirit pattern." There was still a tinge of red on Liang Shui's face. "Draw spirit patterns for the opposite S**x by hand. In the past, this matter is simply unimaginable. However, the deadline for the bet is approaching. If it fails, you have to accept the arrangement of your family." Liang Shui would never accept this situation. So, Qin Luo is her last straw. She can only gamble. "Qin Luo, hope you don't let me down." Liang Shui turned her head to look at the door, and the scene within an hour unconsciously appeared in her mind. Liang Shui, what are you thinking about?" She wants to cry but has no tears. Liang Shui gritted her teeth and quickened her pace, disappearing into the night. The next day, early morning, Qin Luo woke up and simply finished his breakfast. He went straight back to the teleportation plaza in Galaxy City. After paying 1,000 gold coins, Qin Luo entered the number 5 novice world, and appeared in the same position as when he left yesterday. The blood moon imprint works. Roar! Roar! The roar of monsters came from the surrounding woods. Next moment, a large number of 1-5 monsters surrounded him. Facing low-level wild monsters, Qin Luo would not have bothered to do anything if they hadn't blocked his footsteps. A further 10 kilometers forward is the central area of the Rog Mountains, which is also the territory of level 10 monsters. Thinking room. Qin Luo released the spell with a wave of his hand, and the mana in his body gushed out, condensing into a 40-meter flame dragon in the air. Kill. He had a thought. The flame dragon fell to the ground like a meteor. Boom. -5245. -5240. -5250. -5235. The monstrous flaming waves swept across hundreds of meters. Ding! Kill a level 5 rock wolf and get 60 experience points, plus 100%. Kill prompts are refreshed crazily. The experience increase brought by the sublimation elixir only has more than 30 hours left. So, Qin Luo must hurry up and kill monsters. After 2 seconds, the dizziness ends. Roar! A level 5 elite rock wolf broke through the sea of flames and charged towards him, its sharp claws tearing at his body. -179. Although it was hurt, Qin Luo's blood streaks did not move at all. Blessing of Light and Holy Fire Shield can absorb 1,762 points of damage within 5 seconds. Rock wolves do no effective damage. As for the attack of ordinary monsters, they can't break the defense directly. Extremely Cold Ice Spear. Burst the flames. Qin Luo cast spells continuously, and the power of ice and fire bombarded the rock wolf's head. -3489. Weakness. -3751. The body of the elite rock wolf was instantly shattered. Ding! Kill a level 5 elite rock wolf, get 20 experience points, plus 100%, and attack value plus 1. Qin Luo's eyes were fixed. No? This has strategy value. Suddenly, he found a piece of bronze falling from the bottom of the rock wolf's body. Qin Luo picked it up conveniently. A line of text is recorded on it. Moore's pet. That's the name of the rat man. Qin Luo came to his senses, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. This matter is getting more and more interesting. Generally speaking, being related to the fate of the world means that the rewards are very generous. Besides, get 100 strategy points. He will be able to get the world quest of the fifth world. Put away items. Qin Luo continued to fight. 2 hours later, he advanced to the gate of a forward sentry post of a tribe of ratmen. Chapter 15. The Gate of the Outpost. Nearly 1,000 ratman warriors crowded at the door, their red eyes filled with murderous intent. A world created as the beast god Domar. In world number 5, any orc creature has a trace of blood moon orc blood. Affected by the blood moon mark, extreme hatred devoured the orc's sanity. That human is coming. Kill him and dedicate his body to the Lord. Get ready to do it. GG. His head must belong to me. The ratmen screamed wildly. From their point of view, Qin Luo was already a piece of fish on the chopping board, which they could dispose of. Besides, the Lord sent a full 500 elite soldiers to guard the outpost. 1,000 hit one, just ask how to lose. Not long. Qin Luo appeared in front of the gate. He came. Let me tear him apart. The ratman warrior held a weapon and rushed out of the gate of the outpost. So many monsters in one outpost. Qin Luo was a little surprised. According to the wolf man's map, there are 400 to 500 ratmen stationed at this outpost all year round. The size of the number of people in front of them is clearly several times larger. It seems to be the move of the beast god. Haha. Since you want to die, then I will not be polite. Dragon Fury Fire. Qin Luo made a big move at the beginning, and the flame dragon turned into a sea of flames and raged in front of the gate of the outpost, devouring the figure of the ratman warrior. Because the ratmen stand densely. Finally, this trick almost included 80% of the monsters. -5282. -5282. -5282. Ding! Kill a level 5 ratman warrior and get 20 experience points, plus 100%, Ding! Instantly refreshed more than 400 kill prompts. All level 5 ratmen. Their blood volume is less than 1,500 points, how can they withstand the terrifying damage of epic spells? But there are still hundreds of figures breaking through the flames. Didn't you get killed in seconds? Qin Luo casually threw out the detection technique to obtain information about these ratmen. Skaven Warrior, Elite. Level, 6. Quality, Black Iron. Life, 5218/10500. Attack, 270. Skills, Charge, Bash. I remember that this large ratman tribe has a total of 500 level 6 elites. Is this a mobilization? Qin Luo calculated it in his heart. It has blood recovery methods such as blood magic crystal, blood coagulation halo, and light protection. Hold on for 12 seconds, once the dragon's fury cools down. It is their time of death. Seeing this, Qin Luo decisively opened the flame barrier. Damage reduction plus 20%, lasts for 60s. Fire damage plus 30%, lasts for 60s. There is an additional icon in the status bar. Next moment, the blazing fire spread around him, centered on him, and immediately pushed the rat man back 200 meters. The rat man was not afraid at all. Instead, they charged frantically and surrounded Qin Luo. There are still too few group attack spells. Qin Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. He gripped his staff tightly and slammed it at the enemy. At the same time, the ratman rushed to Qin Luo's side, stabbing fiercely with the spear blade. Minus 166. Plus 41. Minus 58. Plus 14. Minus 166. Coagulation aura works. The blood bar increases and decreases repeatedly. When the blood stored in the blood magic crystal is exhausted, exactly 12 seconds have passed. Qin Luo fought back decisively. Dragon Fury Fire. A monstrous sea of flames descended on the ground, and corpses lay on the ground, contributing a lot of experience to Qin Luo. Ding! Kill a level 6 elite Ratman warrior and get 84 experience points, plus 100%, dot. Ding! The remaining experience points rose to 73,854 points. The harvest is gratifying. Phew, it's over. Qin Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Dealing with 500 elite monsters at once is indeed a lot of pressure. Certainly. In the final analysis, it is because he has too few means to control the enemy. If these thoughts spread, countless players would want to scold him severely. After all, 99.9% of novices starting with 2 skills is pretty good. This is also the reason why players tend to team up to spawn monsters. Single brush monster horde. That is really not allowed by strength. Next, it's time to harvest. Looking at the loot everywhere, there was a hint of joy in Qin Luo's eyes. After more than 10 minutes, 45 pieces of black iron equipment, 185 pieces of whiteboard equipment, 5 skill books, and a lot of materials. The harvest is rich. It can only be said that the 5 points of luck given by the moon wishing necklace are very powerful. Subsequently, he turned on ancient god's blessing and evolved equipment. Black iron turned to silver. Whiteboards turned bronze. However, the equipment is all warrior class, Qin Luo can't use it. However, in the skill book, there is a general skill physical enhancement that can be learned by any profession. Qin Luo learns directly and then evolves it. Ding! Physique enhancement has evolved into a silver level skill, Iron Body. Iron Body, Silver. Level, 1, 0/800 experience. Effect, Constitution permanent plus 8 points. For every 10 points of Constitution, an additional point of defense will be added. Compared with professional skills, the effect of general skills is not a little bit worse. Chapter 16. Evolved Skills. Qin Luo looked around. When he saw the corpses of 500 elite monsters, many thoughts surfaced in his heart. According to the information, the reason why the Ratman tribe can gain a foothold in the Rog Mountains is to rely on these 500 elite Ratmen. Now, the Ratman Lord arranged for them to snipe himself. Explain what? There must be stronger combat units in the tribe. There may be thousands of elite orcs. Considering the manipulation of Domar Beast God behind the scenes, the likelihood of this is high. How to ensure healthy blood volume and provide a safe output environment is a very important thing. Qin Luo pondered. Soon, he thought of a solution. That is instant blood recovery potion. The enemy can't kill me in seconds, this plan is feasible. Qin Luo's eyes light up slightly. As soon as he thought of it, he immediately went offline and went to the market at the Linzhou base to buy medicine. The other side. The central area of the Rog Mountains. A large Ratman tribe with a population of 3,000 is located here. However, the status of the Ratman tribe is somewhat special. If Qin Luo was on the scene, he would find all kinds of orcs standing in buildings, open spaces, woods, etc. The number probably exceeded the 10,000 mark. The scale is huge. At this time, Ratman Lord Monk was reporting the situation. It knelt in front of the statue of Beast God Domar and said respectfully, His Royal Highness Beast God, I have summoned all the beastmen according to your request. Good. The eyes of Domar's sculpture flashed red. What about the human mage? He destroyed the outpost, and it is estimated that he will reach the tribe soon. Monk responded with a bow. Domar said indifferently, I hope you don't let me down. Hearing this, Monk raised his head and said, His Royal Highness, please rest assured. This tribe is his burial place. Even if he defeats the orc army, I will use the divine power bestowed by you, your Royal Highness, to defeat him with my own hands. A cruel smile appeared on Monk's face. It stretched out its right hand, and the blood on it rose like a devil's arm. I hope so. Dormer ignored Monk's assurances. After yesterday, he spent a huge price to enhance Munch's strength again, and injected a special power into his body. Today's battle. Regardless of failure or not, Qin Luo must fall. Even Dormar expected Monk to die at the hands of Qin Luo. In this way, he would have the opportunity to meet that hateful human mage and punish him with his own hands. Monk, how are the preparations for the ceremony? Dormer asked about another matter. Get rid of that human, and the ceremony will start. Munch said frantically, when you absorb the power of the Child of Destiny, your glory will envelope this world forever. I look forward to your performance. The red light in the sculpture's eyes disappeared. At this time, a Ratman scout hurried over and said, My lord, that human is attacking us. GG. Heresy, you are finally here. Monk's eyes were burning. He went straight to the door. Noon. After Qin Luo bought the potion, he went straight back to world number 5, and fought all the way from the guard post to the Ratman tribe. Kill the humans. Stop him from entering the horde. Shouting and killing sounded one after another. Orcs emerged from every corner. Less than a moment. Qin Luo was surrounded by tens of thousands of orcs. I guessed right. At this moment, Qin Luo didn't have a trace of fear in his heart. Instant blood recovery potion, small. Quality, black iron. Effect, instantly recover 2500 HP after use, cool down for 1 second. Requirements, valid when lower than level 10. Quantity, 200 bottles. This is where his confidence lies. The unit price of instant medicine is 2000 gold coins per bottle. Qin Luo spent 400,000 gold coins. Kill. The orcs attack. -0. -0. -222. +55. -87. +21. Although there are many monsters, they cannot hit themselves at the same time. And only elite monsters can break the defense. Within a second, Qin Luo received more than 1000 points of damage at most. Dragon Fury Fire. He fought back resolutely, summoned a huge flame dragon with a wave of his hand, and smashed it into the area where the monsters were densely populated, and the waves of flames continuously devoured life. Boom! -5282. -5282. -5343. Qin Luo focuses on long-range monsters. Orcs like archers and wizards, for example. Kill them. Qin Luo will be more secure. In this war of tens of thousands of people, he beat 10,000 people by himself. 1 kill. 10 kills. 100 kills. 1000 kills. Qin Luo stood in the barrier of flames, manipulating spells to blast and kill the orcs. Experience points and strategy points are skyrocketing. He has some doubts. After the battle, You may be able to open the world quest yourself. Boom! Suddenly, a huge axe fell from the sky and slashed at Qin Luo. Burst the flames. Qin Luo quickly cast the staff skill. A ball of flames collided with the giant axe, an explosion occurred, and immediately blasted the giant axe to the side. Heretics from beyond the sky. Next, this lord will tear you apart. Lord Monk walked out of the tribe. Its face was full of arrogance, and it didn't regard Qin Luo as an opponent at all. Chapter 17. Lord Monk appeared. Qin Luo was immediately attracted by its right hand, which looked like a devil's arm. After absorbing the blood god bead, the special power obtained? Think here. Qin Luo used probing technique on it. Ratman Lord Monk, Lord, Special. Level, 10. Quality, Gold. Life, 95W/95W. Attack, 4200. Attack, Blood, Bone Crushing Blow, Red Flame Fist, Jump Kick, Blood Boiling Special. Time remaining, 38 hours and 26 minutes. Status, Blood Erosion, HP -1%, Attack -1%. Obviously, Munch's strength has been greatly improved, but the price is also huge, and his lifespan is less than 2 days. But it didn't notice. Qin Luo estimated his own strength. When it comes to heads up, he doesn't discourage the enemy at all. With Red Dragon Gauntlet, victory must belong to you. Besides, he still has an invincible hole card. In that case, let's fight. Qin Luo's heart surged with fighting spirit, and he was ready to fight. Tribal Gate. Monk yelled at the orc, "Stay away, don't hinder the battle of the Lord." Yes. Thousands of orcs around retreated back one after another. Form a spacious open space. Next moment. Roar. Lord Monk roared, and a thick blood mist bloomed from his right hand, covering his whole body. Blood buff, lasts for 1 minute, damage plus 30%, blood sucking plus 30%. After the end, defense minus 30%, lasts for 2 minutes. Munch turned into a blood demon. Humanity. It sneered and said, "In a minute, I will definitely kill you." Boom. As soon as the words fell, Monk's legs erupted with terrifying power, the ground cracked instantly, and after images flashed in the sky, it jumped in front of Qin Luo. Burst the flames. Qin Luo already had a clear battle idea in his mind. He fought back immediately. The turbulent flame collided with Monk instantly, and a force of repelling was transmitted to it. -2326. Monk's attack was interrupted, and his body retreated a few meters. Damn it! It was furious inside, and the bloody hand clenched its fist and smashed it, setting off a gust of wind. Flame Barrier. Extremely Cold Ice Spear. Qin Luo released 2 skills at the speed of light. Munch was interrupted again, and was even pushed 100 meters away by the barrier. Before he could react, an ice spear came one after another, stabbing his eye. A stream of blood spurted out. -2064. Weakness. What? Monk groaned. Now. The pain also completely intensified the killing intent in Munch's heart. Adding blood moonmark added fuel to the flames. Monk rushed forward desperately. It loses its mind. Seeing this, a smile appeared on the corner of Qin Luo's mouth. The goal has been achieved, and the battle will be easier in the future. Calculating the cooldown of skills in his heart. With a good timing, he cast Dragon Fury. Boom. -4916. The flame dragon hits Munch, stunning him in place for 1 second. Damn humans! Monk was vomiting blood with anger. This battle was too suffocating, he was being beaten all the time, but Qin Luo's blood streaks didn't move at all. Qin Luo's one technique was used with great proficiency. The timing of the cast is perfect. When Munch attacked with the red flame fist, he let the opponent hit, not only did not deduct blood, but recovered the same amount of life. It can be said, Qin Luo used all the factors of victory. Time flies. Munch's blood volume continued to decrease, and his damage also decreased accordingly. 50W blood. 20W blood. 10W blood. Finally, the blood volume fell below 10,000 points. It finally reveals the power of special skills. God's blood boils. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a heavy heartbeat sounded in the open space. Monk looked hideous. His muscles agitated all over his body, and his size increased dramatically. He grew from 5 meters to an 8-meter giant, and his appearance was particularly ferocious and terrifying. Heretical humans! It will be your honor to die under the divine power bestowed by my God. Monk ran over with a grin. This is... Qin Luo looked at the opponent's state. Shanglai's blood, restore to full power, remove blood erosion effect, damage plus 50%, defense plus 50%, die after 1 minute. It turned out to be a last resort. Qin Luo glanced at the experience bar. Remaining experience, 20.3 W. He consumed nearly 140,000 experience in one go, and clicked the upgrade button. Ding, player Qin Luo, your level has been raised to level 6, 4-dimensional attributes plus 10, free attribute points plus 10. Ding, player Qin Luo, your level has been raised to level 7, 4-dimensional attributes plus 10, free attribute points plus 10. Ding. Qin Luo went up 5 levels in a row. He conveniently allocated the attribute points to the spiritual value. Red Dragon Gauntlets. Qin Luo used the legendary props, and the crimson radiance enveloped the whole body and equipment. In an instant, he transformed into a red dragon apostle, holding a red dragon scepter. Damage reduction plus 40%, HP plus 100%, damage plus 50%. Also for 60 seconds. He opened the flame barrier again, gaining double immunity. Kill. Qin Luo rushed forward without hesitation, confronting Lord Monk head-on. Minus 10,424. Minus 6,843. Minus 5,421. Weakness. The blood red and crimson light illuminates the dark forest. Chapter 18. Boom. Boom. In the open space in front of the tribe, Qin Luo manipulated spells to confront the boss. The number of attack skills he has is too small. Qin Luo couldn't kill Ratman Lord Menger within a minute. But he only needs to hold on for a minute. The final winner will be him. Why am I not your opponent with the power bestowed by His Highness the Beast God? No. It's impossible. Monk looked hideous. The powerful strength it gained in exchange for its life is not worth mentioning in front of Qin Luo, who is cheating. After all, no matter how strong the Krypton Gold boss is, can he be stronger than hanging on the wall? Obviously not. As time flows, the countdown to Munch's life enters the final 10 seconds. The beast god Domar, who was watching the battle, gradually showed a strange smile. Humanity. This god will be able to torture your soul with his own hands soon. Qin Luo seemed to feel something, and looked up at the tribe. Soon. He turned his eyes to Munch, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Goodbye. 3s. 2s. 1s. When the countdown counted down to 0, Monk's strong blood suddenly dissipated. Its eyes suddenly widened. Thump. The huge body crashed to the ground. The system prompt sounds. Ding, kill Ratman Lord Monk, gain 34560 experience points, plus 100%, free attribute points plus 16, world reputation plus 1000, strategy value plus 10. Ended. Just when Qin Luo relaxed, a ray of blood suddenly flew out from Munch's body, which merged into Qin Luo's body, and fused with Blood Moon Mark into a special force. System prompt: pulled by the power of the world, you will be transported to the advanced world, Blood Moon World. The beast god has made a move. This idea just came into Qin Luo's mind. He already held the ultimate annihilation scroll in his hand. Next moment, the whole person disappeared in place. Blood Moon Temple. This place is the territory of the beast god of blood, Domar. Feel the human mage being teleported to the temple. Dormer smiled happily. Everyone who dares to challenge this god will be plunged into the bloody abyss, and their souls will never be reborn. In a moment, Qin Luo's figure gradually gathered in the center of the temple. Mortal, this god. Dormer's face suddenly changed drastically. As the main god, he has the instinct to know the crisis of his own life and death. The moment Qin Luo appeared, Dormer felt great terror. A deadly crisis. It seems that the gaze of the Supreme God is projecting on him through the crystal wall of billions of worlds. That feeling. It just suffocated him. Dormer instinctively showed fear and trembling. He subconsciously reversed the power of the world and sent Qin Luo back. Immediately, the sense of crisis disappeared instantly. It really is him. Why can he kill me as a mortal? Dormer came back to his senses with a look of surprise on his face. Blessed by laws and regulations. The stronger the god, the harder it is to die. And they have countless means of resurrection. Only the power of more advanced laws and rules can completely kill the gods. That great terror must come from the power of the Supreme God. Only. How can a mortal possess such power? Dormer couldn't believe it. He cast the spell of fate, intending to check Qin Luo's background. It failed. Qin Luo's fate is in chaos. Even he couldn't see the truth. This. Hundreds of millions of thoughts flashed through Domar's mind. Soon, he came to a conclusion. This mortal is the blood of some high god. And that power is the protection given to him by the Supreme God. Dormer firmly believes in this idea. Because the main god cannot possess such great power. Damn it! I actually offended a blood descendant of the Supreme God. Domar wants to cry but has no tears. I have to remedy it. By the way, I can give him an apology. He thought of the remedy. In order to show their sincerity, Domar gritted his teeth and took out an extremely precious item. Send it to world number 5 at a huge cost. Fortunately, world number 5 was created by him. Only Domar can influence the operation of the world by virtue of the secret door left behind. But the will of the eternal world has erased the secret door, and from now on, he completely loses control over the number 5 world. This wave of blood loss. Tribal gate. Qin Luo's vision returned to normal. Didn't Domar intend to send me to the Blood Moon world? Why did I come back? He was a little confused. At this time, a space crack appeared ahead. The blood-red light flew out and landed in Qin Luo's hands. Hint: you have received Domar's gift, level 200 blood law. Qin Luo. What is this operation? Didn't Domar want to kill me? Why did you send a gift? Qin Luo is really full of question marks. However, he must have made a lot of money. The value of a 200 level law is comparable to that of a medium artifact. Qin Luo can't use it. But it can be used as a sacrifice for chaos sacrifice. And the sacrificial reward must reach the main god level. Qin Luo decided after the mission was over. Open the third sacrifice. Subsequently, he happily put away his belongings. Because the blood moon mark had dissipated, the surrounding orcs were frightened and fled. Qin Luo began to collect the loot. 256 pieces of whiteboard equipment, 65 pieces of black iron equipment, a lot of props and materials. These items come from mobs. And Lord Monk's drop includes 3 pieces of gold equipment. Qin Luo decisively evolves all equipment. Ding! The Ring of Blood Fang has evolved into epic equipment, Blood Moon Ring. Ding! The quality of equipment has been upgraded by 2 ranks. There is an epic piece of equipment that he can use. Chapter 19. Qin Luo looked at the equipment attributes. Blood Moon Ring, Epic Health plus 4000, Strength plus 60, Constitution plus 180, Spirit plus 120, Spell Blood Sucking plus 20%. Additional skills, Blood Blade. Equipment requirements, Level 10 Mage. As epic equipment, its attributes are very powerful. It is higher than the sum of the attributes of Qin Luo's original equipment. Even an additional 20% spell lifesteal. If you have blood sucking in the previous battle, the battle will end faster. Qin Luo immediately equipped the ring and assigned the attribute of freedom to the spirit. Because of the Red Dragon Gauntlet, Qin Luo's strength increased by 100 points. All properties have been refreshed. Immediately, he looked at the personal information panel. Name, Qin Luo. Level, 10. Remaining experience, 10.2 W. Life, 17,210. Mana, 12,250. Strength, 350. Constitution, 394. Agility, 210. Spirit, 474. Magic attack, 1008. At the junior professional level, Qin Luo's strength is at the top level, far surpassing ordinary players at level 20. Close the panel easily. Qin Luo continued to clean up the loot. Among them, the boss Munch also dropped a skill book. Blood Transformation Skill Book. This is a general skill. Players of any profession can learn it. Qin Luo studied directly. Anyway, there is no skill bar limit. Learning one more skill will give you one more way to control the enemy. Finally evolve it. Ding! Blood Transformation has evolved into an epic skill, Feast of Blood. Feast of Blood, Epic. Grade, Special. Effect, summons a field of blood, damage of allies in the area plus 30%, blood sucking plus 30%, defense plus magic attack x 100% points. Lasts 60 seconds. Costs 500 mana. Cooldown for 120 seconds. Evolved skills. From single to group gain. End. Removed debuff, which makes it more powerful. Qin Luo is satisfied with this. All the loot has been counted. Next, it's time to explore the buildings in the tribe. He looked up towards the tribal gate. Although all the orcs fled, but their property remains with the tribe. Qin Luo went straight into the tribe and searched for property. A large number of gold coins and equipment were collected. Soon, he arrived at the tribal center. A sculpture stands on the ground. As a medium to communicate with the beast god Dormar, the materials used in the sculpture are extraordinary and suitable as a material for sacrifices. Qin Luo manipulated the blood blade to cut off the base of the sculpture and put it in his backpack. There is an underground secret passage. There was surprise in his eyes. After taking away the sculpture, the ground instantly collapsed, revealing a tunnel leading directly to the ground. I don't know where the end is. Qin Luo was a little curious. After thinking for a while, he entered the tunnel. The magic lamps on both sides lit up a faint blue light. After about 300 meters forward, Qin Luo came to the end. Ahead is a magic circle that is running. This. His eyes narrowed suddenly. I saw a little girl in her teens, holding her legs with her small hands, lowering her head, sitting curled up in the center of the magic circle. The whole person looked lifeless. But a soft white radiance emanated from her body again, fighting against the blood-red radiance released by the magic circle. Qin Luo used the probing technique on the little girl. Myron, Destiny's Child. Level, 0, Seal 25%. Qualification, Epic. Skills, good luck, collecting LV5. Good guy. I actually met the child of destiny in World 5. Qin Luo murmured in a low voice. To conquer the world, you need to unlock world missions. There are two options here. One is to collect 100 strategy points, the other is to find the child of destiny and get the world quest directly from the other party. Think here. Qin Luo couldn't help but take a step forward. Just stepped out. In the catacombs, sudden changes occurred. Boom! A huge black shadow rushed over from the corner. It's a Rock Wolf boss. Rock Wolf Lord Unru, Lord. Level, 10. Quality, Black Iron. Life, 16W/16W. Attack, 900. Skills, Onslaught, Wall of Earth, Rock Spike, Coal. It is a pet raised by the Ratman Lord Munch, and it is used to guard the Son of Destiny, Milan. Ah! Lord Rockwolf roared at Qin Luo. Just to test my new skills with you. Feast of Blood. As the spell took effect, blood energy permeated the crypt. Qin Luo received 3 bonuses. Defense plus 1008 points, plus the original defense. His defense has exceeded the attack of the Rock Wolf Lord. Ah! The Rock Wolf made a lunge. Extremely cold ice spear. Qin Luo manipulated the ice spear with a wave of his hand, piercing the Rock Wolf's exposed waist and abdomen, and blood spattered all over the ground. Minus 7554. Weakness. The Rock Wolf's blood bar dropped a bit. Enduring the pain, it rushed over, biting Qin Luo's arm. Minus 0. Minus 0. Minus 0. No harm done. Qin Luo casually cast spells one after another, abruptly emptying the Rock Wolf boss blood bar. The fight lasted less than a minute. Just don't take it easy. Ding! Kill the Rock Wolf Lord Onlu, gain 4320 experience points, plus 100%, free attribute points plus 2, world reputation plus 100, strategy value plus 5. Qin Luo received the reward. Hearing the sound, the little girl raised her head numbly. She stared blankly at the Rock Wolf corpse. After a long time, a trace of life appeared in the beautiful blue eyes. Chapter 20. Qin Luo walked up to the little girl. Release mana at will to destroy the magic circle. The blood-red radiance that permeated the whole body disappeared instantly. At this time, little wolf, is he dead? A childish voice sounded. The little girl looked up at Qin Luo, as if asking for an answer. Yes. Not only the giant wolf, but also the orcs outside are dead. Qin Luo smiled kindly. Milin, you are safe. Finished. He rubbed her head. Milin wasn't frightened by his actions. In World 5, orcs with extraordinary power dominate the continent. Tens of thousands of years. Ordinary human beings can live in the corners of the mainland by hugging together to keep warm. But, hearing Qin Luo's address, Milan's small eyes were a little dazed. Big brother, how do you know Milan's name? Are you a villager of Haimu village? No. Qin Luo shook his head in denial. The little girl was even more confused. Next moment, Milan's eyes swept over the staff in Qin Luo's hand. Brightness suddenly appeared in the eyes. She asked expectantly, Big brother, when you killed the little wolf, did the flames and ice arrows you summoned come from legendary magic? You little guy has a lot of problems. But I can tell you, it's magic. Qin Luo smiled and gave an affirmative answer. See the hope in Milan's eyes. He seems to have guessed the content of the world quest. As predicted, Milan subconsciously said, Master Magician, can you teach me magic? The voice just fell. Then the system prompt sounds. Ding! Player Qin Luo, congratulations on triggering the world quest, Rise of Humanity. Difficulty, Epic. Mission content, the beast god Domar set up a shackle of humanity in the bloody temple, please go and cut it off, and bring extraordinary power to the humans in this world. World quests are finally here. Bloody temple? Where is this? After browsing the task content, Qin Luo felt doubts in his heart. He had never seen information related to the Blood Temple on the Earth Forum. Although the task has no time limit. But the novice world can only stay for 7 days, once the time is over, no player can enter. Unless the raiders number 5 novice world. After thinking about it, Qin Luo secretly said, Liang Shui was born in a high-level base, maybe she knows about the Bloody Temple. He decided to ask Liang Shui after the mission was over. Withdraw your thoughts. Qin Luo returned his gaze to Milin. Because he didn't answer for a long time, Milin's little face was full of tension. Do not worry. Not only you can learn magic, even other people can learn magic. Qin Luo made a promise. He must complete this task. There are many rewards for conquering the world. It is too hard to refuse. Ding! You have received the world mission, the rise of humanity. Mission accomplished. At the same time, Milin happily shook her little hand. Great, as long as you learn magic, the villagers in Haimu village don't have to worry about being bullied by orcs. By the way, where is Haimu village? I'll take you back. Qin Luo said. He will continue to hunt orcs. Although Milin is the child of destiny and possesses epic aptitude, she is now an ordinary person. It's just a bottle of oil to carry around. Besides, the orcs in the Rog Mountains were terrified by Qin Luo, and for a while, they did not dare to invade the nearby human villages. In a hidden valley at the foot of the mountain. Lead the way. The two left the secret path and walked in the direction of Haimu village. On the way, Qin Luo thought about how to arrange Milin. In the eternal world. After completing the novice trial task and becoming a junior professional, the player can sign a contract with the Aborigines and turn them into followers. Thus bringing out the eternal world. And followers can also awaken like players. Milin has epic aptitude, and once awakened, it must be an epic career. The future is limitless. If you can turn Milin into a follower, it will be of great help to me. Qin Luo secretly said. He looked at Milin's skill bar. Excluding life skills, there is only one special ability called Fortune of Fortune. It sounds like the ability to increase luck. But he cannot see detailed information. Thinking of this, Qin Luo couldn't help asking, Milin, do you know what's special about you? Special place? Milin thought with a sullen face. Correct. Eyes suddenly lit up, Milin said, I can always feel strange things attracting me, but, those things, everyone can't use them. Strange stuff? Can you demonstrate it? Qin Luo was a little curious. Okay, all right. Milin nodded, and suddenly closed her eyes. Moment. She opened her eyes, stretched out her small white hand, and pointed to the right. In the bushes far to the right. Go, and have a look. Qin Luo immediately walked towards the woods on the right. Soon. Walked a few hundred meters. The two arrived at a bush, and a golden treasure chest came into view. Precious golden treasure chest. This is it. Milin happily pointed at the treasure chest. Qin Luo. Good guy. Could it be that her ability is treasure hunting? Qin Luo was a little surprised. Chapter 21. Just when Qin Luo was thinking, Milin asked curiously, Big brother, can you open this kind of box? Certainly. Qin Luo smiled. As if thinking of something, he quickly asked, do you still keep the things you picked up at home? Here I am. Milin added, I put them all in the backyard. Then do you remember anything? Qin Luo continued to ask. Milin stretched her tender fingers and counted them one by one. It seems that there are bottles filled with liquid, strange books. The little guy's memory is unexpectedly good. Say dozens of object shapes in one breath. Qin Luo's gaze changed slightly. Good guy. According to Milin's description, there are quite a few items of gold quality inside. Qin Luo then said, "Can you give them to me?" Milin nodded vigorously. "Big brother is my savior, if you want, of course I can give them to you. But these strange things are useless, what are you going to do?" Milin's face was full of puzzlement. The items the little one finds are all magic props. Because of the shackles of humanity, humans in World 5 cannot use items that contain superhuman powers. Qin Luo explained with a smile, "To me, they are of great value." Immediately, he stepped forward and reached out to open the watermelon-sized treasure chest. A golden light cluster flew out. Seeing this, Milin stared blankly at him. Ding! Congratulations on getting the golden item, Earth Potion. Earth Potion, 1 bottle. Quality, Gold. Effect, after taking it, the 4-dimensional attribute plus 10 points, and the Constitution plus 15 points, only valid for 3 times. For the next 3 hours, defense plus 15%. Good stuff. Qin Luo just felt that his physical attributes were too low. He took it immediately. Physical fitness increased to 419 points. It's still too little. Qin Luo sighed. If these words were heard by warriors and knight players, they would probably want to scold Qin Luo severely. After all, their physiques are not as good as Qin Luo, a mage. Currently, the damage is high. But when brushing boss alone, the most important thing is to be able to withstand the injury and live to the end. I should learn 5 or 6 more defensive skills. Qin Luo secretly said. Then, he turned around and said, "Let's go, I'll take you back." The return journey was exceptionally quiet. The reason is simple. In 2 days, Qin Luo only killed a few thousand orcs, but the number of monsters he killed was 4 or 5 times more. The two reached the valley smoothly. Enheimu village is hidden in the depths, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and a thick mud wall was built at the only entrance to resist the attacks of orcs and wild beasts. Milin ran outside because of playfulness, and was captured by the orcs. Seeing the two, the villagers on guard on the city wall showed surprise expressions. It seems to be the daughter of the Qin family. Oh my god! The little guy is back safely. Go and tell Aunt Mary. The villagers quickly opened the city gate and let the two enter the village. Not long. Many villagers walked out of the village building. Milin's father and mother were impressively in the line, and a middle-aged woman stepped forward to hug Milin excitedly. Mom! Dad! Milin even wept with joy. She was captured by the orcs and imprisoned in the burrow. Even though she was blessed by the power of Destiny's Child, she was an 11 or 12-year-old girl after all, and she must have been terrified in her heart. Qin Luo stood there indifferently. Soon, Milin calmed down, and she told the villagers about Qin Luo's identity. I heard he was a magician. There were a lot of exclamations from the crowd. Everyone looked at Qin Luo in awe. Master Mage, thank you for saving my daughter. If I lose Milin, I don't know how to live. Milian's parents couldn't be more grateful. Finally, the two invited Qin Luo to their home. Qin Luo readily agreed. Milin's backyard. Big brother, everything is here. Milin pointed to the corner. Items glow with a quality halo. Silver, gold and other rays of light are intertwined. Impressively. Gold skill books, gold potions, equipment. With a wave of his hand, Qin Luo put them into his backpack. Then start to identify the item information. Among the potions, there are 2 bottles of gold and 3 bottles of silver potions that can increase attributes. Qin Luo took it in one go. 4-dimensional attribute plus 26. Constitution plus 10. Dexterity plus 20. Life plus 1000. Qin Luo's attributes suddenly increased a lot. Finally, he found a precious skill book, Blink. This is a must-learn skill for mages. Qin Luo decisively learned this skill book, and activated the ancient god's blessing talent. Ding! Blink evolved into an epic skill, Blink Phantom. Blinking Phantom, Epic. Level, 1, 0/6400 experience. Effect, summons 2 phantoms, you can switch places with the phantoms up to 5 times. Within 1 second after the exchange, immune to control effects, damage received -20%. Cooldown 45 seconds. Costs 300 mana. Phantom swap distance is affected by spirit and level. Currently 266 meters. Chapter 22. The harvest this time is really rich. Learning to flash the phantom, both my survivability and offensive ability have been improved. A smile appeared on the corner of Qin Luo's mouth. He closed the panel casually. At this time, Milan's father came to the backyard with a respectful face. Master Magician, the village chief has something to do with you, and he is waiting for you in the living room. Okay, I'll go right away. Qin Luo nodded slightly. Put the item back into the backpack. He turned and went back into the house, and Myron followed behind him like a little tail. In the living room, an old man leaning on wooden crutches came into view. Seeing Qin Luo, the old man's eyes lit up. Dear mage, Old man Qin Luo is the head of this village. Thank you for saving the little girl Milan. I also just met Milan by accident. Qin Luo smiled slightly. It's also thanks to your help. You know, how many people have been captured by orcs over the years, but none of them can come back. Ugh. It's a pity that we can't grasp the power like you, my lord, and we can't resist the oppression of the orcs. Quimber sighed. Don't worry, this day will not be far away. Qin Luo said something casually. Looking at the old village chief, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and couldn't help asking, Village Chief Qin Luo, I have something to ask you. My lord, please don't say that. I don't dare to ask for advice, but as long as the old man knows, he must know everything. Village Chief Qin Luo looked terrified. Have you heard of the Blood Temple? The old man seems to have read it from an ancient book. Village Chief Qin Luo pondered for a moment, and said, the Bloody Temple is the legendary place where the blood descendants of the beast god live. It is not on this continent. It is said that as long as humans step into the Bloody Temple, they will be able to gain the power to fight against the orcs. Human ancestors searched for thousands of years, but still found nothing. Isn't the direct lineage the orc royal family? Qin Luo thought secretly. Perhaps. There are key clues to the Beast King. Think here. Qin Luo decided to complete the second phase of the task as soon as possible. He bid farewell to the village for a while. Go into the mountains and hunt the surviving orcs everywhere. Unless it is a gold-level boss, no monster is a match for Qin Luo. As time flows, slay every orc tribe that sweeps the mountains. Ding! Kill a level 10 Knoll warrior and gain 72 experience points, plus 100%, dot. Ding! Ding! Time runs from noon until dusk falls. Qin Luo killed at least 8,000 monsters. The experience pool rose to 402,000 points. In the novice world, the highest level of monsters is only level 10. When Qin Luo kills monsters below level 10, the experience gained will be reduced, and if the level difference is 5 levels, there will be no kill rewards. So, even if he had enough experience to go up a few levels, he was still stuck at level 10. The progress of the second stage task reached 100%. Ding! Player Qin Luo, you have completed the novice trial task. You have obtained 10,000 experience points, plus 1,000 world reputation, and plus 20 free attribute points. The duration of this mission, 10 hours and 38 minutes. You have obtained 51,524 trial points. Qin Luo is still number 1 on the novice trial list. This time he glanced at the specific scores on the list. There are a total of galaxy rankings, universe rankings, and heavens and worlds rankings. Currently, players can only view the galaxy leaderboard. The latter two lists will be announced at the last moment of the novice period. The list replaces the name with a 36-digit number, because the name will be repeated, and the number is unique. Galaxy City Novice Scoreboard. First place, Ya 150Q. Points, 54,507 points. Civilization, Earth. Second place, BF 150L. Points, 4,860 points. Affiliated Civilization, UL. Third place, Tai 150X. Points, 4,812 points. Civilization, Fairy Gourd. Fourth place. It can be seen that Qin Luo has an absolute lead. If I remember correctly, in his previous life, he was number 1 on the 10,000 worlds ranking, with a final score of 35,215 points. Now he has only completed the 2-stage mission. Get the championship in advance. The Galaxy Player Forum is boiling. Hiss. The first place result is too perverted. 10 times more than that. This is so damn strong that he is inhuman. Which advanced base is the first boss from? It's not from the Li family anyway. No way. The Li family has awakened a legendary profession. The players had a lively discussion. The number of views of any relevant post has exceeded 100 billion. Enough to see the high heat. Certainly. Qin Luo didn't care about the discussions of the players. For him, improving his strength is the kingly way. It just so happened that the third phase of the task was released. Ding! You have obtained the Abyss difficulty trial task, in the number 5 novice world, behead the Beast King Bardeluk. The task content is very brief. Its difficulty is self-evident. You know, the Beast King is located in the King City, and there are 100,000 elite orcs guarding it nearby. Want to kill it and get out of it. Simply not too difficult. Is this going to use my whole card? Qin Luo frowned. He glanced at the talent panel. Chaos Sacrifice. There is one chance left this week. It just so happened that the offerings were fully prepared. For example, the 200 level blood rule. This is the first class sacrifice. Maybe the reward for the third sacrifice can help me. Qin Luo narrowed his eyes and thought. Chapter 23. Now, Qin Luo decided to start the third sacrifice. The backpack space of ordinary players can only store 10,000 items. After sorting out, there are 976 pieces of equipment in the backpack. Among them, there are 741 pieces of bronze, 228 pieces of silver, and 7 pieces of higher quality equipment. There are thousands of materials and props accumulated. The remaining items are all low-level monster corpses. Qin Luo opened the talent panel. Except for the bronze equipment, all the other items were dragged to the sacrifice column, including the 200 level blood law. The value of all sacrifices has been increased by 100 times, which is enough to get a main god level reward. Here we go. Qin Luo's eyes were full of expectation. He decisively clicked the sacrifice button. Ding! Congratulations on getting the sacrifice reward, Immortal Spiritual Rhyme, Lord God level, ... Ding! Congratulations on getting the sacrifice reward, Dark Knight Robe, Legendary level, ... Seeing the main god level reward, Qin Luo's eyes brightened slightly. Good stuff. Spirit of Immortal Dao is the dream of immortal civilization players. Worth hundreds of billions of gold coins. And there is no price. Certainly. It also has a huge effect on other players. Immortal Aura, 1 strand. Quality, main god level. Effect, select a skill of immortalization to start the trial of the origin of immortality. The higher the degree of completion, the higher the final quality and level of the skill. Note, difficulty correlates to player level. This item will definitely help me get the job done. This thought flashed through Qin Luo's mind. Hold back the joy. He looked at the next reward information. Robes of the Night, Legendary. Attributes, Life plus 8000, Defense plus 300. Additional, Constitution plus 250, Dexterity plus 150, Spirit plus 200, Cooldown reduction plus 15%. Skill, Guardian of the Night, Immunity to negative effects, lasts 10 seconds. Cooldown 120 seconds. Equipment requirements, Level 10 Legal Profession. Tisk tisk. A smile appeared on the corner of Qin Luo's mouth. It is worthy of legendary quality equipment, the attribute bonuses are really abnormal, and it is perfectly suitable for mage players. After putting it on, life rose to 32,400 points. Except for strength, the increase of other attributes is close to 50%. The change is astonishing. Not bad. With this legendary robe, I am more confident in completing the trial mission. Qin Luo showed a satisfied smile on his face. Then, his gaze returned to Xiandao Lingyun. My damage is enough to defeat Beastmaster Buck Deluk. The key lies in other aspects. Qin Luo pondered. The Beastmaster is guarded by 100,000 elite orcs. There are only two ways to kill it, one is to bypass the line of defense of the orc soldiers, the other is to kill it head-on in the Beastmaster Hall. There is a huge difference in difficulty between the two. But Qin Luo knew very well the enemy you have to face. Not just the Orc Kingdom, but millions of players from non-human civilizations. Calculate the time, the faction mission will be triggered tomorrow morning. Qin Luo couldn't help recalling the news he saw in his previous life. Third day. Non-human players decided to help the Orc Kingdom to suppress the rise of the human race in this world. At their suggestion, the Beastmaster directly asked a large number of orc soldiers to protect him personally. So, Qin Luo has no choice. Subsequently, he checked the skill panel. In the end, I chose the only skill that increases physical fitness, Iron Body. Aura of Immortal Dao. Qin Luo used props directly. White light appeared around him, enveloping him. Ding! Player Qin Luo, you have started the trial of the origin of the immortal way, and are generating a trial space according to the level. Mysterious power enveloped the whole body. His eyes fell into darkness. When Qin Luo regained his vision, it has been sent to the original world of Immortal Dao. In front of him is a 100,800-story white jade staircase, which passes through the boundless sea of clouds and reaches the fairy palace above the sky. Trial rules, the reward depends on the height of the steps you reach. Phew, it started. Qin Luo strode up the steps. 1 story. 10 floors. 100 floors. 1000 floors. Qin Luo's forward speed was fast. The difficulty of this trial is at the level 10 player level. Increased stair height. Players will also experience increased physical and mental stress. However, Qin Luo didn't feel the slightest pressure. He was not surprised by this. Follow known rules. Talents and attributes affect the height of the steps the player can reach. What about Qin Luo? An unknown talent alone is enough to complete the trial perfectly. What's more, his attributes far exceed level 10 players, and he also has an extremely advanced talent. After more than 2 hours, Qin Luo arrived at Asgard Square. Boom! The immortal gate shook, the sun and the moon shone together, and the earth surged with mysterious energy, condensing into a blurred figure with a body of billions of feet, exuding indifferent coercion. It is the incarnation of the will of the immortal world. A ray of white light fell from the sky. Qin Luo absorbed the power. Ding, congratulations on getting the perfect trial reward. Ding, the steel body has evolved into Suanhunjinshinju Lord God level. Ding, Suanhunjinshinju has gained 1000W experience. A majestic force was born in the body. Chapter 24. Ding. The level of the Suanhun Golden Body Art has been raised to level 7. Qin Luo thought. The skill information panel is displayed in front of you. Suanhun Golden Body Ju, Lord God level, Xianhua. Grade, 7/15, 68W/1024W experience. Effect 1, Constitution permanently increases player level x 70 points, and every 10 points of Constitution adds 20 points of defense. When leveling up, free attribute points get an extra plus 100%. Effect 2, Possessing the power of the sky, it can deter the enemy and make its all attributes minus 24%. For each level of the enemy, the effect will be reduced by 2%. Effect 3, Active ability, lasts for 7 seconds, reduces any damage received by 90%. Cooldown 43 seconds. I didn't expect that I got my first main god level skill so quickly, more than 3 months earlier than in my previous life. Qin Luo sighed. The main Godhead sacrificed at the beginning increased his development speed by dozens of times. Look at the effect of Suanhunjinshinju. Qin Luo was even more delighted. The values of physique and defense have increased by a large margin. Situation of the same level. Unless it is a boss monster, it is impossible to break through Qin Luo's defense. Certainly. The most important thing is immortalization, which raises the upper limit of the level. In the eternal world, the level cap for any skill is 10. There are only a few ways to increase the level cap. This is the preciousness of Xiandao Lingyun. And due to the first effect of Suanhunjinshinju, 90 free attribute points are added. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Luo gave it to Spirit directly. He looked at his attributes. Life, 46,240. Physical defense, 4,491. Law defense, 3,792. Based on my current defense, I'm afraid I can withstand the attack of 100,000 orcs and walk into the Beast King's palace openly. Haha. A gratified smile appeared on Qin Luo's face. He is absolutely sure to complete the trial task. My heart suddenly relaxed a lot. Subsequently, Qin Luo looked up at the sky, and the incarnation of the will of the world had disappeared. He looked forward again. The fairy palace standing in the clouds closed its doors. There is a powerful force around, preventing Qin Luo from advancing. In the previous life, many main god level players tried to break through the defense of Asgard, but no one succeeded. What's in Asgard is an unsolved mystery. Qin Luo was equally curious. I hope that when I come next time, I will have enough power to smash the surrounding defenses. Withdraw your thoughts. Qin Luo withdrew from the original world of immortality. Inside Asgard, a line of sight watched Qin Luo silently until he left. Is he a person who meets the requirements? The beautiful woman in palace costume stood quietly in place. Her eyes are like water, as if she has insight into all the mysteries in the world. She stretches out her exquisite hand, stirs the mysterious fairy energy, and deduces the secrets. However, the breath is chaotic, except for the name, it is impossible to identify. The woman in palace costume remained silent, but the corners of her mouth slightly raised. A curious look appeared in Jian Shui's eyes. Qin Luo. Qin Luo appeared in place. Today, the orcs living in the mountains are almost killed by him alone. The safety of humans living nearby is guaranteed. He told Haimu village the news. The villagers thanked him for a while, and even invited him to be a guest. Qin Luo refused all of them. Then exit the fifth world. He came directly to the business district of Galaxy City. For the final task. He planned to buy a few mage group attack skill books. Qin Luo intends to ask Liang Shui to help with this matter, because his purchase authority for this week has been exhausted. But Qin Luo's net worth is less than 2 million, and he can't even afford a book of gold skills. Therefore, he intends to sell the equipment. Anyway, Chaos Sacrifice cannot be opened this week. Instead of keeping the equipment, it is better to sell it. Think here. Qin Luo randomly found a larger store. Boss, are you buying bronze equipment? How many levels? Equipment between level 1 and level 10. Accept. However, how many pieces do you plan to sell, classmate? Not many. Just over 700 pieces. Qin Luo said a number calmly. Inside the store, customers were shocked. What? Classmate, I think you are only level 10, how can you get so much equipment? The boss eyed him suspiciously. Qin Luo frowned slightly, just say whether you can accept it. Accept. Of course I can accept it. The boss nodded decisively. With a big wave of Qin Luo's hand, the equipment shining with bronze light crashed and piled up into a mountain. This. Everyone was dumbfounded. Good guy. At least tens of thousands of bronze-level elite monsters must be killed to obtain so much equipment. Make a bid. Qin Luo said. Okay, I'll count right away. The boss smiled obsequiously. In the eternal world, rare equipment below level 10 will never be short of sales. Because new players are born every month. Soon. The boss made an offer, I will offer 52 million gold coins. Qin Luo made a calculation in his heart. About 7W gold coins per piece. The purchase price is already very reasonable. After all, nearly 30% of the equipment sold by Qin Luo was below level 5. That's the price. Qin Luo agrees to the deal. Ding! You got through the transaction, 52 million gold coins. After completing the transaction, he left the shop directly. Chapter 25. Inside the room. As the light flickered, Qin Luo's figure appeared. Hey, finally came back. The constant fighting made him tense. Until we got home. He was relieved. After taking a break, Qin Luo opened the friend list, intending to ask Liang Shui to help him go to Zushan to buy a few gold skill books that can be learned at level 10. As for the commercial area of the Linzhou base, he doesn't count on it. Here, a bronze item is pretty much the rarest commodity. Items of silver and gold quality, or even higher quality, are basically monopolized by the major families in the base, and they cannot be bought even if they want to. Hey? Is Liang Shui busy? There was some helplessness in Qin Luo's eyes. The friend list shows her status, which is in eternal world. Never mind. It's getting late today, so let's go find her tomorrow. Qin Luo made a decision immediately. The last 5 days are enough to complete the trial mission. Next. He ran to a nearby restaurant to have a big meal. The dishes made by the chef sub-professional player not only had good color and fragrance, but also had special effects. Temporary buffs can be obtained. After dinner. After browsing the forum, Qin Luo went to bed early to recharge his batteries for tomorrow's battle. The next day. Early morning. Qin Luo came to the office of class teacher Liang Shui. Liang Shui was sitting opposite him, with her slender legs overlapping each other, and the rounded calf curve was extraordinarily delicate. Although these long legs, it's nice to look good, but Qin Luo is also very clear about the purpose of his trip. He quickly looked away. Qin Luo, what do you want from me? Liang Shui blinked her beautiful eyes with a charming smile on her face. Qin Luo was unmoved. Instead, he said straight to the point, I need you to help me buy 2 skill books. What skill? Fire plumes and thunder torrents. Gold skill book. You have 20 million gold coins. There was curiosity in Liang Shuimei's eyes. Of course there are. Qin Luo is full of confidence. Hearing this, she took a deep look at Qin Luo and said, "Can you tell me one thing? Is it you who rank first in the Galaxy City Novice scoreboard?" Guess. The corners of Qin Luo's mouth curled up slightly. "Okay, I get it." Liang Shui was so excited that she almost laughed out loud. But she held back. This time, Qin Luo's trial points are so high that it has reached an unprecedented level. The strength of the new generation Tianjiao completely surpasses the major civilizations. Isn't the league champion of the mere junior base within easy reach? Liang Shui was completely relieved. "I happen to have a spare copy of the Raging Flame and Fire Feather skill book you asked for, so I'll give it to you. As for Thunder Torrent, it is temporarily unavailable." She reached out and took out a skill book. Fire Feather. It's pretty much one of the best skills a level 10 player can learn. "Thank you." Qin Luo was not polite to her either, and accepted the gift decisively. Immediately, he directly learned this skill book. Blessings of the Ancient Gods. Ding! Flame Feather has evolved into an epic skill, Flame Storm. He has epic, diamond, and main god skills. Just ask who can stand it. Subsequently, Qin Luo spent 204,800 experience points to upgrade his skills. Ding! The level of Flame Storm has been raised to level 5. Flame Storm, Epic. Level, 5, 0/32W experience. Effect, summons a firestorm, attacks enemies in the designated area, and suffers 1500 plus magic attack x 280% points of fire damage every second for 3 seconds. Cooldown for 15 seconds. Costs 450 mana. The skill lethality is amazing. After learning the skills, Qin Luo planned to leave. And many more. Liang Shui stopped him suddenly, and said seriously, "Recently, don't leave the base, let alone go to the east." "What's wrong?" Qin Luo looked at her slightly strangely. A new space gate appeared in the wild of the base. Opposite it was a territory of magic civilization called Yuel. Liang Shui explained. The influence of the mutation of that year has been passed down to this day. On the Earth, space gates of different worlds appear from time to time. There are good and bad civilizations encountered in different worlds. As a result, civilization wars took place in the Earth civilization, resulting in countless casualties. Yaol. Qin Luo's pupils shrank suddenly. It was ahead of schedule. This civilization is the sworn enemy of the Earth. The overall strength is almost the same as that of the Earth. According to normal circumstances, the space gate of Yuel civilization should appear in 2 months. Is it because of me? Qin Luo thought silently. He didn't forget that the main Godhead sacrificed at the beginning came from the main god of the Yuel pantheon, the god of light, Yuel. Qin Luo also didn't know whether the other party existed. "Mr. Liang, thank you for letting me know." He gave a solemn thanks. Qin Luo took this matter to heart, and in the future, he would focus on the other party, especially the god of light. Subsequently, he left school. Current location, World Number 5 Beastman Kingdom, Blackwood Village. Qin Luo paid 1,000 gold coins and returned to the novice world. Boom! Boom! There were explosions one after another. Monster invasion? This idea came to Qin Luo's mind. He hurried to the city wall. Seeing him, the villagers were overjoyed and said, "Great, Mr. Magician, you are finally here." "What happened?" Qin Luo asked immediately. "It's the orcs. They came here to investigate the cause of the death of the mountain orcs." The old village chief explained. Hearing this, Qin Luo turned his head and looked down. Lion Lordur, Lord. Level, 10. Quality, Silver. Life, 49W/49W. Attack, 2250. Skills, Roar, Rage, concussive axe, whirlwind. It was a silver boss, and behind this lion man, followed by 100 strong lion men, exuding a fierce aura. Human, tell me anything you know about mountains. Ur growled fiercely. Suddenly, Qin Luo walked down the city wall and approached the orc team. Ur grinned and said, "Haha, stupid human beings, how dare you come to your door to die, I." Its voice swallowed back in its throat. All lions looked terrified. The Tianwei attached to Sun Hunjinshan Ju exerts its effect. Terrorist coercion suppresses enemies, causing their all attributes to be reduced by 24%. Qin Luo walked over calmly. Glancing at the lion man, he decided to try his new skill. Chapter 26. The orcs lost their minds because of the coercion. But Ur, the lion leader, quickly came back to his senses, and roared, "It's just a human being, how can you be scared by him? Attack me and tear him apart." The roar irritated the lion soldiers. Kill. Scarlet killing intent appeared in their eyes. Flame storm. Qin Luo raised his staff, and mana gushed out from his body. The next moment, the vicinity of the entrance of the valley turned into a sea of flames, burning the bodies of the lions. -9288. -9288. -8756. -9288. The sea of flames will last for 3 seconds. However, the 10th level elite lion man, whose life is less than 20,000 points, can't withstand the damage of this spell. Ding! Kill a level 10 elite lion man and get 432 experience points, plus 100%, Ding! Qin Luo gained more than 40,000 experience in one go. There are more than 6 hours left to increase the experience of the potion. Wait until the flame dissipates. 100 lions were all wiped out. Only Ur was left standing alone. It said in disbelief, "Impossible. You are a human being, why are you so strong?" Flame barrier. Feast of blood. Qin Luo ignored it, and directly activated the boosting spell. Immediately, he cast 4 attacking skills smoothly, and several kinds of magic were intertwined. The torrent of spells rolled towards Ur's position. -14,308. -12,116. Weakness. -20,659. -11,624. The high damage figure rose, and the boss blood bar suddenly disappeared. Ur was stunned for a moment. Seeing this, Qin Luo advanced instead of retreating. BD. Ur was furious. Concussion Giant Axe. It directly activated its skills, and slashed down fiercely with a huge axe in its hand, causing a gust of wind in the air. -0. Qin Luo's blood streaks did not move at all. With the boost turned on, his physical defense reaches 6,207 points. Even if the lion manor was at his peak, he couldn't break through the defense. This is Qin Luo's strength. Silver bosses at the same level can't hurt him at all. But Ur didn't know. It swung its giant axe vigorously and slashed wildly. Boom! 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 Qin Luo's face was full of relief. Ah! Damn humans! Ur roared angrily. This unscientific. I am one of the top 10 warriors of the Orc Kingdom. Why can a thin human mage ignore his attack? Ur's face turned livid with anger. Because the night robe provides a 15% cooling reduction. The skill cools down quickly. Qin Luo's damage output has increased a lot. The blood volume of the lion manor dropped sharply. Soon, Qin Luo ended the life of the boss with a fire of dragon's anger. Ding! Kill the lion leader Ur, get 17280 experience points, plus 100%, free attribute points plus 8, world reputation plus 500. Ur's body exploded with 8 loot. Qin Luo picked it up conveniently. My lord, Thank you for saving Haimu village again. The villagers gathered around to thank him. Their eyes were full of awe and admiration. Qin Luo nodded. At this time, he was ready to go to the capital of the Orc King. The distance is so long that Qin Luo can't travel on his legs. It just so happens that in every area of world number 5, there is a teleportation array, which is convenient for players to travel to distant places. Half an hour later, the system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! The world camp is open. It has been detected that your race is human, and you have been assigned to the human camp. Killing players from the opposing camp will increase your trial mission performance points. It's finally started. A smile appeared on Qin Luo's face. Subsequently, holding the staff, he stepped onto the teleportation circle in the Rog Mountains. The whole person disappeared in place. The World of Warcraft forest near the capital of the Orc King. The teleportation array is located here. With a flash of light, Qin Luo appeared on the magic circle. GG. Another human being has been caught. This is a really good way to wait and see. Now, thousands of teleportation arrays in the kingdom are under our control. Human players are doomed. Opponent faction players. Qin Luo raised his head, and there were hundreds of non-human players standing around him, with all sorts of strange appearances, staring at him playfully. The look of contempt on his face. Haha, human boy, do you see that we are desperate? A werewolf player laughed. Do not. The corner of Qin Luo's mouth curled into an arc. On the contrary, it is you who should be desperate. He held out his staff. Fire of Dragon Fury. Qin Luo decisively released the spell, and a 50-meter flame dragon rose into the sky. The blazing fire illuminated the dark forest and the expressions of the non-human players. Hostile player. Is this a FG skill used by novices? Shock, fear. Complex emotions appeared on the face. Kill. Qin Luo waved his staff and controlled the dragon to descend from the sky. The pupils of the non-human players suddenly widened. Do not. Boom. The sound of the explosion resounded in a radius of tens of miles, causing tens of thousands of damage. The HP of these level 3-5 players does not necessarily have 2000 points. Ding. Kill the player Quint. Ding. The system panel constantly refreshes the kill prompt. Enemy players are wiped out. Do not. To be precise, one person survived. Due to the effect of his talent, a wolf player was immune to one attack every 10 seconds, and stood there unscathed. However, his compatriots around him were wiped out. Its eyes were dull. Tread. Footsteps sounded. The wolf clan player looked up, trembling all over, and shouted in fear, "No! Don't come here!" Qin Luo walked over slowly, and said with a smile, "One of them is not dead. I just have something to ask you." Chapter 27. Tell me what your plan is. Qin Luo asked calmly. I won't tell you. The wolf player said tremblingly. It's clear. Whether he says it or not, Qin Luo will definitely not let it go. Extremely cold ice spear. Qin Luo didn't speak anymore. The backhand summoned a sharp ice spear, instantly killing the wolf players. Death in the novice stage will not deduct lifespan, but will cause the trial mission to fail. Within this month, such players can no longer enter the eternal world, and can only start the novice trial again in the next month. Just follow the previous plan. Qin Luo pondered for a moment and then made a decision. His eyes fell on the teleportation array. After the cooldown of the skill was over, Qin Luo resolutely stepped onto the magic circle. Go to the teleportation point within the Orc Kingdom. As predicted, the enemy still adopts the plan of waiting for the rabbit. Millions of players occupy the teleportation point, waiting for the Terran players to throw themselves into the trap. I'm going to decide this wave of scores. A smile appeared on the corner of Qin Luo's mouth. He turned on the killing mode, and every time he reached a teleportation point, he cast Fire of Dragon's Fury when he met to wipe out the enemies. Amazing efficiency. The kill count is growing like crazy. 500, 1000, 2000. At the same time, on the Galaxy Players Forum, videos of Qin Luo gradually appeared. Although they were only a few seconds long, they showed his strength to the fullest. After a few hours, all non-human players got the news. Beast Palace. A strong man has appeared in human civilization, and he is massacring our teammates. A Tiger Clan player said seriously. Your Highness Caesar, what shall we do? They look at the leading player. This tiger player known as Caesar is the son of the CEO of the Eros civilization, and the blood of the main god flows in his body. Born to awaken the legendary profession. He is the strongest arrogance of the new generation. I've seen the video. Caesar looked indifferent. Facing player inquiries. It said confidently, my strength is defense, so the damage is not as good as that human, but I can easily kill hundreds of ordinary players in seconds. As long as he appears in front of me, I can kill him before he releases the spell. And there are hundreds of thousands of orcs and millions of players inside and outside the capital. Which player do you think can withstand such a concentrated fire attack? Hearing this, the players around came back to their senses. Yes. No matter how powerful a little mage is. Could it be possible to single out their millions of troops? Obviously impossible. The orc players felt relieved immediately. Inside the orc kingdom. Somewhere teleportation point. Hundreds of players fought together. There are both human races and alien races. The Wang family team headed by Wang Menjiu is also fighting the enemy. Although they were caught off guard by the aliens at first, but the human players were stronger, and finally they barely drew. However, alien races at other transmission points quickly launched support, causing them to get into trouble. The number of alien races is increasing, we can no longer entangle with them, we must get out as soon as possible. Wang Heng, use the gold skill scroll to blast a passage in the direction of the teleportation array. Wang Menjiu said calmly. Yes. Wang Heng nodded. He took out a life-saving item given by his family. Flame and fire feathers. Flames filled the sky, turned into fire feathers and fell into the enemy team, instantly killing a large number of players, only a few survived. Run! Everyone ran away. Next moment, the teleportation array burst into light, and 100 hostile players appeared, blocking their way. Damn it! Is it really necessary to use taboo props? Everyone in the Wang family looked a little ugly. GG. Humans, you can't escape. The aliens surrounded them with grinning grimaces. At this time, fire barrier. Blazing flames emerged from the ground and spread around, touching players of the opposing faction and being pushed away hundreds of meters away. This is... Looking at the familiar scene, Wang Menjiu and others subconsciously turned around. Qin Luo appeared behind them. It seems that I came just in time. He smiled. Subsequently, Qin Luo raised his staff to cast a spell. Dragon Fury Fire. The giant flame dragon descended from the sky with a magnificent power, turning into a sea of flames with a radius of hundreds of meters. -13,554. -13,582. -13,561. Hundreds of foreign players were instantly killed. None survived. The battle ended immediately. Everyone in the Wang family was dumbfounded. This injury is too terrible. Wang Menjiu, who also has a gold career, feels ashamed. After killing the enemy, Qin Luo was ready to leave. Seeing this, Wang Menjiu hurriedly shouted, Qin Luo, thank you for saving us. It's okay, just go with it. Qin Luo waved his hand. He stepped onto the circle without looking back. Qin Luo saved her for the second time, and after knowing Qin Luo's true identity, Wang Menjiahu's emotions became a little complicated. Looking at Qin Luo's back, she silently recited a sentence in her heart. Thanks. Qin Luo came to the forest near Wangdu. In 7 hours, he had killed nearly 200,000 players, and his performance score had been maxed out. So, he decides to go to his final destination, Beast King capital. At this time, there are more than 1 million enemies gathered here. The surrounding area of thousands of acres is full of enemies. Next moment, Qin Luo appeared at the edge of the forest. The sentry player found his figure and shouted in surprise, "That human is here." The news travels at the speed of light through the chat channel. Boom! Millions of people looked at the direction of the forest. Qin Luo stood there indifferently. The battle is on the verge of breaking out. Chapter 28. Beast Palace. Many players got the news. I didn't expect this human being to be so courageous that he dared to break into the king's capital alone. Caesar smiled contemptuously. Haha. I guess he won't last a second. The rest of the Tiger Clan players laughed one after another. At this time, the Beast King sitting on the throne suddenly opened his golden eyes, looked down at everyone, and asked softly, "What happened outside?" A human invaded the capital. Players answer truthfully. 1. The Beastmaster's face was slightly startled, and then he showed a playful smile. Interesting. This king decided to go out and see what happened to this brave human race. It left the throne and walked outside the palace. We'll go too. By the way, remember to start the live broadcast of the forum, so that the audience in the Milky Way can see the stupid behavior of this human being. After speaking, Caesar also left the palace. King capital. With the appearance of Qin Luo, the group of foreign players boiled. A guy who can't control himself. We have millions of players defending the city, he dared to come here alone, I am afraid he will lose his mind. Hurry up and kill him, don't waste time. Players make decisive decisions. Qin Luo's record of killing 200,000 players is indeed terrifying. But that was just a battle of hundreds of people. Now there are millions of them. Just ask how to lose? Alien players are full of self-confidence. Do it. There are about 2,000 long-range professional players within the attack distance shooting at the same time. Fireball. Frost shot. Moonfire thorn. Colorful magic radiance shone out, thousands of skills fell on Qin Luo's position, and a wave of carpet bombing came. -0. -0. -0. -0. -0. Numerals 0 popped up densely. Qin Luo's blood streaks did not move at all. There was an eerie silence. The foreign players suddenly widened their eyes. City wall. How is this possible? Thousands of people attacked, but no one can break the defense. The Tiger Clan players were extremely horrified. Caesar narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder you dare to venture into the capital alone, you really have some strength. Unfortunately, it's limited to this. At this point, the melee player charges. It's time for me to fight back. A sneer appeared on the corner of Qin Luo's mouth. Dragon Fury Fire. Flames Storm. Cast 2 spells at the speed of light, and landed on the pile of players in front of them. The flames burned the enemy's body. -13,494. -13,526. -13,511. -9,139. Qin Luo forcibly opened a path of more than 600 meters in front of him. He strode forward. And do not shy away from the eyes of the enemy. Block him. Never let him enter the city. A Tiger Clan player roared. If Qin Luo walked into the city openly and above board under the obstruction of millions of troops, they would become a laughingstock in the eyes of hundreds of billions of viewers in the Milky Way. This situation, no one wants to see. Kill. The enemy surrounded Qin Luo like a tide, and the attack never stopped. Too bad it didn't work. 10 meters. 100 meters. 200 meters. Qin Luo advanced steadily. Someone is in the way, one word, kill. They have nothing to do with Qin Luo. The attitude of alien players has changed several times. From contempt to shock to anger. At last, the faces of millions of players became numb. I can't beat it at all. They could only watch Qin Luo walk to the front of their camp. FK, rubbish system, others are 1 against a million, and you call this a novice? The players cursed with explosive mentality. Boom! A thunderbolt fell from the sky, killing the cursed player. The opponent's trial mission directly failed. FK. The players swallowed the curse words back. It's really frustrating. City wall. It's all a bunch of trash. Caesar's face was livid. It didn't expect Qin Luo to actually break through the line of defense consisting of 1 million people. In front of hundreds of millions of viewers, he slapped him in the face severely. Think here. Caesar jumped off the wall. Great. His Royal Highness Caesar will definitely subdue him. Seeing this, hope emerged in the hearts of the players. Caesar walked towards Qin Luo, and said with a gloomy face, "Human, to be honest, your performance has exceeded my expectations, but..." Its words stopped abruptly. Boom. -9186. A ball of flame exploded on its face, and the blood bar above its head dropped by about 60%. It can be inferred that Kaiser's blood volume is about 15,000 points. And ordinary players only have 1 or 2,000 points. This is enough to prove the power of the legendary profession. Certainly. Because of the Suanhunjinshinju, Qin Luo's HP was 4 times higher than Kaisa's, nearly 50,000 points. You talk too much. There was a cold light in Qin Luo's eyes. The bursting flame effect holds Kaiser in check. As the saying goes, taking advantage of your illness will kill you. He attacked decisively. Control the extremely cold ice spear to fly over a distance of tens of meters, piercing the opponent's head. -9343. Weakness. Caesar's blood bar is emptied. But the kill cue did not sound. Its corpse glowed with golden light, and the next moment, it stood up again, and its blood volume returned to full state. Precious Resurrection Props. Chapter 29. Resurrection Props. Qin Luo frowned, feeling a little surprised. But, recalling that the opponent's strength far exceeds that of ordinary players, it is enough to show that the opponent's background is not small, and it is normal to have resurrection items. I'll see how many times you can be resurrected. Qin Luo attacked again. Caesar just stood up. A flaming dragon descended from the sky. Boom. -13,244. Caesar's blood volume plummeted and he was stunned in place. But it has 60% stun resistance, and the control time only lasted 0.8 seconds. For Qin Luo, this is enough. Blood Blade. Qin Luo activated the skill of the Blood Moon Ring, summoning a blood blade to penetrate Kaiser's head. -8231. Weakness. The corpse flashed golden light and was resurrected again. So many resurrection props? It seems that its background is stronger than Liang Shui's. Many thoughts come to mind. Certainly. The attack in Qin Luo's hand didn't stop. Flames storm. The monstrous sea of flames filled the area with a radius of hundreds of meters. It came back to life. Qin Luo's attack skills all enter the cooldown, and it will take 2 seconds at the fastest. I must kill you. Caesar roared ferociously. In front of hundreds of millions of viewers, Qin Luo rubbed him on the ground like an ant, and his face was almost smashed to pieces. A look of hatred appeared in his eyes. Furious attack and kill. Caesar raised his sword and ran at high speed with a violent momentum. Fire barrier. Blazing flames rose from the ground and quickly attacked all around, forcibly interrupting Kaiser's charge and pushing him away hundreds of meters away. Caesar was so angry that he vomited blood. Possesses the resources of the legendary family. It can learn the highest quality professional general skills at each stage. Silver skills at level 5, gold skills at level 10. But the skills displayed by the humans in front of them are at least diamond level quality. It can't figure it out. Next moment, Qin Luo repeated the first round of attack and killed Kaisa with the same skill. Later, with flickering phantom, he dodges Caesar's attack back and forth, and waits for the skill to cool down by the way. Death, resurrection, death. Caesar is in the cycle mentioned above. It hates it. I can't wait to kill Qin Luo thousands of times. But it can't beat Qin Luo at all. It's disgusting. Aggrieved and angry emotions accumulated to the extreme. Puff. Caesar suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It took out a scroll with red eyes. Die with me. Front. The other party used 10 gold and diamond quality magic scrolls, but Qin Luo dodged them all. I can't dodge this blow. He felt a mortal crisis. Red dragon gauntlets. Mysterious golden body art. Qin Luo instantly activates all the abilities that increase the damage-free effect. The blood volume suddenly increased to more than 90,000. Kaisa tore open the scroll and shot 2 beams of light, one flew towards himself and the other towards Qin Luo. Minus 34,907. Plus 8,726. Plus 886. Dash 100 W. A white number appeared above their heads. Real damage. It ignores defense and shield reductions. At the last moment, Kaisa saw that Qin Luo's health bar was still half full. Its eyes are wide open. Impossible. You are clearly a mage. The words are not finished. Caesar gasped. The resurrection props on it have been exhausted. The king's capital suddenly became silent, and everyone turned their eyes to Qin Luo, with a look of shock on their faces. After a long time. Damn it, he killed the Tianjiao of the legendary family. After receiving 34,000 real injuries, he still has more than half of his blood. Doesn't he have more than 90,000 HP? It's too much. The mage's defense and blood volume are even more perverted than that of a level 30 fighter. Hey! This person must be a god-level talent. The Milky Way is about to rise. Hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room of the forum started a heated discussion. After killing Caesar, Qin Luo looked at the Beast King on the city wall. Gilu. Buckdelic's face was extremely pale. Witness Qin Luo's battle with his own eyes. It's clear. If this human mage wants to kill himself, it has no power to resist. Buckdelic asked anxiously, "Respected strong man, what do you want from me?" "Kill you." The voice just fell. Qin Luo summoned a flaming dragon and smashed it against the city wall. Boom. Minus 23,483. Plus 4,696. Minus 24,267. After the flame wave dissipated, only the Beastmaster survived. Beastmaster Bardelic, Lord. Level, 10. Quality, Gold. Life, 81W/83W. Attacks, 3,420. Skills, Beastmaster Roar, Thunder Fury, Slam, Furious Charge. Because of the suppression of the Tianwei attached to the Suanhun Golden Body Art, all attributes of the boss are reduced by 24%. Facing Qin Luo's attack, there was only one thought in Buckdelic's mind. Escape. Very real thought. After all, the Beastmaster is a real life, not a game NPC. It has independent thinking, and of course it will not rush to fight recklessly in the face of a fatal crisis. Qin Luo would not leave it a chance. Spells came out one after another. Boom! Boom! The blood volume of the Beastmaster continued to decrease. A few minutes later, Qin Luo used a fire of dragon's anger to end his life. Ding! Kill Beastmaster Bardeluk, gain 17280 experience points, free attribute points plus 16, world reputation plus 1000, strategy value plus 20. The experience increase buff has expired. The experience points gained are greatly reduced. At this time, the boss's body fell to the ground, bursting out many loot. Gold items have 3 pieces. Chapter 30. With the death of the Beastmaster, the progress of the third stage task reached 100%. Ding, player Qin Luo, you have completed the Abyss difficulty trial mission. You have obtained 100,000 experience points, world reputation plus 10,000, free attribute plus 100. The time spent on this mission, 19 hours and 38 minutes. You got 225,564 trial points. There are a total of 3 rings in the trial of Abyss difficulty. Qin Luo has received the reward for completing the mission. Includes a Trials of the Abyss chest. He didn't open the box for a while. Qin Luo's attention was entirely on another trophy. A blood-red key. Finally got it. A hint of excitement flashed across Qin Luo's eyes. Bloody key, special. Type, mission props. Effect, absorb enough blood to open the portal to the bloody temple. Progress, 0%. Just cut off the shackles of humanity from the bloody temple. Qin Luo will be the first player in the world to conquer the novice world. He is looking forward to the world rewards. Put away the keys. Qin Luo turned to look at the hostile players and orcs on the plain behind him. Run! Run! This human is a monster. The enemies had long been fleeing in fear, but there were too many people nearby, making it difficult for them to move forward. Dragon Fury Fire. Fiery Sun Storm. Qin Luo waved his hand and summoned a sea of flames that fell among the enemies, and the flames burned the enemy's body. Ding! Kill a level 10 elite lion man and gain 216 experience points. Ding! The panel refreshes a large number of kill prompts. He has been paying attention to the progress of the bloody key. More than 10 minutes. The progress has increased by less than 1%. Follow this pace. It takes a few days to open the portal. Qin Luo was a little lucky. Thankfully there is enough time left. Withdrawing his thoughts, he looked at his surroundings. At this time, the Beast King's capital has turned into an empty city, and the charred corpses of all kinds of orcs lie outside. Items are falling all over the floor. Qin Luo happily collected the spoils outside the city. It took almost half an hour. At last, his gaze shifted to the inside of the city. The orcs all fled, but their belongings remained at home. Qin Luo went in to search for treasures. Because time and backpack space are limited, the goal is to try to choose shops in the city and the treasure house of the kingdom. It was near dusk. Qin Luo finally finished collecting and arranging the loot. Count on quality. There are 10 diamonds, 35 golds, 256 silvers and 694 bronzes, with 9,005 items below the bronze quality accumulated. Due to backpack space constraints, no body was collected this time. After returning to Galaxy City, we must find a way to expand the backpack space. Qin Luo thought secretly. Subsequently, he took out the equipment and skill books alone. Use the blessing of the ancient gods to evolve items to 2 qualities. Diamonds become legends. Gold becomes epic. Looking at the items in the backpack, a satisfied smile appeared on Qin Luo's face. This battle earned blood. Not only did I complete the mission, but I also got a lot of loot. And As a sacrifice for Chaos Sacrifice next week, at least one high-level God-level reward can be obtained. He was looking forward to it. Immediately, Qin Luo took out the wearable equipment. Exactly one epic outfit and one diamond outfit. Storm boots, diamond. Attribute, defense plus 120. Additional, constitution plus 100, dexterity plus 150. Special effect, movement speed plus 30%. Equipment requirements, level 10 legal profession. Judge pants, epic. Attributes, defense plus 250, life plus 2000. Additional, constitution plus 150, dexterity plus 80, spirit plus 80. Special effect, physical resistance plus 30%. Skill, judgment chase, flicker to the back of the attack target, the next damage plus 50%, cooldown 40 seconds. Equipment requirements, level 10 legal profession. Qin Luo put on the equipment directly. As for the 100 free attribute points rewarded by the mission, he has added spirit value. Life, 53,240. Law attack, 2,124. Physical defense, 5,611. Law defense, 4,787. Qin Luo's various attributes have been greatly improved. If you tell others that this is the panel of a level 10 player, no one will believe it. I remember that I only had the current attribute in the third week in my previous life. The Lord of Light and the number of sacrifices 3 times have helped me a lot. In the future, the speed of strength improvement will only be faster. Qin Luo has enough self-confidence. Immediately, he exited the eternal world directly. Milky Way. Eros civilization. This is the hometown of the pride of the Lion clan, Kaisa. The family behind him is the only legendary family of this civilization, and his father Chaos is not only the main god of the pantheon, but also the supreme executive of the Eros civilization. Now, the whole family is starting a meeting for the Qin Luo matter. Chaos took the lead and said indifferently, "Elder Yate, please publish the information you have collected." "Okay, Lord Patriarch." Yate stood up, looked at the crowd and said, "The human who killed Caesar is called Qin Luo. They come from Earth civilization, and their initial occupation is gold quality. According to the information I found in the forum, Qin Luo is a commoner with no power behind him." The voice just fell. The elders began to discuss. "Very good. Since this kid is a commoner, we don't have to hesitate any longer. Just kill him. He has a golden profession, but he defeated the young patriarch with a legendary profession. He must have a great opportunity. I think he should be arrested and interrogated." The old man agrees with Elder Ngem's plan, "Catch him." The elders expressed their opinions one after another. At last, Chaos said calmly, "This deity is here to calculate Qin Luo's position, what to do next is up to you to decide." He activates the predictive skills of the fate system, and his divine sense communicates with the river of fate. When he locates the river of fate of Qin Luo, not good. Chaos suddenly sensed the crisis. Roll. The ethereal divine voice, spanning infinite dimensions, turned into a quaint sword, cutting off a portion of Chaos' soul in an instant. Puff. Chaos spat out a mouthful of golden blood. His breath quickly withered away. Chaos shouted in horror, "The Supreme God!" Chapter 31. This moment. In the Milky Way, countless gods suffered backlash because they detected Qin Luo's fate. That simple sword is fully capable of killing them instantly, but only cut off a part of the soul. It is clear. That's the warning. They never expected that there would be a supreme god standing behind Qin Luo. "Master Patriarch, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Chaos spitting out divine blood, the elders of the Eros family showed nervous expressions. "Don't worry." Chaos waved his hand, "The Supreme God doesn't want to kill me." "God Supreme." The elders were a little confused. The person behind Qin Luo. Chaos said with a serious face. Hiss. Hearing this, the elders gasped. Pass my order, all the clansmen will stay away from Qin Luo when they meet Qin Luo. Anyone who dares to conflict with him will be directly expelled from the Eros family. Chaos solemnly announced. Yes. The elders agreed one after another. Earth. Qin Luo returned to the room. Correct. He suddenly remembered an important thing. The treasure chest rewarded by the novice trial mission has not been opened yet. Think here. Qin Luo quickly took out the treasure chest. Abyss trial chest, exclusive. Type, task reward. Effect, the higher the number of trial points you have, the higher the quality of the final reward you will get. I don't know what rewards can be offered. Thinking of this, Qin Luo opened the box straight away. Ding! Congratulations on getting the legendary item, Holy Enlightenment Scroll. Ding! Congratulations on getting the epic item, Speed Enhancement Potion. Upon hearing the name of the first prop, Qin Luo's eyes shone brightly. Holy Enlightenment Scroll. A rare item whose value is comparable to that of an artifact. Its effect is to let the player learn a skill of any profession, and the skill is not higher than the legendary quality. There are exactly 2 diamond skill books in the backpack. Qin Luo secretly said. These 2 skill books belong to the warrior and archer professions respectively. He took the lead in negating the skills of archers. Even if you have a scroll of holy enlightenment, you can't learn skills indiscriminately. Many skills require the support of corresponding weapons. Exactly. This warrior skill lightning power belongs to the enchantment system. It suits me very well. Qin Luo used scrolls to learn skills, and then displayed talents. Blessings of the ancient gods. Ding! The power of lightning has evolved into a legendary skill, Super State. Hyper State, Legendary. Level, 1, 0/12800 Experience. Effect, form an electrostatic force field on the body surface, all attributes, and movement speed plus 50%, the toucher is paralyzed for 1 second, and suffers physical x 200% lightning damage. Lasts 10 seconds. Consumption, 1000 mana/s. Cooldown, tens, calculated after the end. Hiss. This skill is too fierce. You know, Qin Luo possesses the Blessing of Light skill, which can restore 1062 points of mana per second, which already exceeds the skill consumption. He can completely use Super State as a basic attack. And Qin Luo's highest attribute is Physique, reaching 1647 points. Calculate carefully. The normal attack damage in Super State reached 4941 points. Very good. Qin Luo grinned. With this skill, he is more sure of the success of the operation of the Bloody Temple. At last, Qin Luo took the epic potion in one breath. Agility plus 150. Movement speed plus 100% for 2 hours. Do it all. Qin Luo opened the friend list, and Liang Shui, the class teacher, was idle. He wanted to inquire about the Blood Temple so that he could prepare in advance. After thinking about it, Qin Luo sent a message. Mr. Liang, do you know the Bloody Temple in World No. 5? A few seconds passed. Liang Shui, did you get the world mission? Yes. Qin Luo replied. I do know the Bloody Temple. Liang Shui replied. Immediately afterwards, she sent several messages in succession. The Bloody Temple is a hidden dungeon map of World No. 5. It is extremely difficult. Even a genius from a legendary family cannot pass the level. The monsters in World 5 have a maximum level of 10, but the monsters in the temple have a maximum level of 15. The monsters inside are even stronger than level 20 players, plus they can't use props. As a result, the Milky Way has never conquered the novice world for 10,000 years. However, I think Qin Luo, you have a chance to clear the level, provided you can show your strength in the afternoon. Through Liang Shui's message, Qin Luo has a preliminary understanding. Mr. Liang, thank you. After replying to the message, he closed the chat panel. Qin Luo began to prepare. World number 5. In order to improve the progress of the Bloody Key, with the help of the teleportation array, Qin Luo hunted orcs and monsters all over the mainland. The experience value keeps increasing. 2 days later, the key has absorbed enough blood, and the progress has reached 100%. It's finally about to start. Qin Luo was both excited and looking forward to it. Certainly. He is not in a hurry to open the portal of the Bloody Temple. Qin Luo is looking at his panel. Level 10. Experience 832687/74970. World Reputation 20,100. Balance 98.52 million gold coins. The process of killing, reaping many loot. Items of lower than silver quality were all disposed of by him, and his net worth rose to close to the 100 million mark. Call. Qin Luo took a deep breath. Immediately, he took out the blood-red key and activated the effect decisively. Bloody brilliance burst out. A portal appeared in front of him. Chapter 32. Qin Luo walked towards the bloody portal. Ding, I found the hidden area Bloody Temple, do you want to enter? Yes. He gave the answer in his heart. Next moment, the surrounding scenery changed rapidly. Qin Luo came to the deserted square, the ground was full of broken bones, and a bloody smell came to his nostrils. The Bloody Temple stands in the center. And the world quest objectives are in there. Go and have a look. Qin Luo moved on. As soon as you take a step, a sudden change occurs. Swish swish swish. Lights flickered in the square. One after another, silhouettes were born, wearing blood-colored heavy armor and holding sharp spears in their hands. Blood Moon Knight, Elite, Enhanced. Level 15. Quality Bronze. Life 12W/12W. Attacks 2632. Skills Charge, Blood Phaging Slash. Description: the most loyal guardians of the Bloody Temple, affected by the environment, their strength is far higher than that of the same kind. The knight's level is 5 levels higher than Qin Luo's. Even if he is affected by the mysterious golden body art, his attributes are reduced by 14%. They are still stronger than the bronze elite monsters of the same level. Kill the invaders. The Blood Moon Knight raised his weapon and rushed over at the same time, very fast. Flash Phantom. Qin Luo summoned 2 phantoms at the speed of light, and switched places with one of the phantoms, and the whole person appeared at a distance of 556 meters. All enemy attacks fell through. They are attracted to exactly one location. Good chance. Qin Luo's eyes light up slightly. Dragon Fury Fire. Waving his hand, he summoned a huge flame dragon, which hit the top of the Blood Moon Knight. With the sound of the explosion, waves of flames swept across a wide area with a radius of 400 meters. -16,573. -16,573. They were stunned for 2 seconds. Immediately, Qin Luo cast a flame storm, causing a total of 31,925 points of fire damage to each person. Swish! He swapped with another phantom and returned to the Blood Moon Knight encirclement. Kill him! The knight beside him raised his spear and slashed down, the blade of the spear glowed with blood. Blood-devouring slash. Super state. Qin Luo took the initiative to enter the encirclement, just to test the legendary skills. The electrostatic force field spreads all over the body and the surface of the staff, stimulated by the current, a powerful force emerges in the body. Attribute plus 50%. Movement speed plus 50%. Qin Luo got 2 buff bonuses. At this time, the blades of the enemy's spears also fell upon him. -0. -0. -0. -0. -4941. -4941. -4941. Qin Luo's blood bar has not changed. The current passed through the spear to the Blood Moon Knight, not only causing paralysis, but also dealing nearly 5,000 lightning damage. Try a normal attack. Qin Luo swung his staff and smashed it at the enemy. As long as you hit them, you will still deal damage. 10 seconds. The Blood Moon Knights were so shocked that they couldn't move, and they happened to block the footsteps of their companions. The test is complete. Qin Luo switched positions again, broke away from the siege, and then fired a dragon's fury with his backhand, ending the life of the bloody Blood Moon Knight. Ding! Kill a level 15 Blood Moon Knight, gain 1284 experience points world reputation +1. Ding! Kill a level 14 Blood Moon Knight, gain 1092 experience points world reputation +1. Ding! Bronze elite monsters provide a lot of experience. Also, each Blood Moon Knight also provides 1 reputation. In ordinary areas, only by killing monsters above the elite level can you get precious reputation. Hidden areas, even mobs have reputation rewards. For players, reputation is very important. When I have 50,000 points of world reputation, I can enter that special world. Qin Luo secretly said. He couldn't help speeding up. Within 10 minutes. Kill all the Blood Moon Knights in the square. Harvest more than 60,000 experience points. Immediately. Qin Luo put away the spoils dropped by the monsters and evolved them, the bronze equipment turned into gold equipment, and the price rose to several million gold coins. This battle is over. He has an intuitive feeling for the role of super state. Think here. Qin Luo decisively consumed 400,000 experience to upgrade skills. Ding! The super state skill level has been raised to level 5. Hyper state, legendary. Level 5, 0/64W experience. Effect: form an electrostatic force field on the body surface, all attributes, and movement speed plus 70%, the toucher is paralyzed for 1 second, and suffers physical x 280% lightning damage. Lasts 14 seconds. Consumption, 1800 mana/s. Cooldown, 10s. The effect is fully improved. Consumption is also increased to 1800 points. But after turning on the super state, the mana recovery of Light's Blessing per second is increased to 1886 points, which is enough to afford the mana consumption of the super state. It's perfect. Qin Luo smiled. The Blood Moon Knight outside was killed, and he easily walked into the temple. Current location, first floor of Bloody Temple. There is plenty of light inside, and Blood Moon orc sculptures are erected on the surrounding walls. Humans, you shouldn't step here. Knights, charge with me. A cold and stern voice sounded in my ear. He looked up. In the darkness, 101 Blood Moon Knights gradually walked out, and the orc walking in the front was a level 15 golden boss. The difficulty of the first layer is already very high. The situation behind can be imagined. Kill. The Golden Knight rushed out first, pointing the spear in his hand at Qin Luo. Chapter 33. Bang bang. Behind the Golden Knight boss, 100 Blood Moon Knights charged side by side, leaving no room for Qin Luo to dodge. Facing this circumstances, Qin Luo's expression did not change at all, and he calmly activated Super State. All attributes plus 70%. Magic attack increased to 3,772 points. Dragon Fury Fire. Flames Storm. The flames rose from the ground of the temple, burning the body of the Blood Moon Knight. At the same time, the flame dragon descended from the sky and made another stab. Boom! minus 23,837, minus 27,275, minus 16,634. The Blood Moon Knight is in deep flames. Their bodies were burned to the point of crackling, and they were directly beaten to serious injuries. Their own attributes were suppressed by Tianwei, and now their blood volume is less than 20,000 points. While the knights were stunned, Qin Luo uses probing on the lead boss. Fury Knight Eunuch, Lord, Enhanced. Level, 15. Quality, Gold. Life, 245W/251W. Attacks, 12,577. Skills, Furious Charge, Blood Gun, Sweep, Berserk. The attack power exceeds 10,000. Life broke 2 million. This is enough to show how powerful the boss is. Eunuch's strength crushes the 10th level Beastmaster in all aspects. Most players can't resist a blow. The damage is too high. Qin Luo also had to deal with it carefully. At this time, while the boss was in a daze, he did not hesitate to strike. Judgment Pursuit. Qin Luo immediately activated the skills of the epic equipment, flashed behind the Violent Knight, and at the same time, a golden longsword logo appeared above the opponent's head. Burst the flames. Extremely Cold Ice Spear. One after another, single target skills bombarded the back of the Violent Knight, and several cracks were blown out of the hard armor. The damage figures all exceeded 10,000. Moreover, the damage of the burst flame enjoys the bonus of judgment, which is increased by 50%, and the damage of the burst flame is 2.5W. The blood bar of Fury Knight is reduced by about 5%. Ahem! It couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, and its face turned pale. Next moment, Eunuch finally broke free. It said with a ferocious face, "Human, I will definitely kill you today." Qin Luo didn't speak, and stretched out his hand to hook his fingers. The meaning is obvious. Have the ability to do it. Damn it! How can it bear it? Blood gun. The veins in Eunuch's arm bulged, and he threw the blood-colored long spear violently, causing a whistling sound in the air. Boom! Amazing power! The spear point pierced Qin Luo's figure until it disappeared into the ground. However, what remained in place was just a phantom. Qin Luo had already moved behind the enemy, taking advantage of the 5 shifting opportunities of the flickering phantom. Play with the knights in the palm of your hand. Once the skill cooldown is over, Qin Luo sent them back to the west directly. At this time, Qin Luo's displacement skills and buff spells entered the cooldown. The Violent Knight noticed this detail, and there was a cruel murderous intent in his blood eyes. "Human, let me see how you hide." Die! It charged again, holding the spear and sweeping across with great force, hitting Qin Luo's body, making a zheng sound, like the sound of fine iron. Mysterious golden body art. -0. Still unharmed. Seeing this, the furious knight wanted to curse. As a mage, it's too bad. Learn so many defensive skills. At this time, with 30% spell blood sucking and various damage reduction spells, Qin Luo chose to be tough from the front, and all the spells were on the boss's face. Only 4 or 5 minutes passed. The battle is over. Human beings, His Highness the Great Beast God, will not let you go. The furious knight spoke intermittently. Before he could finish speaking, he lay down on the ground weakly. The prompt beeps. Ding! Kill the furious knight eunuch, gain 51360 experience points, free attribute plus 16, world reputation plus 1000. Qin Luo looked at the boss body. He couldn't help sighing, this wave of battles really made me feel a little bit of pressure. The amount of loot dropped on the ground is quite a lot. 720 gold coins, bloodthirsty seed, blood gun skill book, blood moon battle armor. Qin Luo's eyes lit up, and he looked at the prop that looked like a seed. Bloodthirsty Seed, 1/10. Quality, Special. Effect, gather 10 bloodthirsty seeds, you can harvest the Blood Moon Baptism, increase attributes and HP. It seems that the guardian bosses on the 10th floor of the Bloody Temple will drop this seed. Qin Luo secretly said. He temporarily put away the props. Click. There was a strange noise in the temple. Qin Luo followed the sound, and the stairs leading to the upper floor had appeared. He didn't go to the second floor for the first time. Instead, wait for the skill to cool down in place. The state returned to its peak. Qin Luo resolutely went to the higher level of the Bloody Temple. The strength of the boss is getting stronger and stronger. But the boss ranks from the 1st to the 9th floors are all of gold quality, and they are still within Qin Luo's ability, so there is basically no pressure to pass the level. It took just over an hour. The number of bloodthirsty seeds in the backpack becomes 9. The next 10th floor boss will definitely be a diamond rank. Qin Luo is very sure of this guess. After all, the strength of the 9th floor boss has reached the peak of the gold rank. Think here. Qin Luo opened the character panel. Remaining experience, 152W. He directly upgraded 2 attack skills. Ding! The skill level of Dragon's Fury has been raised to level 6. Ding! The skill level of the extremely cold Ice Spear has been raised to level 7. A total of more than 1.1 million experience was consumed. Chapter 34. Qin Luo looked at the skill information. Dragon's Fury. Level, 6, 0/64W. Effect, cause 3200 plus act attack x6 20% fire damage, stun for 3 seconds. Arctic Ice Spear. Grade, 7, 0/64W. Effect, deal 2500 plus act attack x4 70% frost damage, reduce attack speed and movement speed by 32%. After skill upgrade, the increase in damage bonus is quite high. At this time, he only has 410,000 experience left, and from level 10 to level 11, he only needs 70,000 experience. But starting from level 11, the experience required to upgrade will be doubled. Think about it. Qin Luo consumed 400,000 experience in one go, and clicked the upgrade button. Ding! Player Qin Luo, your level has been raised to level 11, 4-dimensional attributes plus 10, free attribute points plus 20. Ding! Ding! Qin Luo went up 3 levels in a row. Because of the effect of Suanhunjinshinju, when leveling up, the free attribute points will increase by an additional 100%. And the physical bonus increased by 210 points. As for the free attribute points, they are still all allocated to the spiritual value. He opens the personal information panel. Strength, 716. Physique, 1887. Agility, 826. Spirit, 1326. There is a large difference between various attributes, especially strength and physique. The gap exceeds 200%, which is not conducive to the later development. At level 60, players will awaken the realm. The greater the gap between various attributes, the higher the probability of domain awakening failure. Certainly, Qin Luo is not worried about this problem. Players with 30,000 world reputations can use a system building called Training Room in Galaxy City. Practicing in the training room can improve the imbalance of attributes. Now, he has 29,570 points of world reputation. Clearing the Bloody Temple is enough to achieve the set goal. It's time to act. Qin Luo stepped onto the steps. Soon, he reached the 10th floor of the Temple of Blood. Looking around, Qin Luo found the target of the world quest, a blood-red light ball floating in mid-air, surrounded by a transparent barrier. The shackles of humanity are sealed within the sphere of light. Blood Blade. Activate the equipment skill, manipulate the blood sword to stab the energy barrier. Ding! The crisp sound echoed in my ears. No effect. At this time, 5 blood-red portals rose from the ground, standing in the center of the temple, and the sound of dense footsteps approached from far to near. Tread! The Blood Moon Knights in armor came out continuously. After a while, a knight stood at every corner of the 10th floor. Good guy! The difficulty of this 10th floor has more than doubled. The field of vision is full of enemies, and players can only face them head-on. For a level 15 bronze elite, a single skill can deal nearly 3 or 4,000 blood damage. Even Caesar, a player from the legendary family, would have to suffer under their knives. Human, how dare you trespass into the temple? Kill him! Don't let him touch the seal left by Lord Beast God. Kill! The Blood Moon Knight attacked frantically. Gun blades struck from all directions. Cold light blooms. -0. -0. -0. -0. -0. -8,982. -8,982. -8,982. Qin Luo turned on super state, then stood still and didn't want to move. His physical defense increased from 6,331 to 10,293 points. Any attack is futile. Looking at the nearby enemies, he shot immediately. Flame barrier. Fire damage plus 20%. The Blood Moon Knights were all forcibly pushed near the wall and huddled together. Die! Raising his hand to release the flames of Dragon Fury and Flame Storm, the temple instantly turned into a sea of flames, burning hundreds of Blood Moon Knights to ashes. -53,213. -23,917. -23,917. The cumulative damage of the spell exceeds 120,000, and the enemy is instantly wiped out. Ding! Kill a level 15 Blood Moon Knight, gain 1284 experience points, world reputation +1. Ding! Kill prompts are refreshed crazily. After the Blood Moon Knight died, a wisp of blood energy emanated from the body, floating towards the sky until it merged into the blood-red ball of light. Look directly at the photosphere and even see a progress bar. 20%. I see. Qin Luo probably guessed the way to remove the barrier. As predicted, a group of Blood Moon Knights came out of the portal again. He threw himself into battle. Less than 5 minutes. The progress rose to 100%, Qin Luo killed a full 1,000 Blood Moon Knights, and his experience increased by more than 800,000. It's a great feeling. Next moment, the blood-red light ball released endless blood light, condensing into a familiar figure on the ground. Blood Beast God Domar. Certainly. It is impossible for a novice world to give birth to gods, and Domar in front of him is just an unconscious clone. Dormar clone, Lord, enhanced. Level, 15. Quality, Diamond. Life, 435W/435W. Attacks, 21,645. Skills, Blood Cross, Vampire Fang, Tear Slash, Blood Shield, Extreme Speed. The first Diamond Boss. Attributes are too strong. The current panel attribute is the Peak attribute, suppressed by Tianwei, its life is reduced to 348W, and its attack becomes 17,316. But the hidden area prohibits the effect of any props. Means, Qin Luo cannot use a long gauntlet. He didn't care about that. Qin Luo has confidence in his own strength. Just stick to the attack rhythm. His winning rate is 100%. No doubt. Chapter 35. Domar's clone doesn't have any self-awareness. Its existence is to protect the shackles of humanity. So, the moment it saw Qin Luo, it immediately launched a surprise attack, with a burst of speed, spanning tens of meters in an instant, and slashing towards it with a big knife. A gleam of blood appeared on the blade. Tear and slash. Swish. In a blink of an eye, Qin Luo's figure turned into a phantom, and the blade cut through the air, tearing apart the metal floor of the temple. Roar! Domar roared furiously. It looked at Qin Luo, and unexpectedly, a giant flame dragon flew towards him, and the monstrous flame wave generated by the explosion swallowed Domar's figure. -38,861. Damage explosion. Qin Luo had already entered the super state, attribute plus 70%, making the magic attack increase to 4,568 points. Call. Domar rushed out of the sea of flames suddenly, wrapped in a layer of blood shield, absorbing high damage for it, and immune to physical control effects. Intruder, die! With a roar, a blood shadow flashed in the air. It was Bloody Fangs. This skill locked on the target Qin Luo. He can't dodge with displacement. Mysterious Golden Body Art. -0. When the player receives any attack, the damage will be reduced by the injury-free effect first, and the defense value will be deducted finally. So, Qin Luo was not injured. Extremely Cold Ice Spear. Flames Storm. Spells came out one after another, all hitting Domar's clone, causing a series of damage to it. -30,185. Weakness. -14,736. -14,736. Domar's blood volume dropped sharply. It fought back angrily. Pity. All melee attacks were dodged or forcibly interrupted by Qin Luo. Only the two long-range magic skills Blood Cross and Vampire Fang could hit. However, even if you get hurt, with 20% magic blood sucking, Qin Luo quickly regained full blood. The battle is in a state of anxiety. After all, Domar's avatar also has the means to recover blood. Its health decreases slowly. 400W. 360W. 310W. Single challenge against Qin Luo, no pressure. He has too many ways to control the enemy. Displacement, blood recovery, shielding, damage reduction, control. If it were a boss with self-awareness, he would have been so angry that he vomited blood. It's disgusting. In addition to locking skills, it is difficult to hit Qin Luo. When the boss blood volume is lower than 10%, it finally broke out. There is an extra buff icon on the body. Bloody Blood, deduct 9% of the maximum HP, the next attack must hit, and the damage plus 400%. Roar. Domar cut out a blood cross. Judgment Pursuit. Qin Luo flashed behind the opponent, all 6 auxiliary skills were activated, and a series of bright buff patterns appeared on the status bar. Blood Cross suddenly turned and chased after him. Boom! -12,164. +3,041. +2,284. Deduction of shield and blood recovery. In fact, Qin Luo only suffered 333 damage, which was harmless. Dragon Fury Fire. -91,191. Domar's clone was buried in the sea of fire. Ding! Kill Domar's clone, gain 102,720 experience points, free attribute points plus 32, world reputation plus 2,000. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the hidden area, Blood Temple. Obtained, Bloody Treasure Chest Special. Click. There was a strange noise. The energy barrier above the head suddenly shattered. Reveal the blood-red light ball. Break the shackles of humanity, and my mission will be completed. The corners of Qin Luo's mouth curled up slightly. At this time, he was not in a hurry, and turned to pick up the spoils. Bloodthirsty Seed, Crazy Blood Sword, Blood Cross Skill Book, Nether Cage Gauntlet. Boss dropped a full 5 pieces of diamond props. Got the 10th bloodthirsty seed. Blood moon baptism, begin. Wow! Wisps of bright red moonlight enveloped Qin Luo's body. 4-dimensional attribute plus 30. Life value plus 20,000. Bloodthirsty power. Permanent attribute bonus. It even contains a special power attribute, bloodthirsty power. After attacking the enemy, it absorbs damage x 10% of blood. After this round of strengthening, Qin Luo's total health is close to 80,000. He is quite satisfied with the result. Next, it's time to end the world quest. Qin Luo summoned the blood blade and slashed towards the blood-red light ball. Snapped. Pierced directly through the scarlet shell. A group of colorful radiance overflowed, left the bloody temple, and spread to every corner of the number 5 world, and the shackles on human beings disappeared. Ding! Player Qin Luo, congratulations on completing the world quest, The Rise of Humanity. Rewards: 1 million experience, world reputation plus 10,000, free attribute plus 100, world authority. Qin Luo got the world authority. System prompt: the next time the world is refreshed, the control of world number 5 will be assigned to your name. Finally got it. There was joy on his face. Next week, world number 5 is Qin Luo's private domain, and no player can enter this world without his permission. And 2 days later, Qin Luo will also be rewarded for conquering the world. In Eternal World, the world levels are divided into elementary, intermediate, advanced, ultimate. The higher the level, the higher the strategy reward. According to the division, the novice world level is elementary. But even primary rewards, and each world has exclusive rewards. This moment, Qin Luo was looking forward to it. Chapter 36. The world quest ends. Qin Luo left the temple directly. This moment, the space where the bloody temple was located burst like a bubble, disappearing into the 5th world forever. Anyway, I got it. He doesn't care what changes will happen to the temple. But Qin Luo was very curious about the customs clearance rewards. Blood chest, special. Effect: 1 epic reward will be given randomly, and life will be permanently plus 2,000 points. He decisively opened the box. Ding! Congratulations on getting an epic item, Blood-Devouring Scepter. The body absorbed a ray of blood, and Qin Luo's HP successfully exceeded 80,000. Subsequently, he looked at the prop panel. Blood Scepter. Quality: Epic. Effect: summon a blood-devouring field with a diameter of 500 meters. When the enemy recovers life, it absorbs 50% of the recovered life value. Lasts 120 seconds. Chill for 6 hours. Consumes 5,000 mana. Epic quality props. Restrain the enemy's blood recovery, turn around and restore your own blood volume. The effect is very practical. If I have the blood-devouring scepter in the battle with Dormar's clone, the battle time can be reduced by at least half. Qin Luo calculated in his heart. While putting the scepter into his backpack, he glanced at the harvest during this period. It can only be described as fruitful. The equipment and props being used are basically higher than gold quality. In the Linzhou base, silver level items are already very rare. As for gold level items, only official forces and aristocratic families own them. As for higher quality items, the leaders of the major forces do not necessarily have a few pieces in their hands. However, here at Qin Luo, rare items are plentiful. A look of satisfaction appeared on Qin Luo's face. Now, my level is 13. World number 5 only has a maximum of level 10 monsters, and the experience of killing monsters will be greatly reduced. Therefore, Qin Luo doesn't plan to stay in world number 5. His next goal is very clear. Practice room. That's right. Qin Luo intends to practice attributes to improve his strength. It just so happens that the world reputation reaches 4W, which meets the requirements for using the practice room. Subsequently, he directly invested 170W experience to upgrade. Ding, player Qin Luo, your level has been raised to level 14, 4-dimensional attributes plus 10, free attribute points plus 20. Ding. Ding. Qin Luo went up 4 levels in a row. The attribute points for upgrades and task rewards are all added to the spiritual value. Name, Qin Luo. Grade, 17. Rating, Ordinary Professionals. Life, 86,840. Mana, 40,350. Attacks, 3,256. Physical Defense, 7,351. Law Defense, 6,237. Now, Qin Luo's evaluation is still an ordinary professional. 2 days later, the novice period is over, and he can be promoted to a junior professional. The harvest is almost counted. Next. I'm going to the last place. Qin Luo couldn't help looking towards the direction of the Rog Mountains. With a thought, the scenery around him changed rapidly, and the next moment, he had already returned to the entrance of Haimu village. This is the ability contained in the World Authority. Qin Luo can be moved to any position in the 5th world at will. You are Master Mage. The villagers on the city wall immediately opened the gate. At the same time, inform the village head of the news. Not long. The villagers rushed over one after another, and the old village head excitedly said, Master, thank you for your contribution to mankind. Contribute? Qin Luo was taken aback. Immediately, he reacted and launched a detection technique on the villagers. Head of Blackwood Village, Cumber. Level, 2. Villager of Blackwood Village, Rotor. Level, 2. After the shackles of humanity dissipated, the bodies of humans in World 5 were strengthened. Thinking of this, Qin Luo smiled and said, You don't need to thank me, it will be good for me if you become stronger. Once he controls world number 5, he will receive bonuses from the world. The stronger the life in this world, the higher the bonus will naturally be. However, the villagers did not understand the meaning of this sentence, but this did not prevent them from expressing their gratitude to Qin Luo. Qin Luo nodded helplessly. He had to let the villagers disperse first, and then he came to Milan's house. Big brother. Seeing Qin Luo's figure, Milan's eyes lit up suddenly, and she ran over excitedly. Her parents stood stiffly where they were. Milan, long time no see. Qin Luo smiled, reached out and rubbed her hair. Milan blushed and said softly, Big brother, what do you want with Milan? Talking about business, Qin Luo's face became serious. The seal of the world has been lifted, and human beings can regain extraordinary power. Milan, are you willing to learn magic with me? Yet. Yes. Milan nodded. But she remembered one more thing, and couldn't help asking, Big brother, am I leaving home? Certainly. This. Milan was tangled for a moment, and she looked at her parents. Dad, Mom. Seeing that their daughter can learn magic, the parents quickly said, Daughter, you don't have to worry about us. But Milan hesitated. At this time, Qin Luo said with a smile, Don't worry, you can go home anytime. I am willing to learn from Big Brother. Milan agreed decisively. I'll see you again in 2 days. The reason why Qin Luo valued Milan was because of her ability to favor luck and epic aptitude. As long as she cultivated it, she would definitely become her best helper. And Milan is also a native of World 5. Her strength will also affect the world bonus. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 37. Qin Luo is the master of the number 5 world. The Aborigines naturally have a high degree of loyalty to him. Therefore, There is no resistance to recruiting Myron as a follower. Agreed to meet in 2 days. Only then did Qin Luo exit the number 5 world and return to the teleportation square. There are many players nearby setting up stalls and selling loot. There are also adventure teams and adventure guilds recruiting. In Eternal World, the mainstream still pays attention to teamwork. A lone ranger like Qin Luo may not necessarily find a person like him in 100 million people. Withdrawing his gaze, Qin Luo left the square straight away. Next stop. Practice room. After more than 10 minutes. In front of the Adventurers Guild. Qin Luo happened to pass by this building. He has always had the idea of forming a team. After all, adventure teams and adventure guilds can provide players with additional benefits. Think about it. Qin Luo decided to create a guild in advance. Even if you don't have teammates, you can enjoy guild benefits yourself. He walked into the adventure guild. When the world reputation reaches 10,000, you can create a guild. The operation panel pops up in front of you. Ding! Please give the guild you created a name. Eternal Knight. Congratulations on creating Eternal Knight Guild, please pay the fee of 10 million gold coins. Qin Luo pays the full handling fee. There is a guild button in the system bar. After clicking, a guild information panel will pop up. Name, Eternal Knight Guild. Level, Elementary. President, Qin Luo. Guild skills, primary experience, monster killing experience plus 10%. Guild buildings, none. Guild residents, none. Guild members, 1/10. He is currently the only one in the guild. In addition, increasing the number of members costs gold coins. Upgrading the guild level requires not only spending gold coins, but also meeting special requirements. Currently, the functions of the level 1 guild meet Qin Luo's needs. When Milan becomes a follower and completes the awakening, she can become the second member of my guild. Qin Luo thought to himself. Then, he left the adventure guild and quickly walked to the training room next door. Ding, player Qin Luo, you have met the prestige requirements and can use the primary training room. Please select the level of training. There are 4 levels in the primary training room. The lowest grade is D, and the highest grade is A. The grade determines the level of cultivation gains. Prices vary. Qin Luo estimates, and quickly gives a choice. Stage A, 54 hours. 5.4 million gold coins will be directly deducted from the balance. Ding, the system starts to detect your attributes, and formulate an exclusive training plan and exclusive training scene for you. Qin Luo entered the deep cultivation mode. 2 days later. Late at night. The current time is 11:55. Ding. The training is over, and this harvest, Strength plus 204, Agility plus 297, Spirit and 39. Call. Qin Luo opened his eyes. A warm feeling appeared in all the veins of the limbs, and soon disappeared deep in the body. Strength, 1490. Physique, 2227. Agility, 1183. Spirit, 1637. This is his current attribute. It has been rewarding. Immediately. Qin Luo looked at the system time. There are still 5 minutes left, the novice period will end, and at the same time, the universe rankings and the heavens rankings will be announced. The higher the rank, the higher the reward. Qin Luo waited quietly. The time passed by 1 minute and 1 second until it entered the countdown. 3s. 2s. 1s. Just then, the system prompt sounded. Ding, player Qin Luo, you have been promoted to a junior professional. Ding, player Qin Luo, you have become the first in the novice list of the heavens. Rewards, 1 million experience, world reputation plus 100,000, 100 free attribute points. No doubt. Qin Luo ranks first on all three lists. However, players can only get the top list rewards. The rewards also include a trial treasure chest of the heavens and the title, Mythical Man. Qin Luo hasn't checked the reward yet. But I glanced at the list. Novice scoreboard. First place, Ya 150 Q. Points, 277,088. Civilization, Earth. Second place, KL001W. Points, 35,215. Civilization, Holy King. Third place, NS002H. Points, 34,925. Civilization, Knight. Fourth place. Except for the ranking, because of Qin Luo, major changes have taken place. See, other people's points have not changed. This relieved him. At this time, looking at the freshly released three major lists, the players took a deep breath. This moment, the audience was in an uproar. FK. What the hell is the score for the first place? I can't believe my eyes. Gao Wen, the supreme hero of universes 1 to 10, was beaten by a player from universe 150. The second place is Gu Chongqing, the son of the original Holy King. He awakened to a god-level profession, and he would lose to the unknown people in the lower universe. Players in the eternal world are in disbelief. The bosses of countless forces tried to deduce the real identity of the first place. Result: they spit out mouthfuls of golden divine blood one after another, and were warned. Behind him is the supreme god. Fear appeared on the faces of these big men. At this time, many players check out Qin Luo's fighting videos from the forums. However, no one knows what he really looks like. Due to system protection measures, external players cannot see the real appearance of the players in the recorded or live broadcast of the Eternal World. Chapter 38. At the same time as the list of the heavens was released, the prompt continues to sound. Ding! You get one number of chaos sacrifice. At the same time, entering the second week, the novice world has been refreshed. Qin Luo successfully gained control of the world. World number 5 will not be refreshed in the future. Ding! Player Qin Luo, congratulations on conquering world number 5. Rewards: World Reputation plus 1W, World Bonus, Primary World Treasure Chest. World Bonus, 50 points for all attributes. The current increase in attributes is not high. But the increase in the power level of the fifth world will also increase the world bonus. In his previous life, he controlled 15 worlds and provided millions of attribute bonuses. Now Qin Luo even started to think about buy level 1 and level 5 skill books and give them to the aborigines to learn. That's right. Aboriginal people can learn skills through skill books. However, they cannot learn skills directly by clapping their hands like players. Let's consider this matter later. Let's see what I have gained. Qin Luo couldn't wait to receive the reward. The first is the title. Man of Myth title. Quality, Special God level. Bonus, Life value plus 10%, 4-dimensional attribute plus 100, Monster killing experience plus 50%. Special, Neutral/friendly Aboriginal favorability plus 20%. The effect of this title is simply invincible. In Eternal World, the higher the favorability with the Aborigines, the easier it is for players to get their help and have the opportunity to get their gifts when performing tasks. The life value increased sharply, almost reaching the 100,000 level. The final reward is 2 special chests. The Heavens Trial Treasure Chest. Primary World Treasure Chest. Qin Luo glanced at the information of the box. The highest item was of epic quality, and the lowest was gold level. I hope the reward is not bad. He opened 2 boxes casually. The light flickered out. Ding! You have obtained an epic material, Tears of the Moon God * 100 drops. Ding! You have obtained diamond level equipment, Hey You Ancient Ring. Ding! You got an epic item, Backlight Escape Skill Book. There are 5 rewards in total. This. Qin Luo's eyes light up slightly. He was attracted by the skill book in it. This is an extremely rare stealth mage skill. Pity. Only when players reach level 20 can they meet the learning requirements for epic quality skill books. Qin Luo has 114,000 experience points, and wants to upgrade to level 20 in one go, at least 1,500,000 experience points short. He couldn't help but sigh. Give up the idea of learning skill books for now. Subsequently, Qin Luo checked the information of the other 4 rewards one by one, and finally, took out the equipment, activated Ancient God's Blessing, and evolved the quality of the equipment. Ding! The Ancient Black Ring has evolved into a legendary equipment, the Obsidian Oath. Oath of Obsidian, Legend. Attribute, Defense plus 680. Additional, Strength plus 120, Constitution plus 350, Spirit plus 200. Special effect, Physical resistance plus 40%. Skill, gain a shield of HP x 150%, cool down for 180 seconds. Equipment requirements, level 15 legal profession. A defensive ring. With his current life, after activating the skill, this shield is enough to absorb 150,000 points of damage. One word, strong. Qin Luo replaced the old equipment with the Black Glory Oath. So far, today's harvest is counted. Qin Luo is very satisfied. It's not too early now. Think about it. He goes back to rest. After all, training in the training room consumes a lot of mental and physical energy. Leave the rest to the morning. Early morning. After gaining control of the world, Qin Luo no longer needs to use the portal. With a thought, he instantly appeared in Haimu village. Grown-ups. On the road, the villagers were startled by the sudden appearance, and when they came back to their senses, they found that it was Qin Luo, and their expressions changed suddenly. Due to the influence of world rules, the attitude of the villagers has become more respectful. Qin Luo nodded. He asked a villager to call the village chief. Soon, the old village chief hurried over. "My lord, why are you looking for this old man? I need you to transcribe these books." Qin Luo took out a pile of low-level skill books for various professions. "This is..." The old village chief was a little confused. He explained, "These books record the methods of skill cultivation, which can allow you to master extraordinary power. Also, I need you to copy books and pass them on to other villages." "My lord, please don't worry," the old village chief said excitedly, "I'm going to finish your task immediately. Do not worry. You let the villagers practice first to master enough strength. This way, when you go to other villages, you can resist the attacks of orcs and monsters." Qin Luo smiled. "Okay, okay." The old village chief ran out happily and announced the news to the villagers. Then, Qin Luo came to Milin's house. She and her parents have been waiting for a long time. "Are you ready?" Milin nodded, her clear eyes filled with determination. "Then let's get started." Qin Luo smiled slightly. Chapter 39. Qin Luo opens the follower panel from the system tray. A white light cluster emerged. "Touch the light. Accept the voice's invitation," Qin Luo said softly. Hearing this, Milin stretched out her little hand nervously to touch the light, and a reminder sounded in her mind. Ding! "Do you agree to become a follower of player Qin Luo?" "What?" Hearing the sound suddenly, she was so frightened that her face turned pale. "But..." Milin quickly realized, recalling Qin Luo's words, she chose to accept the invitation. "Agree." The voice just fell. The light split into two, one flew towards Milin, and the other towards Qin Luo. Ding! The contract is concluded successfully. Do you want to pay 1 million gold coins to start the career awakening ceremony for follower Milin? Yes. Qin Luo firmly agreed. Awakening light enveloped Milin. Humans on Earth accept the awakening ceremony and finally obtain their original occupation and talent. However, the aborigines of the eternal world can only awaken professions. Become a semi-awakened person and gain the ability to kill monsters and upgrade. But they must be attached to real players. Cannot exist independently. Qin Luo's eyes focused on Milin. In a minute, she has awakened. Milin, Soul Apostle, epic profession. Soul Apostle. What kind of occupation is this? Mage department? Or assassin? A trace of curiosity flashed in Qin Luo's eyes. He stood by, quietly waiting for the ceremony to end. Call. Grey light emerged out of thin air, and condensed into a simple book in front of Milin, like grey fog, without substance. Next moment, Milin opened her eyes, her little face was full of excitement. Qin Luo asked with a smile, "How do you feel? Tell me about your profession." "Okay, big brother." Milin nodded happily, and said, "This profession gives me the ability to control the soul. After killing an enemy, I can seal the soul into the Book of Souls and increase my attributes. But now only one soul can be sealed." With a wave of his little hand, the Book of Souls floated in front of him, and he opened the first page. The above content is blank. She continued, "There are two ways to use the sealed soul. One is to summon it to fight the enemy, the other is to provide attributes to teammates. Only one mode can be turned on at the same time." Milin's small face was a little excited. "Sounds good." Qin Luo smiled. Milin's profession belongs to the summoning system. And it has both auxiliary and combat capabilities. The skills are relatively comprehensive. Thinking of this, Qin Luo checked Milin's attributes through the follower panel. Name, Milin. Grade 1. Occupation, Soul Apostle, Epic. Life, 120/120. Attributes, Strength 5, Constitution 6, Dexterity 5, Spirit 10. Talent, Good Luck. Skills, Soul Restraining Technique LV1, Soul Control Technique LV1. Soul Apostle's upgrade qualification is very high. Although there are no free attribute points, the 4-dimensional attribute plus 60 points per level. But what Qin Luo cared most about was Milin's talent. Good Luck, Luck plus 15. Perceived items below legendary quality by 10 kilometers. Good guy. This talent actually added 15 luck points. Even if it is a legendary lucky item, the maximum will be 10 points. He has nothing to say. Then Qin Luo glanced at the two skills. An idea suddenly popped into my mind. Can the blessing of the ancient gods evolve other people's skills? He quickly checked the talent description. There are no restricted objects. Hiss. Qin Luo gasped. I still underestimated the potential of the most advanced talents. He looked at Milin and said solemnly, "Milin, I will use an ability for you, don't resist." Uh-huh. Milin nodded seriously. Blessings of the ancient gods. A great force descended upon her. Ding. Soul Restraint has evolved into a god-level skill, God Restraint. Ding. Soul Control has evolved into a god-level skill, God Control. It worked. Have you noticed any special changes? Qin Luo asked. Milin closed her eyes and felt it. Immediately, she opened her eyes and said in shock, "Wow! The quality of the soul I can seal has been raised from the epic level to the god level. And the soul increase and attribute bonus have doubled. Big brother, you are too good." A follower's awakening ritual, which will instill some basic knowledge. So, Millen knows the division of skills and qualities. Her eyes were full of admiration. At this time, a system prompt sounds. Ding, you have a friend message. Qin Luo took a look. It was discovered that Liang Shui, the head teacher of the beauty class, had sent the message. Liang Shui, Qin Luo, come to school quickly, the school's tryout will be held at noon. Almost forgot. Qin Luo suddenly remembered this matter. Then, he turned around and confessed. Millen, you stay in Blackwood Village first, and help the villagers clean up the nearby monsters. In the afternoon, I will take you to my world. Big brother, I will work hard to improve my strength. Millen clenched her fists. I look forward to your performance. Seeing Millen's lovely appearance, Qin Luo rubbed her hair with a smile. Then, he took out a bunch of level 1 magic equipment, all of which had undergone the evolution of ancient god's blessing, and handed the blood demon crystal to Millen. This thing is of little use to me. Putting on the equipment, Millen's strength skyrocketed. Now, all the bosses in World 5 have been killed by players, and with Millen's strength, there is basically no opponent. Do it all. Qin Luo returned to the real world. Chapter 40. Linzhou No. 3 Middle School. Dozens of school buses were parked on the street in front of the gate, and nearly 1,000 students lined up to get on the bus, preparing to go to the venue for the school trials. Qin Luo came to the team of Class 3, 2. When the students saw his figure, they immediately caused a commotion. Hey, Brother Luo, you're finally here. Student Qin Luo, what level are you in now? Brother Luo, is your team short of people? I am a level 11 fighter, and I will definitely not hold you back. The classmates looked at him enthusiastically. However, Qin Luo politely rejected them. Players with a level difference of more than 5 levels are not suitable for forming a team at all, which will instead slow down the upgrade speed of high-level players. Seeing Qin Luo's refusal, the students naturally couldn't pester her facelessly. Soon, all the students sat in the car. The school bus departs and heads out of the city. Liang Shui began to talk about the rules and precautions of the school selection competition. This year's competition venue is a different world officially controlled by the Linzhou base 3 months ago, named Caborn World. This is a primitive world, and no intelligent life civilization has formed. There are countless ferocious beasts and ferocious beasts living there. Of course, the highest level is no more than 20. But, for you, this world is very dangerous. The school will give everyone a teleportation talisman. If you encounter danger, crush it immediately. Don't hesitate. The rules of the trials are simple. Killing beasts gives points. The top 10 points will be fully cultivated by the school. According to the past practice, they will go to the world controlled by the school to experience. Pity. Qin Luo was not interested. He is more curious about the situation in the game world. Primordial world. In his previous life, he had been in contact several times. This type of world has a lot of monsters and material resources. Known as the Natural Treasure House. Therefore, all major forces are keen to conquer the primitive world, and Qin Luo is no exception. Think here. He had a glimmer of expectation in his heart. Looking out the window, Qin Luo was lost in thought. A long time. Qin Luo came back to his senses. A fragrance came to his nostrils, and at the same time, he felt a touch of softness in his arms. This. He was slightly taken aback. Looking back, Liang Shui's delicate face was leaning against his shoulder. Qin Luo. He raised his head involuntarily, and found that all the male students in the class were staring at him, their eyes full of envy and jealousy. Liang Shui is known as the goddess of iceberg in school. She is not false to all the opposite s*x. Now he is so close to classmate Qin Luo. Is the treatment of geniuses so special? Damn it! Why am I not a genius? They kind of want to cry. This moment. Sensing a slight change in the outside world, Liang Shui opened her beautiful eyes and said lazily, "What's wrong? Teacher Liang, have you hugged enough?" Qin Luo glanced at her. "No." Liang Shui answered calmly. A sly look appeared in her eyes. Ever since she knew that Qin Luo could help her complete the bet, all the burdens in Liang Shui's heart disappeared, and her whole personality returned to its former state. Qin Luo naturally noticed her eyes. He said quietly, "Mr. Liang, I know you are interested in me, but I am your student." "What are you talking about?" Liang Shui blushed and spat. Next moment, she didn't know where her courage came from, and she said righteously, "I'll rest on my student's arm for a while, is there a problem?" After talking about it, Liang Shui regretted it. "Ah! What the hell am I talking about?" She was a little mad. Qin Luo squinted at Liang Shui's dodging eyes. "Good guy. Still dare to provoke me?" If it wasn't for the public, he would definitely teach Liang Shui an unforgettable lesson. Immediately, Qin Luo's eyes fell to a certain location. Liang Shui seemed to feel something, and let go of her hand with a reddish face. "She is cowardly." Sitting beside him in silence. "Oh woman!" Qin Luo looked away. The atmosphere on the school bus became completely quiet, and Liang Shui didn't return to normal until the school bus arrived at the camp outside the city. Inside the camp, there are many portals standing, connecting different worlds. There is a gem at the top of the portal. 2 colors of light are released. Red means unrated. Green means it has been conquered. Looking around, Qin Luo suddenly remembered something and couldn't help asking, "Mr. Liang, how is the situation of the new portal in the east?" "What?" Liang Shui was taken aback. Immediately, she came to her senses and said, "You mean the portal to the Ul civilization?" "Right. Already captured." Liang Shui answered truthfully, "It's a bit strange to say that the main god of Ul civilization died suddenly 7 days ago. Without the blessing of the main god, we conquered the world easily." This. Qin Luo's expression was a little strange. 7 days ago. It happened to be the time for his rebirth, and that day he sacrificed the godhood of the Lord God of Light, Ul. It seems that the death of the other party has something to do with me. Qin Luo murmured. He doesn't bother to explore the reason, as long as he is strong enough, he can break all kinds of magic with his own strength. At this time, teams from major middle schools in the Linzhou base came to the camp. Students have the same purpose. They are all participating in the selection competition of their respective schools. Qin Luo looked at the number 1 middle school team, and immediately found an acquaintance. Wang Menjiu, Wang Heng, and other members of the Wang Patriarch faction. Chapter 41. The Wang family also saw Qin Luo. "Qin Luo." They greeted each other cautiously. "Haven't seen you for a long time." Qin Luo smiled. Now, everyone in the Linzhou base knew that there was an ordinary student in number 3 middle school who had awakened to a golden career, and heard the names of the members of the Wang family. All nearby eyes focused on Qin Luo. He is Qin Luo from number 3 middle school? Except for being a bit handsome, everything else is very ordinary. Why do I feel that people from the Wang family respect him? Hee. It's just a lucky guy. Even if he awakens the gold profession, the major families won't care about this kind of role. With the help of family resources, silver professionals can do better than him. Students have discussing. Commoner students are envious of this. However, the family student was full of jealousy. Because not all members of the family can awaken gold occupations, 99.9% of people can only awaken common and rare occupations. At this time, another team of the Wang family had some movement, led by 2 young men with similar looks. Surrounded by the crowd, they strode forward arrogantly. "You are Qin Luo. I'll give you a chance to join my royal family." The attitude of the two youths was haughty, as if they were giving orders rather than requests. Ha ha! Qin Luo frowned, looked at Wang Menjiu, and said, "These two trash are really from your Wang family. Boy, do you have the ability to curse again?" The youth was furious. Good guy. There are still such foolishness these days. Qin Luo glanced at him and said two words calmly, trash. Although the words are short, the lethality is astonishing. The two youths broke through the defense directly, their faces flushed with anger. You! Just as the young man wanted to refute, he was interrupted by Wang Menjiu. Shut up! Say one more word, Wang Long, and I will apply to the Great Elder to punish you with clan rules. Wang Menjiu drank. The young man's complexion was gloomy, and he was strangely yin and yang. Yes, Sister Menjiu. Your master's family climbed the relationship between the Shen family of Longzhou, and his words were hard. Anger appeared in the eyes of the clansman behind Wang Menjiu. Don't argue with them. She shook her head. Ah! The two young men glanced at Qin Luo sullenly, and immediately led a group of people away from the royal team. Qin Luo noticed this scene. There was a cold light in his eyes. If the two dared to attack him, Qin Luo would kill them without hesitation, even if they belonged to a family. And in the real world, people only have one life. Die is dead. At this time, Qin Luo, I'm really sorry that the two Wang and Long brothers disturbed you. Afterwards, I will give you an apology on behalf of the Wang family. Wang Menjiu apologized. Need not. Qin Luo shook his head. But I'm curious, do they seem to be targeting you? Yes. Wang Menjiu replied helplessly, they are members of the collateral lineage of the Wang family. They have been oppressed by our direct lineage in the past, so they hate the direct lineage. And Brother Wang Long has the lowest status in the collateral lineage. Now that the two of them have awakened to the gold profession, their personalities have become a little arrogant. In fact, there was another reason she didn't say. Since Zhilian learned that Qin Luo is the first person in the new hands of the eternal world, the higher UPS were very curious about his background. Then, the second elder at level 75 tried to find out Qin Luo's fate. The result is self-evident. Shouted Supreme God, and then died suddenly. The second elder died. The gap between direct lineage and collateral lineage is further narrowed. That's how the current situation came about. At this time, Qin Luo looked at them, squinted and asked, "You didn't reveal my identity, did you?" "No. Everyone guarantees. Because of the death of the second elder. All insiders were so frightened that they made a systematic oath never to reveal Qin Luo's real identity." "Hope so." Qin Luo looked away. He looked around, and after the two young men left, people from the other three great families came over. "Hello, classmate Qin Luo, I'm Zhou An." The head of each family introduced themselves one after another. Qin Luo nodded, glanced at them, and said, "What's the matter, let's talk. Brother is also a straightforward person, so I won't make a fool of myself." Zhou An said solemnly, "On behalf of the Zhou family, I invite you to join. We are willing to give you generous treatment, including various growth resources. And then, become the protectors of the Zhou family. Life and death are controlled by you." Qin Luo's tone is bland. Hearing this, people from nearby aristocratic families all looked a little embarrassed. Many talented civilian players were born in Linzhou, and they were promised generous treatment by the aristocratic family. What happened? It was deceived as a guardian. Lost freedom. And life and death cannot be controlled independently. Qin Luo continued, "No matter what conditions you offer, I am not interested, and I will not accept any invitation. You go." "Okay, okay." They made no fun of themselves and could only leave. Those directly related to the Wang family did not leave. At this time, Wang Menjiu gritted her teeth and said, Qin Luo, let's form a team. I have a detailed map of the original world in my hand, and I can pay you 10 million gold coins. Qin Luo pondered. The conditions are indeed attractive. Although 10 million gold coins is not too much. But that map is very important to me. Chapter 42. Do you really have a detailed map in your hand? Qin Luo confirmed to her again. The world of Coburn has been conquered. Then, the detailed map of this world must be in the hands of the player who has the right to control the world. Wang Menjiu nodded seriously. In the original strategy team, there was an elder Wang, so we have 2.5% control. World missions do not limit the number of people who can receive them. After the task is over, the system will allocate control rights according to the player's contributions, and multiple people control the same world. But this way is not safe. Any player with control rights can apply to the system to reset the world. This time, whoever completes the world task first will directly get 100% control. No second. Certainly. Qin Luo has no such worries. Because he has 100% control of World 5. Think here. Qin Luo looked at Wang Menjiu. Her face was full of anticipation. I want to confirm one thing. Qin Luo said slowly, this time in the school selection competition, with your strength, it should be easy to get the points to enter the top 10 of number 1 middle school. In that case, why do you still want to form a team with me? Wang Menjiu shook her head and said, I participated in the trials mainly to obtain the props needed for the job transfer task. But this item is protected by a diamond boss. Wang Menjiu was very helpless. She and her team are not strong enough to defeat the level 20 diamond boss. Then you should ask the family elders for help. Even if he is a level 60 professional, he can directly enter the primary world with his world authority. Qin Luo was a little skeptical. However, Wang Menjiu smiled bitterly, for some reason, I can't ask the family for help. Hearing this, Qin Luo took a deep look at her. I agreed. 10 million plus detailed map, help kill a diamond boss. It's bloody money. After all, killing the boss is also good for him. Thanks. A smile appeared on Wang Menjiu's face. The people behind him breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, the two sides form a team of 16 people, and immediately get the buff of plus 10% experience in killing monsters. Wang Menjiu directly transferred 10 million to Qin Luo. His net worth once again exceeded 100 million. Qin Luo said, let's go. Everyone received the scoring device from the person in charge of the school. Then step into the space portal. Ding! The level is lower than 20, and the requirements for using the portal are met, and the transmission begins. A system prompt sounds. Next moment, the field of vision changed suddenly, and in a blink of an eye, Qin Luo and his party were randomly teleported into the forest. The fresh air came in. Everything. The sound of insects chirping came from all around. This is the storm forest, where there are a large number of insect and beast monsters, everyone be careful. Wang Feng, take the assassin around to search for information. Wang Menjiu told the clansman a few words. She remembered something, looked at Qin Luo, and said, I'll send you the detailed map now. It is good. Qin Luo smiled. Next, Wang Menjiu continued to command the Wang family members. Looking at the petite girl commanding her teammates with a serious face, it is not interesting. This trip ends in the Frost Mountains. And Wang Menjiu's job change props are hidden in the depths. A group of people are walking in the forest. After more than 10 minutes, they encountered the enemy, and there were dense honking sounds ahead. Buzz! A large number of figures flew over, including 50 black giant bees with a size of 1 meter, with 2 pairs of membranous wings like steel knives growing on their backs. Ready to attack. The members of the Wang family knew that the front was the territory of giant bees, so their faces were very calm. Hunting bee. Level, 15. Quality, black iron. Life, 16,000/16,000. Attack, 900. Skills, Shadow, Blade Wing. Status, inspired by Queen Bee. This is their normal attribute. However, due to the suppression of the power of the sky attached to the Suanhun golden body art, the attributes of the monsters will be reduced by 24%. Hoo. Seeing the human figure, the hunter bee launched an attack simultaneously, setting off a gust of wind. Wang Menjiu and others are ready. Suddenly, fire of dragon fury. The air temperature rose sharply. A giant flame dragon soared into the sky, flew towards the bee swarm, and turned into a sea of flames to engulf all the monsters. -41,329. -41,329. -41,329. One injury after another popped up. The corpses of the bee colonies were burned to ashes. Ding! Kill the hunting bee and get 363 experience points, plus 70%. Ding! The monster group is wiped out. Carrying a scorer on the body increases the score by 1,500. Hiss! This moment, everyone in the Wang family was dumbfounded on the spot. 40,000 plus damage. How can this be done by junior players? Terrifying. The members of the Wang family were shocked. At this time, Qin Luo pointed to the ground with his staff in his hand. Please help me pick up the spoils. Good. Leave this matter to us. They came back to their senses and hurried to pick up the spoils. Wang Menjiu couldn't help asking, Qin Luo, how old are you? Qin Luo glanced at her and said, level 17. The upgrade is too fast. Wang Menjiu was a little shocked. However, she doesn't know. Of the experience Qin Luo got, only half of the experience was used for leveling up, otherwise, he would have already reached level 20. He looks at the panel. Experience pool, 116W/69W. In order to deal with the emergency, he did not upgrade for a while. Chapter 43. Storm Forest. Hundreds of black giant bees overwhelmingly attacked. They have only one purpose. Kill the invaders. The two sides fought in a bloody field. Snowstorm. Burst shot. The members of the Wang family completely abandoned their defenses and confronted the hunting bee head-on. The monster attack fell on them, bursting out a series of 0 damage. That's right. The attack of the level 15 black iron monster did not break through the defense of the level 12 and 13 players. This benefited from the blood feast released by Qin Luo. Overall defense plus 4,214 points. It is more than 4 times higher than the attack of the hunter bee. Ding! You will be allocated 94 experience points when your teammates kill the hunting bee. Ding! Because of blood coagulation halo and blood feast and other skills, they play an auxiliary role in the battle of teammates. Therefore, the system assigns experience to Qin Luo according to the degree of contribution. Equivalent to gained an additional 40% experience. Looking at the excited members of the Wang family, a word came to Qin Luo's mind. Wage earners. Think here. The corner of his mouth curled into an arc. This feeling is really good. This moment, the members of the Wang family were so happy. Although part of the experience was given to Qin Luo, their speed of killing monsters increased by more than half due to the bonus of the Feast of Blood. Over a period of time, the total amount of experience gained has been greatly increased. Advancing can kill the enemy, retreating can assist. The Almighty alone has the abilities of all professions. Tisk tisk, the Almighty is simply outrageous. I am also completely convinced. This battle will soon be over. From morning till now, the group fought for more than 6 hours. They are all upgraded. and Qin Luo gained more than 1 million experience points. At this time, Wang Menjiao was a little curious. Qin Luo, you should have 100,000 points, right? I'm afraid you won't have to wait until 3 days later. With this score, you are firmly in the top 10 of the three of you. Almost. Qin Luo smiled. He is not interested in this ranking. Qin Luo turned to ask, how far are we from the center of the hive? More than 10 kilometers. Wang Menjiao replied obediently, according to the strategy of this world, after a while, we will meet the team led by the first shadow hunting queen bee. After thinking for a while, Qin Luo said, speed up. Try to defeat the queen bee boss in Storm Forest before dark. Wang Menjiao nodded solemnly. Everyone's plan is simple. On the first day, attack the Storm Forest and try to get enough points. On the second day, go to the Frost Mountains to obtain job transfer props. The team moves on. Less than 3 minutes. Hurrah! The dense flapping of wings came from far and near. Next moment, a giant black bee with a size of more than 5 meters flew over with 500 shadow hunters. Queen Bee Hunter, Lord. Level, 20. Quality, Silver. Life, 170W/170W. Attack, 9100. Skills, Sinister Strike, Tearing Wind Blade, Blade Wing, Frenzied Beep. Except for this Lord Boss, there are also elite and boss level powerful wild monsters in the monster team. Based on the strength of the royal team, they are not opponents at all. One-on-one might have a chance. It's a pity that these monsters are unreasonable and only fight in groups. Next moment, the queen bee attacks. Shadow attack. The body of the boss turned into a ray of shadow, bursting out at a super high speed, flying over hundreds of meters in an instant, and the target reached the two people in front. Flickering phantom. Qin Luo smoothly put Wang Menjiao's petite body into his arms. Boom! The in situ phantom is torn apart by the queen bee's steel wings. They appeared 100 meters away. Well! Feeling the powerful arms, Wang Menjiao blushed pretty. Qin Luo glanced down at her and said, you are lighter than I thought. Hearing this, her face turned even redder. The other monsters will be handed over to you and your team. Qin Luo put her down and said something. Then, activate the skill to swap places with another phantom. Roar! The queen hunter bee screamed violently, turned around, and quickly flapped 2 pairs of membrane wings, flying towards Qin Luo's position. Bring it on! Qin Luo raised his staff and added all buffs to himself. Super State. He Yao's Oath. Feast of Blood. A layer of 22W point super thick shield is added to the body surface, and at the same time, attributes such as life, defense, and damage are all improved. Seeing the boss flying in front of him, Qin Luo calmly released 3 single target spells. -53,746. -67,210. Weakness. -44,377. The queen bee's raid was forcibly interrupted by bursting flames. Hiss! The boss attacked again very angrily. Dragon Fury Fire. -102,250. Horrible injuries are born. The members of the royal family were very shocked. I thought that 40,000 plus damage was Qin Luo's limit, but suddenly a 100,000 plus damage popped out. This hurt. Ordinary level 30 players can't play it. Due to the defense breakthrough 2W, plus the injury-free effect of various skills. Facing the boss attack, he didn't take any damage. So, Qin Luo chose to be tough. Get a good attack rhythm. Spells came out one after another. Singled out, he is invincible. The blood volume of the queen bee dropped sharply. 150W, 100W, 40W. When its health is below 50,000. Qin Luo turned on super state, waved his staff and smashed it. -14,414. -14,414. 4 basic attacks solved the battle. Ding! Kill the Queen Bee Hunter, gain 84864 experience points, plus 70%, free attribute plus 8, world reputation plus 500. Points skyrocketed by 4,800 points. The teammates who were fighting the elite monster behind him were stunned. Good guy. The mage smashed the boss with his staff. Most importantly, this melee damage is even higher than that of a warrior. This is outrageous. Chapter 44. After the death of the Queen Bee, there are only more than 300 shadow hunters left in the nearby forest. However, the 10 elite monsters and boss monsters still survived, and they brought great pressure to Wang Menjiu and others. Thanks to the blessing of the blood field, otherwise they would have been defeated long ago. Let's end the battle as soon as possible. Qin Luo murmured. He glanced at the monster's HP. The blood volume of elite monsters is 10W, and the blood volume of boss monsters is 30W. Not too high. Qin Luo joined the battle. Less than 4 minutes. He has wiped out all these monsters. At the same time, Wang Menjiu led the team to kill all the 15th level hunter bees. At the end of the battle, everyone was so tired that they sat on the ground, panting slightly. Looking at the monster corpses all over the ground, their eyes were full of light. Hey! This battle has been exhausting. Wang Menjiu was panting heavily. A group of level 13 and level 14 players teamed up to kill 500 level 15 black iron monsters. No one would believe it. Although Storm Forest is the most difficult map in Coborn world, the harvest is too rich. Hey! Sister Menjiu's points must be ahead of the students of number 1 middle school. However, in the final analysis, I still have to thank Luo. Yet, without the support skills of God Qin Luo, none of us can win. Members of the royal family talked a lot. Looking at Qin Luo, everyone showed admiration on their faces. However, in the face of everyone's flattery, Qin Luo smiled without saying a word. They gave themselves money and maps, and the result? After forming a team, he kept giving him experience points. This wave of operations. It's wonderful. After a break, the royals got up to collect the loot. Subsequently, Wang Menjiu smiled slightly. Qin Luo, I will give you half of these trophies. After all, without your help, we would not be able to kill monsters. It is good. Qin Luo would not be polite to her either, and waved the items back into the backpack. His eyes swept across the corpse of the Queen Bee, and his mind moved. I don't know if Milan can seal the Queen Bee's soul. Think here. Through the follower contract, he sent Milan a message to get her ready. Immediately, Qin Luo summoned Milan to his side. Owner! She exclaimed excitedly. The faces of the members of the Wang family became strange. A little girl calls a man her master, no matter how you look at it, she finds it very strange. Qin Luo, you actually treat the little girl. Wang Menjiu looked complicated. She couldn't help but think of herself. Tong Yan. Difficult, could it be? Many thoughts appeared in Wang Menjiu's mind, and her face gradually turned red. Qin Luo glanced at her and said, "This is the follower I found in the novice world." Ah! I see. Everyone laughed. Wang Menjiu realized that she had made a mistake in her brain, and her face turned even redder. At this time, Milan found a group of strangers standing nearby, and suddenly felt nervous. She couldn't help running behind Qin Luo, holding a staff in one hand, and clutching Qin Luo's clothes with the other. Looking at the crowd nervously. Don't be afraid, they are my teammates. Qin Luo rubbed her hair and explained with a smile. Milan nodded. Subsequently, Qin Luo pointed to the Queen Bee's body and said, Does it still have a soul in its body? Millen looked over, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she said excitedly, "What a powerful soul! Dozens of times stronger than the monsters in the mountains. Can it be sealed?" Qin Luo continued to ask. "Of course, when you reach level 5, you will unlock the second page of the Book of Souls. However, I have already sealed 2 souls." Millen explained. As if remembering something, she looked at Qin Luo and said, "Master, I have now awakened a skill called spiritualization, which can permanently consume souls and allow people to inherit attributes and skills. 1 chance per day." Hearing this, Qin Luo became thoughtful. "A long time." He said, "Wait for a while, there are stronger monster souls behind. There is a golden boss in the hive." "Okay." Millen emptied the Book of Souls, and resealed the souls of a Queen Hunter Bee and a Shadow Hunter Bee General. The spirit restraint technique works. All attributes plus 360 points. Qin Luo put his hand on Millen's shoulder and activated his natural ability. Blessings of the Ancient Gods. Ding! Enthusiasm has evolved into a god-level skill, enchantment. Now, Millen has 3 god-level skills. In addition to the fact that the upgrade attribute is not as good as a god-level professional, in other aspects, it has the advantage of crushing. Members of the royal family curiously released the exploration technique on Millen. Get grade and professional quality information. Hiss. No? She is an epic career. Everyone gasped, and their eyes widened even more. It's too bad. I can't even compare to AFG follower. People are more popular than people. They feel like crying. At this time, Qin Luo opened the backpack, and the loot he had harvested had filled the space, and he had to clean up part of it. There is exactly 1 sacrifice, so let's start the 4th sacrifice. He makes a decision. There are more than 3,000 pieces of equipment in the backpack, and the remaining items are rare props and materials. Sacrifice out. Guarantee a main god level reward. Chapter 45. Qin Luo looked at the sacrifice in the backpack space. Legendary 6 pieces, Epic 28 pieces, Diamond 125 pieces, and the remaining items are lower than gold quality. In equipment items, 99.9% of the quantity is below level 15. He opened the talent panel. Except for the props you use, drag all others to the sacrifice column. Start. Qin Luo immediately clicked the sacrifice button. Ding! Congratulations on getting the sacrifice reward, Heart of Despair, Lord God level, ... Ding! Congratulations on getting the sacrifice reward, Magic Devouring Apostle Skill Book, Diamond level, ... Good. The second main god level reward has arrived. A smile appeared on the corner of Qin Luo's mouth. Immediately, he opened the item information panel. Heart of Despair, 1 piece. Quality, main god level. Effect, after death, he will be resurrected directly and become a level 115 Messenger of Despair, gaining the power of a normal main god for 5 seconds. Cool for 30 days. Stone of Despair can be consumed to shorten the cooldown. Hiss. Incarnate as an ordinary main god. Qin Luo gasped. At the current grade, possess the main god level strength, enough to deal with most crises. Very good. In addition to the ultimate annihilation scroll, I have another invincible hole card in my hand. Qin Luo was a little overjoyed. The most important is, this whole card can be recycled. It just cools down too long. But it can also consume the Stone of Despair to shorten the cooldown. Of course, Qin Luo doesn't know this material. After all, the eternal world is too big. No one knows how many materials there are in the eternal world. Qin Luo shook his head, clearing his mind. After the trials are over, he intends to go to the forum to check relevant information. The final sacrificial reward is the skill book. This is a transformation skill. It also belongs to the profession of lawyers. Qin Luo learned it directly, and then evolved it with the blessing of the ancient gods. Ding! The magic-eating apostle has evolved into a legendary skill, Hunting Angel. Archangel, Legendary. Level, 1, 0/12800 Experience. Effect 1, turn into a hunting angel for 60 seconds, attack speed and movement speed plus 100%. Effect 2, melee attack causes magic attack x 100% spell damage, and the attack is silenced. Let cool for 10 minutes. A rare transformation skill. The effect is powerful. Effect 2 can be called the nemesis of mages. It is worth mentioning that players cannot use multiple transformation effects at the same time. That is, the effects of Shaofa Angel and Heart of Despair cannot coexist. Pity. Qin Luo sighed with emotion. Then close the panel. At this time, Qin Luo and the team continued to move forward without being attacked by monsters. Because the vicinity is the territory of the hunter bees, not to mention that they are already close to the hinterland of the hive. Millen held Qin Luo's hand. She observed this strange environment with curiosity in her eyes. Soon. Buzz. A black cloud composed of shadow hunter bees appeared in the sky, and the buzzing sound was endless. The members of the royal family looked pale. Why are there so many shadow hunters? Impossible. According to the family strategy, the number of monsters in this wave should be the same as the previous wave. Wang Menjiahu's face was tense. In the sky, 2 5-meter black giant bees dived towards the ground at high speed. Queen hunting bee? Or 2? The members of the royal family were shocked. Seeing the queen bee attack, Qin Luo made a move. Flame barrier. Blazing flames shot up from the ground, forming a huge barrier, scattering the giant black bee swarm, and driving them back 500 meters away. It seems that your Wang family's information is wrong. Qin Luo glanced at her head. Do not. Wang Menjiahu said in a deep voice, this strategy material has been used continuously for more than 20 years, and the current situation has never occurred. There must be other factors affecting it. Her tone was very determined. Other factors. Hearing this, an object appeared in Qin Luo's mind. Player. Only this factor. Don't worry, get ready to do it. Finished. Qin Luo looked at Millen and said, let me experience the effect of your god-controlling technique. Okay, master. Millen waved her little hand and summoned the Book of Souls. The beast souls sealed on the first and second pages turned into grey light and merged into Qin Luo's body. All attributes plus 848, lasts for 5 minutes. Shield plus 56,000. Qin Luo was a little surprised. Good guy. This attribute increase is really awesome. The stats of the 13th and 14th level members of the royal family are only 4 to 500 points. Millen can double their attributes by using the god-controlling technique. Level 5 Millen's support ability is so strong. Take off directly later. Good. Qin Luo smiled. Then, he withdrew his gaze and concentrated on fighting the shadow hunting bee swarm. Dragon Fury Fire. Manipulating the flame dragon to crash into the black cloud head-on, a sea of flames billowed across the sky with a radius of 500 meters, and the corpse of the hunter bee fell to the ground with a crash. Minus 68,196. Minus 68,196. Ding, kill the hunting bee. Ding, kill. Kill more than 200 monsters in one blow. Experience skyrocketed. Chapter 46. Looking at the death of the hunter bee, the 2 queen bees went into a state of rage. Roar. The queen bee screamed sharply, and the steel-like membranous wings tore out 10 wind blades, enveloping Qin Luo and the others. Super state. Feast of Blood. He releases spells and summons the Field of Blood, and teammates within the range gain various benefits. Overall defense plus 10,165. The wind blade slashed at everyone's bodies, but the blood streaks did not move at all. No defense was broken. You speed up and clean up the mobs. Qin Luo said without looking back. Roar. The queen bee's body turned into a shadow, bursting out at a terrifying speed, and dived to the ground. He Yao's oath. Qin Luo obtained a shield value of 27W, and immediately, he went up to confront the boss head-on. Extremely cold ice spear. Blood blade. Flames storm. Manipulating several magical attacks, the monstrous sea of flames engulfed the queen bee hunting shadow. Minus 62,898. Minus 64,562. Minus 64,256. The damage is staggering. Bearing the attack, the queen bee passed through the sea of flames and rushed to Qin Luo's body. 2 pairs of blade wings suddenly cut off. Minus 0. Minus 0. Minus 0. Minus 0. Minus 19,878. Minus 19,878. Qin Luo was not hurt. Instead, the 2 queen bees were hurt because they touched him, and were paralyzed for 1 second at the same time. Good chance. Taking advantage of the superstate not over, Qin Luo swung his staff to fight the queen bee in close quarters. Sustained paralysis makes the boss unable to move. Roar. The queen bee growled angrily. The controls are just disgusting. There is no way to release control, so they can only be beaten passively. However, as soon as the cooldown of the skill ends, Qin Luo immediately casts the spell. Boom. 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 Under the spell bombardment, the blood volume of the queen bee plummeted. He killed 2 silver bosses at 3 minutes and 5 minutes respectively. The kill prompts sounded in sequence. Ding! Kill the Shadow Hunter Queen Bee, gain 84864 experience points, plus 70%, free attribute plus 8, world reputation plus 500, strategy value plus 10. Ding! Strategy value. Hear the prompt. Qin Luo was taken aback. At this time, Wang Menjiu and the tribe just joined forces to kill the leader of the bee general. They also received the reminder and froze in place. How come there is a reward for the strategy value? Hasn't this world been conquered a long time ago? Wang Menjiu was a little confused. Everyone looked at Qin Luo. Interesting. The corners of his mouth are slightly raised. With the memory of his previous life, he instantly understood the current situation. It must be a player with world authority who has applied to the system to reset the world. Clean up the bee colony first. After a while, your family will definitely contact you, and you will naturally know what happened. Qin Luo said softly. It is good. Wang Menjiu nodded. Now, she completely trusts what Qin Luo said. 10 minutes later, they finally got rid of the swarm. Milan gained a lot of experience and went up to level 3 in a row, reaching level 8 directly. Next moment. Ding! Sure enough, Wang Menjiu received a message from the elders of the family. Qin Luo glanced at her and asked, "Do you know the identity of the player who applied for world reset?" Wang Menjiu replied, "The elders said they are players who are hostile to civilization." Hearing this, Qin Luo became thoughtful. The portal leading to Coborn world does not only appear in the Linzhou base. Other bases and other civilizations may be born. But the current Coborn world is an ownerless world. Qin Luo had an idea in his heart. Perhaps you can participate in the competition for world tasks. In the number 5 novice world alone, nearly 100 attributes have been added. The primary world bonus will only be higher. At this time, Wang Menjiu looked a little hesitant. She summoned up the courage to ask, "Qin Luo, are you interested in world quests?" Of course. Qin Luo nodded. In this case, Wang Menjiu made a decision in her heart. Although the family asked me to participate in the world mission, the enemy must have come prepared. The Wang family is not an opponent. So I decided to assist you in taking control of the world. What about the conditions? No conditions. Wang Menjiu shook her head. Qin Luo took a deep look at her. He knew very well why the other party made such a decision. The Wang family can't get control at all, and they don't want the hostile civilization and the three great families to get it, so they simply take advantage of him. By the way, I can also show my kindness to him. Then, as soon as this world appeared, it was jointly conquered by the four great families and other forces, and only they knew about the world quest related information. Immediately, Wang Menjiu told the information. She explained, Coborn does not have a child of destiny, but as long as you kill the leaders of the 7 regions, you can directly receive the world quest. The Queen Bee of the Storm Forest is one of them. It is very powerful. Can you deal with it? No problem. Qin Luo smiled. Before setting off, he asked Milan to devour the silver quality Queen Bee soul. The auxiliary ability has been greatly improved. In the end, there is an extra Queen Bee soul. Chapter 47. Milan, the soul of the third Queen Hunter Bee is used to strengthen me. Qin Luo pointed to the corpse and said. Okay. Milan summoned the Book of Souls, selected a soul, and directly activated the divine art. You get a 4-dimensional attribute bonus, 240 points. You got the silver rank, Sinister Strike. Enchantment enters a 24-hour cooldown. Both rewards are permanent. And Sinister Strike has changed and has become more biased towards legal skills. Immediately, Qin Luo turned on the talent effect again. Blessings of the Ancient Gods. Ding! Shadow Attack has evolved into a diamond skill, Shadow Assassination. Shadow Assassination, Diamond. Level, 1, 0/3200 experience. Effect, summons an invisible assassin shadow that exists for 5 seconds. When attacking, it moves to the back of the enemy, causing shadow damage of 200 plus ability attack x 300%. Costs 500 mana. Cooldown for 15 seconds. Not bad skills. In short, there is one more means of attack. It's no wonder that Milan doesn't have awakened attack skills. It is estimated that the Soul Apostle profession relies on divinity to obtain attack skills. Qin Luo glanced at her information panel. Power, 925. Constitution, 926. Agility, 925. Spirit, 952. This is the level 8 attribute of Milan, which is nearly twice as high as that of the members of the Wang family. Such a high attribute. It would be a waste if you don't learn attack spells. Think about it. Qin Luo took out 3 general skill books of the law system and gave them to her to learn, including Fireball, Arcane Blast and Frost Arrow. Then, he uses the Old God's blessing to evolve Milan's skills. Do it all. The group continued on their way. Encountered many hunter bee attacks on the way, Qin Luo's experience pool has accumulated more than 300W experience. He has not been upgraded for the time being, but intends to save it for use when fighting the queen bee. 2 hours. The team fought all the way to the vicinity of the hive. And many more. Qin Luo stopped suddenly. What's wrong? Wang Menjiu looked at him suspiciously. I have sensed the enemy and am ready to use defensive skills. He commanded. Everyone executed without hesitation. Qin Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. Release the mental power to perceive the forest space. Because legal professions are very sensitive to energy fluctuations. So, this trick can be used to detect units with energy. Suddenly, Qin Luo's eyes reflected the brilliance. Got you. Call out. He raised his hand and summoned an ice spear, piercing the air to attack. The air shot out blood, and was frozen into a blood column by the severe cold. -33,806. Ding! You killed the player Madden. Do it! Suddenly there was a loud shout. 3 black shadows flickered in front of Qin Luo, Milin, and Wang Menjiu, stretched out their daggers, and let out a dazzling cold light. Die! Cruelty appeared in the eyes of the enemy. Flame barrier. Blazing flames emerged, and a barrier rose from the ground, quickly spreading around. This is... The assassin looked stunned. Boom! 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 With the sound of collision, the assassin was repelled hundreds of meters. Get ready to fight, there are quite a few of them. Qin Luo said to Milin again, use the God monitoring spell on yourself, and ensure your own safety first. Milin held the staff in her little hand and nodded seriously. Soon, nearly 200 figures appeared around, surrounding the group of people. It is a hostile civilization player. Qin Luo launched a probing technique to obtain their basic information. All of them were level 20 players, and they were all rare occupations. Sure enough, they came prepared. The leader was a young man with brown hair. His eyes lingered on Wang Menjiu for a while, and then he continued to look at Qin Luo and the others. He said coldly and arrogantly, Earth players, the leader of this forest, are the prey of my Wu Yi civilization. You'd better not intervene. Otherwise, my companions and I will send you to hell. And with you guys of level 14 and 15, you are not qualified to refuse my order. The player behind him showed a teasing look on his face. What if I say no? Qin Luo said playfully. At the same time, he sent a message to prepare to attack through the team panel. Then die. Do it, kill them. The brunette youth gave the order coldly. Pyroblast. Rain of red flame arrows. Chain lightning. Dozens of long-distance occupations shot decisively, and the next moment, the forest was shining with colorful magic light. A torrent of magic descends. However, Qin Luo turned on superstate at the speed of light, and summoned a field of blood, covering his teammates. Overall defense plus 8,152 points. Boom. -0. -0. -0. -0. -0. -0. There were explosions one after another. The damage is all 0. This moment, there was an uproar around. Are you kidding me? Our attack didn't break the defense. The eyes of the enemies widened. Goodbye. Qin Luo smiled coldly, raised his staff, and a 100-meter-long flame dragon cruised in the sky. Following his control, it descended from the sky. Boom! A monstrous sea of flames engulfed an area with a radius of 900 meters. -95,813. -95,786. -98,420. Ding! The kill notification kept ringing. Call. After the attack, the smoke dissipated and only one person survived. Because props are immune to a fatal attack. The brunette youth lives. His eyes glazed over. How can that be? Chapter 48. The companions were instantly wiped out. The brunette youth was completely dumbfounded. Where is this level 17 player? It is even more ferocious than a level 30 player. The young man was covered in cold sweat, his lips trembling, and he said, Brother, I. Extremely cold ice spear. Qin Luo didn't leave time for him to beg for mercy, and directly manipulated the ice spear to kill the brown-haired youth. Ended. It's such an easy fight. Everyone in the Wang family feared him more and more. Collect the loot. Qin Luo turned around and said. After the player dies, the items in the backpack will drop, up to 10 items, the probability is random, but at least one item must be dropped. Okay, Brother Luo, leave this trivial matter to us. The members of the Wang family volunteered. Soon, they collected the spoils and gave them all to him. In the line, the distribution of loot is very simple, you can get as much as you put in. Qin Luo glanced at the items. Immediately, he found a level 15 golden staff, which was the weapon of the brown-haired youth. This staff is good. His eyes light up slightly. Ding! The staff of knowledge has evolved into epic equipment, the staff of sages. Evolve the staff directly. The quality is increased by 2 levels, and the attributes are greatly increased. Sage's staff, epic. Attribute, magic attack plus 650. Additional, strength plus 100, constitution plus 140, spirit plus 230. Special effect, cooldown reduction plus 10%. Ability, arcane twist. Equipment requirements, level 15 legal profession. Arcane twist. Effect, imprison enemies within the range for 2 seconds, and deal damage equal to law attack x 400% at the end. Cooldown for 15 seconds. Qin Luo equips the new staff directly. The ability added by the old staff, explosive fire, has been replaced by arcane twist. Magic attack rose to 5820. Putting away his weapons, Qin Luo looked at the crowd and said, I guess the battle near the hive will definitely be more difficult than before. Get ready. Everyone responded seriously. The procession moves on. Not long. They arrive at their destination. Boom boom boom. The sound of explosions continued. Looking up, I can vaguely see the outline of a huge beehive with a height of more than 300 meters, which contains thousands of hunter bees. The number is very exaggerated. Why is it said that the storm forest is the most difficult to open up wasteland? That's why. There are so many people. There are at least 1,000 players participating in the battle nearby, all from forces with world authority. The purpose is to compete for the world task quota of Storm Forest. Central location. A white-haired youth noticed Qin Luo and others. He said coldly, a player of Earth civilization? Hehe, that guy Melos is such a waste, he can't even stop a dozen players. Say it. The white-haired young man gave instructions to his assistant, let the people who intercepted the Earth players come back, and in addition, send a team to deal with the Earth civilization. Yes. The assistant carries out the order immediately. He personally led the 10-man team to Qin Luo's position. Arcane twist. Qin Luo took the lead, and the white light surged like a sea wave, imprisoning the assistant team. 2 seconds later, the energy exploded. Crack crack. Minus 22,280. Minus 22,242. Minus 22,359. The player's body was distorted, and there was a penetrating sound as the bones shattered. Destroy the group directly. Hear the death prompt of teammates. The white-haired young man looked over, his face darkening. Damn it. No wonder you can defeat Melos, you really have some tricks. A soldier asked, His Royal Highness, do we need to solve it? Do not. The white-haired young man shook his head, the strategy is at a critical moment, we must attack the hive with all our strength, and ignore them for now. Wait for the queen bee to appear, and then teach them a lesson. This side. They didn't continue to shoot, which is exactly what I want. Qin Luo smiled. There are too many bee swarms, just to let the hostile civilization players share the pressure. After thinking for a moment, he said, Milan, next, you assist Menjiu. Self-damage is enough to instantly kill monsters. If Milan is used to assist, the damage will be completely overflowed, which is simply too wasteful. How about assisting Wang Menjiu to increase the experience allocated to Qin Luo and Milin? Okay. The two agreed without thinking. Milin casts the Imperial spell. All attributes plus 1240, Lasts for 5 minutes. Shield plus 85760. This, what a terrifying bonus. Wang Menjiahu's face was shocked. His attributes have doubled. You know, I am a gold professional. The way she looked at Milan changed. This little girl can be called a nuclear weapon level strategic weapon. Then, everyone joins the fight. Killed one after another hunter bee. After an hour, the hive's shadow hunters were almost wiped out. The queen bee finally couldn't bear it anymore. Hiss! The sharp buzzing resounded throughout the world, and everyone fell into a state of dizziness. A black shadow tens of meters in size drilled out of the hive. Queen Hunting Bee. Gold Level Boss. Chapter 49. The queen bee's body cast a huge shadow on the ground, and a coercion swept across the 4 directions, reducing all player attributes. Everyone casts the detection technique on the boss. Queen Hunting Bee, Lord, Enhancement. Level, 20. Quality, Gold. Life, 450W. Attack, 17,000. Skills, Advanced Physique, Coercion, Swarm Call, Storm, Frenzy. Status, Attribute plus 20%. Very powerful property. In life and defense are far superior to bosses of the same quality. Of course, the queen bee's direct attack skills only have one storm. In combat, the main method is to rely on massive swarms to attack the enemy. It's really strong. Wang Menjiao was a little shocked. She turned her head and asked, Qin Luo, how are you going to deal with the queen bee? I have a battle plan. But Qin Luo's voice paused, and he glanced at the Wu Yi civilization players in the distance. They gathered more than 2,000 people and prepared to fight the boss. The most important thing now is to solve them. As predicted, the enemy has changed. Do it. The white-haired young man grinned and said, long-range professional attack, kill these poor earth players for me. Yes. The enemies roared in unison, and the momentum was mighty. In order to kill the queen of hunting bees, their team has more than 3/4 of long-range occupations. Burst fireballs. Toxic shot. Wind blade. Chain lightning. The sky above the hive was covered by thousands of magic spells, and a majestic torrent of energy descended from the sky with brilliant power. Boom! 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 The explosion sounded through the sky. After the smoke dissipated, a blood-colored field came into view, and Qin Luo and others stood inside it unharmed. What? The eyeballs of thousands of people almost popped out. They looked at the field of blood and guessed in their hearts. Could it be? Is it a group invincible item? The effects of props cannot last too long, keep attacking. Kill them! The white-haired youth roared. The second round of magic descended overwhelmingly. The ground was under carpet attack, and the queen bee boss was affected at the same time. Hiss! Accompanied by the neighing of the queen hunter bee, thousands of ordinary hunter bees were born, and they turned and rushed to the position of the white-haired youth. We also started to fight back. Finished. Qin Luo took the lead in casting the spell, mobilizing the mana in his body, and shot flame storm out of his hands. The sea of fire descended on the heads of the enemies, burning their bodies. Minus 24,784. Minus 24,784. Minus 24,784. What? Amidst the mournful wailing, a large number of players were instantly killed. Ding! Kill the player Kunal. Ding! Kill player Elf. Ding! Because the enemy's positions were relatively scattered, this move only killed more than 300 people, and the white-haired youth was resurrected once with the help of his talent. Damn! Why is his damage so high? He was full of disbelief. Coborn isn't at the primary world? Players below level 20 hit 2W and damage? What a joke! Just when the white-haired youth was terrified, the flame dragon fell head-on, and the flames beat the ground like waves. Another instant kill of hundreds of people. He's a monster. Let's run. Self-attack cannot break the defense. Qin Luo can instantly kill anyone again. Naturally, they were not stupid, and immediately scattered and fled. The person in the way is gone, let's kill the queen bee. Qin Luo turned his attention back to the boss. With the ability of the robe of the night, he is immune to the influence of the queen bee's coercion. At the same time, suppressed by Tianwei's Suanhunjinshinju, the boss's four-dimensional attribute dropped by 18%. Meng Yu, you and the team members deal with the mobs summoned by the queen bee, and Mi Lin uses the god art on me. Qin Luo ordered solemnly. Hearing his address, Wang Menjiao blushed and gave a soft hum. Immediately, Milin casts the imperial power. All attributes plus 1886, 6 minutes. Shield plus 14W. She has already reached level 10, unlocked the third page of the Book of Souls, and sealed the soul of a bee general, increasing the attribute greatly. Super State. Flame Barrier. Feast of Blood. Qin Luo activated all the buff abilities in one go, and more than 10 kinds of buff icons appeared in the status bar. Judgment Pursuit. He moved behind the boss, and the attack spell came out. Give up defense and attack with all your strength. 30W. 20W. Weakness. 11W. During Setsuna, the queen bee's blood volume plummeted by 156W, and the blood bar was emptied by 1/3. However, Qin Luo's attack is not over yet. Hunting Angel. Behind him grew a pair of grey wings, transformed into an angel, and the staff in his hand turned into a silent sword. Kill. Qin Luo flew into the sky at high speed, swung the sword of silence, and slashed the boss's body. 4W. 2W. 4W. 2W. As the damage rises, the queen suffers infinite silence and paralysis effects. Can neither attack nor release skills. The whole process has been beaten. Roar. The queen bee was furious. If you can speak human words, I am afraid that Qin Luo's ancestors have been greeted for 18 generations. Unfortunately not. It is extremely aggrieved. Chapter 50. The battle is still going on. And superstate can only last for 14 seconds. As a boss, the queen of the hunter bees naturally has a certain negative resistance. The paralysis effect caused by each attack cannot last for 1 second. This gives the boss the opportunity to take the initiative to attack. Certainly. Queen bee can only use normal attacks. Hit Qin Luo with his body. -0. Qin Luo's current physical defense is 2.6 W points, far exceeding the damage of the queen bee. Besides, there is a huge layer of shield on his body, which is enough to absorb 82 W damage. Not afraid of Gold Boss at all. Suffering from the storm-like attack, the blood volume of the queen bee continued to decrease. In a minute, the blood volume of the queen hunting bee dropped to 30W. Roar. It roared and summoned thousands of hunter bees, all of which flew towards Qin Luo. Qin Luo said calmly. The last blow. Super State and Red Dragon Gauntlet are activated at the same time. He pursued with the help of Judgment, and flashed behind the queen bee in an instant. Shadow Assassination. He summoned an invisible shadow assassin with a wave of his hand, and stabbed the queen bee's body 4 times in a row. -9W. 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 The boss blood bar suddenly emptied. Boom. The huge body crashed to the ground. The system prompt sounds. Ding, after killing the hunting bee, you will gain 170,000 experience points, plus 70%, free attribute plus 16, world reputation plus 1000, and strategy value plus 100. Player Qin Luo, congratulations on triggering the World Quest, Pioneer of Evolution. Difficulty, Epic. Mission content, go to the ancient Sinye, kill the ancestor beast Coburn, and return the evolutionary power it occupies to the life in this world. The World Quest is finally here. Its content is similar to that of number 5 Novice World Tasks. This is normal. The purpose of world missions is to improve the world level by improving the strength of creatures. We made it. The members of the Wang family showed joy on their faces. Qin Luo, congratulations on getting the World Quest. Wang Menjiu smiled. Thank you for the information, too. Qin Luo smiled. He looked around and said with emotion, this harvest is really rich. Looking around, there are loot everywhere. Players from the Hunter B and Wu Yi Si civilizations respectively. There are estimated to be 2,000 pieces. Nearly half are dropped by players. Let's start picking up the loot. Qin Luo said. Wang Menjiu nodded slightly. Everyone started to move, and Qin Luo led Milin to the corpse of the queen bee. You sealed its soul, he said. Okay. Milin happily removed the hunter's soul and resealed the queen's soul. All attributes plus 300 points. Then, with a wave of his hand, Qin Luo directly put the corpse into the backpack. Gold level bosses are high quality sacrifice materials. Can't be wasted. Qin Luo looked at the pile of trophies, and a golden giant egg was particularly eye-catching. This is. His eyes lit up. Decisively cast identification on it. Queen hunting bee egg, gold grade. Good thing. In a few days, find a chance to hatch it. Qin Luo put the egg back into the backpack in surprise. At last. Among the loot is a hat that mages can equip. Ancient God Evolution. He activates talent directly. Ding! The hunting hat has evolved into epic equipment, Shadow Crow Feather Crown. Shadow Raven Crown, epic. Attribute, Magic Attack plus 500. Additional, Constitution plus 180, Dexterity plus 220, Spirit plus 300. Special Effect, Mana Regeneration plus 35%. Skill, Immune to one fatal attack. Let cool for 10 minutes. Equipment requirements, Level 20 Legal Profession. Extremely rare life-saving equipment. The added attributes are also high. Too bad you need to be level 20 to use it. Qin Luo glanced at the experience bar. Experience, 418W/70W. Think about it. He consumes 260W experience and clicks the upgrade button. Ding, player Qin Luo, your level has been raised to level 18, 4-dimensional attributes plus 10, free attribute points plus 20. Ding. Ding. Qin Luo went up 3 levels in a row. Now, he has reached the level cap for a junior professional. Only by being promoted to an intermediate professional can you continue to upgrade. The promotion conditions are simple. First, possess a black iron level occupation, satisfied. Second, complete advanced tasks. Third, 1 magic crystal core. Advanced tasks need to go to the professional guild in Galaxy City to collect them. Crystal nuclei can be purchased directly. For him, the 3 requirements are not difficult. Level 20 is enough to meet the challenges of the Coborn world, and there is no need to advance for the time being. Qin Luo has plans in his heart. Then, he puts on the feather crown and assigns the attribute of freedom to the spirit. Finally open the information panel. Power, 2330. Physique, 3542. Agility, 1853. Spirit, 2991. Qin Luo dare to say. No level 20 player has higher attribute values than him. He was very satisfied. Immediately, Qin Luo and the Wang family members collect the loot together. After an hour, they complete the distribution of the spoils. Qin Luo alone accounted for 80%, and the remaining 15 people accounted for 20%. At the beginning of the battle with the hunting bee, members of the Wang family put in a lot of effort, and this distribution ratio was already very reasonable. Everyone has no opinion. Assignment was done quickly. Now, it was very late, and they exited Coborn World and returned to the camp to rest. At the same time, everyone agreed to meet at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chapter 51. In the camp. Knowing the change in Coborn World, the Linzhou base sent soldiers to investigate the situation. Qin Luo didn't care. He went straight back to the third middle school rest area. Liang Shui, the head teacher of the beauty class, came face to face. She asked expectantly, "Student Qin Luo, how did you achieve today? How many points did you get? Look by yourself." Qin Luo casually threw the scorer over. 19W. That's great, whether it's in number 3 middle school or Linzhou middle school, it's a solid first place. Liang Shui glanced at the score with surprise on her face. Actually, his score would still be higher, but Qin Luo put the scorer into his backpack halfway, and did not count the points for subsequent killing monsters. At this moment, Liang Shui's face was full of joy. "Teacher Liang, you are floating." Qin Luo raised his eyebrows and decided to tease her. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised. "You see my grades are so good? Why don't you give me some rewards in advance?" "No. The epic job transfer task can only be given to you after you have reached the top 10 in the league. Otherwise, we will all be punished for violating the system contract." Liang Shui shook her head. "You can also get other rewards." "What reward?" she answered subconsciously. Then, Liang Shui looked up at Qin Luo, only to find that he was looking at her lips with a meaningful look. She understood in seconds. "Student Qin Luo, you are really courageous." Liang Shui rolled his eyes at him in embarrassment. But she didn't admit defeat either. "I dare to give you a reward, do you dare to accept it?" There was a hint of provocation on Liang Shui's face. "Why not?" Qin Luo walked up to Liang Shui, leaned over to her ear, and said softly, "Teacher Liang, it's your turn." "Well." Liang Shui's body stiffened immediately. Looking at the face close at hand, she blushed slightly, but came up to meet her by some coincidence. Qin Luo was also stunned. "Good guy. How dare you?" He thought that Liang Shui would give up as before. "Qin Luo, you go ahead, I have something to deal with." Next moment, Liang Shui fled the room in a panic. Feeling a touch of moisture on the cheek, Qin Luo showed a smile on the corner of his mouth. "Haha, in my previous life, why didn't I notice that Mr. Liang was so interesting?" He smiled. In the previous life, after Qin Luo awakened to his profession, he stayed in the eternal world to upgrade and improve his strength until he took the college entrance examination, and then left the Linzhou base. Therefore, I didn't have much contact with the teachers and students of number 3 middle school. Naturally, she didn't know Liang Shui's true character. Qin Luo shook his head. "Withdraw your thoughts." He took out the backlight escape skill book from his backpack. "Because I have reached level 20, I can learn skill books of epic quality." Ding! You have learned an epic skill, hiding from the light. Ding! Backlight escape has evolved into a god level skill, divine shadow technique. Learn and evolve in one go. Qin Luo looked at the skill panel. God's shadow, god level. Grade, special. Effect 1, enter the stealth state, the time is unlimited, and cannot be sensed by units with detection skills lower than God level and units lower than 20 times their own spirit. Effect 2, when dealing damage to the enemy, a figure appears, and the next attack damage plus 100%. Cost, 1000 mana per second. Cooldown for 30 seconds. An extremely rare stealth mage skill. And the quality has also reached God level. In the market, the value of Divine Shadow Art is at least 30 billion. The effect is fierce, and the consumption is also high. However, Blessing of Light restores 3,566 points of mana per second, so there is no need to worry about consumption. Now, I have the Magic Shadow technique, which is powerful enough to go to many dangerous places and obtain the treasures in those places. A smile appeared on Qin Luo's face. Learn the skills. He went to the cafeteria to have dinner, rested for a while, and then went straight to sleep. After all, tomorrow's battle will be even more difficult. Linzhou Base. Royal Residence. Wang Menjiu returned to her villa through the teleportation tool. Immediately, she found her father in the study, Wang Jingshan, who is also the great elder of the Wang family. Daughter, what do you want from me? Dad, I need a batch of mage skill books. Wang Menjiu said straight to the point. Do you want those skill books? I'll send my servants to get them from the warehouse. Wang Jingshan said with a smile. Whether it is him or the elders in the direct line of the Wang family, they all love their daughter very much. From childhood to adulthood, as long as it is Wang Menjiu's request, she has always responded to it. I want freezing, lightning shock. Wang Menjiu talked about a bunch of skill books. Wang Jingshan is also a mage, so he naturally knows the functions of these skills. He asked puzzledly, Daughter, these are all control skills. What are you going to do? Generally speaking, auxiliary mages only learn these skills. Dad, don't worry about it so much. Wang Menjiu said coquettishly. Okay. I'll have someone send it to you right away. He said helplessly. Thanks, Dad. Wang Menjiu walked out of the study excitedly. Wait. Daughter, tell me the situation in Koban's world first. Before he finished speaking, Wang Menjiu had already left the room. What is this girl doing again? The league will be held soon, if you lose, then. Wang Jingshan shook his head in distress. Chapter 52. The next day. Early morning. Qin Luo and Wang Menjiu met in front of the portal. Because the ancient Sinye has not yet opened, we cannot complete the world mission. So, today, we still follow the original plan and go to the Frost Mountains to help you get that job change item. Qin Luo said. Ancient Sinye is the hidden area of this world. The opening condition is that at least 4 of the leaders of the 7 major areas die. Until now, only Qin Luo and a force from the Achaea civilization killed a Warcraft leader respectively. According to the news Wang Menjiu got from the elders, it will take at least half a day before the 2 leaders are likely to die. Well, just act on your suggestion. Wang Menjiu replied softly. Let's go then. The 2 sides immediately entered the portal. Next moment, the surrounding scenery changed rapidly, and in an instant, everyone was teleported to the vast plain. Hoo. A biting cold wind blows head-on. System prompt, affected by the environment, movement speed -20%, attack speed -20%. Look up. A continuous blue-black mountain shadow can be vaguely seen in the sky. There is their destination. Good luck. Wang Menjiu said happily, we are located in the Frost Silence Plain bordering the Frost Mountains. Depending on the situation, we should be able to reach the mountains within 6 hours. Qin Luo smiled. The Frost Mountains are also one of the 7 regions. There is a lord whose strength is equal to that of the Queen of the Hunting Bee. Certainly. Their goal is the diamond boss hidden in the mountains. The strength is stronger. At this time, Wang Menjiu took out an item from the backpack and said, this is the scepter for avoiding the cold. It can emit a kind of domain to dispel the negative effects of the environment. Say it. She activates the prop. A warm force envelopes everyone in the team. The deceleration was dispelled as expected. Keep going. Immediately, the team headed towards the mountains. After a few minutes, everyone encountered the first wave of enemies. The sound of howling wolves sounded one after another. Ah! Dozens of giant snow-white wolves attacked, their ice-blue eyes revealed cruelty. A snow wolf of the black iron rank. The level is between 15 and 17. Qin Luo looked behind the wolves. Snow wolf, boss. Level, 20. Quality, bronze. Life, 36W/36W. Attack, 3500. Skills, Ice Fang, Ring of Frost, Wolf Howl. Leave the little monsters to you to deal with, and I'll deal with the boss monster. Qin Luo said seriously. No problem. The members of the royal family agreed one after another. Qin Luo is already at level 20, and the experience of killing monsters below level 20 is too low. It is better to let teammates kill and share the experience by yourself. Master, I'll cast the God Improvement technique on you. Milan begged. It is good. Qin Luo nodded. Today, Milan summons 3 souls to bless him, all attributes plus 66 points. Feast of Blood. Judgment Pursuit. Qin Luo moved to the back of the snow wolf, and instantly activated the skills of Superstate and Shunfa Angel. Kill. He swung the Sword of Silence. Minus 26,317. Minus 25,495. Minus 17,145. Relying on the high attack speed bonus, Qin Luo slashed 7 swords in 1 second, the second damage reached 30W, and the blood bar of the snowfield wolf leader dropped to a trace of blood. Its body was paralyzed in place. Swish! Swish! 2 swords cut down. The monster's blood volume is emptied. Ding! You killed the leader of the snow wolf, and gained 14144 experience points, plus 70%, free attribute plus 2, and world reputation plus 100. The battle is over. Good guy. He even killed the bronze boss with a sword. This FG is called mage. Seeing this scene, the warrior players in the team only felt sad. The defense is not as high as that of a mage, and the melee damage is not as good as that of a mage. Is our warrior profession really a sewer profession? Everyone looked shocked. At this time, Wang Menjiu said, "Don't be distracted, keep killing monsters." Okay, Miss Menjiu. They continue to fight. One by one the snowfield wolves were killed, and Wang Menjiu performed the best, far surpassing yesterday, which surprised Qin Luo for a moment. Ding! Teammates kill level 16 snowfield wolves, you will be allocated 123 experience points. Ding! Ding! This feeling of sitting back and enjoying it. It's amazing. After finishing this batch of snow wolves, everyone continued to move forward. Fighting all the way. Qin Luo discovered the power of Shaofa Angel, and only opened the boost of Super State, and its burst damage far exceeded any spell he had mastered. Think about it. He decided to upgrade his skills. Qin Luo looked at the panel. Experience, 175W. Enough to go up a few levels. Chapter 53. Qin Luo invested 105,000 experience points in one go. Ding! The skill level of the Hunting Angel has been raised to level 6. Hunting Angel. Level, 6, 0/128W. Effect 1, Transformation lasts for 60 seconds, attack speed and movement speed plus 160%. Effect 2, Basic attack causes magic attack x 160% magic damage, and the attack is silenced. After skill upgrade, the effects have been greatly increased. Relying on the brand new Shunting Angel, Qin Luo killed 10 snowfield wolf bosses along the way, gaining 1000 world reputation and 20 free attribute points. At this time, 4 hours passed. A group of people arrived at the central area of the Frost Silence Plain. The Wolf King's activity site is nearby, everyone be careful. Wang Menjiu said seriously. Sister Menjiu, don't worry. We all know. The players nodded with a smile. After walking a distance, a group of familiar faces came into view. Wang Long. Why are they here? There was a flash of surprise and disgust in the team members' eyes. As the direct line of the Wang family, they looked down on the members of the collateral line, and the behavior of the two brothers Wang Long was disgusting, which made the direct line hate the collateral members even more. Seeing everyone, especially Wang Menjiu, a look of joy appeared in Wang Long's eyes. This guy. Qin Luo has been observing them and naturally noticed this scene. I secretly pay attention in my heart. At this time, Wang Long stepped forward and said with a smile, Sister Menjiu, you really came to look for job-changing props. But, what's the use of a diamond job? You are still no match for Mr. Shen. And as long as you agree to the other party's request, the epic career will be delivered directly to you. How easy it is! Wang Menjiu's eyes were instantly cold. She said coldly, do you think everyone is like you and wants to be a dog for others? Sorry, Wang Menjiu, can't do such a shameful thing. The people behind her yelled angrily, Wang Long, you bastards! Get out of here! Don't get in the way of your eyes here. Okay, let's go right away. Wang Long was not annoyed, but smiled all over his face. He left with his team. Everyone was a little confused. But, as the saying goes, when things go wrong, there must be demons. They were immediately alert. The figures of Wang Long and others quickly disappeared from the field of vision. Qin Luo glanced at Wang Menjiu and said, it seems that there is something hidden about your mission. I'm curious, who is that young master of the Shen family? Shen Feng, the son of the epic family in the Longzhou base, approached the Wang family through Wang Long's father, hoping to marry the Wang family. I directly refused. However, due to pressure from the Shen family and the Shen family set up a bet. As long as I defeat him, I don't need to marry. Wang Menjiu bit her pink lips and said. After that, she secretly glanced at Qin Luo. So it's the Shen family. A cold look appeared in Qin Luo's eyes. What a coincidence! In the previous life, when I was in the realm of the upper god, I had formed a life and death hatred with the Shen family, but because of the invasion of the hostile civilization Yuel, he temporarily gave up revenge. What will happen in this life is uncertain. Then, Qin Luo looked in the direction where Wang Long disappeared, and made a decision in his heart. At this time, the sound of howling wolves echoed across the plain. Bang bang bang! The sound of running came from far to near, hundreds of snowfield wolves attacked, and the leader was a giant snow-white wolf with a body length of 8 meters. Level 20 Silver Boss, Snowfield Wolf King. Stronger than Bi Wang Jiang. Prepare to kill the boss. Qin Luo took the staff and rushed up first, followed by the rest. The battle begins. The other side. When Wang Long heard the howling of wolves, a strange look appeared on his face. He said with a sinister smile, I didn't expect to meet her, Wang Hu, you have no chance to snatch the diamond props promised by Master Shen Feng from me. The two were in order to deal with Wang Menjiu. Wang Lung was in ambush on the plain, and his younger brother Wang Hu was in ambush in the mountains. Kill Wang Menjiu in this world. She won't be able to enter Coborn world again within this month. This is the rule of the eternal world. Soon, Wang Long returned to the battlefield, looked at Wang Menjiu and Qin Luo, and said viciously, you are ready to accept the gift of death from young Master Shen. GG. He took out a beating black-red crystal. Select the target, Snowfield Wolf King. Use. A ray of light hit the Wolf King. Its whole body is wrapped in black and red energy, forming a cocoon. Ding! Under the interference of unknown forces, the Snowfield Wolf King will evolve into a special gold-level lord. Fallen Crystal. Qin Luo recognized the object in Wang Long's hand. There was a cold light in his eyes. Court Death. He decisively launched his skills. Arcane Twist. Wang Long, who was about to use the teleportation item, was imprisoned for 2 seconds. Milan, destroy his soul. Qin Luo ordered coldly. Okay, Master Big Brother. Milan nodded obediently, summoned the Book of Souls, and was on standby at any time. 2 seconds later. Click. Minus 28,383. Wang Long's body was crushed. Between electric light and flint. Detain the gods. A ray of grey light grabbed Wang Long's soul, and the other party looked horrified. You, what are you going to do? Call. As Milin cast her skills, Wang Long's soul was wiped out. In the eternal world, players can indeed be resurrected near the portal by deducting their lifespan. But there is a premise here. There must be a soul. As long as the soul is destroyed within 0.1 seconds, the player cannot be resurrected, which is a well-known fact. The members of the Wang family were a little confused. Wang Menjiao was also dumbfounded. Did you kill him? What? Do you mind if I kill the genius of the Wang family? Qin Luo glanced at her. No. Wang Menjiao shook her head. She said with a worried face, I'm just worried that you will be retaliated by Wang Long's father and the Shen family, especially his father, who is a collateral elder with a strength of level 65. And the Shen family is still an epic family. Do not worry about me. Qin Luo smiled. What about the epic family? Do you think I'm afraid? At this time, Wang Menjiao remembered the words of the second elder before his death. Behind Qin Luo is a supreme god. Immediately he breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 54. I was worrying too much. Wang Menjiao smiled. In her opinion, Qin Luo should have a protective item bestowed by the supreme god, and a mere epic family can't do anything to him. The gap between the upper god and the supreme god is like the gap between heaven and earth. Can't cross. But Qin Luo saw that she believed in herself so much. Instead, I feel strange. Outsiders don't know that they have Ultimate Annihilation Scroll and Heart of Despair. These two cards can kill the main god. Qin Luo looked directly at her. Is there something dirty on my face? Feeling his unwavering gaze, a rosy glow appeared on Wang Menjiao's fair cheeks. Beautiful things, people always want to look at them more, don't they? Qin Luo laughed. Wang Menjiao's face was reddish, and she subconsciously grasped the staff tightly to cover up her panic. Seeing this, Qin Luo smiled. Then, for the time being, he hid his doubts in his heart. Then, Qin Luo turned his gaze to the black-red energy giant cocoon. It's about to hatch. Qin Luo said softly. Aren't we going to destroy it in advance? Wang Menjiao's eyes were full of doubts. No need. Qin Luo shook his head. The power of the fallen crystal will protect the life within, and our power alone cannot break through the barrier. Fallen crystals are extremely precious props. Worth hundreds of millions of gold coins. For dark race players, the effect is comparable to an artifact. It can demonize bloodlines, thereby greatly improving attributes and talents. Now. But it was used by Wang Long to prevent Wang Menjiao from becoming stronger. It's just unbelievable. Menjiao, I was thinking, you are just a golden career. Why did the Shen family insist on looking for you? Instead of marrying an epic family? Qin Luo looked at her and asked. Wang Menjiao was silent. Don't worry, I won't force you to tell the secret, and I'm not interested either. Qin Luo said softly. Thanks. Wang Menjiao looked grateful. Seeing the change in her expression, Qin Luo had some guesses in his heart. It must be that she has a special talent. Qin Luo looked away. In a minute. Crack. The substantive giant cocoon cracks spread all over, and in a blink of an eye, it shattered all over the ground. A 12-meter demonic wolf stands on the ground, exuding black flames all over its body, with a pair of demonic horns growing from its head. Its power is frightening. Snow Demon Wolf King, Lord, Magic. Level, 20. Quality, Gold. Life, 550W/550W. Attacks, 23,625. Skills, Demon Body, Demon Flame, Dark Blizzard, Flash Strike, Claw. Status, Demonization, all attributes plus 50%. Terrible attribute. As the same golden boss, the Queen of the Shadow Bee is just a younger brother in front of the Wolf King. Sure enough, whitewashing is weaker by 3 points, and blackening is twice as strong. Of course, this is the peak attribute of the boss. When suppressed by the Suanhun Golden Body art, its attribute will be reduced by 24%, its HP will drop to 418W, and its attack power will drop to 17,955. Roar! Damn humans, if you kill my people, this king wants you to pay for it. Snow Demon Wolf King roared furiously. Strike! In a flash, he turned into a black shadow and attacked at high speed. Flame Barrier. Qin Luo waved his hand to summon the barrier, and pushed the Wolf King hundreds of meters away. Everyone in the Wang family participated in the battle, and Milin also gave him the magic of imperial power. There are more than 10 kinds of gain buff in the status bar. All attributes skyrocketed. Divine Shadow Technique. Blink Chase. Qin Luo instantly came behind the Wolf King, the two effects superimposed, and the damage of the next hit was plus 150%. Shadow Assassination. Dash 15W. Dash 15W. Dash 15W. Dash 15W. Dash 15W. The blood bar of the Wolf King is reduced by 1/6. Roar. The Wolf King was very angry, and he jumped towards Qin Luo. At this time, lightning shock. Wang Menjiao cast the spell instantly, and a bolt of lightning blasted over, interrupting the Wolf King's attack. Qin Luo was quite surprised. He didn't expect that Wang Menjiao's spell could control a golden boss. Generally speaking, the higher the enemy's attribute, the lower the control effect it receives. The difference between Wang Menjiao and the Wolf King is at least 20 times. It is impossible for her to control the boss. Think back to the attack just now. Qin Luo's eyes light up slightly. Wang Menjiao's damage is very low, there should be auxiliary items to reduce damage and strengthen control. Think here. He seized the opportunity to attack. Next. The Wolf King enjoyed the brutal mixed doubles. As long as it launches an attack, it will either be interrupted by Qin Luo or Wang Menjiao. From the beginning to the end, I didn't meet them. Ah! The Wolf King feels aggrieved. This human man and woman is so shameless. If it has the ability to release control, or has a high enough control resistance, so it will not suffer from this violent beating. In the end, the life of the Wolf King came to an end. Ding! Kill the Snow Demon Wolf King, gain 135,782 experience points, plus 70%, free attribute plus 12, world reputation plus 800. The battle ended quickly. Qin Luo picked up the loot dropped by the Wolf King. Dark Heart Diamond, Dark Energy Dagger Gold. A total of 4 gold items. Even. There is also a diamond quality material, Heart of Darkness, which is extremely versatile. When hatching the Queen Hunter's eggs, you can add it to improve the quality of the Queen Bee. Qin Luo secretly said. Chapter 55. Also. Among the loot is a shoe that he can equip. Ancient God Evolution. Qin Luo activated his talent. Ding! The Snow Wolf boots have evolved into epic equipment, Snow Feather Boots. Snow Feather Boots, epic. Attributes: Defense plus 350, Movement speed plus 1000. Additional: Constitution plus 120, Dexterity plus 300, Spirit plus 100. Special effect: Cooldown reduction plus 10%. Skill: Power of Ice, Frost damage plus 25%. Equipment requirements: Level 20 Legal Profession. A nice shoe. Qin Luo equips directly. The cooling reduction has increased to 35%, and the cooling time of the attack skills he has mastered has basically been reduced to less than 10 seconds. But, due to system rules, cooling reduction can be stacked up to 40%. It is not possible to have a zero cooldown. Immediately, he closed the panel casually. Qin Luo looked at Wang Menjiu and asked, "Why do you suddenly have so many control skills?" "Because the role of my diamond talent is to strengthen the control strength. Units that are lower than the diamond quality and do not exceed level 5 will inevitably be controlled." Wang Menjiu answered truthfully. "Talent?" Qin Luo looked at her suspiciously. "It is impossible for a mere diamond talent to attract the attention of the epic family. In this case, the previous guess was directly overturned." After thinking about it, he asked, "Then why were you useless yesterday?" "The skill I just learned last night." Wang Menjiu said helplessly, "The damage of skills with control effects will be reduced by talent, because I am the strongest in the direct line of the Wang family, and it is impossible to assist others." During the talk, she secretly glanced at Qin Luo. "Yes." Qin Luo glanced at her, and didn't intend to delve into the reason. He turned around and said, "Milan, you sealed the Wolf King's soul." Milan waved her little hand and pulled out the Wolf King's soul. At this time, the Book of Souls sealed 2 gold and 1 silver Lord Souls, greatly increasing the attribute of the divine power. "Let's go." A group of people continued to advance towards the Frost Mountains. Linzhou Base. Royal Residence. Both the direct line and the collateral line of the family live in it, but the direct line is located in the east area, and the collateral line is located in the west area. A villa. A roar was deafening. "What? The little dragon is dead." Wang Long's father, Wang Linfeng, looked like an enraged lion, with red eyes. Below, several young men from the collateral line knelt on the ground, their faces pale. On the team panel, after receiving the notification that Wang Long was killed, they wanted to contact Wang Long, but the system indicated that he was dead. This means he was not revived by the system. Wang Linfen asked with a grim face, "Tell me. Who killed it?" "Yes, it's Qin Luo, a student from number 3 middle school who has awakened to a gold profession. He is in the same team as Missy." The young man on the ground said with trembling lips. "Damn it!" With the sound of boom, Wang Linfen smashed the jade table into powder with one palm. He said coldly, "A mere civilian professional dares to kill my Wang Linfeng's son, and I will definitely take his life." Soon, he found Wang Menjiu's father. "Wang Jingshan, you must give me an explanation." Wang Lin shouted angrily. "What do you mean?" Wang Jingshan squinted at him. "The civilian boy who hangs out with your good daughter, killed my eldest son." Wang Linfeng was furious in his heart. Wang Jingshan wondered, "When will my daughter get involved with civilians?" "Hehe, don't tell me, you don't know." Wang Linfeng sneered, "That kid's name is Qin Luo." "Qin Luo?" Hearing this, several direct elders looked at each other with strange expressions on their faces. Wang Jingshan said inexplicably, "It was Qin Luo who killed your son. What does it have to do with my daughter?" "I suspect that it was your daughter who ordered it." Eighth elder, "What you say is groundless. What if I find evidence?" "If you have evidence, then I can promise to increase the resources of collateral clans by 10% this year." "That's a deal. The goal is achieved." Wang Linfeng turned around and left, heading to the Caborn portal outside the city, ready to wait and catch Qin Luo. At this time, in the room, the head of the Wang family said seriously, Jing Shan, please tell Menjai the news. Okay. Wang Jingshan nodded and said with a smile, Wang Linfeng must not have imagined that there is a supreme god standing behind Qin Luo, and he is doomed. It doesn't matter if it's dead, it's just used to suppress the arrogance of the collateral. The patriarch's face was indifferent. For the Wang family, the death of one or two high-level professionals will not hurt the bones. In order to avoid accidents, you should also go there. Never let Wang Linfen hurt Qin Luo in the slightest. Otherwise, the supreme god will be angry and we will die. The patriarch added. I know. Several elders answered. I'm really looking forward to Wang Linfeng's expression when he finds out Qin Luo's identity, haha. They looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Afternoon. The team arrived at the Frost Mountains, and then, after an hour, they arrived at their final destination. Frost Cave. Stronghold of Diamond Boss. Chapter 56. It's here. That job-changing item is hidden deep in the cave. Wang Menjiahu's pretty face was full of joy. Let's go. Qin Luo walked into the spacious cave first. A colder wind blew in the face, and the walls on both sides of the tunnel were inlaid with blue glowing crystals, thus illuminating the dark cavern. Soon, a team appears at the entrance of the cave. The leader looked similar to the dead Wang Long, and it was his younger brother Wang Hu. He said with a ferocious face, Boy, you dare to kill my brother. Today, I will let you die without a place to bury you. Walk. Everyone stepped into the cave. Inside the cave. Tread. The sound of dense footsteps came from a distance, and the next moment, a total of 20 humanoid creatures with white hair appeared in the team's field of vision. Yeti, Elite. Level, 20. Quality, Black Iron. Life, 9W/9W. Attack, 1800. The overall strength of the monsters on this map is very strong, but the difficulty is lower than that of the shadow hunting bee swarm in the storm forest. Ho ho! There are intruders. Damn shorties, you come again. This time I must kill you. The snow monsters waved their hands and rushed over angrily. They have enough wisdom. Seeing this, Qin Luo just activated the Super State and Blood Feast skills to prop up a bloody field around him. Cast spells at will. Flames Storm. -6.2W. 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 The monstrous sea of flames filled the tunnel, continuously scorching the bodies of the snow monsters. The flames melted them, and the cumulative damage in 3 seconds exceeded 18W, which was twice the blood volume of the snow monsters. The first wave of enemies is directly wiped out. Ding! Kill a level 20 cave snow monster and gain 2121 experience points, plus 70%, dot. Ding! Kill a level 19 cave snow monster and gain 1509 experience points, plus 70%, dot. Ding! The panel refreshes with a series of kill prompts. Most of the monsters are level 20. Qin Luo instantly gained 40,000 plus experience. Next moment, members of the Wang family immediately rushed up, picked up the spoils, and handed them all to him. The cooperation between the two parties has been very harmonious. Kill all the way. Qin Luo basically killed all enemies with one move. His experience pool increased to 102W, and he collected a lot of loot. But, except for the equipment and skill books, all the remaining materials were handed over to Wang Menjiahu. Space in your backpack is limited. Can't store much stuff. Not long. They encountered a forking road, both of which ended in the same way. Next, let's split up. I will go to the right alone, and you will go to the left. Qin Luo ordered. No problem. Wang Menjiahu nodded quietly. Wait. Thinking of the golden boss on the right, Qin Luo said, Milan, you cast the imperial magic on Menjiu, and then follow me. Okay, master. Milan summoned the Book of Souls, and the power of 3 souls descended on Wang Menjiu. All attributes plus 2702, lasts for 7 minutes. Shield plus 20W. This is Milan's level 12 auxiliary ability, the boost attribute is 6 times that of Wang Menjiu's attribute. It can only be described as horror. Take action. The 2 sides went into the tunnel separately. According to Wang Menjiu's news, there are no mobs in the tunnel on the right. Qin Luo walked to the end and finally met a monster, a golden boss. Snow Monster King. There is an ice door in the wall behind it. Cave Yeti King, Lord. Level, 20. Quality, Gold. Life, 390W/390W. Attack, 15,750. Skills, Blizzard, Thump, Frenzied Blow, Ice Wall. This is the attribute of a normal golden boss, which is much lower than that of Queen Bee and Demonized Wolf King. Human, please leave here. Otherwise, this king will smash you to death. The Snow Monster King said in a loud voice. It sounds silly. Divine Shadow Technique. Qin Luo's figure disappeared from the boss site. What about humans? The Snow Monster King was a little confused. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he instantly activated the auxiliary skills, and many buff icons appeared in the status bar. Kill. Qin Luo had already used Judgment Pursuit to get behind the boss, and waved his hand to summon an invisible assassin. It stabs 5 times. 9.4W. 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 The blood volume of the Snow Monster King has been greatly reduced. Stupid guy. It angrily waved the icicle and smashed it to the ground. Boom. -0. -16,667. Qin Luo was not injured, but the Snow Monster King was injured because of super state, and was held for 0.3 seconds at the same time. He seized the opportunity to beat the boss. After a few minutes, bang! The huge body of the Snow Monster King crashed to the ground. Ding! Kill the Cave Snow Monster King, gain 169728 experience points, plus 70%, free attribute plus 16, world reputation plus 1000. Qin Luo picked up the drop. Ice Hammer, Snowman Crown, Ice and Snow Body Protection Skill Book. There are 3 gold items. And there is a general vocational skills book. Good harvest. A smile appeared on Qin Luo's face. After he learns skills, he is evolving skills. Ding! Ice and Snow Body has evolved into an epic skill, Frost Body. Chapter 57. Qin Luo looked at the new skill panel. Frozen Body, Epic. Grade, Special. Effect, freezing resistance plus 50%, when receiving frost damage lower than physical x20 points, this time the damage will be reduced by 50%. General effect. Far less than various professional skills. Qin Luo was not surprised. Because this is the characteristic of professional general skills. But the diamond level boss he was about to face belonged to the frost attribute. He calculated it in his mind. His physique is 3542 points, which can reduce frost damage below 7W points. If super state is turned on, the physique will rise to 6021 points. Level 20 diamond boss damage will not exceed 8W. Frozen Body can help. Subsequently, Qin Luo closed the panel. And let Milan go to seal the soul of the Snow Monster King. All attributes plus 300 points. At this time, she has 3 Golden Lord souls, which provide a total of 900 attribute bonuses. It just so happened that the cooldown of Blessing Art was about to finish. If the Diamond Boss can be sealed, a unit can inherit a large number of attributes. Think here. Qin Luo looked up at the ice door. He murmured softly, Menjiu and the others should have finished cleaning up the mobs soon. Wait a moment. An ice spear condensed in front of Qin Luo, and shot towards the gate dozens of meters away with a shua. Boom! The ice door shattered into ice cubes all over the floor. He led Milan through the gate and into the inner palace. At this time, a group of people came out of the next door. Wang Menjiu was stunned. Qin Luo, your appearance is really special. Qin Luo smiled and asked, where is your job change item? In the throne room. As long as we get 10 steps closer, the guardian boss will recover. Wang Menjiu pointed to the giant throne above the 100-story steps, surrounded by thick ice fog. Then let's attack. Qin Luo walked to the center of the palace first. Buzz! Violent energy fluctuations appeared in the air, and all of them flocked to the throne. A stalwart body appeared, holding a frost spear, and an aura of coercion was revealed. Next moment. There are no humans in this world, tell me how you got here. The frost giant stared at them. Eyes full of ecstasy. Frost King Vim, Lord, enhanced. Level, 20. Quality, Diamond. Life, 750W/750W. Attacks, 30,420. Skills, Ice Fury, Frost Spike, Ice Shield, Snow Mountain Burst. Description: the frost giant from another world is permanently imprisoned in the cave by the will of the world. Qin Luo took a look at it. It turned out not to be the life of Coborn world. Think about it. Qin Luo said softly, I won't tell you how to get in. Unless... He paused, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Unless you can give us the treasure we want. Arrogance. Hearing this, the frost giant said in a cold voice, it turns out that it is a thief who is greedy for my treasure. Then I have to defeat you first, and then torture me. Kill. It immediately jumped down from the throne, and landed on Qin Luo's position with the momentum of Mount Tai. Flame Barrier. Qin Luo cast the spell instantly, and the blazing flame shot up from the ground, forcibly knocking the boss to the ground 100 meters away. Boom! The ground suddenly collapsed, and the dark cracks spread to the bottom of everyone's feet. Qin Luo felt a magical wave coming from behind him. The texture of the ground glows. This is the skill of the formation master. Is it Wang Yu? Wang Menjiu's pupils contracted. Array mage is an extremely rare profession that can build arrays and assist teammates in battle. This year, a formation master was born in their Wang family's collateral branch. Be careful, she exclaimed. A strong wind came from behind. Hoo! At this time, Qin Luo reached out decisively, hugged the petite bodies of Mi Lin and Wang Menjiu, and started to move. Boom! They fell to the center of the circle. There was a cold voice from the door. Wang Menjiu, stay here for 7 days. You will lose this qualifier. Wang Hu grinned and tore open a scroll. It turned into an energy shield, sealing the three of Qin Luo and the boss in a special space. It seems that your Wang family will die a few more people. Qin Luo sneered. At this time, a soft exhortation came from his arms. Qin Luo, can you let me go? Wang Menjiu's face turned red, and she cautiously raised her head to glance at Qin Luo. If it was safe, Qin Luo would tease her. But the immediate situation is critical. He didn't think so either. Qin Luo let go of his hand, and then looked towards the door. Wang Hu and others have already left. You run really fast. Qin Luo's eyes were completely cold. In his mind, Wang Hu was already a dead man. Qin Luo, what should I do? Wang Menjiu looked a little dignified. Kill the boss first. Qin Luo looked behind him. Damn human, this king wants to kill you. The frost giant charged, piercing his body with the spear in his hand. Frost Thorn. -0. Qin Luo resolutely activated Xian Hunjin body art, damage reduction plus 90%, plus the effect of frozen body, the blood streaks did not move at all. Chapter 58. Seeing that the attack didn't work, the frost giant swept over with a spear in his hand. Judgment Pursuit. Qin Luo immediately moved behind the boss. You like melee combat so much, I'll play with you. Looking at the giant in front of him, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Super State. Feast of Blood. Flame Barrier. During the Setsuna, Qin Luo applied a series of buffs to himself, and Milin also activated the God Control art, summoning 3 souls to bless him. All attributes plus 2906, lasts 8.5 minutes. Shield plus 22W. Next moment, Qin Luo turned into a hunting angel, swung the sword of silence, and slashed 10 swords in a row in 1 second. Minus 54,802. Minus 32,196. Minus 37,438. Minus 32,196. The frost giant's health bar plummeted by about 1/10. It has huge physical control resistance and is directly immune to paralysis effects. But the silence attached to the general attack still had an effect, and the boss could only hold a spear to confront Qin Luo head-on. When fighting, the blood volume of the boss dropped crash. Qin Luo's defense exceeded 5W, and the frost giant's attack could not break through the defense. So, his health has never decreased. It's really brutal. FK, Brother Luo is too bullying. I actually feel that the boss is a bit pitiful. Seeing the battle scene of the great god, as a professional fighter player, I want to cry now. The members of the Wang family discussed excitedly. Of course, when attacking with a sword, Qin Luo will also release spells. Dragon Fury Fire. Extremely Cold Ice Blade. One has a magic bombardment on the boss, further reducing its health. 14 seconds later, Superstate the boost disappears, and the damage is greatly reduced. The frost giant mentality exploded. Ah! Human mage, this king will definitely kill you. Boss felt like he was going to spit blood out of anger. It also wants to ask a question. Is this called a mage? Too disgusting. That's it. A minute passed. The frost giant's blood volume decreased by less than 3 million. At the same time, it finally felt that the bondage disappeared, and a terrifying murderous intent appeared in its eyes. Die. The boss displayed all the skills in one go. Mysterious golden body art. As soon as the active effect is activated, a layer of golden light appears on the body surface. Clang. When its attack landed on Qin Luo, there was a crisp metal impact sound. -0. -0. -0. -0. -0. All damage is 0. At this time, most augment skills are on cooldown. However, Qin Luo has 30% magic blood sucking and blood coagulation aura blessing. Any attack can restore the lost blood volume to full. And his HP is as high as 17.9W, plus frozen body. The frost giant can't beat himself. 5 minutes later, Qin Luo's fire of dragon's fury ended the life of the boss. This king, not reconciled. The frost giant spoke intermittently. The words are not finished yet. The body fell to the ground, and the life in the eyes was lost. Ding! Kill Frost King Vim, gain 339456 experience points, plus 70%, free attribute plus 32, world reputation plus 2000. The battle is finally over. Qin Luo picked up the spoils on the ground. Snow War Armor Diamond, Frost Spear Diamond, Frost Thorn Skill Book. 3 diamond quality items. It's a pity that only the warrior profession can use it. Keep it as a sacrifice material. Qin Luo thought to himself. At this time, bang! There was a strange noise from the throne above. Under everyone's gaze, the throne split from the middle, and a pale ball of light floated out. Wang Feng, go and put away the heart of ice and snow. Wang Menjiu shouted happily. Okay, Miss Menjiu. An assassin dodged past and took away the frozen heart, which was also the goal of their trip. Immediately, the team members asked sadly, Brother Luo, Sister Menjiu, how did you get out? This magic circle can only be broken if the single damage exceeds 50 W. Hearing this, Qin Luo used identification on the energy shield. The information panel pops up. Kangyu sealing array continuously seals a certain area for 7 days, and can be immune to attacks with a single damage of less than 50 W. Durability, 100 W/100 W. Junior professionals, how could they deal 500,000 damage? Tomorrow is the deadline for the qualifiers. If we don't go back in time, we will lose our qualifications for the month-end league. A look of despair appeared on Wang Menjiu's pretty face. From their perspective, Qin Luo couldn't break the magic circle either. The highest burst damage is only about 40 W, which is witnessed by everyone. Even if the attributes of Milan's increase are doubled, the damage cannot be higher than 50 W. How to do? Everyone panicked. Qin Luo was calculating his own damage. After thinking for a while, he said, Milan, you first strengthen me with the God endowing technique, and then seal the frost giant's soul. Milan nodded obediently, and she waved her little hand to select the soul of the snow monster king. Goddess. You get a 4-dimensional attribute bonus, 300 points. You have acquired a diamond level skill, Snow Mountain Eruption. Everyone looked at his actions suspiciously. Qin Luo opened the personal panel. After calculation, he found that when all the buffs are turned on, Dragon Fury can cause 66 W damage. I immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Wang Menjiu gritted her teeth and asked, Qin Luo, if I can upgrade your skills to the full level, can the damage reach 50 W? Qin Luo couldn't help reaching out and touching her forehead. What? Wang Menjiu was taken aback, her cheeks were stained red, and she stammered, what are you going to do? Qin Luo said suspiciously, Menjiu, your head won't be frightened, will it? His skills are basically epic and legendary. Upgrading to the full level requires tens of millions of experience. Wang Menjiu moved his hand away, and said angrily, your head is frightened. I'm telling the truth. Hearing this, Qin Luo was a little curious. He nodded and said, if you can really upgrade your skills to the full level, I can break the magic circle. Call. Wang Menjiu made an important decision in her heart. Gradually, her fair and tender face was a little hot red. Qin Luo was a little confused. What's the situation? Chapter 59. After a while, Wang Menjiu's eyes became firm. She looked up at Qin Luo and said, the talent effect I told you before is to increase the control strength. But actually, I am a dual-talented awakener. Double talents? Qin Luo raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Combining her remarks with the importance the Shen family attaches to her, Qin Luo had a vague guess in his heart. Wang Menjiu's talent quality. I'm afraid it's not low. At least reach the god level. At this time, Qin Luo didn't speak, but waited for her next text. My second talent has reached the god level. Wang Menjiu slowly explained, the effect is to upgrade a skill of other people's quality not higher than the god level to the full level, and I directly master the projection of the corresponding skill. Use it once a week. Use the same skill twice in a row, level cap +5. From her description, the effect of this talent is very strong. It can be said that it has exceeded the standard of god level quality. The first effect is relatively normal. But the second effect, increasing the upper limit of the skill level, is very abnormal, comparable to the weakened version of Xiandao Lingyun. Think here. Qin Luo said in a condensed voice, talent has serious negative effects, right? Wang Menjiu nodded and said, my talent can only be used on one person, and the target cannot be changed. And it's up to others to decide which skill to upgrade. He can even restrict me from using skill projection. After listening to her explanation, a word suddenly popped up in Qin Luo's mind. Tool man. This is pure support talent. Life and death are in the hands of others. A little careless. She gets nothing. So, I decided to use my talents only on the closest and most trusted people. Speaking of which, Wang Menjiu's face was gradually dyed bright red, her ears were burning hot, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito's moan. Next moment, the atmosphere becomes serene. I could only hear her heart beating a little faster. Red hints. For Wang Menjiu, besides parents, who are the most intimate and trusted people? The answer is obvious. Qin Luo couldn't help but glanced at her, this lovely appearance was indeed lovable. However, his thinking is still very calm. Qin Luo began to think about the pros and cons. Promise to Wang Menjiu. Do you do yourself any harm? No. At most, there will be some troubles, for example, the hatred between the collateral clan of the Wang family and the Shen family of the Epic family. The issue is, I have already made enemies with them. Subsequently, Qin Luo looked at her, nodded and said, I agree. Certainly. Agree, whether the relationship between the two can develop to the step Wang Menjiu expects depends on how they get along in the future. Well, I'll use my talent on you right away. Wang Menjiu held back her shyness and reached out to grab his arm. Qin Luo could clearly feel it. Her hands trembled a little. Ding! Player Wang Menjiu activates the talent truth compensation on you, please select the skills that need to be upgraded. A panel pops up in front of you. Super State. Qin Luo made a decisive choice. Ding! The Super State skill level has been raised to level 10. Hyper State, Legendary. Level 10, Max. Effect, all attributes and movement speed plus 100%, the toucher is paralyzed for 1 second, and suffers physical X for 80% lightning damage. Lasts 20 seconds. Consumption, 4000 mana/s. Cooldown, tens, calculated after the end. The first full-level skill was born. Save tens of millions of experience. Ding! Is the player Wang Menjiu allowed to use Super State LV10 projection? Yes. Qin Luo agreed. There is one more skill in her skill bar. It turned out to be a legendary skill. Such a powerful effect. Wang Menjiu said in surprise. However, thinking that Qin Luo's background is the supreme god, the surprise in her heart disappeared again. It's a pity that the consumption is too high. My mana can only last for about 4 seconds. Wang Menjiu's face was full of helplessness. At this time, Qin Luo secretly said, next, it's time to break this magic circle. He activated all the skills in one go, and also used the legendary item the Red Dragon Gauntlet, his own attributes skyrocketed. Extremely Cold Ice Spear. X2. Within a minute, Qin Luo released 2 spells in succession. Boom boom. -50.1 W. -50.1 W. The blockade circle suddenly shattered. Damn it, it worked. Brother Qin Luo is too awesome. I feel that level 50 players can't cause 500,000 plus damage. The faces of the members of the Wang family were full of surprise. The 3 escaped. Let's go. Qin Luo walked towards the gate first. At this time, there is a high probability that Wang Hu and others will guard the entrance of the cave. In the process of advancing, he evolved 2 qualities from the skills he obtained through the divine endowment. Ding! The Snow Mountain explosion has evolved into a legendary skill, Fury of the Snow Sea. Fury of the Snow Sea, Legendary. Grade 1. Effect, summons a sea of ice and snow, smashing into the designated area, causing 600 plus ability attack x 600% points of ice damage, with a 32% chance to freeze the enemy for 3 seconds. Costs 1200 mana. Cooldown for 25 seconds. The third group attack skills. The damage is high. Taking a quick glance, Qin Luo closed the panel. The team moves on. Cave entrance. Wang Hu and his team guarded the entrance of the cave. At this time, a teammate gritted his teeth and asked, "Wang Hu, why don't we just kill Qin Luo and avenge brother Wang Long?" "No." Wang Hu shook his head, "I also want revenge, but Qin Luo can kill my brother in this world, obviously he has some cards. We can't take this risk. Anyway, next week, His Highness Shenfeng will come to the state in person. At that time, you can torture him however you want." Everyone nodded. Suddenly, an indifferent voice came. "You have no chance." Qin Luo's figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. Arcane twist. -19,572. -19,572. -19,572. Instantly killed a large piece. The ground was full of corpses, but there was no corpse of Wang Hu. At the moment of attack, the opponent decisively crushed the teleportation talisman without any hesitation. "Run away." Qin Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. "Where can you go?" he sneered. It just so happened that it was getting late, and Qin Luo was about to leave Caborn World. At this time, a large crowd gathered in the outer camp. The collateral branches of the Wang family are all there, including Wang Long's father, Wang Linfeng, who was also present. Everyone stared at the portal. Chapter 60. The field camp at the Linzhou base. Swish! The portal flickered, and the figures of Wang Hu and several teammates appeared on the spot. "Fortunately, my master, I can run fast enough." Wang Hu heaved a sigh of relief. Compared with the arrogant Wang Lung, he has an extremely cautious personality and a very keen sense of danger. About running away, he is confident that he will not lose to anyone. Before the fight, he will definitely set up traps on the field in advance. So, the collateral clans all call Wang Hu Old Dog. Qin Luo will definitely come after him, I have to run quickly. Wang Hu looked back at the portal. Immediately, he raised his legs and ran outside. After a while, the Wang family received the news. A dozen figures appeared in front of him, blocking his footsteps. "Little tiger, where's that kid Qin Luo?" A familiar voice came. "Dad." Wang Hu looked up. He is obviously the elder of the collateral lineage of his Wang family. Qin Luo and Wang Menjia will return to the portal soon. Wang Hu said hastily. Wang Linfeng asked in a deep voice, "Did the sealing scroll bestowed by His Highness Shenfeng not trap him?" "Yes, I didn't expect him to deal 500,000 plus damage. This kid really has some tricks." Wang Linfeng sneered and led the crowd to surround the portal. Wang Hu also followed. In his opinion, Qin Luo must die. What qualifications does a mere level 20 professional have to fight against a level 60 professional? A fierce light appeared in Wang Hu's eyes. The camp staff noticed everyone's actions and couldn't help talking. "What are the elders of the Wang family doing here? I heard that it was Qin Luo, a student of the number 3 middle school who had awakened to the gold profession, and killed Wang Long, a descendant of the Wang family. His father, Wang Linfeng, came to seek revenge. Hiss! This student named Qin Luo is too bold. A level 60 professional can slap him to death, right?" More and more people came to watch the excitement. Next moment, the portal lights up. The figures of Qin Luo and others appeared. There are so many people. Wang Menjiu asked in surprise. She looked around and found a member of the Wang family's collateral lineage, and immediately said vigilantly, "Eighth Elder, what are you doing here?" Wang Linfeng sneered and said, "What are you doing? Of course you are here to avenge my eldest son Wang Long. Miss Menjiu, today's matter has nothing to do with you, it's best not to hinder me." He is very clear. No matter whether Wang Menjiu ordered Qin Luo to kill Wang Long, he can't touch her. Otherwise, neither the Wang family nor the Longzhou Shen family will let him go. Immediately, Wang Linfeng's eyes fell on Qin Luo, and he said in a cold tone, "Boy, I'll give you two choices. Sign a life and death contract and become my son Wang Hu's protector. Or buried here." This moment, all eyes focused on Qin Luo. He suddenly laughed a few times. A level 60 professional besieging a level 20 rookie. Qin Luo said playfully, "Elder Wang, you are so majestic. The common people are oppressed by the family, so they can't fight back. Or, civilian professionals are the fish and meat slaughtered by the aristocratic family. Could it be that all civilians who have awakened to rare occupations will become guardians of the family and live like dogs?" A sonorous and forceful voice echoed in my ears. Wang Jingshan and the others who were hiding in the dark had strange expressions on their faces. "Good guy. You are one with God Most High standing behind you. Are you ashamed to say that you are a civilian?" But Qin Luo's questioning was effective. Anger appeared in the eyes of nearby players. After all, civilian professionals accounted for more than 99.9% of the world's population. A single spark can start a prairie fire. In this era where everyone is like a dragon, no one should be underestimated. At this time, Wang Linfeng's complexion became ugly. What a cruel boy! He is very clear. If he didn't answer well and aroused the anger of ordinary people, the Linzhou city lord would definitely be the first to tear him apart. At this time, the professionals in the camp were filled with righteous indignation. Although under the pressure of the aristocratic family, they did not dare to push it too far, but their eyes on Wang Linfeng had become very unfriendly. Damn it! Wang Linfeng cursed secretly. He feels the pressure. After thinking for a while, he looked at Qin Luo and said loudly, "Boy, you have a sharp tongue. But, I have never bullied ordinary people. Today, I'm just taking revenge for my son as a father." Frozen Sword Shadow. Holding a sharp sword in his hand, Wang Linfeng slashed towards the void. 10 pale sword auras descended from the sky, and a bone-piercing chill hit his face. "Stop!" With a shout, Wang Jingshan appeared, and a sea of flames rose in the sky with a radius of 10,000 meters. Boom! The frost sword Qi was engulfed by the sea of flames. "Wang Jingshan, what do you mean?" Wang Linfeng asked coldly. "Qin Luo, I guarantee it. Eighth Elder, you don't want to touch him today," Wang Jingshan said with a smile. Wang Linfeng's expression turned ugly. "I am only level 65, while the other party, as the great elder of the Wang family, has already reached level 80, only one step away from the lower god realm. There is a huge gap in their strength." Just when the two sides were at a stalemate, Qin Luo suddenly said, "Uncle Wang, you don't have to protect me. I will handle this matter myself." Hearing this, there was an uproar in the camp. "FK, Qin Luo, are you crazy? Are you kidding? How can a level 20 player fight a level 65 player? Qin Luo is dead." At this time, Wang Jingshan took a deep look at him and stepped aside. "Come on, old BD." Qin Luo hooked his fingers towards the other party. "Damn kid!" Anger surged in Wang Linfen's heart. Chapter 61. Inside the camp, all eyes were on the portal. Die! Holding a sharp sword in his hand, Wang Linfen was shaped like an arrow, and in an instant, he appeared in front of Qin Luo. A dazzling cold light burst out. Boom! A grey phantom floated from Qin Luo's body, cancelling the attack. This is the effect of Shadow Crow Feather Crown. Immune to one fatal attack. There are means, but that's all there is to it. Wang Linfeng sneered. The attack in his hand didn't stop, and thousands of sword shadows condensed into thousands of sword shadows amidst the drifting ice and snow, all stabbing at Qin Luo. 125W. Qin Luo's blood bar instantly emptied and turned into a corpse. Humph, I'm overthinking myself. Wang Linfeng put away his weapon indifferently. This. Wang Jingshan, who was watching, was also a little confused. Died? No way. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Buzz. There were violent energy fluctuations in the air, and at the same time, an atmosphere of extreme depression and despair permeated the audience. What happened? Everyone's eyes were dull. A mere civilian student, how can he get so many means? Wang Linfeng frowned. He was a little puzzled. Boom! The entire Linzhou base seemed to have escaped into a dark world. This moment, a stalwart figure stood tall in the clouds, looking down at the earth, exuding a terrifying power all over his body. Qin Luo, Lord God. Status: Messenger of Despair 5s. Grade: 115. Rank: Epic. Life: 409E. Attack: 438W. Skills: Lord God Domain, Abyss of Despair, Fury of Darkness. Although he is only the most common main god, with his current strength, he can destroy the earth under his feet with a single blow. Subsequently, the realm of the main god swept all directions. Alerts sounded in everyone's ears. System prompt: due to the influence of the main god's domain, your all attributes -99%, and you will be imprisoned for seconds. Under the gods, all are ants. Everyone was imprisoned in place, unable to move. Wang Linfeng's face turned pale. Lord God Domain. Why did a main god appear? He was terrified. Wang Linfeng tried his best to look up. The moment he saw the face of the main god, his mind went blank. It's you. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. You are obviously a commoner, how can you have the power of the Lord God? Wang Linfeng roared in disbelief. He is desperate. If you recognize me, then die. Qin Luo looked cold. Majestic divine power surged out of his body, and he slapped Wang Linfen and Wang Hu. Their bodies and souls were wiped out. He suddenly sensed that many Earth God level players traveled through space and rushed to the camp. Then, Qin Luo cancelled the effect of Heart of Despair and changed back to his own appearance. The sky anomaly dissipated. At this moment, there was a dead silence in the camp. All eyes focused on Qin Luo. After a long time, Gilu. They reacted and couldn't help swallowing. Did we see it right? Damn it, I'm so stupid. The Elder Wang at level 65 was killed by a level 20 player. What is the background of this big guy called Qin Luo? Just when everyone is discussing, the gods and players of the major bases on the earth descended on the camp. Hey? The breath of the foreign god, why is it gone? They are a little puzzled. The main god of the earth is retreating to absorb the harvest of Yuel civilization, so he did not come to the scene in person. With a thought, the gods obtained the past images of the camp and immediately knew what happened. Their eyes focused on Qin Luo. A gold professional has such a terrifying item. Shouldn't it? Who will find out the background of this little guy? 3 gods who are proficient in deduction set out to check Qin Luo's fate. Next moment. Puff. They spit out a large mouthful of divine blood at the same time, and their breath quickly withered. 2. Supreme God. The 3 said in horror. This. The eyes of hundreds of gods looking at Qin Luo changed dramatically. At this time, Lu Feng, the city lord of Linzhou, came out and asked cautiously. My little family, your highness, I don't know which ancient and supreme heir you are. Heard the words. Qin Luo's expression remained unchanged. But I have some doubts in my heart. When did he become the heir of the supreme god? Think about it. He said softly, it is inconvenient to disclose. The reason why I shot was just to kill an unruly person. Don't worry, I have no plans for the earth. That's good. They breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Luo continued, if you have nothing to do, just leave. Okay. They nodded decisively, without the majesty of a god. Joke. This is the son of the Most High God. Where did they dare to provoke? They left the camp one after another. Call. Qin Luo took a deep breath. Then he looked at the few surviving elders of the Wang family's collateral lineage, and as a result, these people were scared out of their wits. My lord, please don't kill us. I am willing to compensate you. Yep. They quickly apologized. Seeing this, Qin Luo said coldly, I hope you will remember this sentence, give me the things tomorrow, and get out now. Yes, my lord. Several elders left immediately. Immediately, Qin Luo turned and walked towards the rest area of number 3 middle school. Chapter 62. In a minute, Qin Luo returned to his room. Not long. Boom. There was a knock on the door. Qin Luo reached out and opened the door. Liang Shui stood outside the door with a complicated look on her face. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, you really killed Wang Linfeng at level 65? Did you cause the Lord God domain just now? Yes. Qin Luo nodded. Hearing this, Liang Shui sized him up carefully with her beautiful eyes, and said, Qin Luo, tell me the truth, are you from the Li family? The Li family is the only legendary family created by the Lord God of the earth, Li Changji. Teacher Liang, you don't have to guess. Qin Luo said softly, I am not a member of the Li family. Finished. He glanced at Liang Shui and said, instead, it's you, probably from the Liang family. The Liang family is one of the 5 epic families of the Dragon Kingdom. Liang Shui did not deny it, but looked at Qin Luo with a sparkle in her eyes. Sensing her gaze, Qin Luo raised his eyebrows, Mr. Liang, what else do you need? No more. Liang Shui said with a smile, I'm just surprised that there are students with such backgrounds in my class. Judging from Qin Luo's performance, his strength can not only enter the top 10, but also get the first place. She won the family bet. At that time, she will lift the shackles of the family on her and freely decide her own life. A look of determination appeared on Liang Shui's face. Thinking of this, she couldn't help feeling grateful to Qin Luo. Tomorrow is the last day of the trials, so I won't disturb your rest. Liang Shui bowed slightly, and immediately left the room. Looking at the back of the other party, Qin Luo thoughtfully said, Liang Shui's level seems to be stuck at level 40 all the time, is it because of the family shackles? Has past life memories? He had some guesses about Liang Shui's behavior. In order to control the tribe, the epic family will set up contracts since childhood. Rao is so. The world is still envious of people from aristocratic families, and is willing to become a caged bird. But there are also many people from aristocratic families like Liang Shui, who prefer to control their own lives, rather than become a bargaining chip for the family. Shook his head. Qin Luo withdrew his thoughts. Then opened the backpack. He secretly said, my backpack is a bit too small. Now, there are more than 8,000 items stored in the backpack. Tomorrow's battle will bring a lot of loot, and the backpack may not be able to fill it all. Go to Galaxy City first to increase the space in your backpack. Qin Luo made a decision. Subsequently, he came to the Tower of Prestige in Galaxy City. Players can use their prestige to exchange for treasures in the tower, and they can also challenge the prestige dungeon world to obtain special rewards. However, Yunhe City is only a junior heavenly city. The prestige tower only has a primary dungeon world, which is not suitable for him today. After all, Qin Luo has reached level 20. Ding! You open the prestige tower exchange interface. The current prestige, 69,870 points. Each item can only be redeemed once within 24 hours. Ghost Dragon Soul. Quality, Legend. Description: a material that can be used to hatch pet eggs, endow special evolution, and improve pet quality. Price: 5,000 reputation plus 70 million gold coins. Backpack expansion card primary. Quality: Epic. Description: increase the backpack space to 20,000 grids. Price: 1,000 reputation plus 10 million gold coins. Sky Cloud Secret Medicine. Quality: Diamond. Description: after use, permanently increase all attributes by 30 points, and permanently increase HP by 5,000 points. This effect is limited to 3 times. Price: 500 reputation plus 15 million gold coins. There were dozens of pages of items on the panel, and Qin Luo bought 3 of them, namely, Nether Dragon Soul, Backpack Expansion Card, and Tianyun Secret Medicine. A total of 95 million gold coins and 6,500 reputation points are consumed. Qin Luo used Tianyun Secret Medicine directly. All attributes plus 30 points. Life plus 5,000 points. He checked his properties panel. Name: Qin Luo. Level: 20. Life: 13W. Power: 2,560. Physique: 3,572. Agility: 2033. Spirit: 3,201. Magic attack: 7,552. Seeing his own attributes, Qin Luo showed a smile on his face. In his previous life, his strength was many times lower than his current strength. This life is thanks to the Godhead of the Lord of Light. Then, he used a backpack expansion card. After finishing these, Qin Luo went back to the camp to rest. At this time, the Earth Forum began to circulate today's events, but the real information of Qin Luo has not been revealed. Because the people in the camp were afraid of Qin Luo's background, they did not dare to spread his information without authorization. After all, the Eternal Forum can check the true identity of the spokesperson. They were worried about being approached by Qin Luo. The next day, early morning, Qin Luo and the team members met in front of the portal. Wang Menjiu said softly, "Qin Luo, the collateral elders gave me the compensation, and I will send it to you by email." "It is good." Qin Luo nodded. Immediately, he picked up the mail. Ding! You get 200 million gold coins, luck necklace gold, spirit prayer skill book diamond. 10 items in total. 1 piece of gold and 9 pieces of diamond quality. He glanced around. The collateral branch of the Wang family actually gave 200 million gold coins, and even a piece of lucky equipment. It's quite generous. Qin Luo said with a smile. Chapter 63. Qin Luo took out the lucky equipment and evolved it. Ding! The luck necklace has evolved into epic equipment, Sun Oath. Sun Oath, epic. Attribute: magic attack plus 450. Additional: constitution plus 150, dexterity plus 120, spirit plus 250. Special effect: lucky plus 9. Skill: recover 50% of lost life, cool down for 90 seconds. Equipment requirements: level 20 legal profession. Qin Luo directly put on new equipment. Attributes have grown a lot. Immediately, he looked at the only diamond skill book. Prayer is a common skill for legal professions. The effect is to increase the rate of mana regeneration. But Qin Luo already has Blessing of Light, and the mana it restores every second is enough to meet the consumption of skills such as God Shadow and Super State. This Spirit Prayer skill book is useless to him. Instead, it suits Wang Menjiu. Thinking of this, Qin Luo raised his head, only to find that she was peeking at him. The eyes of the two met, and Wang Menjiu's expression became visibly flustered, and her little face was immediately blushed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Since completing the talent binding with Qin Luo yesterday, she didn't sleep well all night. Because strange images kept popping up in her mind, she felt a little strange now. What are you thinking? A smile appeared on the corner of Qin Luo's mouth. I didn't think about anything. Wang Menjiu shook her head vigorously. How could she express the picture in her mind? Unlike Qin Luo, who has a wealth of experience in her previous life, Wang Menjiu is now just an 18-year-old high school student. To be precise, she is a girl who is about to enter university, with a relatively thin skin. Qin Luo glanced at her. Subsequently, he handed over the skill book and said, I already have a similar skill. This Spirit Prayer skill book is given to you, just to supplement the consumption of Superstate. Complete talent binding. Wang Menjiu boarded her own boat. And, never get off the boat. As one of our own. Qin Luo naturally wants to train her to be a qualified tool man. Wang Menjiu can upgrade one of his skills to the full level every week, and she can also get skill projection. The stronger Qin Luo is, the stronger she is too. Continue like this. Wang Menjiu will take his shape sooner or later. She knew it very well. So, Wang Menjiu accepted the skill book. And said solemnly, thank you. Qin Luo smiled and didn't answer. He glanced at the other members of the Wang family and said, let's go. Qin Luo does not plan to help Wang Menjiu evolve his skills for the time being. After all, there are too many outsiders around. Immediately, everyone stepped into the portal together. Coburn World. A group of people just reached the ground. A reminder rings in the ear. Ding. System prompt. Due to the death of the Warcraft rulers in the 4 major areas, the opening conditions of the hidden area Ancient Sinye are met. Do you want to enter? Yes. Qin Luo said immediately. Sinai rays of light descended from the sky, covering everyone in the team. Next moment, they were transported to a lush forest, surrounded by big trees with a height of more than 10 meters, blocking most of the sunlight. This results in a somewhat gloomy environment. Qin Luo glanced at the area panel. Number of teams, 7/7. Wasteland reclamation progress, 18.5%. The progress is close to 20%. It seems that they killed the rulers of the 7 regions yesterday. Qin Luo secretly said. It doesn't matter how high or low you progress. As long as you get the last blow of the ancestor beast, you can get 100% world authority. Everything. At this time, there was a strange noise in the forest, and dozens of lizards that looked like green crystals crawled over, their pupils full of cruelty. Green scale dragon lizard, elite, enhanced. Level, 25. Quality, bronze. Life, 35W/35W. Attacks, 6581. Abilities, Poison Fireball, Venomous Bite. Description, a powerful creature with the blood of the ancestral beast Coburn, the guardian beast of the primeval forest. Roar! Roar! The green-scaled dragon lizard attacked like a wave of water, spit out dozens of dark green fireballs from its mouth, and shot at everyone's positions. Qin Luo shot immediately. Super State. Flame Barrier. The blazing fire rose from the ground, forming a barrier to resist the attack. Try a new skill. Qin Luo's eyes were shining brightly. He waved and released Wrath of the Snow Sea, endless ice and snow gathered in the sky, like a sea of ice and snow, falling from the clouds. Boom! 14W 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 14W. With one move, the forest was flattened, and many monster ice sculptures appeared on the ground. Wang Menjiu led the team to take action, releasing more than a dozen group spells, plus Qin Luo's Dragon's Fury Fire, which happened to end the lives of the monsters. Ding! Kill a level 25 green-scaled dragon lizard, gain 5112 experience points, plus 70%, world reputation plus 1. Ding! Kill a level 23 green-scaled dragon lizard, gain 4169 experience points, plus 70%, world reputation plus 1. Ding! The monster level is between 20-25. Killing experience is very rich. This wave. Qin Luo's experience pool instantly rose to 171W. Chapter 64. After a few breaths, the first wave of monsters was wiped out. Wang Menjiu's output is very impressive. The cumulative damage of the blizzard she cast reached 15W. It just made her feel unbelievable. I can actually cause such high damage. Wang Menjiu was a little excited. Certainly. The main credit is due to the super state, imperial magic, and blood feast. The powerful bonuses of these three skills have increased her attributes from 1000 to 8000 plus. One way or another. This data has proved that she is qualified to join Qin Luo's team. Concentrating his thoughts, Qin Luo said, "You pick up the spoils and materials as soon as possible." "Okay, boss." The members of the Wang family immediately got busy. Because the luck value was increased by 9 points, the drop rate increased a lot. After 40 green-scaled dragon lizards died, 10 pieces of equipment and props were dropped. He activated the blessing of the ancient gods. Bronze equipment evolved into gold equipment, and the price soared more than 10 times. After a few minutes, the team members collected the materials. And Qin Luo waved the corpse into the backpack. The group moved on. In the forest, wave after wave of green-scaled dragon lizards attacked, and the number and level of monsters continued to increase. Flame Storm, Fire of Dragon Fury, Meteor Arrow Rain, Snowstorm. Qin Luo led the team to fight against the monsters. When it was noon, everyone had already advanced more than 20 kilometers towards the center of the forest. In one morning, Qin Luo gained nearly 3 million experiences. The experience pool has increased to 425W points. The speed of killing monsters is fast. At this time, the team stopped in place. Looking at the map, Wang Menjiu said, "According to the information provided by the elder, not far ahead is the lair of the green-scaled dragon lizard, and there is a boss there. Killing the guardian beast lord will open the teleportation array leading to the central area." Hearing this, Qin Luo nodded. He looked at Milan. The little guy has the highest harvest and has been promoted to level 15. The 4th page of the Book of Souls is unlocked. As long as one more soul is sealed, her auxiliary ability will be greatly improved. Quicken your pace. Qin Luo said. Soon. Everyone arrived at the monster's lair, the swamp. Roar! Roar! A large number of green-scaled dragon lizards crawled over from all directions. Qin Luo decided to make a quick decision. Ask Milan to put on the god-improving spell on herself, and immediately, various boosting skills are activated instantly, and a bunch of buff icons appear on the status bar. He mobilized his mana with all his strength and cast Fire of Dragon Fury. Boom! A giant flame dragon several hundred meters descended from the sky, and violent waves of flames swept across an area with a radius of more than 1,600 meters, enveloping the entire swamp inside. 82W 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 82W. Hundreds of monsters died in the flames. Extremely outrageous damage. Ding! kill the green-scaled dragon lizard. Ding! The system panel constantly refreshes the kill prompt. Roar! Who is killing my people? An angry voice came. Next moment, a huge lizard rushed out of the flames, with red eyes, looking at Qin Luo and the others. This king is going to kill you. It comes galloping. Boom! A flame barrier rose from the ground, forcibly interrupting the boss's charge. Qin Luo used probing technique on it. Green-scaled dragon lizard king, Lord, enhanced. Level, 25. Quality, Gold. Life, 919W/1000W. Attacks, 40,950. Skills, Venomous Dragon's Breath, Venomous Fang, Defensive Stance, Mad Attack, Claw Attack. Levels 20 and 21 are a threshold. After crossing, the monster's attributes increased sharply. The attributes of the current panel are the normal attributes of the boss. After being suppressed by the Suanhun Golden Body Art, its attributes have to be reduced by 14%. Roar! The green-scaled dragon lizard king charged again, opened its bloody mouth, and spit out a stream of green flames. -6,983. +1,745. +13,811. -6,983. Qin Luo's blood streaks did not move at all. Because Black Glory Oath and Royal God Art provide a 6/7W shield, it's hard to get hurt yourself. He seized the time to attack. Extremely Cold Ice Spear. Shadow Assassination. Arcane Twist. Spells shot out one after another, converging into a torrent of magic, hitting the body of the boss, causing its blood volume to drop by more than 1 million. Kill. Qin Luo turned into an angel of hunting, and slashed at it with the Sword of Silence. Second injury reaches 120W. Damage Explosion. Because of the suppression of Tianwei, the boss blood volume is only 821W. Less than 5 seconds. The battle is over. The health bar of the green-scaled dragon lizard king was emptied. Boom! The huge corpse lay on the ground. Ding! Kill the green-scaled dragon lizard king, gain 290,000 experience points, plus 70%, free attribute plus 16, world reputation plus 1000. Watching the boss die, the teammates were dumbfounded. Is this the strength of the boss? Death Spirit. Qin Luo ignored their gazes and bent down to pick up the dropped objects. Venomous Dagger, Green Dragon's Blood, Poisonous Tide Skill Book. The loot isn't too bad. You are here to seal its soul, and you are casting a magic spell on me. Qin Luo instructed Millen. Okay, Master Big Brother. Millen stretched out her little hand and sealed the boss soul into the Book of Souls. Imperial Art. 4 souls blessed Qin Luo. All attributes plus 4,898, lasting 8.5 minutes. Shield and 38W. Hiss. Qin Luo gasped. Good guy. The added attribute is higher than his attribute. You know, Millen is only level 15. As expected of a god-level skill, the effect is too strong. Qin Luo sighed in admiration. Chapter 65. Immediately afterwards, Qin Luo looked at the spoils. There is no equipment that he can use, and the skill book is also a shaman profession. Only the blood of the green dragon is a usable material, and it can be added when hatching the queen hunter egg. Qin Luo put away the items and looked forward. After the boss died, a portal was born. Everyone enters the portal. Current location, Ancient Sinye Central Area. A team of thousands of people is searching for the enemy in the forest. They all have the prefix Guyun on top of their heads. Obviously a member of the Adventurers Guild. This is also normal. Because the maximum number of players in a team is 20, if the number exceeds this number, they can only form a team in the mode of an adventure team or an Adventurers Guild. Barrow, "Have you detected any traces of the enemy?" asked the leading young man in white. "No." The player shook his head. "Then continue." The young man in white said coldly. "Okay, Your Highness Ian." The player replied in panic. The young man in white, Yan, nodded. He looked around, wondering in his heart. What kind of conditions did the head of the Shen family, Shen Long, offer to make his father go through a lot of trouble for a junior world? But he looked back at the team. There are 1,000 junior protectors sent by the family, and the control of a mere junior world is within reach. Say it. The young man in white looked proud. Under the control of the aristocratic family, this group of junior guardians has been stuck at level 20 for several years or even decades. So their strength far exceeds that of level 20 players. Not to mention, he also has a legendary talent. As long as I complete this task, the elders will definitely allow me to enter the netherworld experience. A smile appeared on the young man's face. At this time, a protector said, "Your Highness, 17 human lives have been detected 3 kilometers ahead." 17 people. The young man in white raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, "Only this few people should be the investigation team of other forces. Go and grab them." "Yes." The guardians responded in unison. The team moves on. Soon, Qin Luo and others appeared in the field of vision. "Gaiun Guild, they are from the Kaya civilization," Wang Menjiu said nervously. "The Kaya civilization is one of the hostile forces on Earth." "Boy, tell me, where is your main force?" the young man in white said coldly. Qin Luo ignored him. Instead, he intends to cast Fire of Dragon's Wrath. The young man noticed his actions, smiled contemptuously, and directly opened up his talent. Reminder: you have received the effect of the silent domain, and skills/props that are lower than the legendary quality cannot be used for 300 seconds. The expressions of Qin Luo and Wang Menjiu did not change. The young man in white smiled teasingly. "How about it? Is it because you can't use your skills? Just surrender obediently." "Yes." Qin Luo raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. "The Wrath of the Snow Sea." He cast spells directly. Above the forest, a sea of snow billowed, casting a huge shadow on the ground. "Enemy. Legendary skill." Their eyes widened. "Go." Following Qin Luo's order, the sea of snow fell from the clouds like an avalanche, instantly submerging the forest within a radius of 2 kilometers. The sound of boom spread over hundreds of kilometers. 13W. 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 A lot of damage came out. Spike. Kill them all. Waiting for the ice and snow to dissipate, there are still hundreds of people standing in the open space ahead, and they all have life-saving props. You. What else did the young man in white want to say? Qin Luo would not leave him a chance. Super State. Hunting Angel. The 2 legendary skills are activated, and the speed increases to 578 m/s. Holding the Sword of Silence, it slashes across the enemy's body. 5W. 8W. 5W. 8W. No one can withstand Qin Luo's blow. The number of enemies is gradually reduced. Finally, only the young man in white survived, and his eyes were full of fear. What kind of monster is this? Seeing Qin Luo stop in front of him, the young man's mind went blank. Everyone was scared stupid. Die! Qin Luo swung his sword to kill him. Because of the silence effect, the opponent's life-saving props could not be used. Ding! You killed player Ion. The body of the young man in white drops 3 items. He reached out and picked up what had fallen. Dark Flame Ring Gold, Underworld Crystal Legend, Dragon Hunter Job Transfer Scroll Legend. These things are good. Qin Luo's eyes light up slightly. This player named Yen was in a bloodbath. The Dragon Hunter is an archer class, and it can be further advanced to become a Dragon God Hunter, which is a very powerful God level class. The market price is at least tens of billions. Subsequently, he looked at another prop. Underworld Crystal, 1 piece. Quality, Legendary. Effect, after death, it will be resurrected directly, and all attributes plus 50%, lasting for 1 minute. Chill for 6 hours. Permanent resurrection props. Also priceless. Very good. Qin Luo put away the spoils with satisfaction. Chapter 66. The royals are also collecting items dropped by other enemies. Minutes passed. A system prompt sounds. Ding. Ancient Sunye, the sleeping ancestor Kobone has awakened, please kill it within 6 hours, otherwise it will be regarded as a failure of the world mission, and this world will also be blocked for 1 year. The final battle has begun. Qin Luo looked at the map, he was only 5 kilometers away from his destination. Let's go, he said. Immediately. Wang Menjiu uses team acceleration props. Everyone moved forward at full speed. Soon, they reached the edge of the basin in the center of the forest. Boom! The sound of the explosion echoed in my ears. A gigantic beast stands on the ground, its body is as majestic as a mountain, and its whole body reveals its majesty. This is the ancestor beast of Coborn world, the source of the blood of all things. At this time, beside him, tens of thousands of monsters are fighting fiercely with the players. Fiun arrow. Meteor fire shower. Lightning torrent. The long-range professional players keep releasing spells, and the colorful magic light illuminates the sky. At the same time, the warcraft on the opposite side rushed over fearlessly. Fortunately, the fighter players were at the forefront, otherwise, the crispy professional players would have been torn to pieces by the sea of monsters. Edge of the basin. Qin Luo, when are we going to shoot 30? Wang Menjiu asked softly. The clansmen behind her were eager to try. No hurry. Qin Luo smiled lightly, let them continue to consume the monsters, and we will enter the field to kill monsters when the ancestor beasts make a move. Wang Menjiu nodded. They began to wait for the opportunity to attack. After more than an hour, the monsters were all killed and injured, and nearly half of the players were killed or injured. Among them, there was a team with only a few hundred people left, unable to deal with the final boss. In order to avoid further losses, they quit the world decisively. The atmosphere in the basin suddenly became heavy, and the players of the 4 major forces were vigilant against each other. The time has come. Qin Luo's eyes reflected a ray of brilliance. Dragon Fury Fire. The Wrath of the Snow Sea. Flames Storm. He used his skills with all his strength and controlled the attack area of the spell, covering exactly 80% of the players. Wang Menjiu and Mi Lin followed closely. The sea of flames and ice and snow descended from the sky with brilliant power. -72,573. -62,717. -32,088. Even if he didn't use the buff ability. With a single blow, it can kill any player in seconds. Enemy. Next moment, they react. Damn it, which BD is attacking us? Quick! Find him! The leaders of the various forces roared ferociously. However, few voices responded to them. Look around. A large number of his team members died. They looked at each other. Swish! A figure moved to the front, swung his staff and smashed it towards him. With the full-level super state skill, the attribute and movement speed were increased by 100%. Normal attack damage reaches 3W+. The enemy counter-attacked immediately, but the attack fell on Qin Luo, and the damage was all 0. Maid, where did these monster mages come from? They were frightened and fled in all directions. snowstorm. Wang Menjiu shouted, raised her staff, and cast spells on the enemy. 9W. 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 Possessing the bonus of Shen Yu Shu and super state, her damage is actually higher than that of Qin Luo in normal state. Soon, only a few were left alive. Gritting their teeth, they said, "Who the hell are you? What? Want revenge?" Qin Luo raised his eyebrows, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. He said directly, "If I don't change my name or surname, I will be called Yan, and I come from the Kaya civilization. Yan of Kaya civilization, labor and capital remember you." The three resented. As soon as the words fell, he was killed by Qin Luo. According to their level, 1 year of life will be deducted once they die. At this time, players from other forces were cleaned up. "Invader from another world, you leave now, this king will not kill you." The ancestor beast opened its golden eyes and said indifferently. "Laugh." 8.7W. It was answered with a sharp ice spear. "Since you are courting death, I will grant you my favor." Anger appeared in Zhe Xiao's tone. Ancestral Beast Coburn, Lord, Enhanced. Level, 25. Quality, Diamond. Life, 1500W/1500W. 9:61132. Skills, Life Arrow, Rapid Healing, True Dragon Form, Wrath of Nature. Looking at the series of skills, Qin Luo had to sigh, this is the strongest boss he has ever met. Even if it is suppressed by Tianwei by 14%. The blood volume of the ancestor beast still reaches 1200W+, and the attack becomes 52,573 points. Still extremely powerful. At this time, bang! The ancestor beast attacked, and the ground trembled because of its running. It opened its bloody mouth, and instantly gathered green light, and a beam of light shot over. Wrath of Nature. Call. In an instant, Qin Luo moved behind the boss, the light fell, and a deep hole was blasted out on the ground. "Where are people?" The ancestor beast turned around, losing sight of him in sight. Qin Luo activates the magic shadow technique to cover all his aura and hide in the environment. Take advantage of this opportunity. He turned on all the buffs in one go, including the red dragon gauntlet, and there were more than 10 buffs in the status bar, and the data was fully improved. Immediately, summon a huge flame dragon to hit it, and this blow gets a damage plus 230% bonus. 120W. Damage explosion. Roar. The body of the ancestor beast was scorched black by the flames, and green light appeared all over its body, continuously recovering its life. Plus 5W, plus 5W, plus 5W, plus 5W. Qin Luo opened the blood-devouring field. Forcibly absorb 50% of the HP recovered by the boss. Damn it! The ancestor beast fought back angrily. But after Qin Luo activates the mysterious golden body art, any attack from the boss can't break through the defense, and he can also use the flashing phantom to switch positions back and forth to avoid attacks. He controlled all his skills and blasted towards the ancestor beast. 35W. 23W. 28W. Its blood volume suddenly dropped by 343W. Because the higher the blood loss of the boss, the stronger the blood recovery ability. Caused the battle to become anxious. Boss HP 85%. 987 boss HP 62%. Time passed slowly. Qin Luo manipulated the ancestral beasts with his abundant means. When its HP is below 10%. Finally used the big move. True Dragon Form. The body of the ancestor beast changed rapidly, and a real red dragon was born, its attributes increased by 50%, and its life recovered to 3 million. The boss in this form loses the ability to recover blood. Damn intruder! This king will kill you. The red real dragon spit out a dragon's breath and burned the earth. Sucker punch. Qin Luo said coldly. Super state. Hunter Angel. Just when the cooldown of the whole body skill was over, he activated the skill again, the speed exploded, he flashed to the side of the ancestor beast, and slashed 10 swords in 1 second. 8.4 W. 13.4 W. 8.4 W. 13.4 W. During Setsuna, 20 purple numbers appeared on the head of the ancestor beast, and its life value was less than 1 million. 2 seconds. Qin Luo killed him with 4 swords. The body of the ancestor beast crashed to the ground, smashing a huge hole in the ground. Ding! Kill ancestral beast Coborn, gain 580,000 experience points, plus 70%, free attribute points plus 32, world reputation plus 2000. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the hidden area, ancient Sinye and getting, special Sinye treasure chest. Were 7 colored rays of light gushed out from the corpse of the ancestor beast, and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Phew, it's over. Qin Luo breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Wang Menjiao led the clansmen to help him pick up the massive spoils scattered in the basin. Chapter 67. Qin Luo walked over to pick up the loot. You get, Stone of Evolution Special, Dragon Sword Diamond, Ring of Nature Diamond. Harvest a total of 3 diamond items. But when he saw the special props, his eyes showed surprise. Evolution Stone, 1 piece. Quality, Special. Effect, the key to Ancestral Dragon World. I didn't expect such a thing to exist in Coburn World. Qin Luo was surprised. Ancestral Dragon World is a special world, where there are monsters from level 1 to level 120, and any player can enter it. As long as you have the evolution stone in your hand. Players from all over the world will be in hot pursuit of this world. There are props for evolving bloodlines in it. For example, deified blood. Even the original blood of the main god quality can raise the bloodline to the main god level, which is also a necessary condition for players to be promoted to the main god. Previous life. It took Qin Luo a long time to get enough primordial blood. Put away this evolutionary stone first. After I have the blood, I will think about the matter of the ancestor dragon world. Qin Luo thought to himself. Then he took out the diamond ring and opened the blessing of the ancient gods. Ding! The Ring of Nature has evolved into a legendary equipment, the Ring of Life Protection. Ring of Life Protection, Legendary. Attribute, Life plus 20,000. Additional, Strength plus 320, Constitution plus 550, Spirit plus 280. Special Effect, Life Recovery plus 30%. Skill, Resurrection after death, and immune to the next attack, cool down for 3 hours. Equipment requirements, Level 20 General Occupation. Another piece of life-saving equipment. Qin Luo directly replaced the Blood Moon Ring. Self-spell blood sucking is reduced to 10%, but life recovery is increased by 30%, which has an effect on blood sucking and skill blood returning. The harvest this time is really good. Qin Luo smiled with satisfaction. After checking the loot information, only the corpse of the ancestor beast Coburn remained on the ground. Milin, you seal its soul, and use it on yourself this time. Qin Luo ordered. His attributes are high enough. This reinforcement is not required. Milin nodded, and cast a divine spell on herself, using the soul of the hunting queen bee as a material for deception. You get a 4-dimensional attribute bonus, 300 points. You gain a gold level skill, Swarm Call. After her attribute is improved. The addition of the god controlling technique has also been greatly increased. Immediately, Milin sealed the soul of the ancestor beast into the blank page of the Book of Souls. Qin Luo then helped her evolve her skills. Ding! Bee Swarm Summoning evolved into an epic skill, God Bee Swarm Strike. Finish these. Qin Luo took Milan to join the ranks of collecting spoils. An hour later, it was getting dark. Finally sorted out the loot. The quantity reached more than 15,000 pieces. Qin Luo took 11,000 items from it, and the space in the backpack was just full, and the remaining items were given to Wang Menjiu and her team members. After all, they contributed a lot. The ancient Sinye has been conquered, we should leave. Qin Luo said. It is good. Everyone nodded. SO6. They returned to Coburn World. Just then, the system prompts. Ding! Player Qin Luo, congratulations on completing the world quest, Pioneer of Evolution. You get rewards, 100W experience, world reputation plus 10,000, free attribute plus 100, world authority. The world authority is in hand. 4 days later, that is, next Monday, the world of Coburn will be refreshed, and Qin Luo will gain 100% control of the world, completely becoming his territory. Then, the team returned to the camp in Linzhou City. They returned to their respective school areas and hand the scorers to the school principal. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the school will announce the results of the selection. Inside the camp room. The trials are finally over. Take a few days off and think about career advancement. Qin Luo thought about the plan behind. That's right. The wasteland treasure chest hasn't been opened yet. Think here. He took out the Sinye treasure chest and opened it casually. Ding! Congratulations on getting an epic item, Advanced Life Potential Potion. This is also a common prop. The effect is to balance the player's 4-dimensional attributes, and of course increase the attributes by up to 300 points. Qin Luo used the potion directly. Agility plus 250. Spirit plus 50. Health plus 5000. This is a permanent attribute increase. Looking at the personal panel, he added all 148 free attribute points to the spiritual value, and the magic attack increased to 8,738 points. All right. Qin Luo smiled with satisfaction. Subsequently, he went to the cafeteria to have dinner, and just passing by, all the students looked at him with eyes full of awe. This made Qin Luo a little helpless. At this time, he smelled a familiar faint aroma. Liang Shui sat beside him, covered her mouth with a smile and said, "How does it feel to be watched by so many people?" "It's not good." Qin Luo said casually, "I obviously just want to get along with my classmates as an ordinary person." "If you were an ordinary person? I'm afraid there will be no one in this world." Liang Shui gave him a white look. After thinking about it, she couldn't help asking, "How much compensation did the collateral branch of the Wang family give you?" "Not much, that is 200 million gold coins, 9 diamond items and 1 piece of lucky equipment." Qin Luo replied calmly. "Isn't that much?" Liang Shui said bitterly, "It's several times my net worth." Hearing this, Qin Luo said, "You are definitely a member of the poorest epic family I have ever seen. There is no way, there must be a huge price to be paid for freedom." Liang Shui sighed. Qin Luo glanced at her and didn't ask any more questions. After eating, they dispersed. That's it. The time came to 8 o'clock. The person in charge of the school announces the results, and the top 100 entries have been selected, and then the head teacher notifies his students. Without a doubt, Qin Luo ranked first. He got the reward from Liang Shui. An opportunity for the school to master the world experience, 1 million gold coins, and the formula of the flower of life. Qin Luo is not interested in the world mastered by the school. Among these rewards, only the level 20 legendary spirit pattern formula has an effect on him. It's a pity that he doesn't know how to draw spirit lines. Think here. Qin Luo asked Liang Shui, "Can you teach me how to draw spirit lines?" There will definitely be new spirit patterns in the future. He can't always ask Liang Shui to help, so it's better to master the skills by himself. No problem. Liang Shui agreed very readily. However, she never expected what happened next. To learn the skill of drawing spirit patterns, players must successfully draw basic spirit patterns on the main torso of the human body. The 5 parts of legs, abdomen, hands, neck and face are very simple. But the back is a big problem. Cough cough. Qin Luo looked at Liang Shui and said seriously, Mr. Liang, can I trouble you to be a model? You. Her face was blushing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He glanced at Qin Luo. Recalling the agreement between the two, Liang Shui stammered, yes, yes. It's over. As soon as the words fell, her mind went blank, and the whole person, Qian Li's, was dumbfounded. Liang Shui, you are such an idiot. Why did you agree to such a thing? Liang Shui lay on the bed wanting to cry but without tears. Let Qin Luo draw the spirit pattern on her back. The time lasted for a day. This process is too difficult. It is a huge test for body and mind. It's finally over. Qin Luo took a deep breath. I just feel that my body is a little dry and hot. Student Qin Luo, I'm leaving first. Liang Shui hurried out the door, but her feet were a little weak, and she almost fell to the floor. Boom! The door was closed. Her figure disappeared into the room. Qin Luo shook his head. Immediately, he looked at his panel. After more than 3 days of practice, he had mastered an intermediate life skill. Activate talent directly. Blessings of the ancient gods. Ding! The intermediate spirit pattern drawing technique has evolved into a legendary skill, top spirit pattern drawing technique loose. Qin Luo can already draw legendary spirit patterns. His goal was achieved. So, on the 4th day, Qin Luo had a good rest all day. Chapter 68. The next day. Early morning. A system prompt sounds. Ding! You get 1 chaos sacrifice. Ding! Player Qin Luo, congratulations on conquering the world of Coburn. Rewards, World Reputation plus 1W, World Bonus, Primary World Treasure Chest. Qin Luo glanced at the information panel. World Bonus, 60 plus 125 points for all attributes. World Reputation, 88,986 points. The 2 primary worlds provide themselves with 185 points of 4-dimensional attribute bonus. Subsequently, he decisively opened the box. Ding! You have obtained an epic item, the Spirit Lamp. Ding! You got an epic item, Scroll of Enlightenment. Got 2 epic rewards. Qin Luo saw a familiar object. The Scroll of Enlightenment is similar to the Scroll of Holy Enlightenment, and its effect is to allow players to learn a skill of any profession with a quality no higher than epic. As for another prop the Spirit Lamp. This is also a good thing. Its function is to condense the soul, improve the soul level, and thus increase the resistance to the effects of the soul system. KEBD. Qin Luo lit the Spirit Lamp. While the fire was flickering, it was like the rising sun in the sea of spirits, and a force kept purifying the soul, making the soul solidified a bit. 3 hours later. Current soul level, 2. Spirit bonus, 200. Spirit resistance, 20%. If the soul level reaches level 10, there is a chance to condense the soul. Call. A golden light flashed in Qin Luo's eyes, and a breath of foul air came out of his mouth. The whole person is refreshed. Now, the wick and oil had burned out. At this time. Ding! You have a friend message. Who finds the information for me? Qin Luo was a little puzzled. There are only Wang Menjiu and Liang Shui, the teacher in charge, in the friend list. He took a look. Wang Menjiu, Qin Luo, when are you going to participate in the professional level advancement mission? I have already reached level 20, should we form a team together? See this sentence. Qin Luo seemed to see the look of expectation on Wang Menjiu's face. He smiled. However, thinking of his plan, Qin Luo replied, you still go to participate in advanced tasks with your family's guardian. I have something to do. And the content of our advanced tasks is not necessarily the same. Wang Menjiu, well, then we will form a team next time when we have time. Qin Luo, no problem. Seems to remember something. He added, by the way, you come to Galaxy City alone now, and I will send you the coordinates. Okay. Wang Menjiu didn't ask anything, but directly agreed. This time, Qin Luo intends to help her evolve her skills. To this end, he prepared a system contract. Qin Luo opened the backpack. There are many important items in the first row of space grids. He secretly said, first deal with the matter of Menjiu, and then follow the plan to solve the matter of the pet egg and the flower of life spirit pattern. Then, Qin Luo went directly to Galaxy City. Entrance to Teleport Plaza number 3. Qin Luo. Wang Menjiu waved and shouted from a distance. Qin Luo looked over, noticed her outfit, and asked in a little surprise, you have already changed to a diamond profession. Wang Menjiu nodded and said, I thought it would take at least a week, but it only took 3 days. However, thanks to you for taking such a short time. Yes. Recalling the frightened expressions of the collateral elders, Wang Menjiu couldn't help laughing and said, it was because of the obstruction of the collateral line that the family couldn't help me change my job. After the death of the 8th elder, they were too scared to make any small moves. Seeing this, Qin Luo smiled slightly. He continued to ask, how many diamond skills do you have now? You see. Wang Menjiu reached out and tapped in front of her body, and shared her information panel without reservation. Qin Luo glanced roughly. The opponent's advanced profession is Ice Priest. Currently, 3 diamond skills are available, including Ice Dance and Ice Totem. Not bad. Subsequently, Qin Luo said seriously, Menjiu, I will prepare a reward for you, but you need, to sign a system contract. Say it. Take out a system contract. It's not that Qin Luo doesn't believe her. The reason why he signed the contract is to use the power of the system to prevent others from deducing their own talent information from her through the ability to predict. Wang Menjiu glanced at the contract, and then said, Russia signed. She signs. The contract is established. Wang Menjiu became the second member of her guild. At this time, her eyes were filled with anticipation. Here we go. Qin Luo opened the ancient god's blessing casually. A force descended on Wang Menjiu. Ding! Blizzard has evolved into an epic skill, Extreme Cold Storm. Ding! Dance of Ice and Snow has evolved into a legendary skill, Frozen Scourge. Evolved all skills in one go. Of course, the projection skills derived from Qin Luo cannot be evolved. This. Hearing the system prompt, Tian Menjiu froze in place. My heart was shocked. Is this Qin Luo's talent? Too strong. Wang Menjiu became more and more curious about him. Seeing her like this, Qin Luo couldn't help reaching out and pinching her face. Well. Wang Menjiu was taken aback, like a frightened little rabbit, her face was reddish, she said awkwardly, I'm not ready yet. Qin Luo withdrew his hand and said with a smile, okay, I won't tease you anymore. You can go to the task. Yes. Wang Menjiu nodded with a blushing face, however, my talent has been refreshed. Qin Luo, are you planning to upgrade your skills? Let me see. Qin Luo pondered for a moment. In the end, he chose to upgrade the Fury of the Snow Sea. Ding! The skill level of Fury of the Snow Sea has been raised to level 10. Fury of the Snow Sea, Legendary. Level 10, Max. Effect, causes 8400 plus spell attack x 800% points of ice damage to the specified range, and has a 50% chance to freeze the enemy for 3 seconds. Skills from level 1 level 10. Another tens of millions of experience was saved. At the same time, Wang Menjiu also got the skill projection of Fury of Sui Hai. After upgrading her skills, she left the teleportation square. And Qin Luo went straight to Coburn World. He found a remote location. Just hatch pet eggs here. Qin Luo took out the prepared materials from his backpack. Shadow Hunter Queen Egg, Green Dragon Blood, Ghost Dragon Soul, Heart of Darkness, and Perfect Incubation Device. These things are worth hundreds of millions of gold coins. 3 days later, a pet will hatch. In order to prevent the interference of monsters in this world, Qin Luo used the authority of the world to block the surrounding area. Afterwards, Qin Luo returned to his room. Chapter 69. Inside the room, Qin Luo took out the materials needed to draw the Flower of Life spirit pattern. These materials originate from the world controlled by the school. After learning that Qin Luo needed spirit pattern materials, the principal of number 3 middle school directly sent someone to send it over, and he didn't charge him any fees. The materials are ready. Qin Luo began to draw spirit patterns on his hands. Less than an hour. After the drawing is finished, the spirit pattern starts to operate, and a warm energy surges in the arm. After a while, the spirit pattern fades to disappear. He opens the information panel. Flower of Life, left hand. Level, 20. Quality, Legend. Attributes, 4-dimensional attribute plus 300, life value plus 15,000, life recovery plus 20%. Ability, life return, after death, revive on the spot, cool down for 12 hours. There is another means of life saving. Currently, with props, equipment, and spirit pattern, he can be resurrected 3 times in a row. It becomes more and more difficult for the enemy to kill himself. Next, Qin Luo intends to receive the promotion task. With his strength, it is difficult for the primary world to bring about a huge improvement. And to enter the intermediate world, he must break through to the intermediate professional rating. Then, Qin Luo came to the professional guild in the 3rd district of Galaxy City. Ding! Congratulations on getting the professional advanced task. Please choose the difficulty, easy, hard, nightmare, hell and abyss. Start with mid-level pros. Every upgrade. Ratings can provide players with additional attribute rewards, and their size is linked to the difficulty of the task. Abyss. Qin Luo made a decisive choice. In his previous life, he had completed the task of advancing to the difficulty level of Hell. Now, I am far stronger than my previous life, and I can definitely complete the promotion task of the difficulty of the Abyss. Ding! You have obtained the advanced task of Abyss difficulty. Go to the Twilight World and kill Qin, the ancestor of vampires. The time limit is 7 days. Asterisk note, you can lead up to 10 junior players to participate in the mission. As expected of the highest difficulty task, I was asked to kill a world ruler. Qin Luo sighed. Galaxy City has 7 worlds dedicated to players performing advanced tasks. Twilight World is one of them. And the ancestor of vampires, Qin, is the big boss behind this world. Level 30 King. Divided by monster title. The king is above the lord, and his strength is 7 or 8 times higher. Since the civilization of the Milky Way joined the eternal world, no one has ever defeated the ancestor Qin. Qin Luo's eyes were full of fierce fighting intent. The king's first kill, he is going to decide. The task provides 6 hours of preparation time. However, Qin Luo couldn't wait. Enter the Twilight World. His figure disappeared in the professional guild. Current location, Dark Empire Wen City. A full moon hangs high in the sky, bringing light to the city in the dark night. The street was dead silent, and there was no one in sight. The biting cold wind mixed with snowflakes fell on the body. Is this the Twilight World? Qin Luo opened his eyes and looked around. Subsequently, the task panel pops up, showing the introduction of this world. Twilight World, vampires, the rulers of the world, established a dark empire and raised all creatures in captivity for blood. The first month of every 50 years is in darkness, and monsters in the darkness will appear to participate in the hunting ceremony. Qin Luo glanced at the introduction for a while. Then, he summoned Milan to his side. Now that she has been promoted to level 16, wearing a suit of epic and legendary equipment, Milan's attributes are no lower than his. Master, I don't feel well. Milan held onto Qin Luo's clothes tightly with her small hands, her eyes were full of fear. Because of the soul apostle profession, she is very sensitive to the power of resentful souls left in the environment. Don't be afraid, with me, no one can hurt you. Qin Luo reached out and rubbed her hair. Feeling the warmth of her palm, Lin felt a strong sense of security in her heart. At this time, Qin Luo asked, "Can you sense the location of nearby enemies?" Milan closed her eyes to perceive the environment, and then said, "On the other side of the street, there is a group of creatures with strange soul fluctuations, about 5,000 meters away." Qin Luo nodded slightly. He glanced at the buildings on both sides of the street and smiled. Qin Luo felt the energy fluctuations. "Let's go and have a look." He calmly took Milan's little hand and walked towards the end of the street. Swish! Swish! Dozens of pairs of blood-red eyes appeared in the darkness. Next moment, a pale figure rushed over. "Is it an enemy? Why can't I feel their souls?" Milan exclaimed. "Flash Phantom!" Qin Luo hugged Milan, activated the skill, and moved to a distance. 0 Fur Flowers. Blood Servant. Level, 20. Quality, Normal. Life, 3W/3W. Description: the servant of vampires, transformed from ordinary humans. The dirtiest monster ever. Except for the relatively thick blood volume, it has no characteristics. Qin Luo said indifferently, "I leave them to you to deal with." "Okay, Master." Milan cast God Art, and summoned 4 souls including the Snow Demon Wolf King, the Ancestor Beast, and the Frost King, and they released their skills towards the Blood Servant. Boom! Boom! 1.8W, 1.8W, 1.6W, 1.6W. The monster group is wiped out. Ding! Your follower kills Blood Servant, you get 104 experience points. Ding! The kill notification sounded. Qin Luo gains 50% experience. After the Blood Servant died, a ray of blood radiated from the body and merged into Milan's body. A bloody pattern appeared on the back of her hand, and there was a number on it. Blood energy, 50. The higher the value, the easier it is to attract the attention of advanced vampires. "Master, the enemy from a distance is flying over." Milan was a little nervous. "I know." Qin Luo turned around and looked. 10 pale male vampires flew over. Vampire, Elite. Level, 25. Quality, Black Iron. Life, 18W/18W. Skills, Blood-Sucking, Self-Healing Physique, Sharp Claws. Seeing the 2 figures, their eyes lit up. "Smells like blood. GG. I didn't expect that I would meet a superior blood eater. Don't rob me. They all belong to the great Lord Lan." The vampire's eyes were full of greed. They rush forward desperately. At this time, Qin Luo launched an attack. A giant flame dragon cruised in the sky. "Magic? Are you human heroes?" The vampires stopped abruptly, Fear appeared on their faces. This is impossible. Weren't the human heroes all wiped out by the adults of the Dark Council 300 years ago? Damn! How could there be a human hero? This matter must be reported to Parliament. The vampire is going to run away. However, the attack range of the spell was beyond their expectations, and the monstrous flames devoured the figures of the vampires, burning them to ashes. Qin Luo gained 30,000 experience in one go. Chapter 70. On the street. Lots of loot is scattered on the ground. Qin Luo was thinking about what the vampire said before he died. The human heroes who mastered magic were wiped out by vampires 300 years ago. Doesn't it mean that the humans in this world are also like the humans in the novice world, with no power to restrain chickens? Think carefully. The situation of human beings in the two worlds is indeed similar. Qin Luo shook his head. At this time, all the light of blood scattered after the vampire's death merged into his body. Blood can reach 150 points. I don't know how much blood energy is needed to lure the ancestor of vampires, Cain. Qin Luo secretly guessed. Subsequently, he collects the spoils around him, and each vampire will drop a blood bead that has no effect. Qin Luo opened the backpack. There were more than 8,000 items in it, items of lower than gold quality, and messy materials, all of which were sold by him. In exchange for more than 600,620 gold coins. In the first 4 days, in order to learn and improve the level of spirit pattern drawing, I spent tens of millions of gold coins to buy rare materials. Now, Qin Luo also has a net worth of more than 730 million gold coins. Return the loot to your backpack. He looked at the map, then said. Milan, let's go. Go around the city and see if you can find other humans. The two were walking down the street. The 4 boss souls are like bodyguards, following closely beside them, and they can exist for 9 minutes. Encountered no enemies on the way. This made Qin Luo feel a little strange. But, relying on Milan's fortune talent, she got 3 treasure chests, dozens of pieces of equipment and props, which was a surprise. Just as they passed the intersection. Master, there are players' soul fluctuations on the right. There are 101 people in total. One of them has a very strong soul, which is close to half of your master's level. They're coming to where we are. Milan reported. Leave them alone. Qin Luo said quietly. He led Milan and continued walking towards the east gate. Soon, the two sides met at the intersection. The team members found Qin Luo and the two of them. Milan's appearance is particularly eye-catching. The player in charge of the investigation on the other side muttered, "Is such a young child also a player? It doesn't look like an 18-year-old at all." They couldn't help but release probing techniques on Milan. This look. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but gasped. Immediately, ecstasy appeared on their faces. Level 16 epic follower. And her profession is an epic quality soul apostle. Your Highness Karen, isn't this your goal? Heard the words. The white-haired young man called Karen was stunned. Such a coincidence. He has a powerful soul talent. It's a pity that it needs to be effective through soul-type skills. However, in the market, soul-type skill books and job-changing props are extremely rare. So Karen's family prepared another plan. Professional plundering circle. To plunder other people's occupations for their own use. But there is a disadvantage of this method, the looting profession will reduce equality. Go. Since you are a follower, it's easy to say. Karen said happily. He chased after him with his defenders. Brother! You wait, he yelled. Qin Luo stopped in place. Karen smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself, I am from Dairo's civilization." Enough. Qin Luo interrupted him without hesitation, "What's the matter, just tell me. Is such that Karen stared at Myron with fiery eyes. Sensing his gaze, Milin hid behind Qin Luo in fear. Karen smiled, "Brother, can you sell this follower to me? I am willing to pay 500 million gold coins." Qin Luo's face turned cold. "Master, don't sell me," Milin said pitifully. "Don't worry." Qin Luo reached out and touched her head. Then, he turned his head to look at the white-haired young man, and said coldly, "I will offer 500 million gold coins to buy your head, do you agree?" "Boy, you are courting death." Karen's face darkened. The defenders behind him immediately took out their weapons and gradually appeared to be surrounded. "What? You can't buy it by force, so you pushed it directly." Qin Luo sneered. "Boy, you toast yourself and don't eat fine wine." At this time, he stopped pretending and said sharply, "Kill him. That follower, I'm going to order it." As soon as the words fell, the defenders acted immediately. "Shua! Shua! Shua!" The assassin in the team instantly moved to Qin Luo's side, holding a sharp dagger, stabbing down, and several strands of cold light bloomed. Super state. Qin Luo activated his skills at the speed of light, and an invisible electrostatic force field appeared on his body surface, and the enemy's attack just hit him. Boom! Lightning flickered. Dash 0, 0 dash 0 dash 0, 0. Dash 4.2 W. Dash 4.2 W. Dash 4.2 W. A series of zero damage numbers appeared on Qin Luo's body. On the other hand, the enemies who attacked him were directly electrocuted to death by the electric current generated by superstate. 0. How can that be? Those on Karen's side stared wide-eyed. It doesn't matter if the teammates' attack doesn't break the defense, why do they still die? With your strength, pigs are stronger than you. Qin Luo casually threw arcane distortion. The area where the enemy is located is imprisoned. 2 seconds later. A burst of energy. Dash 7W, 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 7W. A series of purple numbers popped out, and their bodies were shattered. There was a flash of gold. Karen revived on the spot, and he said with resentment, "Who the hell are you?" "Kaya Civilization, Ion." Qin Luo was talking. While manipulating the ice spear to fly away, he shouted at the same time, "Lin! Dash 11W. Instantly kill." The opponent turned into a corpse. Milin immediately cast the spirit restraining spell, and as a result, Karen's body released a force, resisting the spirit restraining spell for a moment. This gives the system time. Karen's body disappeared with it. "I didn't expect him to have a soul defense item, it's a pity." Qin Luo was a little disappointed. However, even if the other party is not dead, the lifespan will definitely be deducted. The player's body disappeared, and many items dropped on the ground. Karen dropped a diamond quality staff. And has soul skills. Qin Luo evolved it. Ding! The Imperial Spirit Staff has evolved into Legendary Equipment 4.8, Heavenly Soul Staff. Celestial Soul Staff, Legendary. Attribute, Magic Attack plus 1200. Additional, Constitution plus 150, Dexterity plus 200, Spirit plus 300. Special Effect, Mana Recovery plus 40%. Skill, Soul Blessing, Soul Effect plus 10%. Equipment Requirements, Level 15 Legal Profession. Qin Luo gave Milin the equipment. "Thank you, Master." Milin grasped the staff tightly with her small hands, her face filled with joy. Qin Luo smiled and said, "Try the effect of the staff." "Okay." She released the Imperial Magic on Qin Luo. All attributes plus 7589, lasts 9 minutes. Shield plus 64W. This bonus is really invincible. Twice as high as Qin Luo's own attributes. Good. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Chapter 71. Only relying on Milan's imperial power. Qin Luo's four-dimensional attributes all exceeded 10,000, and even his physical attack reached 2.2 W. Among those level 20 blood servants, he killed one with 2 punches. Milan raised her body and said proudly, "Master, isn't Milan very powerful now?" "Certainly." Qin Luo reached out and scratched her nose. "Master," Milan said coquettishly. "Let's go." Qin Luo smiled and led her towards the east gate. This time, they finally encountered the enemy. Thousands of blood servants rushed towards them. The closer they were to the city gate, the more monsters there were. "Go! Kill them!" Milan gave orders to the 4 boss souls. Because of the addition of the heavenly soul staff, the soul damage and existence time have been strengthened. They wantonly charged and killed in the group of monsters. A random skill with 30 skills can destroy a lot of blood servants. Ding! Your follower kills blood servant, you get 117 experience points. Hat! You killed blood servant and gain 376 experience points, plus 60%. Ding! In a few minutes, they cleaned up the monsters, and the energy increased by several hundred points. Pity! No monsters like vampires were encountered. Ordinary monsters have too little experience. And the strength is too weak. Killing is like cutting melons and vegetables, it is really not enjoyable. The two collected the dropped items, and Qin Luo evolved the equipment inside to bronze quality, and the price doubled 100 times. "Master, look at these corpses!" Myron shouted from the city gate. "What's wrong?" Qin Luo stepped forward with some doubts and looked down. There were many corpses of blood servants lying on the ground. They were not killed by spells, but hacked to death by cold weapons. Glancing at the door, he came to a realization. Looks like humans are out there. After turning on the god shadow, Qin Luo went out. Impressively, I saw thousands of blood servants and hundreds of vampires gathered in the plain outside the city, surrounded by many humans. In the crowd, there are both civilians in rough clothes and nobles in fine clothes. No matter how big the difference in status is. Now, they're all nothing more than blood bred in captivity by vampires. We must protect Miss Gong's safety. She is the hope of our humanity. Damn vampires, I will fight with you. Kill. A group of warriors with weapons are fighting with blood servant. Perhaps. In the blood servant, there are their relatives and friends in the past, but at this moment, they can only be endless enemies. Cold light flickers. Blood splatters. GG. Dying human beings, give up resistance. You will never be an opponent of the great blood race. The vampire who flew into the sky made a teasing voice. Far away, Qin Luo, who was watching the battle, was surprised. The physical fitness of this group of human fighters is a bit outrageous. He cast scouting. Humans fighting blood servants have an average attribute of more than 1,000, but their HP is very low. After a while, the human fighters were almost exhausted. See, Qin Luo decided to do it. Super State. Arcane Twist. He casts 2 skills at the speed of light, and the next attack will be strengthened by the magic shadow technique, and the damage will be plus 100%. What happened? The area around the vampires is imprisoned, resulting in immobility of the body. Next moment, the burst of energy tore their bodies apart. 39W, 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 39W. The high damage is twice the blood volume of the monster. Unreasonable spike. Ding! Kill a vampire and get 34-36 experience points, plus 60%. J. Qin Luo gathered a lot of blood energy. The blood servant immediately turned around and rushed over. The humans froze in place. Is that power, magic? Someone asked uncertainly. Yes. That's the magic power recorded in ancient books. A figure wearing a black cloak stood up, her voice full of excitement. He is the hero sent by the god of dawn to save mankind. Heard the words. The crowd was in an uproar. They looked at Qin Luo's figure, showing deep awe. City gate. Milan. Do it. Qin Luo said seriously. Myron joins the battle with her staff in hand. The two begin to slaughter the blood servant. Less than 10 minutes. The battle is over. The experience value stored in Qin Luo's experience pool rose to 762 points. The two set out to collect the loot. At this time, the aborigines of Loon City came towards them. Dear human heroes, it is a pleasure to meet you 200. A gentle voice rang in my ears. VRE. Qin Luo turned around and found that the speaker was wearing a black cloak, so he couldn't see the real appearance of the other party clearly. Sorry, my lord, I forgot to introduce myself. My concubine's name is Gong Qingyu, the saint of the Church of Dawn. The other party bowed slightly. Immediately, a pair of plump and fair hands stretched out from the cloak, and when the cloak was lifted, Yin's appearance came into view the next moment. She was beautiful, with long black hair hanging over her shoulders, and a gentle smile on her face. What a classic beauty! Qin Luo couldn't help admiring in his heart. My lord, are you here to save mankind? Gong Qingyu asked expectantly. It can be said like this. My purpose is to kill the ancestor of vampires, Qin. Qin Luo replied with a nod. However, Gong Qingyu and the others looked blank. The ancestor of the vampire, Qin? Is there such a vampire in the world? Do not you know? Qin Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. According to the information in the forum, the ancestor of the vampire fell into a deep sleep in ancient times, before humans appeared. It's normal for them not to know. Chapter 72. Even most vampires don't know the existence of Qin, the ancestor of vampires. The first generation blood race created by the ancestor Qin blocked the information. At this time, Milan came over, holding a bunch of items in her hands. Master, my talent tells me that these things are treasures, do you need them? Qin Luo took a look. It was found that it was a blood drop dropped by a vampire. During Setsuna, the eyes of the holy maiden Gong Qingyu and the guards were filled with fiery gazes. My lord, can you give these blood beads to this concubine? Gong Qingyu begged. Is this blood bead useful to you? Qin Luo held a blood bead and asked curiously. N. Gong Qingyu nodded and said, these blood beads gather the source of the vampire's power, and are the core material for the concubine's secret medicine. Secret medicine? Without waiting for Gong Qingyu to explain, the guards scrambled to say, my lord, our physical fitness surpasses that of ordinary people, which is the result of taking the secret medicine. Thanks to Miss Gong for inventing the secret medicine. We humans have the power to resist vampires. Their faces were filled with excitement. Do you have any ready-made secret medicine? Qin Luo asked. Have. Gong Qingyu took out a small box, which contained 3 glass bottles filled with bright red liquid. Qin Luo cast identification on it. Life elixir. Quality, gold. Effect, all attributes plus 100 points, HP limit minus 40%. When exercising, improve attributes by consuming life. The effect of potion amplification is abnormal. Far beyond epic potions. Likewise, the side effects are enormous. To Qin Luo's surprise, these 3 bottles of potions were all of gold quality, but the blood beads dropped by those vampires were only of black iron quality. Strange. Think here. Qin Luo couldn't help looking at Gong Qingyu, and used the probing technique on her. Gong Qingyu, Destiny's Child. Level, 20. Qualification, Epic. Life, 80W/200W. Talent, Original Blood Incomplete. Skill, Top Alchemy V5. Sure enough, he is the child of destiny. Qin Luo had long guessed her identity in his heart. However, the Twilight World is a world specially reserved for players to perform advanced tasks, and cannot be conquered by players. Even if you meet Destiny's child, you won't be able to trigger world missions. Pity. He sighed slightly. Attention returned to Gong Qingyu's panel. The top alchemy technique allows her to refine legendary quality potions. But it is impossible to smelt black iron materials into golden potions out of thin air. There must be other material. Looking at her incomplete talent the original blood. Qin Luo has already guessed the correct answer. Feeling that his gaze was always on her body, Gong Qingyu's face was gradually stained with a blush. She couldn't help but said, "My lord, why are you looking at my concubine like this?" "Sorry, I took the offense," Qin Luo said apologetically. He was thinking about the effect of the original blood just now, but unfortunately, he couldn't get accurate information with his own exploration technique, unless Gong Qingyu was his follower. "No, sir, you don't need to apologize, you can see the concubine for as long as you want." While talking, Gong Qingyu's face turned redder. Seeing her gesture, Qin Luo was a little puzzled. He just saved her life. Is it possible to fall in love with yourself at first sight? Impossible. This kind of thing also comes to mind. Qin Luo has never been a narcissist, and he doesn't believe that this kind of thing will happen. "Think for a moment," he said, "I can give you half of the blood beads. In addition." There was a pause. Qin Luo looked at Gong Qingyu's bloodless face, took out a bottle of full-effect blood recovery potion, and said, "This potion can restore your lost vitality, take it." Hearing this, Gong Qingyu started to throb. Did he see it? After hesitating for a while, she still took the potion, took a few sips, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Gong Qingyu exclaimed, "What a miraculous potion, it can really restore life." She found that she didn't know the ingredients for refining medicine at all. "My lord, thank you for the precious potion you gave me." Gong Qingyu's small face was full of excitement. "Not so precious." Qin Luo waved his hand casually. Because there are rich medicinal herb resources in the number 5 world, he trained humans who have the talent for refining medicines to become pharmacists, and specially refined medicines for him. This kind of blood recovery medicine, as much as you want. Next. Gong Qingyu asked the guards to help collect the spoils on the ground. In the middle, there were also blood servant attacks, but they were all easily resolved by Qin Luo. The blood on his body can break through 2,000. Finally, Gong Qingyu handed over the spoils to Qin Luo and asked at the same time. "Adults, do you want to go to the stronghold of the Church of Dawn together? There are many books from ancient times preserved there, and there may be information about the ancestor of vampires." Qin Luo glanced at her and said with a smile, "You want me to escort you to the stronghold?" When Qin Luo realized her purpose, Gong Qingyu blushed and nodded. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the golden mission, escort. Requirement: when arriving at the church stronghold, the fewer deaths in the team, the higher the reward. Hear the prompt. Qin Luo's eyes lit up. I agreed. He granted the request. And I happened to go to the church to see if I could find the information about the ancestor Cain. Take a break. The procession of hundreds of, people continues to set off. Heavy snow fell from the sky, covering the corpses on the ground. On the way, Qin Luo learned more about Twilight World from Gong Qingyu. During this month, there is no day but night, so humans call it the moon of eternal night. All kinds of dark creatures will appear. Only by hiding in the camp of the church can human beings survive. At this time, Gong Qingyu was protected in the middle. She secretly looked at Qin Luo's back, and subconsciously added lips. She felt a seductive breath. I couldn't help but want to pounce on it. And with the killing all the way, the breath became stronger and stronger. What the hell happened to me? Why do I feel this way about adults? Think here. Gong Qingyu was full of embarrassment. Chapter 73. Dusk. The team arrived at the entrance of the snowy forest. At this time, Gong Qingyu said, "Through this forest, you can reach the El Mountain Range, where there is a large hidden stronghold of the Church of Dawn, which is our destination. It's almost here." Qin Luo became more vigilant in his heart. After all, the escort mission is gold level. The previous attack was not difficult at all. At the same time, he glanced at the saint. Along the way, Qin Luo always felt that there was something wrong with the way she looked at him. But it doesn't feel malicious. He could only give up and stopped paying attention to her. The procession continued on, setting foot on the forested area. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Roar! 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 The roar of the beast continued. During Setsuna, the guards of the Church of Dawn turned pale. Not good. It's a blood beast. Gong Qingyu showed a nervous look. Boom! There was a dense rushing sound on the ground. Next moment, thousands of beasts surrounded them from all directions. The eyes of these beasts were blood-colored, and their bodies exuded black blood. Blood Beast, Elite. Level, 25. Quality, Black Iron. Life, 16W. Abilities, Blood Venom, Bite. There are both elite monsters and common monsters in the herd. Blood beasts are only as powerful as the vampires who infect them. Milan, summon the soul of the boss to protect the team. Qin Luo ordered. 287. Okay, Master. Milan acted immediately, summoned the Book of Souls, released 4 boss souls, and they stood at the outermost of the team. Immediately, Qin Luo directly turned on Super State, all attributes plus 100%, magic attack increased to 18,746 points. The Wrath of the Snow Sea. Flames Storm. He mobilized his mana and fully cast the 4 group attack spells, and the attack range advanced beyond an area of 1,100 meters. The 100-meter flame dragon rose into the sky and landed in the middle of the monster group. Boom! 20W, 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 17W, 17W, 17W. The flames fell to the snow. The ice and snow are melted by the high temperature, and a large amount of white water vapor is evaporated. The surrounding area is directly flattened by the spell. 3 seconds later, the monsters were either burned to ashes or turned into ice sculptures. They couldn't resist Qin Luo's damage at all. This blow instantly killed thousands of blood-colored monsters. Experience on the panel soared to 836W. The blood energy also skyrocketed. So strong. Is this the power of magic? It's so desirable. If I can master this power, I can definitely defeat the hateful, vampire. Complex emotions such as shock and envy appeared on everyone's faces. Roar! The blood beasts from the forest rushed out, filling the positions of the previous batch of dead monsters. The battle is heating up. The other side. Hundreds of figures stood on the edge of the cliff, observing the battle here. In addition to vampires, these figures also had some inhuman players with different appearances. I didn't expect that after 300 years, I saw a human hero again. It's such a familiar fragrance. If my blood is not pure enough, it will be difficult to resist the temptation of this smell. The young man with a pale face showed playfulness on his face. Earl Kyle, are we going to do it? If this human continues to kill, his breath may affect the sanity of us and other second-generation blood. The vampires beside him persuaded. Do not. The young man said with a corner of his mouth, if you add more fat, the taste of this food will be even more delicious. Not to mention, we also have powerful allies. There was a pause. He looked at the player, raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Your Excellency Ansai, I hope you don't let me down." The player called Ansai is a blood fox orc. They come from the epic family of the blood fox civilization. My Lord Earl, it is very easy to suppress a human being with my strength. We will dedicate him to you. But I also hope that you will abide by the contract and attack the Dawn Church camp behind you. Ansai said in a low voice. Their mission is to root out hidden church strongholds. Don't worry, Earl Ben always keeps his word. Earl Kyle said indifferently. That's good. Ansai nodded. He looked at his own people and said, let's go and catch that human being. Yes. The Blood Fox clan players responded proudly. From their point of view, catching Qin Luo is as easy as pie. Forest Edge. Master, many players are coming towards us. Millen said, pointing in one direction. Qin Luo looked up. A group of figures with fox ears and tails came out of the forest. Foxman. His expression didn't change. At this time, the Blood Fox clan players headed by Ansai stretched out their hands one after another, and the gushing blood gathered into a river, forming a blood chain. Trying to imprison Qin Luo's body. The skill of the legendary robe is triggered. Guardian of the Night. System prompt, you are immune to negative effects for 10 seconds. The blood chain suddenly collapsed. Legendary control-free effect. Ansai's face changed drastically. He cursed secretly in his heart, this kid is alone, he doesn't even have a guardian, how can he have the legendary ability? Generally speaking, people with legend ability are basically born in a family. And people from aristocratic families will bring a group of guardians with them when they participate in advanced tasks. This is an accepted fact. Use attack. Ansai ordered darkly. I saw that the blood river floating in the sky changed and gradually turned into a blood fox with a length of tens of meters. This is their bloodline ability. Blood Fox Incarnation. Grade, None. Life, 200W. Attack, 1W. Status, 600s. Compared to other players, this ability is indeed strong. But it's not worth mentioning here at Qin Luo. He raised his eyebrows and said, that's it. Next moment, Millen casts the God-controlling spell on him. And Qin Luo directly turned on Super State and Shunting Angel, and then teleport behind the Blood Fox, holding the Sword of Silence and slashing at it. 11 swords per second. -14W. -15W. -10W. -15W. In an instant, the Blood Fox turned into a blood bar and emptied it, dissipating in the air. Stopped. The eyes of the Blood Fox players were momentarily dull, and the smile on their faces became stiff. A mage hacked to death a Blood Fox incarnation comparable to a boss with a sword? What are you kidding? That's impossible. A mere human. Ansai growled ferociously. The words are not finished yet. Imprisoned in place by arcane distortion released by Qin Luo. Energy burst. Instantly kill all enemies. Even if someone is resurrected on the spot, they still cannot escape the sharp sword in Qin Luo's hand. 3 seconds, the battle is over. Qin Luo picked up the loot they dropped. There is a piece of epic quality mage equipment. He directly activates his talent. Blessings of the Ancient Gods. Ding! The Blood Demon trousers have evolved into God-level equipment, the protection of the Blood God. Chapter 74. Qin Luo looked at his first God-level equipment. Blood God's Protection, God level. Part, Leg. 1:50 plus 2500. Additional, 4-dimensional attribute plus 500, Constitution plus 300. Special effect, Life recovery plus 50%. Ability, Blood Aura. Equipment requirements, 20 level legal profession. Blood Halo. Effect, nearby allies get 20% spell blood sucking, Enemy blood recovery, 20%. God level equipment is so strong. Attributes are worth half of ordinary players. And the equipment comes with a halo skill, and the effect is also very good. Qin Luo put on the new equipment directly. Then, he continued to fight with the blood beast. The snow is getting heavier and heavier. The time came to 7 o'clock in the afternoon. The last blood beast died in the sea of flames. Ding! You killed the blood beast elite and gained 3120 experience points, plus 60%, dot. Hey, it should be over now. Qin Luo took a breath of air. His experience bar has increased to 958W, and his blood power has also exceeded 1W points, and his attractiveness to advanced vampires has soared. Behind. Gong Qingyu lowered her head, pursed her lips tightly, not knowing what she was thinking. At this time, Millen wrinkled her face and said, "Master, there is a vampire's soul wave, which is stronger than the vampires I met before. Call out." The sound of breaking through the sky echoed over the forest. Hundreds of black shadows flew in the air, their eyes glowing with strange blood. The smell of blood was so strong that I couldn't control it. Eat him. It is the second-generation vampire headed by Earl Kyle. They could no longer resist the thick blood energy aura exuding from Qin Luo's body. Not good. It's the royal family of vampires. Humans looked terrified. At this time, boom! A flame barrier rose from the ground, forcing them to fly several thousand meters away. At this moment, Qin Luo opened the air in one breath. Red dragon gauntlets, super state, etc. The life value has exceeded 1 million. Breaking through 100,000 defenses. This data is very outrageous. It's not like a level 20 player at all. Its attributes are already comparable to ordinary level 50 players. Qin Luo exuded a terrifying aura. Arcane twist. The majestic energy gushed out, sealing off a large area. Humans, die for Earl Ben. A shrill voice fell from the sky. Kyle broke through the confinement, his body glowing with blood. It teleported to Qin Luo, stabbing out its sharp claws. Boom! -0. Qin Luo received a blow from the front, and the blood streaks did not move at all. What? The vampire count was taken aback. Immediately. It roared ferociously. 300 years ago, Earl Ben was able to slaughter human heroes, and he can do it now. Roll. Qin Luo clenched his staff and slapped it hard on the face. -21W. Earl Kyle was directly sent flying, but the paralyzing effect was offset by the blood around him. At the same time, surprising fluctuations erupted in the sky. 36W, 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 36W. The elite vampires at level 25 were wiped out, leaving only Earl Kyle alone. Qin Luo casually threw the exploration technique. Vampire Lord Kyle, Lord. Level, 25. Quality, Gold. Life, 829W/850W. Attack, 3W. Skills, Blood Sucking, Blood Claws, High-Speed Self-Healing, Blood Burst, Gale Blade. Description: the second-generation blood family born in the third clan. The ancestor Cain created 3 vampire races with different attributes. Among them, the high-level vampires will awaken their exclusive abilities. Roar. The blood in the boss's body became more intense. It exploded. The speed soared to the limit. Mysterious golden body art. A layer of golden light appeared on Qin Luo's body, and then, he directly stood up to the boss, waved and released spells one by one, hitting the boss's face. Dragon Fury Fire. Extremely Cold Ice Spear. -96W. -53W. -92W. Between Setsuna, Earl Kyle's blood volume decreased by nearly 500W. The next moment, Qin Luo picked up Fakin to attack it. After about 6 seconds, the boss was hammered to death with his staff. Ding! Kill the vampire Earl Kyle, gain 274944 experience points, plus 60%, free attribute plus 16, world reputation plus 1000. After death, vampire corpses will be wiped out. A pile of loot fell to the ground. It also drops blood beads, but it's not the same as the blood beads of ordinary vampires. Original blood species. Quality, special. Effect, possesses a special power that needs to be activated in a specific way. At this time, people from the Dawn Church came over and said sincerely, "My lord, you have saved us once again, the God of Dawn will definitely bless you." Qin Luo didn't care. Twilight world, it's just a rudimentary world. The so-called God of Dawn cannot exist. At this time, "My lord, can you give this blood bead of a royal vampire to my concubine?" Gong Qingyu blushed and begged. 0 fur flowers. She forced herself not to look at Qin Luo. Qin Luo asked, "What's the use of it?" "I can refine it into a life awakening potion, which can awaken people's corresponding attribute abilities." Gong Qingyu explained. Yes. After thinking for a while, he handed the blood seed over. "I've given it to you, but I have one condition." "You say?" "After refining the potion, I want one." "No problem." Gong Qingyu agreed. Subsequently, all church guards were dispatched to assist Qin Luo in collecting the battle zone in the forest. It took an hour. The number of items stored in the backpack reaches 1.3 W+. Finish these. The team continued on their way. After a few hours, the group arrived at the gate of the hidden stronghold of the Church of Dawn. There is an ancient magic circle here, which can cover the breath and shield the perception ability of vampires, blood servants, and blood beasts. 0. 2 teams of guards stood by the door, and they stopped everyone. After checking the identity, the regiment was allowed to enter the stronghold. "We're here." Gong Qingyu said, "It's getting late, someone will arrange your residence tonight, sir." Qin Luo nodded. "Working all day is really exhausting. The search for ancient books can only be left until tomorrow. I am going to report today's situation to the Pope, and I cannot accompany you for the time being." Gong Qingyu bowed slightly, and immediately left the spot. And Qin Luo came to a tent to rest under the guidance of his attendants. "Master, Myron will cook you dinner," Millen said happily. "Okay." Qin Luo smiled. Before becoming a follower, Millen's cooking skills reached level 6. After entering the real world, the first thing she did was to learn how to cook. Now she has level 8 cooking. Millen took out the ingredients from her small backpack. Soon, she whipped up a big dinner. After eating and wandering around the stronghold for a while, Qin Luo went back to sleep in the tent. Late at night, Qin Luo suddenly woke up from his sleep. "This is..." He frowned slightly. Qin Luo felt violent energy fluctuations coming from the tent next door, comparable to the energy response produced when an epic skill was cast. "Think about it." He cast the magic shadow technique and entered a state of invisibility. There was a trace of breath. Immediately, Qin Luo walked into the next tent. A figure came into view. Impressively official Qingyu. She is refining medicine. This is also Tu liver. Qin Luo was speechless. Chapter 75. However, Qin Luo was also curious about how Gong Qingyu refined the medicine. He just stood by and watched. The flames were burning brightly. The medicinal liquid was tumbling in the furnace. Gong Qingyu took out the original blood and put it into the medicinal furnace, and immediately, she took a silver knife and cut her finger. A bright red blood drop with fragrance dripped into the medicine furnace. The liquid medicine immediately reacted violently, and the solid blood instantly melted. Sure enough, her blood was used. Qin Luo said silently. He remembered that when he checked Gong Qingyu's information today, the other party's health dropped from 200W to 80W. It was hard to imagine how many life potions she had refined. Too hard. Qin Luo looked at Gong Qingyu, her face was full of seriousness. It seems that only the medicine in front of him is in his eyes. As the drug reaction calmed down, Gong Qingyu revealed a joyful smile. Looking at this gentle and jade-like saint of the Dawn Church, Qin Luo couldn't help admiring him. He asked 023 aloud, "Miss Gong, is it worth it for you to pay so much for the church?" Hearing the familiar voice, Gong Qingyu froze for a moment. She murmured in a low voice, "Could it be that I'm too tired, causing auditory hallucinations?" "I actually," heard His Highness Qin Luo's voice. His fair face was instantly stained with a blush. "See?" Qin Luo said helplessly, "I am behind you." "What?" Hearing this, Gong Qingyu's body was so stiff that she turned around, and when she saw Qin Luo, she said incoherently, "My lord, why are you here? It's so late, haven't you slept yet?" Qin Luo laughed mockingly, "I was just woken up by the movement of your refining medicine. I'm sorry, it's my fault, I didn't take into account that you were resting." Gong Qingyu got up quickly and tried to bow. "No need to apologize. I just came to ask you something." Qin Luo stretched out his hand to support her, and asked softly, "When I met you today, you have already refined many potions, right? There are only tens of thousands of copies. But, you don't have to worry. My body's physical recovery ability is very strong." Gong Qingyu quickly explained. Tens of thousands of copies. If it were an ordinary person, the blood would have dried up long ago. Think about it. Qin Luo asked, "I'm curious, why are you working so hard, Miss Gong?" "I want to avenge the vampire." Gong Qingyu said firmly, "My mother and companion died at the hands of the vampire. And I can only use this method to help everyone gain the strength to resist vampires." "Really?" Qin Luo was silent for a moment. According to the information obtained above, the human beings who possess extraordinary powers have been wiped out by the Dark Council created by vampires as early as 300 years ago. It is estimated that the methods of cultivation have been erased. Thumping. At this time, there was a sound like a heartbeat coming from the medicine stove. Gong Qingyu came back to her senses, regained her smile and said, "It finally succeeded." She quickly took out 2 glass bottles to fill the liquid medicine. "Here is the potion you want. It is good." Qin Luo took the potion and cast identification on it. Life Awakening Potion. Quality, Epic. Effect, awakens a wind attribute ability, ordinary people can only use it once. Note, after the blood energy carrier takes it, the blood energy value will be greatly increased, please take it with caution. Hiss. Qin Luo gasped. Although he was mentally prepared, he did not expect Gong Qingyu to concoct an epic quality potion. As for negative effects, it has no effect on him, and even the higher the blood energy, the higher blood race can be attracted. Grunt. Qin Luo took the medicine in one breath. Bloody brilliance and cyan brilliance are intertwined on the body surface. Ding. You have awakened the epic skill, Gale Wind and Shadow. Ding. The blood energy value has increased to 27,523 points. This moment, Gong Qingyu's pupils changed from black to blood-colored, looking at Qin Luo with an obsessive look on her face. Smells good. She subconsciously licked her lips. The inner desire instantly overwhelmed the reason. She couldn't hold back and rushed forward. Kr. Qin Luo opened his eyes and was thrown to the ground by Gong Qingyu. Good guy. What happened to me? The night in the camp was very quiet, but Mi Lin, who was sleeping soundly next door, vaguely heard a strange cat meowing. Dark Empire. King Capital. Headquarters of the Dark Council. 13 pale-faced figures in fancy dress sat around the round table. They are the rulers of this world. The three people in the front seat are the first-generation vampires created by the ancestor Qin, who have a long lifespan and great strength. The undisputed king of vampires. And the 10 people in the deputy seat come from the 3 major clans they created. News came from Lune City on the border. 2 human heroes reappeared. They defeated a second-generation pure-blooded member of the 3rd clan. The prophecy of the ancestor has become a reality, which means that the son of destiny of mankind has appeared. The vice-chairman reported respectfully. Hearing this, the elders of the 1st clan said in a low voice, "Send out the heresy trial knights of the parliament, surround and kill human heroes, and capture the child of destiny." Having raised this group of mixed races for 100 years, it's time for them to dedicate their lives to the council. Mention the word mixed race. Disgust and fear appeared in the eyes of the deputy elders. This is a bunch of real monsters. The meaning of their existence is to hunt human heroes. The chief elder went on to say, "Master Ancestor is about to complete his final transformation. To become a real god, when the time comes, use the son of destiny of human beings as a sacrifice for the arrival of the ancestor." Yes. The vice-chair elders showed fanaticism. In their view, Qin Luo and Destiny's child are already in their pocket. The next day. Early morning. Gong Qingyu was lying in Qin Luo's arms. What happened last night made her too ashamed to lift her head. Her white skin like jade showed a faint pink. "That is to say, you are attracted by my breath." Qin Luo lightly brushed her hair. Gong Qingyu nodded slightly, feeling Qin Luo's movements. Her body trembled a little. In the morning, she told him everything. Logically speaking, only vampires are attracted to the breath of blood energy. Isn't Gong Qingyu human? Qin Luo looked at her information panel again. There was a look of surprise on his face. Primordial blood, 5%. Gong Qingyu's talent has an extra figure of complete progress. Seems to think of something. Qin Luo opened his panel. Blood energy, 25,523. Really? After going crazy last night, Gong Qingyu absorbed 2,000 points of blood energy from him at 3.8. He had some guesses, and asked. "Your mother is a vampire?" "No." "And what about your father?" "I don't know who my father is. My mother died at the hands of a vampire when I was 1 year old. I was raised by the Church of Dawn." Gong Qingyu replied. Hearing this, Qin Luo felt that her father was a blood clan. At this time, "Master, why did you run to Sister Gong's room?" Milan appeared by the door, her small eyes widening. They looked at each other. Gong Qingyu's cheeks turned red immediately. "Kid, don't look," Qin Luo said seriously. "Milan." Before she could say anything, Qin Luo covered her eyes and led her out of the room. Looking at this scene, Gong Qingyu couldn't help chuckling a few times, and her whole body became relaxed. Chapter 76. Dawn Church Camp. Early morning. After last night's baptism, Gong Qingyu's already beautiful appearance became more and more charming. At this time, Milin and Gong Qingyu were preparing breakfast. They chatted in low voices, and sneaked glances at Qin Luo from time to time. Judging from Gong Qingyu's flushed face, the two must be talking about what happened last night. Qin Luo said helplessly, "Qingyu, don't tell the child these things, don't spoil her." Hearing this, Milin's small face puffed up and said, "Master, Milin is not young anymore. In my world, in 2 years, I can get married too." "That's your world. In my place, there is nothing to avoid talking about," Qin Luo said seriously. In the morning, he told Gong Qingyu about the two of them coming from other worlds. After all, she was already his own. But Qin Luo has no intention of turning her into his follower for the time being. After a period of time, wait for her talent to be fully restored before signing a follower contract. At this time, Gong Qingyu smiled sweetly, "Okay, sir, don't worry. I won't talk to her anymore." Sister Gong 30 Milan said coquettishly. Gong Qingyu flicked her head with her hand, and said with a gentle smile, "My lord is right, don't think about it in your little head." Certainly. Recalling the crazy scene last night, she still feels soft and hot all over. Maybe it's because blood energy can restore talent. Gong Qingyu actually looks forward to the next time in her heart. Looking back at her man, a trace of infatuation appeared in her beautiful eyes. At this time, while the two of them were making breakfast, Qin Luo checked yesterday's harvest. He casually received the reward for the escort mission. Ding! You get rewards, 200,000 experience, Dawn Church reputation plus 5,000, free attribute plus 16, evil detection amulet gold. Qin Luo looked at the reward. Amulet of detecting evil. Quality, gold. Effect, when a malicious unit is found within a radius of 1000 meters, a prompt will be given. Cooldown for 30 seconds. It's a nice prop. You can predict the enemy's position in advance to avoid being attacked. He put the amulet into the backpack and it took effect immediately. Subsequently, Qin Luo added all the free attribute points to the spirit value. 3925. Physique, 5147. Agility, 3280. Asterisk 4851. The four-dimensional attribute is still unbalanced, but there is still a long way to go before he reaches level 60, so he is not in a hurry for the time being. The final harvest is the wind attribute skill that was awakened last night. Gale and Shadow. An auxiliary ability. Qin Luo directly opened the talent. Blessings of the Ancient Gods. Ding! Gale and Gale Shadow has evolved into a god level skill, Divine Wind Domain. The second god level skill. The effect is to increase the movement speed and attack speed of the group. This skill is not bad. Qin Luo thought to himself. Next, he wants to cross more than half of the Dark Empire, from the border city to the capital, and with the bonus of Kamikaze Field, his traveling speed will be greatly improved. Maybe I can go up a few more levels. Qin Luo looked at his experience bar. Experience, 1024W/126W. In one day's battle, I gained nearly 6 million experience points, which was very rich. Milan even went straight to level 19. According to the characteristics of the epic profession, she will awaken the fourth professional skill at level 20. Immediately, Qin Luo invested 465W experience to upgrade his skills. Ding! The Kamikaze Field skill level has been raised to level 7. Kamikaze Domain, God level. Level, 7, 0/512W experience. Effect, within the nearby range, all friendly allies have plus 70% movement speed, plus 35% attack speed, and plus 70% deceleration negative resistance. In non-combat state, the movement speed is additionally plus 70%. Cost, 2400 mana per second. Aura-like skills. Consumption is high. However, Qin Luo mastered the Blessing of Light skill. Under normal circumstances, the mana recovery reached 10,852 points per second, and he didn't care about this consumption at all. After reading yesterday's harvest, Gong Qingyu and Milin also prepared breakfast. After eating, the three of them walked towards the church in the center of the camp, where all the ancient books of the Church of Dawn were stored, and the Pope's handwriting was needed to consult them. With Gong Qingyu, the saint of the church, leading the way, the guards let them go. Soon, they entered the church and met the old Pope. Heroes of mankind, welcome to the camp. I don't know why you are looking for the old man now. The old Pope said respectfully. I'm here to find information about Qin, the ancestor of vampires. Qin Luo said with a smile. The ancestor of vampires, Qin. The old Pope's eyes showed surprise. Seeing this, Qin Luo raised his eyebrows. Do you know this name? Yes. The old pope nodded and continued to ask, young human hero, where did you know this title? Qin Luo smiled without saying a word, and pointed to the statue in the church. Sure enough. The old pope showed excitement. The great god of dawn has not forgotten us believers. Can you tell me what you know? Certainly. The old pope sighed and said, according to an ancient book called Ancient Secrets, the ancestor of vampires, Cain, was sleeping in the pool of blood of all spirits. It is said that killing the ancestor Cain can eliminate all vampires in the world. However, you can only see it when the vampire is facing extinction, or through the portal. Qin Luo asked in a deep voice, where is the portal? The Dark Council. The old pope said worriedly, however, this old man doesn't know the location of the Council 683. I know. Anyway, thanks for the info. Qin Luo gave a solemn thanks. According to the strategy in the forum, the Dark Council is in the Imperial Qing County. After confirming the message, Qin Luo left the church. He is ready to go. The old pope specially provided them with 2 war horses as mounts. At this time, the stronghold at Tianmen. Gao Qingyu asked earnestly, my lord, I hope to follow you to the capital. Can. Qin Luo agreed to come down. Immediately. He looked at her softly, and said softly, you are already my person, and I don't need to be a heavenly person in the future. N. Gong Qingyu nodded, and said, then what should I call you, husband? Or husband? The more she spoke, the redder her face became, and she even stuttered. As you wish. Qin Luo laughed. The concubine should call you son, the previous title is too embarrassing. Gong Qingyu's ears were slightly stained red. Ro. Qin Luo nodded. Afterwards, Milan released the divine power on the 2 horses, which greatly increased the attributes of the horses, and their running speed increased by more than 10 times. In this way, the 3 of them can reach the capital faster. After all, the task is limited to 7 days to complete. He wants to reach his destination as soon as possible. Chapter 77. Mooring City. With the addition of Kamikaze Domain and Imperial Magic. On the 3rd day, Qin Luo and his party arrived at the city closest to the capital of the Dark Empire. Look up. A black shadow of a high mountain came into view. That is the holy mountain of the blood race. That is the location of the capital. Let's go into the city. Qin Luo said. Milan and Gong Qingyu nodded in agreement. They rode through the gates on war horses. At this time, a sudden change occurred. Call out. The sound of piercing the sky came, and hundreds of vampires flew down from the sky with red eyes. GG. What a delicious smell. This kid is mine. The vampires roared frantically. The 4.5W blood energy on Qin Luo's body was like a deadly poison, causing the vampire to completely lose his mind. He has experienced this scene countless times. He released his skills calmly. The wrath of the snow sea. Endless ice and snow formed a yin-yang sea, falling from the clouds, carrying brilliant power to suppress vampires. 27.5W, 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 27.5W. Only rely on the addition of the gods. This move is enough to instantly kill elite vampires. Ding! Follower Milan has been upgraded to level 20, and the 4-dimensional attribute is plus 60. Ding! Follower Milan, awaken the 4th professional skill, Soul Explosion. The 4th page of the Book of Souls is unlocked. Milan said happily, Master, I have awakened a new skill, which can detonate a certain number of souls within the range and cause real damage to the enemy. Good. Qin Luo smiled. Come here, I'll help you evolve it. Okay. At this time, Milan jumped off the horse that Gong Qingyu was riding. Qin Luo grabbed her little hand and activated her talent. Blessings of the ancient gods. Ding! Soul explosion has evolved into a god-level skill, God Explosion. After evolution, skill damage, number of explosions, and range have all been greatly improved. Next, they set out to collect the loot. Qin Luo glanced at the backpack. The number of items reached 1.6 W+, and the blood beads alone accounted for thousands of them. Soon, he will be ready for this week's sacrifice. Bang! Suddenly there was an explosion in the city. Any other players? Qin Luo pondered, let's go, and have a look. They rushed to the scene. 70 or 80 players are fighting vampires and blood servants. As soon as Qin Luo appeared, the vampire and blood servant glanced over at the same time, and instantly gave up their original target and turned to attack Qin Luo. Milin, try your new skill effect, he said. Milin gave orders to the souls of the 4 bosses, and they used their skills to set fire to some monsters and kill them. God Explosion. She activates skills. A force enveloped the group of monsters. Boom! Minus 13,915. Minus 13,915. Minus 13,915. Explosions sounded one after another, a series of white numbers popped out, and more than 20 souls exploded at the same time, instantly killing nearby monsters. The soul of the dead monster continued to explode. There was a chain reaction. After Milin withdrew her power, the vampires were wiped out. Hiss! Those players gasped. What a powerful skill! Is this little girl a player too? She doesn't look like an adult. I saw her message. FK, she is an epic follower. The players discussed. Pick up the loot scattered on the ground. The backs of the 3 of Qin Luo disappeared from their field of vision. 10 minutes later, he came to the north gate of Mooring City. Tread, tread. The sound of uniform footsteps came, and 100 figures wearing blood-colored heavy armor and riding blood beast mounts appeared on the plain. Heresy Knight, Elite, Enhanced. Number 30. Quality, Gold. Life, 300W/300W. 9, 33,150. Skills, Life Bloom, Furious Charge, Blood Spear, Blocking Stance. Description: the mixed-race vampire is a killing machine specially trained by the Dark Council. It has no emotions and its experience is extremely terrifying. It turned out to be a level 30 gold elite monster. And there are 100 of them. Ordinary players face them, fearing that they will be smashed the first time. It's a pity that they met Qin Luo, who was cheating. Find the target and execute the task. Kill. The leading knight said in a cold voice. Life blooms. They suddenly raised their spears, and their bodies burst into flame like light. System prompt: Heresy Trial Knight releases full life potential, all attributes plus 100%, immune to control, lasts 300 seconds, and dies after the end. Good guy. Coming up is desperate. Milin, cast the Imperial power on me, and then hide in the city with your official sister. Qin Luo said seriously. Okay, Master. Milin carried out the order carefully. Super State. Red Dragon Gauntlets. Blood Feast. Qin Luo turned on all the boosting abilities in one breath. More than 10 buff icons appeared in the status bar, and the magic attack increased to 52,446 points. Dragon Fury Fire. He controlled the flame dragon to hit it. This hit enjoys a 100% damage bonus from God's Shadow. Boom. Dash 155W. Dash 155W. Dash 155W. The bloody knights rushed out of the flames. Next moment, all kinds of spells flew towards them, and their health bar dropped a lot. In just a few seconds, more than 4.2 million health points were reduced. The knight rushed in front of him, stabbing Qin Luo viciously with his bloody spear. Zhang! The sound of metal colliding sounded. Qin Luo activated the Suanhun Golden Body Art and obtained a huge amount of injury protection, but he didn't move at all. 10 seconds later. King's, Dragon's Fury and Flame Storm cooldown ends. He cast it immediately. More than 2 million spell injuries end the enemy's life. Ding! Kill the Heresy Trial Knight and get 43545 experience points, plus 60%, dot. Ding! Gained more than 4 million experience in one go. This feeling. Very wonderful. TB. Each knight dropped the incomplete original blood species, 10 of which were synthesized into a complete blood species, and handed over to Gong Qingyu. 20 bottles of awakening potions could be refined. The battle is over. Mi Lin stepped out to collect the loot with Qin Luo. The corpse was also received by him in a backpack and used as a sacrificial offering. According to past life experience, the value of high-quality monster corpses even exceeds that of equipment of the same quality. The Blood Elders of the Dark Council couldn't think of it at all. The Judgment Knight, who considers himself a secret weapon, is like a courier. Qin Luo earned a wave of blood. Chapter 78. It took 10 minutes. Qin Luo finished sorting out the spoils. Looking at the items in the backpack, he thought to himself, we can start this week's sacrifice. Legendary 125 items, Epic 582 items, Diamond 2520 items, and the remaining items are lower than gold quality. These items are mainly equipment and materials. The accumulated value is multiplied by 100 times, and you will definitely get the 20th level equipment of the highest god level. But equipment items are special. Ordinary players cannot use equipment that is higher than the god level quality. Equipment can only be used if one's own divinity meets the quantity requirements. Of course, Qin Luo is not worried about this situation. According to past life experience, chaos sacrifice implies a characteristic. That is, the rewards obtained from the sacrifice must be usable by Qin Luo. Think here. Qin Luo dragged the sacrifice material to the sacrifice column. Here we go. With a thought. Directly open the original talent. Chaos Sacrifice. The items are all swallowed up by the invisible force, turned into the most original energy, and gradually condensed into shape under the influence of talent. Ding! Congratulations on getting the sacrifice reward, Holy Tower of Life Sublimation, God level, dot. Ding! Congratulations on getting the sacrifice reward, Death Compensation, God level, dot. Finally got a new talent. Qin Luo looked happy. Among the various types of rewards, the value of talent is the highest, at least 1,000 times higher than that of equipment. The second highest value is skills. But the value of very few special props and equipment can even exceed the value of talent. Then, Qin Luo browsed the reward information. Life Ascension Holy Tower. Quality, God level. Category, Architecture. Effect, devour corpses and transform vitality. And it can consume vitality to evolve the aptitude of an awakened person. The highest level of God. The effect of this building is too strong. There was light in Qin Luo's eyes. Awakened refers to players and followers. That means he can't use it. But it can be used by the aborigines of the number 5 Novice World and Coburn World. The higher the qualification, the stronger the strength. Then the world bonus will be higher. For players like Qin Luo who control the eternal world and own pets, this is a super artifact. The value is not lower than the god level talent. Good. Qin Luo showed a satisfied smile. Immediately, he opened the talent panel. Death Compensation. Quality, God level. Effect, choose a unit that is not higher than your own level 5. When you die, you will be responsible for the death, and you will be resurrected directly. God level priority. Chill for 6 hours. Another life-saving hole card. He used it decisively. A panel popped up in front of him, displaying the IDs of people he had met. Bind who? Qin Luo thought for a moment. He thought of the player from the hostile Kaya civilization, Ion. It's just you. Qin Luo smiled. Yan, who was far away in the Kaya civilization, seemed to feel a great malice, which made him shudder. At this time, the sacrifice is over, and the rewards are also sorted out. The group continued to set off to the capital of the Dark Empire. 4 hours later. Blood Holy Mountain. The king's capital of the Dark Empire is built on the hillside, and there is a strong smell of blood in the air, and there are teams of players standing outside the city. TB. These teams are a combination of aristocratic players and guardians. This situation is also normal. Any task that involves the capital of the Dark Empire must be held difficult, second only to Qin Luo's abyss difficult task. The requirements for player strength are very high. Therefore, the players outside the city are basically the team of the aristocratic family. At this time, a lot of people. Millen couldn't help exclaiming. The players noticed the 3 people in the rear, and their faces were surprised. 3 people dare to do the task of hell difficulty, isn't this courting death? Someone cast a probe on them. This guy is a level 20 gold professional. Good guy. Look at these 2 beautiful girls, an epic follower, and an aborigine with epic qualifications. Damn it, just this strength can make the epic aborigines favor. Everyone couldn't believe it. You must know that if you want to accept the aborigines as followers, you must make them absolutely trust the player, and the requirements for the player's strength are also very high. See. Some people have jealousy in their eyes. System prompt: the evil detection amulet has found a malicious target. Amulet warning. The ID of the person with malicious intent turns red. Some assassins even sneaked over and quickly approached him. Haha. Qin Luo sneered and shot without hesitation. Shadow assassination. An invisible shadow assassin appeared behind the invisible assassin, holding a dagger and suddenly appeared. Minus 30,363. Huge damage came out. Spike. Ding. You killed player Mort. A body fell to the ground. Very high damage. The players outside the city were shocked, and immediately put away their contempt for Qin Luo. This damage is higher than their attacks. However, no one expected that shadow assassination is a multi-stage attack, but unfortunately the assassin's blood volume is too low to withstand a single blow. A black-haired young man came over and said enthusiastically, "Brother, your mission is to destroy the capital too, right? Do you want to cooperate with us? As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person with your hand." Qin Luo glanced at him and said softly, "I don't cooperate with anyone." Brunette youth. That's disturbing. He left with a smile on his face. Seeing this, the others no longer intend to invite Qin Luo. Everyone returned to their original positions and waited. Soon, tens of thousands of vampires flew down from the holy mountain of blood. Qin Luo glanced at it. The weakest monsters are all level 25 bronze elite monsters, while the 3 strongest vampire kings are all level 30 gold bosses. I didn't expect so many human heroes to appear today. What a bunch of lifeless ants. Since you have not learned the lesson from the War of Annihilation 300 years ago, then we and the blood race will bloodbath the human race again. Kill them. The elders of the first clan gave orders in a cold voice. The battle begins. Vampires are overwhelmingly attacking. Players outside the city are waiting. If someone observes carefully, they will find that the target of tens of thousands of vampires is actually Qin Luo. Nearly 5W of blood energy smell makes the vampires crazy. Hey? Why did the vampire fly back? The player looked back in surprise. The 3 figures of Qin Luo came into view. Chapter 79. Well known. In the Twilight World, vampires and other monsters attack units with the highest blood energy first. Damn it, I thought my 8000 HP was the most, but I didn't expect this brother to kill more fiercely than me. Stop talking. While the vampire is attracted by him, let's hurry up time to kill monsters. I hope this brother will last longer. The players reacted quickly. Together with the guardian, unleash skills towards the vampire in the sky. Boom boom. There were explosions one after another. Imperial art. Millen held the staff in her little hand, and summoned 5 souls to strengthen Soul Luo's attributes. Qin Luo turned on superstate at the speed of light. The majestic mana condensed into a huge flame dragon, flew into the sky, and accompanied by the sound of bang, it turned into a monstrous flame wave and devoured monsters with a radius of several kilometers. 53W, 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 53W. Hundreds of enemies were burned to ashes. Experience points and blood energy skyrocketed. See this scene. These players from aristocratic families were stunned. FK. 50W and damage. This is the FG damage that a level 20 player can do. Even if Qin Luo is a level 30 player, they will firmly believe it. Good guy. It turned out to be a super boss. Fortunately, we didn't do anything before, otherwise we would die ugly. The players who were jealous of Qin Luo just felt a chill down their spines. At this time, another large number of monsters came to kill. Qin Luo activated the flame barrier, knocked them back thousands of meters away, and then manipulated spells to blast the vampires in the sky. Spike. Spike. No enemy can survive a single blow. Ding, you killed elite vampires and gained 6873 experience points, plus 60%, J. The kill notification kept ringing. Half an hour later. The blood on the body can exceed 100,000. Even the kings of the 3 major vampire clans couldn't resist that monstrous aura, let alone other low-level vampires. Now the scene is simply a group of demons dancing wildly. Of course, Gong Qingye was not affected. After the two acted, her resistance to blood energy and breath reached the max level. At this time, roar. The eyes of the 3 vampire kings were red, and they launched an attack. Vampire King Kaisers, Lord. Level, 30. Quality, Gold. Life, 1000W/1000W. Attack, 4W. Skills, Blood Sucking, Blood Claws, Super Speed Self-Healing, Gale Eroding Bones. The attributes of the 3 bosses are similar. Because there is a 10-level difference between Qin Luo and them, Suan Jinjinshan's Tianwei can only reduce the 4-dimensional attribute by 4%. Has not changed much. Very good. This kind of strong enemy is what we want. The corners of Qin Luo's mouth rose slightly. He resolutely turned on all the buff skills, and turned into a hunting angel. His attack speed increased to 13/s, and his moving speed reached 987 m/s, which was close to 3 times the speed of sound. Call out. The sound of breaking the sky sounded. Qin Luo flew to the boss in an instant, swung the sword of silence and slashed. 12W, 18W, 12W, 18W. Second injury reaches 390W. Damn humans! The boss roared. They couldn't react at all, and their speed was too slow. In the field of vision of the players on the ground, the afterimage of Qin Luo turned into a black curtain to wrap them. Kill a level 30 gold boss. Just 3 seconds. Is this a monster? The players stared blankly at the scene. People from the epic family and the legendary family ask themselves, they can't do it at all. It's too perverted. 9 seconds later. Qin Luo killed the last clan elder. Ding, kill the vampire king, get 430,000 experience points, plus 60%, free attribute plus 16, world reputation plus 1000. Thump. The boss knelt down on the ground, turned to look at the holy mountain of the blood race, and said hoarsely, "Great ancestor, please save your people." The words are not finished yet. Straight away, Qin Luo squinted and looked up at the sky. "It's time to come out." Suddenly, the holy mountain released a monstrous blood mist, and a vast sound came from the sky. "Humble ants, dare to kill the people of this god. Today, let's use your blood to celebrate the new life of this god." Hear each other call. No player will believe it. This is just a rudimentary world, how could a god be born? Next moment, the blood mist quickly condensed, and a figure hundreds of meters away from Sun Zun was born. Ding! System announcement. Due to the interference of special forces, abnormal life forms were born. Players in the Twilight world are asked to stay away from the abnormal area. The system begins to correct the world. 120s, 119s, 118s. Hear the prompt. Qin Luo's eyes shrunk. Could it be possible that there really are gods? Immediately, a coercion spread over hundreds of kilometers. Hint: you are suppressed by divinity, all attributes -20%. 0 fur flowers. Qin Luo quickly looked at the boss. Vampire Ancestor Qin, Lord. Level, 30. Quality, Diamond. Divinity, 20 points. 9000 W. Attack, 36 W. The nearby players were in an uproar. They are just junior professionals, use their heads to fight the gods? An atmosphere of panic spread. Qin Luo's expression was calm. It's not a god. To become a lower god, you need at least 100 divinity points. The boss in front of you is at best a false god. He thought about it. But being able to possess divinity at level 30 is already a violation of common sense. Normal circumstances. Only when the level reaches level 60 and the awakened domain can the body contain divinity. At this time, the first ancestor Qin saw that everyone was too scared to move because of his coercion, and a trace of satisfaction appeared on his face. 0. Subsequently, it looked at Qin Luo, and said softly, "You will be the first human being to die at the hands of this god, feel honored for that." "Sorry, I don't want to die at the hands of your false god." The corners of Qin Luo's mouth curled up slightly. A prop appeared in his hand. Impressively, the ultimate annihilation scroll. With a thought, the number of times the scroll can be used is reduced by 1, leaving 2 times remaining. Boom! The coercion descended like a doomsday catastrophe, urging the supreme rule of destruction, forming an arrow of annihilation, which fell from the 9 heavens. The passing spaces cracked inch by inch. The ancestor Qin was completely dumbfounded. After regaining consciousness, it roared ferociously, "Supreme rule? No. This is impossible. How can a mere human being possess such great power?" The body of Patriarch Qin is locked in place. Can't dodge. It knew it was doomed. "Human, you wait. My body will never let you go," the ancestor Qin shouted resentfully. Boom! -30 trillion. Its body and soul were reduced to nothingness. Looking at the damage figure tens of thousands of times higher than the boss HP, it feels like a cannon hitting mosquitoes. But Qin Luo also had no choice. He himself could not be the match of the Patriarch Qin. Ding! Kill Qin, the ancestor of vampires, gain 870,000 experience points, plus 60%, free attribute plus 32, and world reputation plus 2000. The faces of the players are also very confused. God is dead now. They looked at Qin Luo's back, with infinite awe in their hearts. Secretly decided, this person must not be provoked. Chapter 80. Just after the death of the Patriarch Qin, The bodies of the surviving vampires, blood servants, and blood beasts suddenly collapsed into blood mist and disappeared into the world. The sky and night began to dissipate, an array of sunlight shone into the city. The moon of eternal night is over. The task is also completed, but the task can be settled only after leaving the twilight world. At this time, a system prompt sounds. Ding! Player Qin Luo, since you assisted the system in correcting the abnormalities in the world, you will receive a system reward, the number of world blessings x1. I actually got this reward. Qin Luo's eyes light up slightly. The so-called world protection means that when you are under fatal threat, the system will take the initiative to protect the player once and send the player to a safe area. It is equivalent to a life-saving hole card. 170. But what happened today also made Qin Luo realize that he must have enough attack cards. Although the ultimate annihilation scroll is strong, it only has 2 uses left. After thinking about it, I can only start with the main god level item Heart of Despair. He looked at the information on the panel. There are 23 days left in the cooldown of the item. If you want to speed up the cooldown, you need to rely on the Stone of Despair. I just don't know which world produces this material. Qin Luo pondered. After he decided to go back this time, he carefully searched for relevant information from the forum. Converge your thoughts. Qin Luo picked up the loot scattered on the ground. Items you have obtained: Mystic Blood Seed God Grade, Mystic Blood Robe Diamond, Mystic Blood Dagger Diamond. 5 pieces of diamond equipment and 1 god level prop. Great Harvest. He looked at the information of the blood species. All Souls Blood. Quality, God level. Effect: after blending into the body, improve physical fitness, life value plus 20%, can hold up to 20 points of divinity. Description: the ancestor of vampires, Qin, spent thousands of years refining powerful props. Good. Qin Luo said happily. Immediately, he directly fused with the blood of all spirits. As long as you find a way to increase your divinity, you will be able to possess divinity in advance. At this time, Gong Qingyu came over, and she asked expectantly, "My lord, have the vampires disappeared?" "Yes." Qin Luo replied affirmatively. From now on, human beings will no longer be attacked by vampires. Great! Gong Qingyu murmured, a smile appeared on her face. Afterwards, she said earnestly, "My lord, thank you for fulfilling your concubine's wish, thank you." "Then how are you going to thank me?" A smile appeared on the corner of Qin Luo's mouth. "Please allow me to think about it." Qin. Hearing this, Zhiqing became thoughtful. After a while, she raised her head to look at Qin Luo. Her face was quickly stained with a blush. Immediately, she stuck her body up and pecked lightly on his lips. Qin Luo said with a smile, "Let's go, let's tell other people the news of the demise of vampires." Gong Qingyu and Mi Lin nodded. On the way, Qin Luo took out the equipment available in the loot. Open the blessing of the ancient gods directly. Ding! Mysterious blood robe has evolved into legendary equipment, Blood Devouring Robe. Blood Devouring Robe, legendary. Attributes: Defense plus 700, Life plus 20,000. Additional: Strength plus 300, Constitution plus 500, Spirit plus 400. Special effect: Spell Blood Sucking plus 15%. Skill: when dealing damage to an enemy, reduce its life recovery by 50%. Equipment requirements: Level 20 Legal Profession. Qin Luo put on the robe. And assign the free attribute points to the spiritual value, and the magic attack rises to 11,412 points. The next 4 days, Qin Luo stayed in this world. These days, she has been helping Gong Qingyu restore her talent. After each operation, she absorbs 2,000 points of blood energy, increasing her repair progress by 5%. 5 times a day. Fortunately, Qin Luo's physique is more than 500 times that of ordinary people. Otherwise, it's really possible to be overwhelmed. 4 days later, Gong Qingyu has obtained a complete talent. At this time, Qin Luo is about to leave the Twilight World. 0. He looked at Gong Qingyu and asked gently, "Are you ready?" Gong Qingyu nodded gently. She has nothing to worry about in the Twilight World. From now on, wherever Qin Luo is, she will be there. Subsequently, Qin Luo clicked on the follower panel. A white light cluster emerged. Gong Qingyu reached out to touch the light, and a reminder sounded in her mind. Ding! Do you agree to become a follower of player Qin Luo? Agree. Gong Qingyu replied firmly. During Setsuna's time, the light cluster split into 2 beams of light, one flew towards himself and the other towards Qin Luo. Ding! The contract has been successfully concluded. Do you want to pay 5 million gold coins to start the career awakening ceremony for the follower Gong Qingyu? Start with the second follower. The cost of awakening will be higher and higher. The why? Qin Luo agreed. Her awakening ceremony begins in a minute. Gong Qingyu, heavenly pharmacist, epic occupation. Why does Tianyi Aoji sound like a lifestyle profession? Qin Luo asked curiously, Qingyu, what is your professional ability? It's called heavenly medicine. Now I don't need to use tools like a medicine stove to refine medicines. And after the medicine is successfully refined, it can also improve attributes. 2.8. Gong Qingyu replied happily. Very well, it suits you very well. Qin Luo smiled. He opened the panel to check the opponent's attribute data. Name, Gong Qingyu. Level, 20. Occupation, heavenly pharmacist, epic. Life, 200W/200W. Talent, blood of the origin. When refining medicine, put in your own blood. You can improve the quality of 1-3 levels and 50% success rate, and the upper limit of God level quality. Skills, Heavenly Medicine LV1, Gale Blade 1. Gong Qingyu also has many epic skills, which are all obtained by taking awakening potions. Subsequently, Qin Luo intends to help her evolve her skills. Chapter 81. Gong Qingyu has a special constitution. She can take life awakening potions refined by different vampire clan bloods many times. Therefore, in addition to the professional skill Heavenly Medicine, he also has 3 epic skills, Gale Blade, Breath of Glacier, and Cloud of Acid Erosion. Qin Luo reached out to support Gong Qingyu's shoulder. Blessings of the Ancient Gods. Ding! Heavenly Medicine has evolved into a God-level skill, Heaven and Earth Medicine Furnace. Ding! Gale Blade has evolved into a God-level skill, Storm God Blade. OJ. Setsuna Room. Gong Qingyu mastered 4 God-level skills. How about it, what's the change in professional skills? Qin Luo asked. On the basis of the Heavenly Medicine technique, I can use all things as medicinal materials to refine medicines. Moreover, after refining medicines successfully, my attributes will increase even more. Gong Qingyu said happily. As a serious alchemist, the ability to become stronger by refining medicine is very suitable for her. It just happens that every time I am in the eternal world, I can harvest a lot of materials, and I will hand them over to you for refining medicine in the future. Qin Luo said with a smile. Come on, we should leave. He gestured with his hand. Seeing this, the 2 women stepped forward and held Luo Min. Return. 30. A ray of light engulfed the 3 figures. Galaxy City Professionals Guild. Ding! Player Qin Luo, congratulations on completing the advanced task of Abyss difficulty. Your rating has been promoted to Intermediate Professional Abyss. Become an Intermediate Professional. The upper limit of the player's level is raised to level 40, and then there are Advanced Professionals. Qin Luo looked at the rating bonus. Intermediate Professional Abyss. When upgrading, the 4-dimensional attribute will have an additional plus 10 points. This bonus is comparable to the attribute growth of gold occupations, equivalent to getting 40 attributes per level. Of course, the most important reward is yet to come. Qin Luo waited quietly for a moment. Just then, the system prompts. Ding! Eternal World Announcement. Asterisk Cosmic Player number 150 completed the advanced task of Professional in the Abyss difficulty. This player has received system rewards, 100,000 experience points, 100 free attributes, and the title of Son of the World. This announcement immediately caused an uproar among the player groups in the heavens and myriad worlds. Damn it! There's another god-level boss. I remember that the last child of the world was born 200 years ago, right? Hey, I know this. It's His Royal Highness Yu Xuanyu, the Nine Nether Sword Emperor of Universe 352, and he is also an invincible Lord God. It turns out that His Royal Highness Yu Xuanyu is the Son of the World. No wonder he can fight against thousands of gods of the same rank alone. Counting the new bosses, the number of children of the world reaches 255. The players discussed heatedly. The forces from all heavens and myriad worlds sent people into Universe 150 to find out the identity of Qin Luo. Everyone who holds the title of Children of the World is extremely powerful and can easily suppress players of the same level. And players generally believe that the Children of the World have the potential to set foot on the Supreme God. However, in the past 100,000 years, only 10 children of the world have ascended to the highest god position, and the rest are still stuck at the peak of the main god realm. Rao is so. The child of the world is still sought after by all major forces. At this time, Qin Luo is checking title information. Child of the World title. Quality, Special and Exclusive. Bonus, Lucky value plus 20%. Special, with this title, you can participate in the world mission activities released by the will of the world. Finally got it. A smile appeared on Qin Luo's face. In his previous life, he only got the title of Son of the World when he was in the advanced task of level 40. This title has infinite uses. KED. Qin Luo wears titles, and a player can wear up to 3 titles at the same time. Then, he added the attribute points to the spirit, and then took out the attribute purification potion worth 20 million gold coins, refining one's own attributes. Qin Luo checked his personal panel. Level, 20. Experience, 3524W. Rating, Intermediate Professional Abyss. Life, 266,612. 11992. 5:20991. 5:18197. Compared with level 1, his attributes have increased by more than 1,000 times, not to mention his epic and legendary rare skills and equipment. 2 words to describe. Invincible. Qin Luo closed the panel with satisfaction. Next. I can go to the intermediate Zushan city. He was looking forward to it. Qin Luo opened the system panel, and chose to transfer to the middle-level city of Heaven's Sacred Star City. This city has a larger area than Galaxy City, accommodating players from Universe 150 and all galaxies in the Eastern Star Field. Subsequently, Qin Luo brought his 2 daughters to Haima Village in number 5 Novice World. The environment of the village has changed drastically, and it initially looks like a city. Because of his relationship, Haima Village has become the center of the world. My lord, you are finally back. The old village chief said respectfully. Qin Luo glanced at him. The old village head was only promoted to level 8 due to qualification restrictions. I came today to give you an item that can improve your aptitude. He said softly. Is it true? My lord. The old village chief's eyes lit up. Certainly. Qin Luo smiled. He took out the Holy Tower of Life Sublimation, gave part of its usage authority to the village chief, and told the other party how to use it. Immediately, Qin Luo continued, "Village chief, you tell the others to keep 20% of the collected refining materials and give them to my wife later." He pointed at Gong Qingyu. The old village head hurriedly said respectfully, "This old man is called Qin Luo. If there is anything to do in the future, please just give orders, madam." "Okay, okay." Qin Luo's madam made Gong Qingyu's face turn red, and she couldn't speak fluently. She is still a little shy about addressing her. "Finish these." Qin Luo returned to the room in the main world. Afterwards, he asked Milin to help Gong Qingyu understand the affairs of the main world. Galactic Congress Headquarters 320. This is an organization created by the 10 strongest civilizations in the galaxy. For the birth of the children of the world. High-level Parliament immediately opened an emergency meeting. Everyone looked at the person in the chief position and said with a smile, "Your Excellency Chemos, I originally thought that Kylan's son of your family is the most likely person to become the son of the world. I didn't expect to be caught first." Chemos said indifferently, "So what if he becomes the son of the world? If his background can't protect him, it's just another person's wedding dress." "Haha, that's true." Everyone couldn't help laughing. Only one child of the world is allowed in each universe. But others can take away the title as long as they defeat the current son of the world. However, there is a premise here. The challenger level cannot be higher than the children of the world. At this moment, one person asked, "What is K going to do next? Win over or suppress?" "No rush." Chemos said softly, "Send people to various galaxies first to investigate the news of the new generation of Tianjiao that has recently appeared, and determine the identity of the child of the world. If the background is strong, we will give a generous gift and make friends with him. If the background is shallow, then..." He didn't say so. But everyone here understands what he means. There is no shortage of geniuses in this world. Not to mention the children of the world who have not grown up. No strong background. The title of the son of the world is a piece of fat coveted by countless people. Chapter 82. Early morning. The sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains and fell into the bedroom. Gong Qingyu lay lazily on the bed, with a trace of tranquility on her face. Qin Luo has already gotten up. Gong Qingyu was still sleeping soundly. He quietly admired the alluring beauty. Although Gong Qingyu's talent has been repaired, she can still absorb the blood energy from Qin Luo's body to evolve her own talent when acting. That is, her talent may evolve to the main god level. Well, at this time, Gong Qingyu let out a soft sigh, and slowly opened her beautiful eyes, just in time to meet Shang Qin Luo with a look of pity and appreciation. "Ah! Young master, you have already passed." Her face quickly turned red, and her eyes were erratic. Maybe it's a personality factor. Gong Qingyu is very easily shy. Qin Luo said softly, "If you are tired, you should sleep a little longer." "No, self-recovery ability is very fast." Gong Qingyu tried to get up, but her body became weak and she couldn't help but fell into his arms. "Ha." Qin Luo couldn't help laughing. Hearing the laughter, Gong Qingyu blushed and said angrily, "My lord, you're still laughing. Obviously it was you who tossed this concubine hard last night, which caused this." "Okay, I won't laugh. Go on resting." Qin Luo suppressed a smile and hugged her back under the covers. Immediately turned and left the room. In the living room, Qin Luo glanced at the kitchen. Milin was making breakfast, and a scent filled the room. Milin's cooking skills are getting better and better. He sighed. Milin is very interested in cooking. For this reason, she specially changed her job as a sub-chef yesterday, and the dishes she made came with various buffs. Shaking his head, he restrained his thoughts. Qin Luo sat on the sofa, thinking about the future plan. Today is Monday, and the number of chaos sacrifices has been refreshed. However, there are no sacrifices in the backpack for the time being. I must go to the eternal world. It just so happened that I was going to look for the Stone of Despair in the eternal world. Qin Luo secretly said. The changes in the Twilight world made him realize that he had to master more whole cards, and that big killers like the ultimate thinning scroll should be used at more critical times. Next, he opened the forum and began to search for the world that produced the Stone of Despair. Half an hour. Qin Luo found 15 worlds that met the requirements. After a screening, he chose Magic Moon World. This is an intermediate dungeon world in the Prestige God Tower. As long as you have 10,000 world prestige points, players can enter the world. And this world has not been conquered yet. That's the world. Qin Luo made a choice. Immediately, he looked at the world panel. World bonus, 85 plus 150 points for all attributes. World reputation, 99,986 points. Correct. Seeing the two worlds he controlled, Qin remembered that one was important. The pet eggs in Coburn world have hatched long ago. Think here. He hurriedly used the world authority to teleport to the destination in an instant. Yin. Crisp chirping came into the ears. Qin Luo followed the sound and looked. A black dragon-shaped creature with a body of 50 meters came into view. Feeling Qin Luo's friendly atmosphere, the creature became a little excited. Obviously, it is Qin Luo's pet. Ghost Dragon Queen, Lord. Level, 5. Quality, Legend. Life, 200W/200W. 9, 6000. Skills, Ghost Form, Ghost Spear, Bee Swarm Call, Dragon's Coercion, Soul Robbing Scream, Super Speed Hatching. Host, Qin Luo. It actually hatched into a legendary pet. A smile appeared on Qin Luo's face. This attribute is too strong. And it has 6 skills, including 1 legendary quality, 3 epic qualities and 2 diamond qualities. Master will evolve your skills for you. Qin Luo flew over the queen bee's head. Blessings of the ancient gods. Ding! Spear of the Nether has evolved into the main god level skill, Spear of the Fallen God. OJ. All skill qualities have been upgraded by 2 ranks. Looking at the queen bee's body, Qin Luo planned to give her a name. After thinking for a moment, he said seriously, "From now on, your name will be Black Queen Qin Yu." Yin. The queen bee cried happily, she liked the name very much. Pity. She cannot speak now. To reach level 60, the queen bee can transform into form. As long as you like it. Qin Luo patted the top of her head with a smile and said, "Show master your skills." Yin. The queen bee nodded. Casting his own skills one by one, the effects are terrible, especially the Spear of the Fallen God, whose damage is comparable to that of the normal Qin Luo. You know she's only level 5. It can only be said that it is indeed a legendary pet. The last skill to cast is hatching. The black dragon scales on the surface of the body emitted a large amount of grey mist, gradually forming small ghost dragon bees in the air, and the number reached 100. Skills need to cool down for 120 minutes. Ghost Dragon Bee, Elite. Level, 5. Quality, Diamond. Life, 8W/8W. 9:1687. Good guy. Even the mobs, Manos, are Diamond Elite monsters. If the queen bee has a higher level, it can even hatch 100 diamond bosses at a time. Simply invincible. Very good. Qin Luo nodded in satisfaction. At this time, Coben's world will send feedback information, and the queen bee and the nether dragon bee hatched by her were judged to be life in this world. Because the rank is very high, they have a great influence on the world bonus. For example, the newly born 100 ghost dragon bees brought Qin Luo a 5-point all attribute bonus army. It turns out that it can be done like this. Qin Luo was a little surprised. After thinking about it, he asked the queen bee to continue hatching mobs. Finish these. Qin Luo returned to the living room. After a while, Mi Lin made breakfast, and he went to wake Gong Qingyu. The three sat at the table and had breakfast. Chapter 83. Living Room. The three of Qin Luo are eating breakfast. At this time, ding dong. The doorbell rang. Qin Luo walked over to open the door. Wang Menjiu appeared in the field of vision. She smiled and said, "Qin Luo, long time no see, you." Her voice stopped abruptly. Wang Menjiu looked at Gong Qingyu at the dining table, and the smile on her face disappeared. "Qin Luo, who is this sister?" she asked nervously. Qin Luo smiled and said, "Let me introduce you, her name is Gong Qingyu, she is my second follower, and she is also my wife now." "Wife, wife." Wang Menjiu's face became gloomy. "See." Qin Luo reached out and pinched her smooth cheeks, and said with a smile, "Don't be discouraged, you are also mine, and you cannot escape." Hearing this, her face turned red. Wang Menjiu gave him a blank look, but did not refute. After her talent was bound, she knew that she couldn't do without Qin Luo. "Think here." Wang Menjiu looked at Gong Qingyu carefully, and was immediately amazed by her, muttering to herself, "Damn it! This sister is so beautiful, and her figure is too good." As a woman, she was a little jealous and inferior. 793 compared with Wang Menjiu, who is only 18 years old, Gong Qingyu, who is already 25 years old, reveals a mature and intellectual charm. Much more likable. Certainly. After Wang Menjiu's body grows, she won't be worse than Ying Qing. Notice her gaze. Gong Qingyu said with a gentle smile, "Hello, Sister Menjiu." As early as in the Twilight World, Qin Luo told her about the main world. She also knew something about the young master's woman. "Hello." Wang Menjiu hesitated for a moment, but still greeted her. At this time, Qin Luo asked, "What are you doing here today?" "Because the Linzhou Base Novice League will be held next week, and then I will compete with that annoying guy from the Shen family. So, I want to form a team with you and improve my strength as much as possible." Wang Menjiu explained. "Can." Qin Luo agreed to the request, and said at the same time, "However, I will go to the copy world of the Prestige Tower next, and I need a world reputation requirement of 10,000 points. Daffy, I have more than 20,000 reputation." "That's fine." Qin Luo nodded. Subsequently, he told Wang Menjiu about Magic Moon World, asked her to go back and get ready, and agreed to leave at noon. "Are you going together?" Qin Luo looked back at the two girls who were eating. "I'm going." "I won't go, please master, send me to Mi Lin's world, I plan to retreat to study the ability of heaven and earth medicine stove. The two replied. "It is good." Qin Luo didn't force it. Anyway, as long as Gong Qingyu refines the potion, not only can she get attribute rewards, but also experience points. She can still upgrade without killing monsters. Noon. Qin Luo came to the Prestige Tower in Saint Star City ahead of time. Wang Menjiu hasn't come yet. He intends to exchange some items first. Ding! You open the Prestige Tower exchange interface. The current prestige, 99,986 points. Backpack expansion card intermediate. Quality, Legend. Description, increase the backpack space to 40,000 grids. Price, 5,000 reputation plus 50 million gold coins. Red Moon Staff. Quality, Legend. Description, level 20 players can equip it and have powerful attributes. Price, 3,000 reputation plus 120 million gold coins. A ray of aura and soul light. Quality, Legend. Description, refining your own soul and improving your soul level. Price, 5,000 reputation plus 250 million. In the prestige tower of the intermediate Zushan city, the types and quality of items that can be exchanged are higher. After careful selection, Qin Luo temporarily purchased 2 items, a backpack expansion card and array of aura soul light. A total of 10,000 reputation and 300 million gold coins were spent. There are 430 million gold coins left on him. As for equipment items, Qin Luo didn't intend to buy it all. After all, equipment will become obsolete, and no one will waste precious reputation on it. Immediately, he first used the backpack to expand the card, doubling the space to 4W grids. Then use soul light on yourself. The aura soul light refines the soul over and over again, making it solid. Qin Luo's mind sank into the sea of consciousness, and he found that there was an extra layer of mysterious brilliance on the surface of his soul. Current soul level, 4. Spirit bonus, 400. Soul resistance, 40%. It is 2 steps closer to the road of condensing one's own primordial spirit. Qin Luo. Wang Menjiao waved and shouted. Qin Luo followed the prestige and found the figure of the other party. She trotted over and said, "Let's quickly enter the magic moon world." "No rush." Qin Luo shook his head and said, "You help me evolve this week's skills first." "Okay." Wang Menjiao nodded and activated her talent. At this time, Qin Ji chose to upgrade the hunting angel. Ding! The level of the hunting angel has been raised to level 10. Angel of Hunting Law. Level 10, Max. Effect 1, turn into a hunting angel for 60 seconds, attack speed and movement speed plus 200%. Effect 2, melee attack causes magic attack x 200% magic damage, and the attack is silenced. The effect of skills is greatly increased. So far, Wang Menjiao has mastered the 3 legendary skills commonly used by Qin Luo, Hunting Angel, Super State, and Sui High Fury. She is half of myself. Looking at Wang Menjiao, Qin Luo couldn't help but think of Gong Qingyu. The two have one thing in common. That is, they all become their own shapes. It's just that one is the skill level and the other is the physical level. 11. Qin Luo quickly restrained his thoughts. Get ready to go. He summoned Mi Lin to his side, and then invited Wang Menjiao to the team. Enter the magic moon world. After paying 100,000 gold coins each, the 3 disappeared in the Tower of Prestige. Chapter 84. Current location, Number 5 Survivor Camp. On a plaza in the style of medieval Western fantasy, lights flickered, and a large number of figures appeared, including players of human, elf, orc and other races. Qin Luo, Mi Lin, and Wang Menjiao were among them. They get the identity assigned by the system, human demon hunters. Master, the breath of this world is even more oppressive and dark than the last world. Mi Lin said with a wrinkled face. Indeed. Qin Luo nodded slightly. Even he could clearly feel the dark breath in the air. Immediately, the information panel of this world pops up. Magic Moon World, this was once a top-quality world where gods were born. 3,000 years ago, the Abyss world invaded, the top powerhouses fell, and the world level was reduced accordingly. The surviving races unite to build a survivor camp and fight against the Abyssal army. Qin Luo has known the relevant information for a long time. Due to the influence of the power of the Abyss, the life in this world is extremely bloodthirsty, causing the world to be extremely chaotic. But this does not affect players' enthusiasm for entering Magic Moon World for adventure and exploration. After all, it used to be a top-level world. Even if it was downgraded, there are still a lot of its heritage left, and there are many treasures all over the world. Let's go to the Demon Hunters Guild to get the task. Qin Luo left the square first. The 2 women followed closely behind. He came to this world, in addition to collecting the Stone of Despair, he also intends to gain control of the world. In this way, you can get a stable source of the Stone of Despair. At the same time, Magic Moon World has a special point. As long as the hunting mission is completed, the player can get the strategy value, no need to try their luck, to find the Child of Destiny or the monster related to the fate of the world. Tat. The three of them entered the guild and found a demon hunter who was in charge of management tasks. The other party was a middle-aged tough guy with terrifying muscles. Unfortunately, he lost his legs. There is no one in strength. Hunter Master Arson. Level, 40. Status, seriously injured. When Arson saw the two women behind Qin Luo, a look of amazement flashed in his eyes. But he quickly narrowed his gaze, and asked heartily, "Young demon hunter, what task do you want to receive? Please give me the most difficult task." Qin Luo said calmly. Hearing this, Arson said with a strange expression, "Young man, are you sure that the three of you are capable of carrying out gold-level missions?" "Of course." Qin Luo looked at Milan. She immediately opened the 5th page of the Book of Souls, summoned a soul, and blessed it to Arson. All attributes plus 2042, lasts for 11 minutes. Shield plus 18W. This. Arson was shocked. After a long time, he said with emotion, "It's really powerful auxiliary magic. If I had the help of this little girl back then, I would definitely be able to kill that demon lord." Ugh. With a sigh, Arson looked at Qin Luo. "Young man, you have proved the strength of the team, and I can entrust you with the task." "Thank you." Qin Luo nodded. Immediately, Arson talked about the task content. The small camp number 512 under the number 5 camp was occupied by a small abyssal army yesterday. I hope you can destroy them. 1. It is good. Qin Luo accepted the task. And get the map from the opponent. The system prompt sounds. Congratulations on receiving the gold level mission, destroy the Abyss Legion occupying number 512. Limited to 2 days. Mission accomplished. He intends to leave. Wait. Arson called him quickly. Qin Luo turned around and asked, "Uncle, what else do you have?" Arson took a deep look at him and said, "Young man, be careful of anyone outside. The two girls behind you are very attractive to them." "Thank you for your reminder." Qin Luo smiled. In fact, the evil detective talisman had already given several warnings. As long as they dared to reach out, Qin Luo would tear them apart with spells without hesitation. Immediately, the three left the guild. Looking at their backs, Arson murmured, "When that brat Ajayesi comes back at night, I can persuade him to join this team." The forest outside the camp. Qin Luo went to the destination according to the map. At this time, system prompt, the evil detection amulet has found a malicious target. Finally come. The corners of Qin Luo's mouth curled up slightly. Afterwards, he grabbed the waists of the two women, and directly activated God's shadow technique and flickering phantom, and the three of them disappeared in place after they became invisible. Hundreds of people of all kinds came out of the darkness. 0 fur flowers. Divided into 8 factions. There are both aborigines and players. FK, what about people? Let this kid run away. The detection capability didn't respond, they should have run away. Those two girls are the most beautiful I have ever seen in my life. If they are caught and put on the black market, they will definitely sell for sky-high prices. The faces of the people were full of pity. However, there are also people who are not reconciled and plan to search around. At this time, a voice came from the sky. "Are you looking for me?" They looked up suddenly. Qin Luo, in the form of a hunting angel, hugged the two girls with both hands, with a cold smile on his face. "Haha, boy, you are afraid that you will be a fool, so you dare to come back. Boy, don't think that we can't hit you if you are in the sky. They have greedy eyes. Do it." Qin Luo shouted coldly. Wang Menjiu attacked first, summoning an ice spear to instantly kill one person. Minus 38,258. Immediately afterwards, Milin used this person's soul to cast the God Explosion technique, and a force enveloped the ground. Boom! Minus 35,700. Minus 35,700. Minus 35,700. Explosions sounded one after another. This attack is aimed at the soul. After the player's soul is destroyed, the basic resurrection function provided by the system is invalid. Of course, people who have resurrection items can be resurrected. Survivor enemies. They stared blankly at the scene. Everyone understands. I kicked myself to the iron board. Boss, I'm sorry, I shouldn't. Someone begged for mercy in fear. However, Qin Luo returned to the ground, directly raised the sword of silence, and beheaded them. For the enemy, Qin Luo will only leave them with one choice. That is death. Subsequently, he cancels the hunting angel status and collects the spoils with the two women. Among them, there is an epic quality shaman skill book Great Totem, which caught Qin Luo's attention. The skill effect is group plus defense and shield. This is what Qin Luo needs, and it happens that he has a scroll of enlightenment. So, learn the skill book directly, and then display your talent. Blessings of the Ancient Gods. Ding! The Earth Totem has evolved into a God-level skill, Titan Totem. Chapter 85. Qin Luo looked at the information of the new skill. Titan Totem, God level. Level 1, 0/25600 experience. Effect: summon a totem, nearby friendly allies get bonuses, damage free plus 20%, defense plus law attack x 100%, shield plus law attack x 1000 points. Consumes mental mana per second. This skill lasts forever, as long as it can sustain the mana cost. Now, according to Qin Luo's spiritual value, this skill consumes 5,676 points of mana per second. Of course, he is not worried about not having enough mana. Because Blessing of Light can provide 12,502 points of mana per second. Even if the Titan Totem, Kamikaze Domain, and Super State skills are activated at the same time, Qin Luo can still hold on. The boosting effect of the Titan Totem is sufficient, and there is no need to upgrade it for the time being. 3 You can wait until next week, let Wang Menjiu use his talent to upgrade it to the full level. No. Qin Luo secretly said. Subsequently, he continued to organize the loot, and Milin and Wang Menjiu found out the equipment they could use and handed it to Qin Luo for evolution. The three are equipped with epic and legendary quality equipment. At the same level, no player has a more luxurious configuration than them. Let's go, there are no monsters around. Qin Luo looked around and said. The two women nodded. After half an hour, they arrived in the hinterland of the forest, and grey mist filled the air. There is a strange noise. The howling of wolves kept coming from my ears. Ah! Next moment, a group of black demon wolves attacked from all directions, staring at the three of them with red eyes. Their eyes were full of cruelty. Heart Eater Wolf, Elite, Magic. Level, 25. Quality, Black Iron. Life, 23.6W/23.6W. 9:5062. These beasts have been infected by the power of the abyss into demonized creatures, and their attributes are about 50% higher than those of the normal heart-eating wolves. Qin Luo, leave these to me. Wang Menjiu said. Can. Qin Luo agreed to come down. She immediately activated the super state skill, attribute plus 100%, and then released the two skills of Wrath of the Snow Sea and Frozen Natural Disaster. Boom boom. The ice and snow fell to the ground violently, burying the monster deeply. 14W. 10W, 14W, 10W. The heart-devouring wolf was wiped out immediately. Ding! Player Wang Menjiao kills the heart-devouring wolf, and you get 1181 experience points. Ding! The kill notification kept ringing. Because she used the projection skill from him. So Qin Luo gets 50% experience. Then, Wang Menjiao withdrew his mana, and the ice and snow on the ground melted. Expose the ground below. After the group of demonized heart-devouring wolves died, their bodies turned into black liquid, sank into the soil, and disappeared without a trace. With a wave of his hand, Qin Luo put the spoils into his backpack. Kamikaze Domain. He activates the skill, and the team's movement speed plus 140%. The three-person team moved on. Magic Moon World. On a certain deserted island in the sea, a group of 100 people is located here. These people wear a white standard robe with a red devil pattern on the cuff. They come from the famous warlock civilization in the galaxy, Stu, and they are also members of the Galactic Council. Before the Eternal World comes, Situ civilization has the method of warlock cultivation, which can master extraordinary power. Therefore, the players of the entire civilization are awakened warlocks. And the leader of this group is a dark young man with brown hair and western face. At this time, a warlock reported respectfully, "Your Highness Uther, the liquid of the abyss we put in has begun to spread and grow as players and aboriginals are killed. How many units are there now?" 9256. Hearing this, the shady young man said in a cold voice, "When the unit of liquid from the abyss reaches 1 million, we will activate the magic circle and collect it." "Yes." Warlock nodded. At this time, the guardians smiled obsequiously. 1 million units of abyss liquid can raise a demon lord to legendary quality. As long as your highness absorbs its power, you will be the strongest in the Milky Way, no, the new generation of the entire 150th universe. Even the pride of Chemo's civilization, Hillier, will be defeated by your highness. The guardians scrambled to tout. The young man glanced at them indifferently, and said coldly, "What is Hillier now? My goal is the son of the world, only he is worthy of being my opponent." 0 degrees. Seeing that I flattered me wrongly. The guardian smiled. The young man ignored them, turned around and asked, "Has the identity of the Abyss Demon King in this world been confirmed?" "Confirmed." Warlock replied, "It is a Balrog Lord from the 125th plane of the Abyss world. In the Eternal World. Abyss World is the top and most advanced world, with 999 layers of planes. Only by attacking all the planes at the same time can you control this world. Therefore, no one has succeeded so far. Even the 10 supreme gods among the players failed. The power of the Balrog is just right for me." There was a deep pride in the eyes of the shady young man. Afternoon. The junction of mountains and forests. Qin Luo walked to the edge of the forest. Fight all the way. The experience value stored in the experience bar rose to 3756 W points. Think about it. Qin Luo planned to level up. The monsters he encountered on the road were basically above level 25. When he reached level 25, killing monsters would not reduce his experience. Subsequently, he consumes 1465W experience and clicks the upgrade button. Ding, player Qin Luo, your level has been raised to level 21, 4-dimensional attributes plus 20, free attribute points plus 20. Ding. Comma. Qin Luo went up 5 levels in a row. 1.8 as a gold professional, his attribute growth is actually the same as that of a diamond professional. Very unbelievable. This is also thanks to the bonus of Suanhunjinshinju and Abyss rating. Immediately, he added the free attribute to the spirit, and the magic attack rose to 12,902. Master! Millen suddenly shouted. Her face was full of excitement. What's wrong? Qin Luo looked at her curiously. Millen said excitedly, "My talent gave me feedback. There are many treasures gathered in the cave ahead, and there are 10 epic quality ones. There are so many epic treasures? This should be a place where the powerful people in the magic moon world hid their treasures 3,000 years ago." Qin Luo's eyes lit up. "Come on, let's go take a look." The three walked over. Chapter 86. They had just walked a few hundred meters away. "Master, wait!" Milin said hastily, "There are many soul breaths ahead." Hearing this, Qin Luo stopped in his tracks. It seems that many people are eyeing the treasure. He thought about it. Qin Luo said, "You all hold me tight, don't let go." "It is good." The two women hold their left and right hands respectively. Divine Shadow Technique. After activating the skills, the figures of the three disappeared into the air, covering all their auras. Soon, they went through the forest and into the valley. Along the way, Qin Luo saw thousands of players from various forces, large and small. At the same time, relying on Millen's keen perception of the soul, he found dozens of people hiding in the dark. All eyes turned to the valley. A cave came into view. It's just that the hole is blocked by a black-red energy barrier. No one can get in. Qin Luo tried to move in with his skills. The result is no response. Obviously, the energy barrier blocked the space. Because of the scruples of the barrier, everyone waited and watched from the outside, not daring to take the lead. Everyone wants to be the last Oriole. Qin Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. 30. Buzzing. High-frequency energy fluctuations appeared at the entrance of the cave, and a large amount of black-red mist gushed out from the soil, forming a figure. The black and red figure said, "Youngsters, welcome to the land of my inheritance." "Who are you?" A player couldn't help asking. "Me." The voice of the figure said playfully, 3,000 years ago, people on this continent called me the god of killing of the Ren Empire, Barus. Have you seen this cave? It contains my life's inheritance. If you want it, you can snatch it and kill it with your own strength." Haha. The figure laughed a few times and disappeared into the air. Hearing this, the eyes of thousands of players lit up. It turned out to be an ancient inheritance. They saw that the cave was so special, and they thought it was hiding a special treasure, but they didn't expect it to be the inheritance of the ancient powerhouses of the magic moon world. Think here. Many people can't help but be greedy in their hearts. Come out of hiding. I have a share of the treasures here. Who cares about you? Treasures are those who are powerful, and whoever grabs them will own them. The players who keep shouting are the weakest group of people. Certainly. There were 300 players behind who did not leave. Belong to 3 teams. There is a player on the technology side in one team, and he activates the detection props to scan nearby players. Afterwards, he grinned and said, "Brother Lin, the fast runners in front are all trash with less than 10,000 strength." "Really? Where are the 2 teams next door?" The player known as Brother Lin smiled. The player on the technology side said, "The average combat strength reaches 30,000, which is about the same strength as ours." Hearing this, Lin Ji had a plan in his heart. He looked at the captains of the 2 teams and exchanged glances. Got the answer. Lin Ji smiled and said, "Let's do it. Send those trash in front out of this world." "Yes." The team members responded excitedly. Frozen barrier. Ice mage players take the lead in controlling the field, blocking the activity area of weak players, and the rest of the players follow closely to attack. Meteor shower. Light breaker missile. Heavenly wind palm. Spells, martial arts, high-tech weapons, all kinds of means are displayed. -29150, 28443, 29982. Amidst howling and cursing, nearly 1,000 players were killed. Looking at this scene, the faces of Qin Luo and Wang Menjiu did not change. In the eternal world, it is a common thing for the weak to prey on the strong. Subsequently, the three teams gathered together. Our teams are similar in strength. If we fight together, we will inevitably suffer heavy losses. I don't think you guys want to leave so early either. Brother Lin smiled and said, so I propose that we cooperate to open up this crypt, the last inheritance and treasure, 3 Fang Ping points. What do you think? I agree. I'm fine. The other 2 captains agreed to the suggestion. They went to the entrance of the cave. In a moment, a large amount of black and red mist billowed, forming a figure of 50 meters in size. Incarnation of killing intent, Lord, enhanced. Level, 40. Quality, Gold. 1953W/1953W. 9:83700. Skills, Energy Body, Boiling Killing Intent, Super Perception, Split. Attributes are high. It has 4 skills. Hiss. The Guardian Boss is so strong, the treasure inside must be very rich. Everyone beamed. At this time, the energy barrier at the entrance of the cave has disappeared. Here's your chance. The corners of Qin Luo's mouth curled up slightly. He said to the 2 women, let's go straight in. Flash Phantom. Qin Luo brought Mi Lin and Wang Menjiu into the cave. Because of the effect of God's shadow art, the killing intent incarnation could not feel their aura at all. The kamikaze domain opened. The 3 reached the depths in an instant. Thousands of treasures are displayed in front of your eyes, shining with colorful halos. The breeze blew in, and the figure of God of Death Barus reappeared. He was a little surprised. You can escape the perception of the incarnation of killing intent. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Baru's face. Young man, you are very good. In this way, I can rest assured that I will pass on the inheritance to you. But there was a pause. His eyes became serious. I hope you can promise me one thing. You say, destroy the Abyssal Legion and return the world to peace. Of course, if your strength is not enough, don't take risks. It is good. Qin Luo nodded. Then the system prompt sounds. Ding! Player Qin Luo, congratulations on triggering the World Quest, World of Peace. Difficulty, Legendary. Mission content, go to the Abyss City in the center of the world, and destroy the Abyss Gate that connects the 2 worlds. Qin Luo was taken aback. To be able to receive world quests from the ancient powerhouses. This is what he did not expect. And Barus smiled with satisfaction. This is the method of condensing the killing intent incarnation mastered by the old man, and I leave it to you. I hope it can reproduce its former glory in your hands. The incarnation condensing method is the ancient power system of the magic moon world. As the former top world, this is the fundamental background. People absorb the energy of all things and condense different incarnations. The most basic energy is metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and the intermediate energy is wind, thunder, light, darkness, etc. The highest level is killing intent, emotions, time, and space, and other energies. In ancient times, space incarnation was born. But the time incarnation has never existed, because this energy is too high-dimensional for humans to grasp. Qin Luo received the gift from Barus. A skill book. Legendary quality. There was surprise in his eyes. Since it is a skill, it can be evolved with the blessing of the ancient gods. Chapter 87. Qin Luo didn't hesitate to learn skills. Ding! You have acquired a legendary skill, Killing Intent Incarnation Condensation Method. Then activate Ancient God's Blessing. The quality of the condensing method has evolved to the main god level. He opened the skill panel. Murdering Intent Incarnation Condensation Method. Quality, Lord God. Grade, Special. Effect 1, run the condensing method to collect killing intent. Consuming the killing intent can condense the initial killing intent incarnation, and the avatar can absorb the killing intent to strengthen itself. The highest can reach the quality of the main god. Effect 2, when the player takes damage, it will be borne by the avatar. Note, after the avatar dies, it needs to cool down for 24 hours. So strong. Qin Luo was slightly surprised. No wonder the world of Magic Moon has always been a popular world among players. The condensation method is very practical. The incarnation is immortal, the body is immortal. Just ask who doesn't want to master this ability. Equivalent to an extra life. Inheritor, it seems that you have mastered the condensing method. At this time, Barus continued, see the 10 red stones on the top of the treasure? Those are the killing intent stones I left behind back then, enough for you to condense a stronger initial killing intent incarnation. Qin Luo looked over. He discovered that the so-called killing intent stone was an epic quality prop perceived by Milan. Thank you. Qin Luo thanked him sincerely. Subsequently, he picked up the killing intent stone, operated the condensing method, and absorbed the killing intent contained in it. 1,000. 2,000. 4,000. The killing intent value increased all the way to 100,000 points. Inheritor, let's start to condense the incarnation of killing intent. Barus said with a smile. Qin Luo nodded. He continued to run the condensing method, mobilizing the majestic killing intent in his body to condense into a soul body. This process lasted 5 minutes. Finally, a bloody angel holding a crossed long sword was born and floated in front of Qin Luo. This is his killing intent incarnation. Its form and initial abilities vary from person to person. The incarnation of killing intent initial. Form, killing angel. Level, 25. Quality, epic. Life, 10W. 9:2000. Skills, body of energy, frenzied killing, every time an enemy is killed, the attack speed, movement speed, and damage plus 1%, the upper limit is 200%. Avatars have no physical form. Therefore, physical attacks cannot damage it. And killing incarnation's attacks are true damage. It turned out to be the incarnation of an angel. Your talent is more outstanding than I imagined. Then I feel relieved. Inheritor, I hope you can fulfill your promise one day. Even if the mission is completed. Barus' face became relaxed. Don't worry, teacher, this day will not be too far away. Qin Luo saluted very solemnly. The other party handed him the condensation method, equivalent to half a teacher. This claim is worthy of Barus. Hearing this, a gratified smile appeared on his face. Next moment, Barus' body dissipated in the air, and the killing intent from outside dissipated directly. The players were taken aback for a moment, and then quickly ran to the cave. Master, the players outside are here. Milan said nervously, the dozens of people in the front are the players who were invisible before. It's just a good time to test the strength of the incarnation of killing intent. Milan, use the God control technique on it. Qin Luo smiled. Okay. Milan nodded, summoned 5 souls, blessed the incarnation of killing intent, and its attack increased to 22,990 points and its life value exceeded 1 million. Go, kill the enemy. Qin Luo thought. The killing intent incarnation flew towards the entrance of the cave at high speed. We'll follow along too. Qin Luo put away the treasures displayed on the ground, and followed with the 2 girls. Cave tunnel. 30 assassin players were in a stealth state and ran to the depths of the cave. Outside players, did not find us. Treasure, we've got it. Look at each other. Excitement appeared in everyone's eyes. As players of the Night Elf civilization, they are the darlings of the shadows, born with epic stealth skills. It's hard for players to spot them. At this moment, the sound of piercing the sky sounded. Call out! The night elf players were vigilant, and the next moment, a blood-colored phantom flew over, holding a crossed long sword, and directly slashed at the invisible people. It can find us. The players looked ugly. 22990, 22990, 22990. All real damage. Quick! Come back! The leader of the night elves roared. Several players immediately launched a surprise attack, with daggers in their hands, and a cold light bloomed, stabbing at the incarnation of killing intent. 0-0-0-0. The attack does not break the defense. This is impossible. Its level is obviously lower than the previous incarnation of killing intent. The faces of the night elves were full of disbelief. Tread. Footsteps echoed in the passage. Qin Luo came out. He put the Titan totem in his hand on the ground, and made a bang. After turning on super state, the totem can increase defense by 24,654 points. The night elf was a little confused. Why is someone in there? Not bad. The strength is stronger than I thought. Qin Luo smiled with satisfaction. You must know that the killing angel is only in its initial state. As long as it absorbs killing intent, it can continue to strengthen. Hearing this, the night elf player instantly realized. They gritted their teeth and said, "Is it your incarnation? You already got the treasure and inheritance." "Certainly," Qin Luo said with a smile. "Humans, hand over the treasure. Otherwise, you will be assassinated endlessly by the Shadow Moon civilization." The leading player snapped. "Really? What if, please, I don't give it?" Qin Luo glanced at them indifferently. "Do it." The 20 assassins who survived instantly moved to their sides, stabbing Qin Luo with their daggers. From their point of view, a mere level 25 player couldn't withstand the attacks of their group of level 30 assassins. -30,583. -30,862. -31,006. Qin Luo's blood streaks did not move at all. On the other hand, the blood bars of the assassins plummeted, and they were paralyzed in place. Die! Qin Luo raised his staff and attacked together with the embodiment of killing intent, directly destroying all the enemies. After this battle, Killing Angel absorbs 124 killing intent. At this time, people from the other three teams just arrived at the scene and saw the scene where Qin Luo smashed the player to death with his staff. For a while, the atmosphere was a little dead silent. Chapter 88. After a while, these players came back to their senses. They said with a bad face, "Brother, you are not kind. We are working hard with the guardian boss outside. How many of you are going to monopolize the treasure and the ancient inheritance?" Looking at the embodiment of killing intent in front of Qin Luo, there was jealousy in everyone's eyes. After all, they must come to the magic moon world to incarnate the condensing method. When the boss was born, I had already entered the cave. Even if you didn't fight the boss, it wouldn't affect me. What? Now you want to force a share of the pie from me? Qin Luo glanced at them and sneered. Milin and Wang Menjiao clenched their staffs tightly, ready to strike at any time. Heard the words. The faces of the three team players were a little embarrassed. However, when they saw the epic quality incarnation of killing intent, greedy eyes appeared in everyone's eyes. They were not as wealthy as Qin Luo and the other three. There are at most 3 or 4 pieces of equipment higher than gold quality. And the player on the technology side quietly used detection props. Player Qin Luo LV25, Force. Player Wang Menjiao LV25, Combat Power 30W. Follower Milin IV22, Combat Power 40W. FK. The players on the technology side couldn't help but exclaimed. He thought he was wrong. Hearing the exclamation, the rest of the people looked at him one after another. Captain Lin frowned and said, "Xiao Zheng, what's wrong with you?" "Haha, it's okay, it's okay. The player on the 580 technology side wiped the cold sweat off his face, and quickly sent the screenshot to Brother Lin. The other party glanced at him, his eyes widened immediately, and he subconsciously said, "Damn. FK, these guys are FG crazy, right? I'm startled at every turn, maybe I took the wrong medicine. Was scared twice in a row." The players from the other two teams cursed directly in their hearts. At this time, Brother Lin said righteously, "Treasures are always housed by those who are destined. Since this brother has already obtained it, it has nothing to do with me. Our team still has tasks to complete, let's take a step forward." Finished. He hurriedly led the confused team members out of the cave. The remaining players were a little confused. However, they didn't care. It happened that there were 100 less people, and more treasures could be distributed. All eyes returned to Qin Luo. It seems that those who stay are planning to get a piece of the action. He released it casually. Arcane twist. The mana in the body gushed out, sealing off the cave space, and the faces of all players changed drastically. 2 seconds later. Boom. 23.8 W, 23.8 W, 23.8 W, 23.8 W, 23.8 W. A series of purple numbers popped out, all spell damage. More than 200 people were killed. But players above level 30 have resurrection props, and they stand up again. Qin Luo continued to cast other group attack spells. Kill them all. Leaving loot all over the floor. Sometimes, Qin Luo really wants players to attack him. The harvest is much richer than killing monsters. After all, players will drop 110 items when they die, and the battle is easy. It took half a minute. After collecting the loot, the three of them walked directly out of the cave. The open space outside the cave. Hundreds of players stand here. The team members wondered, "Brother Lin, why did we leave? Obviously we can also get a share." "Then you have to die to get a share of the pie." Lin Ji smiled wryly. Everyone looked at him puzzled. "Look at the screenshots of Xiaozhang in the team channel," Brother Lin said. Hearing this, the team members turned on the channel. FK. Am I reading that right? Level 25 players have 300,000 combat power. A level 22 follower is 10 times stronger than me, a level 40 player. It's outrageous. I remember that Xiaozhang's prop detection limit is 1 million. Didn't it mean that this player named Qin Luo has a combat power of over 1 million, or even higher? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Good guy. How come I met 3 monsters? All of them can't beat Wang Menjiu alone. At this time, Qin Luo walked out of the cave. Boss. The attitude of hundreds of players is quite obedient. Pucci. Wang Menjiu and Mi Lin couldn't help laughing. The faces of the players turned black, but they didn't dare to move. Let's go. Dad. Qin Luo said softly, ignoring these players. The three of them walked towards the mountains. Call. The players heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at their backs, Lin Ji said, "Now the new generation of the legendary family are all so low-key? They don't even have a guardian." According to ordinary people's perception, the stronger the background of the player, the more guardians will follow. Xiaozhang, when you see this kind of team in the future, check the combat power immediately. You know. Brother Lin urged. I see. Brother Linear. The player on the technology side nodded. Road in the mountains. Qin Luo summoned the killing angel again, absorbed all the killing intent, and strengthened himself. Its four-dimensional attribute has increased by 10 points. After all, the scale of the battle is small, and the killing intent it can provide will not be too high. I don't know if the skill of the incarnation of killing intent can be evolved by the blessing of the ancient gods. Qin Luo thought to himself. Think here. He's going to try it once. As a result, the system prompts that it cannot evolve. It is as expected. Qin Luo's face remained unchanged. He had already guessed. Anything that has evolved, directly or indirectly, cannot evolve. For example, equipment. After the equipment evolves, its skills are equivalent to having evolved once. If you evolve the skills first, and then evolve the equipment, the skills will not change. Then, Qin Luo opened the backpack. Looking at the harvest in the cave, there are still many incarnation refining methods, but they are all elementary and intermediate incarnations. What kind of condensing method do you want to learn? Qin Luo asked softly. The two women looked at each other curiously. A long time. Wang Menjihu said, I want this frost incarnation condensation method. She condenses the frost avatar, the frost knight. Because of the mastery of ice spells, Wang Menjihu can directly convert mana into ice mana, and then use it to pickle the frost incarnation. Very convenient. Immediately. And you? Qin Luo looked at Milin. She wrinkled her small face and said, Master, Milin doesn't want to learn it for the time being. These are not suitable for me, and the method of condensing the soul is suitable for me. It is good. Qin Luo took back the item without forcing it. For Milin, who has the ability to capture souls, the soul incarnation condensing method is indeed the most suitable for her. They move on. On the way, many monsters attacked. Hours passed like this. As the sun goes down and night falls, the power of the abyss becomes stronger. The cold wind flows through the mountains and forests. The three found a place to build a temporary residence to rest, and placed the avatar and 5 boss souls around to watch the night. At the same time, Qin Luo stuck the Titan totem in the tent. Anyway, the mana recovered by his skills can afford consumption. Finished with Myron's cooking dinner, they went to rest. Chapter 89. The next day. Early morning. Qin Luo woke up, and he left the tent. The killing intent incarnation and the 5 boss souls are scattered around like sculptures, and dozens of corpses of demonic monsters lie on the ground. At the same time, there was a smell of blood in the air. Qin Luo frowned slightly. In the tent. He couldn't smell this smell because the tent is a magic tool, which has the function of shielding the outside world. At this time, Qin Luo glanced at the ancient forest. A demonized tiger hides in the shadows, its eyes glowing with a strange green light. Roar! It attacked violently. Flying towards Qin Luo, he jumped tens of meters away. Laugh! A crossed long sword pierced its head. Seeing this, the monster soul releases skills to make up the knife. The tiger was killed in seconds. Under Qin Luo's gaze, the corpse turned into a black liquid and sank into the soil. Qin Luo was a little puzzled. It's also demonized monsters, why can some keep their corpses and others can't? Previous life. He rarely travels to worlds invaded by the abyss. Little is known about demonized monsters. Forget it, let's observe again. Qin Luo didn't delve into it for the time being. He glanced at the eye panel. The experience bar stores experience value up to 3000 W points. Experience is enough to upgrade the Suanhun Golden Body art. Qin Luo thought to himself. Think about it. He directly invested in the 956 W experience. Upgrade your only main god skill to level 8. Suanhun Golden Body Ju, Lord God level, Zion Hua. Level, 8, 0/2560 W experience. Effect 1, physical fitness increases by player level x80 points, and every 10 points of physical fitness adds 22 points of defense. When leveling up, the free attribute points are extra plus 120%. Effect 2, Tianwei is suppressed, making its attribute minus 26%, and the effect will be reduced by 1% for each level of the enemy. Effect 3, after it is turned on, it lasts for 8 seconds, and any damage received is reduced by 90%. After the upgrade, there are 48 more free attributes. Qin Luo naturally added it to the spirit. Subsequently, he went to wake up the two women. After washing up, Milin uses her sub-profession to make breakfast. After eating, she gets buff, plus 20% monster killing experience, which lasts for 6 hours. The team set off again. The three were constantly attacked by monsters. However, Qin Luo also discovered one thing. The closer to the center of the mountain range, the more times the demonized monster turns into black liquid after death. Qin Luo, we are very close to camp number 512 in the center of the mountain range. Next, let's go straight there. Wang Menjiu asked softly. Camp 512. Qin Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. He subconsciously believed that the abnormality of the demonized monster had something to do with the Abyss Legion. Let's go, just pass by. Qin Luo made a decision. It is good. Wang Menjiu nodded. Camp 512. Thousands of abyssal demons are patrolling. The demons have different shapes, but they have one thing in common, they are all lower demons of Abyss World. They are the cannon fodder units of the Abyss Legion. At this time, in the center of the camp, 3 Balrogs surround an altar. His Royal Highness Karas, after our confirmation, this is a magic circle that condenses the liquid of the Abyss. The Balrog's subordinate replied respectfully. This group of humble bugs dare to touch the power of the Abyss, they really don't know how to live or die. The Balrog called Karas had a look of disgust. The subordinates estimate that human beings intend to use the liquid of the Abyss to improve their own strength. Pity. Ignorant human beings would never have imagined that the liquid of the Abyss is a kind of poison to them. After taking it, the lifespan will be reduced to several hours. The 2 Balrogs couldn't help laughing. Karas snorted coldly, looked towards the altar, and said, "Try to see if you can operate the magic circle." Yes. The Balrog immediately activated the magic circle. Next moment, black mist immediately gathered on the altar, and drops of black liquid emerged. The condensation speed is so fast. Kalas asked suspiciously, the concentration of the power of the Abyss in the nearby air is not high. Subsequently, it ordered, "Come and try the effect." The 2 Balrogs immediately absorbed the liquid, and the flames all over their bodies burned more vigorously. They excitedly said, "Your Highness, this liquid of the Abyss is not purer than what we condensed in the Abyss. It seems that humans do have some wisdom." Karas did not hesitate to monopolize the harvest of the magic circle. At this time, 0 fur flowers. A demon soldier ran over in panic, "Your Highness, humans are attacking again, we can't resist it." "How many people?" Three people, they are very strong." The demon soldier stammered in reply. "How can this group of extraterrestrial humans called players be like bugs and can't be killed?" Kalas couldn't help but curse. Immediately, it looked at the subordinates of the Balrog, and said coldly, "Go and catch them, and then lock them up with other humans. Tomorrow, we will dedicate it to my father and king together." Yes. The 2 Balrogs turned and left. Karas stayed at the altar, absorbing the liquid of the Abyss non-stop, and a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. Inside the camp. 0. That human is coming. Run! Run! Damn it, why is a mere human being so powerful? The demon soldiers fled in all directions. Qin Luo appeared at the gate of the camp. The 2 incarnations of Killing Angel and Frost Knight, among the group of demons, started to kill. Frozen Scourge. Wang Menjiu released the spell, and the power of frost swept all around, freezing the demons into ice cubes. 15W, 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 15W. The demon with residual blood died suddenly. Ding! Player Wang Menjiu kills a level 30 demon soldier, and you gain 1769 experience points. J. She kept sharing her experience with Qin Luo. At the same time, Qin Luo is also casting spells to kill the demons. The experience value increases rapidly. Die. Human. 10 demon assassins with stealth ability stabbed 3 people with daggers in their hands. Dash 0, 0, 0, 0. Attacks cannot break defenses. With the Master's totem, you demons can't hurt us. Millen had a happy smile on her face. She hugged the Titan totem tightly in her small hands. At this time, 2 Balrog leaders came over. 2 avatars came into view. They wondered, this seems to be an energy incarnation like the Lord. In this case, then destroy the avatar first. Otherwise, we cannot do harm to humans. The Balrog leader makes a decision. Righteous. Chapter 90. Qin Luo naturally noticed the figures of the 2 Balrogs. Immediately cast a probe spell on them. Balrog, Boss, Enhanced. Level, 35. Quality, Gold. Life, 550W/550W. 9, 44,550. Status, all attributes plus 10%. Boss monsters up to level 35, 10 levels higher than Qin Luo, Tianwei can only reduce their attributes by 6%. Roar. At this time, the leader of the Balrog rushed towards the 2 incarnations with a heavy hammer in his hand. Obviously, they know what an avatar does. If the avatar dies, it needs to be cooled for 24 hours. Qin Luo said calmly, Menjiu, you take back your avatar, and then hunt down the demon soldiers. Millen, use all your power to control the gods on me. The 2 women responded in unison. The other side. Seeing the 2 avatars disappear, the leader of the Balrog froze for a moment, then said with a sinister smile, 393, human, put away your avatar, it will only make you lose faster. We'll catch you and lock you up with the idiot who broke in. Really? I'm afraid not necessarily. The corners of Qin Luo's mouth curled up slightly. He releases skills at the speed of light. Super State. Titan Totem. With a bang, the Titan Totem fell to the ground, exuding power to protect everyone. Defense plus 6.68W. Shield plus 66.8W. Injury free plus 20%. During Setsuna, Qin Luo's defense exceeded 16W. Although the Holy Fire Lotus Spirit pattern can absorb fire damage, the 2 Balrogs are both level 35 monsters, and their damage is far beyond the range of the level 5 spirit pattern. So using a totem is safer. Die. Holding the heavy hammer, the Balrog jumped up suddenly, spanning a distance of tens of meters, and activated his skills. Flame Shock. Qin Luo didn't retreat but advanced, and directly swung his staff to confront them head-on. Boom. 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 14.7W, 14.7W, 14.7W. 0-0-0-0-0. Because Balrogs have special physiques, physical control has no effect on them. But attacked by superstate current, the blood volume of the 2 Balrog bosses plummeted. But Qin Luo was safe and sound. And Qin Luo's attack speed increased to 6/s, and his damage per second reached an astonishing 88W. At this time, a house behind the Balrog, whose walls and ground are covered with magic circles, is a temporary prison built by demons. A group of players and aborigines were imprisoned inside. They happened to witness both sides fighting. Damn! Everyone was dumbfounded on the spot. What kind of monster mage is this? The melee damage is actually higher than that of a level 40 fighter. It's just unbelievable. Damn it! The Balrog leader couldn't help roaring. They couldn't figure out why a mage could beat them head-on. This is unreasonable. However, the facts are right in front of us. Relying on the shield and blood recovery, the Balrog lasted a few seconds longer. After 10 seconds, the battle is over. This is impossible. The flames of the leader of the Balrog were extinguished, and his vitality was cut off. Ding! You kill the Balrog leader, gain 250,000 experience points, plus 90%, free attribute plus 8, world reputation plus 500, strategy value plus 10. Ding! Qin Luo. Seeing this scene, the detainees couldn't help swallowing. Hiss, this man is terrifying. He smashed the golden leader to death with his staff. However, after seeing the Balrog died, everyone hurriedly shouted for help. Qin Luo ignored it. He stared fixedly at the ground. After the two Balrogs died, they melted into a black liquid and sank into the ground. To know. The body of the demon soldier killed in front was still lying on the ground. What the hell are these liquids? Qin Luo was a little puzzled. He used the identification technique, but there was no result. For non-player-owned items, identification can only identify things that are not higher than gold quality. Think about it. He could only put away the loot first. Qin Luo was going to release the detainees. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Roar! A blazing fire appeared in the center of the camp. Now, Wang Menjiu is over there. Qin Luo teleported there without hesitation. In the current state, the displacement distance of the flickering phantom reaches 16 kilometers, and he is less than 1 kilometer away from the sound source. This is. After arriving at the scene, Qin Luo suddenly saw a Balrog with a body size of 50 meters. Balrog Callus, Lord, Enhanced. Level, 35. Quality, Gold. Life, 2300W/2300W. 9:85657. Status, all attributes plus 50%. Description, the son of the Balrog Lord Khet on the 125th floor of the Abyss. Die! Die! Callus swung the heavy hammer frantically, destroying nearby buildings, and even the demon soldiers died in its hands, completely healing his sanity. 0. Kill it first. Qin Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. He activated all the boosting skills in an instant, turned into a hunting angel, and slashed over with the Sword of Silence. Call out! The sound of piercing the sky resounded, and a series of afterimages appeared in the air. 14 swords per second. 14W, 18W, 14W, 18W, 14W. During Setsuna, Qin Luo dealt 448W damage, and the boss HP dropped by 1/5. And he's too fast. Kara's attack couldn't touch Qin Luo's clothes at all. Directly shown to death. This fight lasted less than 6 seconds. Ding! You killed Balrog Karas, gain 760,000 experience points, plus 90%, free attribute plus 16, world reputation plus 1000, and strategy value plus 30. Call. Qin Luo suddenly caught a strange noise. He followed the reputation. I saw a shadow disappearing on the altar. Certainly. Qin Luo is also fast enough to detect the information directly. He murmured, Shadow Demon. This is the most common scout unit in the Abyss Legion. Subsequently, Qin Luo turned his gaze back to the boss. Sure enough, Kara's body melted into a large amount of black liquid and sank into the soil. Qin Luo. Wang Menjiu hurried over. He asked in a deep voice, Did you see what happened here before? N. Wang Menjiu nodded at 0.7 and said, Before you came, this Balrog was absorbing the black liquid on the altar. Is that so? The demonized monsters and demons that look abnormal have all absorbed the black liquid. B. Why did Callus the Balrog lose his mind? Qin Luo was a little puzzled. He couldn't think of a clue. And in his memory, there has never been news of a major change in Guanjia world in the previous life forum. Could it be the change caused by my recent actions? Qin Luo couldn't help guessing. In the end, he could only withdraw his thoughts. Qin Luo activated the ancient god's blessing to evolve the equipment dropped by the boss, and then picked it up. Ding! You got items: Lava Hammer Epic, Lava War Epic, Fire Feather Diamond. 3 pieces of epic equipment. And there is a Resurrection Prop - Feather on Fire.